Good morning, everybody. Morning, Mark, up there in
Morning,
Toronto.
Mark, how are you? Or
mate?
afternoon, I should say here.
Good afternoon. It's about 2 o'clock up there, isn't it?
It is. You've got 5 a.m.
Yeah, 5 a.m. I've been up since the alarm went off at 4 and I hit the snooze button and slept until 10 past. And I thought, oh my God, I'm glad I don't have to get up at 4 o'clock every morning. And morning to everyone who's in the chat room. I thought we might strike it for 1 or 2 up at 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. if you're in the southern states, but we got a few on. Thank you so much for joining us. And Mark, good to see you again too, mate. It's been a while since we've had you on.
Yeah, well, it's been a while since I've been on. It's always fun to do these things. I want to say hi to everybody who said hi to me. I tried to actually do it in the comments, but I'm not too sure exactly how it works on this. And the last thing I want to do is disconnect. It took Julie, I think, 20 minutes or something to figure this all out because I messed it up. So the last thing I'm going to do is touch on it. Everybody said hi to me. I did see it. Thank you, all of you. Same as Bach is Mark Lavelle. I sent you no, I didn't. Not you, Mark. Sorry, it was somebody else. I apologize.
Right.
Thank you to everybody who took the time to get up and come on. And for those of you that are in other parts of the world, like Steve W, thank you for it's dinner time over in England. So thank you.
Steve said it's bloody cold and windy and rainy and everything up there in the mother country, mate. So Toddy Higginson, g'day, mate. Thanks for joining in. David Keys, Andy's up there in the mother country. Steve W, absolutely fantastic. And very shortly, Mark, we've got a special guest on, and I spoke to him yesterday. Mike Blakeley's our first guest up this morning, guys, from Colorado. It'll be midday in Colorado, Mark. So Colorado must be 2 hours behind you guys.
Yeah, I think they are 2 behind. So it'll be, 2 behind. Yes, because I'm going the wrong way. Yes, England is in front, Colorado behind. You're right. Now, one thing, I'm in Robbie's room, so I'm not sure what the acoustics are like here, and I'm not sure where the volume is. Am I too loud? Should I be quieter?
It's fine, mate. You're coming through nice, and I love the hat behind you, mate. I sent that to Robbie, was it early this year or something? The old Wallabies hat there. And the Wallabies are actually winning a few games.
Well, yeah, he wore out the Mr. Baccarini hat that he got. I got him like 2 years ago. He wore it out, which he still wears all the time. If he doesn't wear the 420 wing toque that my mom got him from the 420 wing in Oshawa, I think that's the second or third one, then he wears the Australian urban camo hat. That's all he wears. But the other ones are actually behind here. The Mr. Baccarini, the camo. Gidgey sent some MRH 90 Taipan hats. He's got those up there as well. And the stubby coolers, he's got a bunch stacked up. Well, you can't see them because they're behind. They're behind this hat here, but they're all stacked up back there. He's got the colors. Rafa's the one that's pointing out because he thinks Rafa's really cute.
I've got YouTube. That's all right. I was just I had a email come through making sure it wasn't from Mike Blakeley and that. So anyway, we did some comms tests yesterday with a lot of the guys, and everything worked really well, which is good. I think, as I said, thanks for joining us today, guys. This is going to be a long one, so we don't want to go out too hard, Mark. We won't make it. We'll just ease ourselves into it.
Yeah.
What's the
and she goes, I think.
Give us the weather update in Toronto at the moment, mate.
Single digits, kind of crappy, kind of cold. It isn't as bad as it usually is. We're supposed to start getting snow and ice. We do get frost most nights now. I find when I leave in the morning early, I've got frost on my windows. But we haven't had snow here. North of here in other parts of the country, they have gotten snow and it's gotten cold, but we haven't quite got hit with it yet. We have had some cold weather, but not really winter yet. It's supposed to start this week. We're supposed to start seeing, below zero temperatures and some snow and ice, and that's not unusual for this time of year. October, it starts getting cold. November, it starts to get a lot colder. Sometimes it's a little cold, a little longer of winter getting here, but we usually get spanked. And that's supposed to start this week.
Oh, wow. Yeah. Boy, oh, boy. Yeah, I don't know how you live in that cold weather, mate. It'd absolutely kill me. It really would. Jack Turtle's on. Who else we got? David Keys, Ricky Hayes,
Mark Lavelle.
Phil W's on from over the ditch. It's bloody... What would it be in New Zealand at the moment? Probably 8 o'clock in the morning over in New Zealand. So not too bad for Phil Weber. Good to see you on, Phil. Good stuff, mate. Marky Lavelle, we got a few on there this morning, Mark, that'll be joining us later on today. Roachy, who else is on? Roachy's coming on later on. Jack Turtle will be on later on. Marky Lavelle will be on later on. Who else we got there that's coming on later on? Phil Weber, I thought you'd want to have a chat, mate. But anyway, it's too late now. We've got them all locked in. And Lukey Reed. Lukey's on there. He'll be on later on today too. And Lukey's going to bring mum and dad on to say good day too. Which
That'd
is
be awesome, because that was nice meeting up with his parents. They were really nice people.
Yeah. That's right. I forgot about it. Yeah, you met up with Lukey's parents in Toronto when you did the handover and gave them all the stuff to bring back, and they got charged $1,800 excess baggage, I think, for all the stuff you gave them.
I had no idea I didn't know that was actually going to cost the money. Whether they told me and I didn't hear it, or I had no idea. I feel really bad that I thought that was just part of, because I don't really travel. I don't really fly anywhere. I really, like, Julie and I went to Vegas back in 2018 for our wedding anniversary Super Bowl weekend. But we don't really fly places. We like our road trips. We drive everywhere. So when somebody says, oh, I'm going here, there, I don't really think of stuff like that, because it doesn't enter my mind, because we don't do it. So
yeah,
sorry.
I was only joking with the price too. It wasn't $1,800. I don't even know if they got charged excess baggage. I just threw that in.
I thought it cost them a lot of money. I felt bad for that.
I
realized you were just pulling my leg, which is fine. I'm not butthurt or anything. Well, I am butthurt, but I'm not. My feelings aren't hurt.
Had a metal midget now. The pump koala's on. What did you give them? What was the big thing that you gave them to get back to me? It did and then it came over Bass Strait with Lukey, and from Tasmania, did a road trip from Tasmania to far north Queensland. What was it that you sent over?
You got the stuffy for your granddaughter.
Yeah.
You got
there was a main thing.
The ration pack.
Oh, the Canadian ration pack. That's what it was.
Then you had a bag, but you also had the mug, the CFB Borden mug.
Yeah.
And then you had the there's some other stuff that was in there. There was the stuff for Gitchy. There was the hat and
it was the
mug my mom got for him for the RCAF, the 100-year anniversary mug that my mom got for him.
Yeah, I that's my tea mug, the Canadian one that you gave me.
Yeah, CFB Borden is just north of here. It's a big training base in Canada. I think it has been since World War I, actually.
Yeah, right.
It is named after the Minister of Defense back in World War I. I believe that's where the name is. That's where you got CFB Borden is.
I got a funny feeling Mike Blakeley has got his time zones mixed up. I said to Mike yesterday, 17 hours behind us, Mike. So it should be midday for Mike. Mike hasn't come on yet, but anyway, we'll work it out. Yeah, David Keys was saying it was the ration pack. That's what I was trying to think of, David. Plus a lot of other stuff that Mark sent up for me as well. So, yeah. What else is happening
for you, Buck, about the ration pack? You know how the Canadians don't issue flameless ration heaters?
Yes. Yeah, this is a good point.
So you don't get winter, so it's kind of hard to replicate. But are you able to just buy in the grocery store or BCF or somewhere just those types of retort meal pouches?
Yeah.
So because you already have flameless ration heaters. So if you buy one of those pouches at the store, wherever you buy them, stick it in your freezer for 2 or 3 days, and then put it in your flameless ration heater and let it run. You'll see it won't thaw properly. And especially if you were in really cold weather, like minus 20, 30, 40, where the cold outside is actually sapping the air, the warm air from inside the bag. I mean, just doing it where it's hot where you are, you'll notice it doesn't properly thaw out the food. That's why in cold weather they issue stoves, because the way they get water, you can't carry water, it freezes. So they use snow. And that's the Scandinavians do that, Sweden, Norway, Finland, even in Russia, they do the same thing, that you melt snow for water. And that's the reason why they bring stoves, is to melt the snow. So there's no point in giving a flameless ration heater, because it's not going to heat the meal up anyways. But if you take one that you buy wherever, put it in the freezer for a couple of days, put it in the flameless ration heater, and then just set it and try to see, you'll find it doesn't thaw it. It will probably make it at best barely warm. It probably will leave the middle, but still be solid ice.
That's a good point, mate. But you just put it in a steel mug and boil it up and melt the snow.
Well, usually they issue pots, and the section or squad, depending on where you are, the patrol or the vehicle, if it's a tank or whatever, they each have their own, and they have to melt a lot of snow, because snow when you melt it, it's full, and then it'll just melt down to a little bit. So you have
Yeah.
to keep melting snow. And that's why they do have flameless ration heaters, but they're not issued in the package. You only issue them when it's appropriate. Otherwise, you just use the stove.
Yeah. Andy Rich is saying don't melt the yellow snow. Exactly
The
right.
yellow snow. That's actually a joke we used to do in Scouts all the time. Don't eat the, and then of course so many of us at the time when I was a kid, like so many of us were Cubs and Scouts and stuff. That just became like a standing joke. Don't eat the yellow snow. Oh, if any of you have noticed, this is actually a great tea mug. This was one of the first mugs that when the first live feed we ever did, I told the story about this one. Remember that?
No, I do not.
The Blue Nose 2 running into the German submarine in World War I or World War II in the Caribbean.
Oh, wow. I'll get you to, we'll have Mark, we'll have time later on today where there won't be a guest on. Keep that one in the memory bank because Mike Blakeley's just
checked there he is. He's there.
We're going to bring Mike in, everyone.
Mike just popped on. Hello.
Morning,
Hi,
Mike.
everybody.
Or afternoon, I should say, over in Colorado. Welcome, mate. Welcome.
Thank you. Good
Glad
to
to
be
have you
here.
on, Mike.
Good to see you, Mark and Buck.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. Absolutely. Yeah, Mike's I just saw your comment there come up in the thing. Guys, welcome Mike Blakeley, everyone, in the chat room. This is the first time for a lot of you people that you've ever seen Mike. Yesterday afternoon was the first time I'd seen Mike in real life. So, buddy, good to see you, mate. And the first thing I wanted to say, and I've had this in the back of my mind, and I want to ask both you guys, I love having international people follow this channel. I think it's absolutely fantastic. And Mark, you've been around for a long time. Mike, thank you for all your support, mate. You know, you get up at 2 o'clock in the morning to watch some of our live feeds. You're always on there, mate. We really appreciate it. We got Steve W.
Absolutely.
Scruffy Bollocks up there in the UK. And Mark, the other day, I've just noticed some comments coming through on my latest film clips. Another Canadian started following me, which is fantastic. I can't remember his name now, but we got another Canuck on there. So what I want to ask Mark just quickly, and you too, Mike, how the bloody hell did you stumble back in the day? How did you stumble across my channel? What were you looking for on the internet that you stumbled across the Mr. Buckaroony channel?
You go first, Mike. Go ahead. I talk all the time, so I'll take up whatever speech you don't.
As best as I can remember it, I was at the time I was just looking into overlanding videos or camping videos, four-wheeling videos, and just one of yours popped up as to when you were camping somewhere.
Wow, it's just amazing how that can happen. You know, like I guess if you're looking up camping and overlanding, a lot of American stuff will come up before Australian content. I think we get a lot of Australian content on YouTube. Like they seem to target your country first before you see overseas stuff. But yeah, I'm glad you did stumble across it, Mike. It's been bloody fantastic to have you as part of the community, mate. And now everyone knows who you are, and we'll have a good chat this morning. Well, we'll have a quick chat this morning, but no doubt we'll have you on again to really have a really good chat with you. Mark, so I've asked you this before, mate, and I can't remember the answer. How did you stumble across me many years ago?
I will try to keep this short because I don't want to take up Mike's time. My wife and I got married, Julie. Of course, you know her because you were just talking to her again.
Yeah.
She's the one who hooks all this up for me because I can't do it. We got married in 1996. A really good friend of mine went to Australia the month before we got married. He brought back, because I asked him to, some Australian outdoors magazines. He brought me some Australian action four-wheel drive. And in it was all these modifications to the 90s. So you're talking mid-90s. You're talking those mid-90s Patrols and 80 series Land Cruisers. That was mostly what was in it. People have modified their Troopies to be camping vehicles with beds and stuff. So he brought that to me. And after, I don't know, 20 years or something, back in 2016 or 15 or something, I thought, I wonder what Aussies do to their trucks now. So I started playing on the internet, and I found Drifta. Into Facebook groups as well, just looking at groups to see what's out there. I found Drifta. I found Patriot Campers when they were just starting out. They just came up. Patriot Campers and stuff like that. And in sort of following Luke and Justin, and there were some others as well that came up. Ruthie comes up, a few others, and I just started watching videos, and then YouTube. So I started going on YouTube, looking at videos of people that would be on, like, let's say you're at the Drift of Fans camping event, and they're talking about Buck's YouTube channel, Mr. Buck Ernie, and the Facebook group, and your Facebook page, and then they're talking about Steven and Rob Richmond, who's coming on today, and Australian Camping Pro Drives, and all these, and Phil the Maniac. And I was like, well, so you start going on, looking on YouTube at their channels, and you surf and you comment, and you start just engaging people. And then after a period of time, we just, you guys start engaging back, and next thing you know, you're talking to other people, making comments, and you're making comments on their posts in the Facebook group or on YouTube, and you just start getting to know each other back and forth. And then somehow from there we got to here. I don't really know. I think it's just a process of engagement, like Mike and Steve W. There's lots, and there's people are coming on today. They're doing exactly the same thing, right? You found it, and you just start engaging back and forth. You go, hey, these guys are pretty cool. We have a lot in common, and you just keep going. Now you are where you are.
Yeah, it's fantastic, isn't it? And I think social media is just a fantastic thing if it's used for the right purposes. We know there's a lot of garbage on social media. Hey, Mike, tell us a bit about yourself. You live in Colorado, mate. Are you originally a Colorado boy? Were you born and bred in Colorado?
I was actually born in Worcester, Massachusetts.
Yeah, right.
So which is just west of Boston.
Yeah.
And I moved here with my family when I was, I think, about 3 years old. And I grew up in a little place called Indian Hills, which is west of Denver, about 50 miles west of Denver.
Yeah.
Up in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains.
Oh, wow. And you're still there now, mate. Absolutely fantastic. Funny how you should say the New England part of the USA still got obviously that's where the British landed, and there's a lot of places there with British names. You just said you're from a little place called Worcester in Massachusetts. One thing I found with Americans, they cannot say Worcestershire sauce. They cannot say it. They always refer to it as black sauce or W sauce.
Or wash your sister sauce.
What's your sister's sauce? I haven't heard that one before.
Yeah, the Worcestershire is right up my alley, just because of where I was born.
Wow. And I love Worcestershire sauce. My dad used to drink the shit straight. He loves it. Absolutely loves Worcestershire sauce. But I follow a lot of American cooking channels, and none of them can say Worcestershire, Worcestershire, and all this type of stuff, and they just refer it as W sauce. They say. So, Mike,
when I was a kid, I was always, if I was ever asked where I was born, I always had to spell it out and explain the accents and.
Yeah, well, that's where the British were. I guess that's why it's called the New England part of the USA. There's quite a few states part of New England, isn't there?
Oh yeah, it's the original colonies.
Yes, exactly, and that makes a bit sense now. I asked Mike yesterday when we're doing a comms check. I said, Mike, what do you go for the Denver Broncos? He said they're the local team, but he said I actually go for the New England Patriots. So it makes sense now. You were born in that area, mate, but been in Denver since you're 3 years old. Wow. What did you do with yourself? Now, everyone on the channel knows that you went into the United States Marine Corps. We'll talk about that soon. What did you do going through school, and then from school up till when you went into the Marine Corps, and how old were you when you went into the Marines?
Well, for schooling, it was the elementary school that I went to was just maybe half a kilometer from my house, so I just walked to that for elementary school. And then when I moved up to the middle schools, I had to take a bus ride through the mountains, and it took about 3 hours of winding through the mountain roads to get to the middle school. Then when I went up to high school, it was about another 40-minute drive from bus ride from the middle school. So,
holy dooly, that's a big trip. Bloody hell! And then you decided to go into the Marine Corps, mate.
Yep, I did that right out of high school.
Did you? Yeah, good on you, mate. Tell us a bit about why you wanted to join the Marine Corps, what made you want to join the Marine Corps, and then we'll talk about what it was like going through boot camp.
Well, like a lot of people, when I got out of high school, I just didn't have the funds to go to college.
Yeah.
So the military service looked like a good thing to do
Yeah.
because you can get the GI Bill for going to college after that.
Yeah, right.
And I just looked at the services, and I didn't want to go into the Army. I didn't want to go into the Navy because they have really ugly uniforms, and I have really bad eyesight, so I couldn't be a pilot for the Air Force. So I decided for the Marine Corps, just because
Wow.
of the Logans of, you're the only one, and
Yeah.
I guess their campaign of being the best, it just got me.
Yeah, mate, I know a lot of people join for the uniform, and I've said the Marine Corps uniform is slick, isn't it, Mark? Like that's the Marine Corps uniform is a good looking uniform. All of them, the dress blues, the blue trousers and the brown shirt, they just look smart. I just love the thing. How was boot camp, mate? Oh, you went through in the early 90s. You were telling me yesterday. I went through in the early 80s, the Australian Army. Like we all see the Marine Corps, and we'll bring up Gunny Hartman, Lee Ermey. Was it like that? Was it like Full Metal Jacket, or was that a little bit over the top?
Well, Full Metal Jacket is pretty close, except for when I went through. The Congress came through and said that there can't be any more foul language used by the drill instructors because of all the mothers were complaining about how their kids were getting yelled at in boot camp, which did make a whole lot of sense to me because, if you ever go into combat, whoever you're going up against isn't going to be very nice to you. So
no,
if you can wash out all the wimps in boot camp, that's a good thing.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. That's what it's designed to do. I thought it would have been a lot later. I know we see a lot of that woke stuff coming in now, but we're talking early 90s, so they brought that in the early 90s in the Marine Corps.
Yep, that was right in 93.
Wow.
But, it didn't get much further than that because the drill instructors really didn't slow down at all.
Yeah.
Even because of having to not use the curse words, but
yeah,
they had plenty of flowery language that got around their little censors.
Yeah, mate. We got swore at a lot. It was just part of Australian thing, but I agree with there should be no physical beatings. I get if you're falling behind on a run, an instructor grabbing you by your webbing and shoving you forward to get up there and keep up, but I don't agree with the physical abuse. And
that's the one thing. There wasn't any physical abuse at all, and that was because there was a history throughout the Marine Corps boot camps that physical abuse had happened in the past through the 60s and the 70s, and they found out that the physical abuse really didn't work as to rebuilding the people.
Yeah.
In how you needed to.
Yeah.
And there was several instances where recruits were abused and they actually died during boot camp. So that was a big reason as to why all the physical abuse was completely fleshed out of the Marine Corps by the time I got in there.
Yeah, I agree with it. I mean, I was doing a weapons test. I was getting tested on the TOETs, test of terminal objectives or whatever, degrees of weapon readiness of the old L1A1 SLR at the time, load, action, instant, unload, teaching us how weapon drills and that. I forgot to check the safety catch, and it was inside. They were doing it inside the barracks one afternoon, and I was getting tested one-on-one by my section commander. Forgot to check the safety catch. He picked an ironing board up and wrapped it around the back of my shoulders. I never forget to check the safety catch ever again for the next 20 years. So there was a little bit of that going around in the early 80s in the Army, but it wasn't a big thing. I saw a few blokes get a few few punches in the guts for doing the wrong thing, but from the section commander. But it was nothing it just toughened us up. We're all 17-year-old young kids, so it was just toughening us up. But yeah, physical abuse, there's no place for that. But the yelling and there's a reason for that. And there's
absolutely. And the drill instructors really replaced any of the physical abuse with just physical exercise. And then
yes,
they just pull you aside and say, okay, you got to do 50 jumping jacks or push-ups or flutter kicks or whatever came to their minds. Like you get to do 100 of those, and eventually it'll get through your thick skull of what they need you to do.
Yeah. Mate of mine, I don't know if you follow him, Kaz, In the Trenches with Kaz. When he was a platoon sergeant, he gives someone 100 push-ups as punishment, but Kaz would get down and do it with them and put them to shame. So that made it even worse. So if it wasn't bad enough having to do 100 push-ups, and not many people can do 100 in a row, but you weren't allowed back up on your feet until you'd finished them. And Kaz would get down and pump 100 out in a row and just shame them out. So that's how Kaz used to do it. But he was punishing them, but also trying to motivate them and inspire them as well. I think it's a good thing. What did you do after boot camp, Mike? And we'll go in and we'll talk about this one-on-one in another live feed. We'll go right into depth, mate. Where did you go after boot camp? Did you serve overseas? Did you find yourself overseas or whatever? Tell us a bit about that.
So after boot camp, everybody goes to their individual skill training for whatever job you're doing. Yeah. And I went up to Camp Pendleton for the School of Infantry. Wow. And that was I think 6 weeks of training for that. And then I moved up to after that I went straight into the fleet, which actually was about the unit I was in was about 4 miles from the School of Infantry. It was just right over the hill. So I got to hike a lot of the same hills that I did in School of Infantry.
Yeah.
And
sorry, I got a question for you. Did you,
sure.
when you were from boot camp and then you deployed to an operational unit, and then because you just mentioned you went back, what did that feel like? Did you go back and re-hump all the hills and stuff that you did as a in basic? Like, did it feel strange? Like, were you kind of thinking, "Oh man, I did this bullshit already, and I got to do it again"?
Oh yeah, it's just part of the training. It's the big hills were just right next to our camp, and we hiked them all the time, just to get physical exercise and the thrashing and humping and just getting used to it. And so it was kind of familiar in a ways.
Yeah.
So
Camp Pendleton was infantry training school, was it, mate? It was like we call it IET's initial employment training. So you go from basic training to initial employment training, where you learn to be an infantry soldier, and then after that you will get posted to a battalion, an operational battalion. So you did your infantry training, and then you went to a Marine infantry battalion or something like that.
Yep. And out of boot camp, every single Marine goes into they call it Marine combat training. So everybody's a rifleman.
Yes.
So everybody gets trained in the infantry tactics and how to employ the weaponry and all the training for that. And then after that, you go into your own skill level schools. So I went through MCT and then SOI, which is the School of Infantry.
Mm.
And then after that, they figured I had enough basic information, and then went right into the fleet.
Yeah, righto.
And then
when you say the fleet, did you go onto a ship or did you go to a land-based infantry battalion, or how's it work?
I went into the 1st Marine Division and the 5th Marine Regiment, and 2nd Battalion, 4th Marine, or it was actually 2nd Battalion, 9th Marines.
Wow.
When I showed up, and they had just got back maybe about 6 months before from Somalia. They were, if you ever see the movie Black Hawk Down, they were the Marine unit that was in Somalia before that
Yeah,
happened.
righto.
So I went right into a battalion of vets that had just been absolutely put through the ringer.
Yeah.
and the amount of training.
Did your battalion ever become part of an MEU or anything like that?
Oh yes, I deployed in my career. I deployed twice overseas in '95 and '97, and the way we did it back then is the 5th Marines was dedicated to sending a battalion overseas to Okinawa to deploy with the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit out of Okinawa.
Did the 31st have IRCs at the time, an IRC company? Inflatable rating craft, the Zodiacs. Now they have
yes.
So you guys, was that because now I know that they're built into the 31st MEU now, but were they then?
Oh yes. Within the battalion, we had they called it the way the tactics worked were it was set up for initial beach invasion. So if we ever had to go into a country, the first MEU to show up would secure the beachhead. And one company was dedicated with Zodiac boats, and they would be the guys that hit the beach. Then the company that would come in behind that was the Amtrak company.
Yeah.
And they had the big floating boxes, the big floating steel boxes that were absolute bullet magnets.
Yeah.
And I'm super glad that I never went to either one of those companies simply because I could not swim. So the company I got sent to was a helicopter company, and that's how we got into the beach. And yeah, and so when you deploy in a situation like that, the helicopter company would deploy behind the lines into specific strategic areas to secure those areas, and that was our job.
Yeah, wow. Those Amtrak ones you're talking about, mate, a few of them sunk drowning Marines I've read in the past. So people have lost their lives in those damn things. I can understand why you didn't want to be in them.
Oh yeah, we in '95 we actually had 2 of those things sink. Or no, it wasn't the Amtrak's that sunk. The Navy had these beach landing craft things, or half trucks, half boats.
Yeah.
And we were trying to deploy them into Japan in a not very good situation. The seas are really choppy, and it was just about too bad for the Amtrak's to float. So the Navy sent these things out to go see if the water was, safe enough to put the Amtrak's in, and they sank 2 of those things. And the Japanese Coast Guard actually had to come out and rescue the guys that were sinking off these things.
God, your idea.
Yeah. And then, and then the Amtrak guys were like, "Yeah, we're not going out."
So, I don't blame them, mate.
I don't blame him either. That would be imagine being in one of those things and it goes under, you're stuck.
Oh mate, that's I'm claustrophobic. That is my worst nightmare. Mike, another thing
the way when the Amtrak's actually do deploy into the water, they actually have the tops opened. So if they do sink, the people have at least a minimum chance of getting out of the thing.
Wowee. Yeah, that'd be scary stuff. Hey, Mike, another piece of equipment the Marines use that's got a bad rap, mate, is the V-22 Osprey, which is like a helicopter aeroplane cross.
Yep.
And some Marines were killed in the Northern Territory last year, I think it was. It crashed, killing some we got US Marines permanently stationed in Darwin down here in the Northern Territory. Did you ever get in the V-22s at all?
The V-22s, when just as I was getting out, they were just starting the development of those craft.
Yeah,
and there had been some really bad crashes when they were doing the development. I remember at least one crash where they lost, I think it was 18 Marines because they were doing the testing and the thing spiraled in.
Yeah,
I think they were doing the rope testing to see if you could repel or fast rope out of the things. And just as they were taking off, the thing spiraled in and killed them all. There's
been 2 fatalities here in Australia. One one crashed off the deck of a ship and went into the ocean, and that was a big recovery mission. People went to the bottom of that one, and then again on Melville Island up in the Territory. So, yeah, I think they've got a new model coming out now, which looks pretty good. So you did what, 4 years in the Marines, Mike? That was that was the minimum. Same as the Australian Army. You signed for 4 years, and then you go on open-ended engagement. Then, and you can give 6 months' notice to get out. That's how it works in the Army at the moment. It was different in my day, but so 4 years. What did you do after the Marines, mate?
Well, for the enlistment of the Marines, it's 4 years active and then 4 years inactive duty.
Okay.
So if a war ever pops up, they can recall you and say, "Hey,
is that right?" Yeah.
Yep. And then just after the Marine Corps, I just started working odd jobs.
Yeah.
And I figured out college wasn't really working for me, so I just been doing that, and then I was roped into helping take care of my sister's 4 kids.
Yeah.
Which a couple of them had autism, so it was really tough for them to take care of the kids. I've been doing that for a while.
Yeah, and mate, that's a tough job, and people will see that later on today when Jennifer G comes on. She's got a son that has level 3 autism, and it's a full-time job, mate, looking after him. It's a big. I take my hat off to anyone who has to look after the kids with autism and that. It's a big job, mate. It's a big job. So. Yeah, and we'll see Jennifer later on. Her whole life is looking after her son Robbie, and Jennifer will be on later on, mate. It's hard work, mate. I see a lot of the people with disabled kids and disabled people downtown, they're carers and that, and I just think, what wonderful people. Like, it's not for everyone, mate. Like, but if it's family, you've got to do it.
Absolutely.
You don't have a say in it. Mate, we'll get on to, because we're going to be running out of time if the time goes quick. What do you do? What do you do for entertainment, mate? Do you go camping and all that? Talk us about Colorado, and everyone will want to know, when you go camping, are grizzly bears an issue in Colorado? But do you go camping? Do you own a 4-wheel drive? Talk us a bit about that type of stuff.
For the camping, yes, I own a 1989 Chevy Blazer. Which is
Mark will know that.
I do. That's a pretty nice truck, actually.
Yep. It's a 2-door truck, so it's just usually me. So going camping it's a pretty widespread. There's camping sites all over Colorado where you can go you can camp free, or you can camp in the national parks that we have around the area. And for tent camping, you really do have to be wary of the bears, because the black bears are all over the Rocky Mountains, and the grizzly bears are also all over the place. So you have to take precautions in your food prep and your food storage, especially because grizzly bears, amazingly enough, can rip pretty easily through a tent. And
I can imagine.
Yeah, we have black bears here, and we have the same problem. We have to watch where you go. You can't store food in your car; they'll just tear the car open.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, so that is something to worry about. But the amount of people that actually get attacked by bears is pretty low.
Yeah.
And it's mostly because everybody heeds the warnings of you don't want to do this, you got to do this.
Yeah.
And if you ever come across a bear, you're going to be in trouble because they think you're food.
So you Americans go, oh, everything in Australia wants to eat you. Well, it doesn't. Only if you're near the water.
Kill you.
Crocs are a problem where I live in northern Australia. If you're near the water, if you're not near the water, they're not a problem. But snakes are our biggest problem down here. If you get tagged by a snake, you're in deep shit. But I don't know. I think I'd rather get bitten by a snake than attacked by a grizzly bear, mate. So what precautions? I know storing your food and all that type of stuff. Well, the black bears are a lot more, well, I won't say placid, but they're not. The grizzlies are your main concern, aren't they?
Both of them will kill you if they get the chance. It's just the black bears are a little bit smaller, and they generally are they generally don't go after humans. Only if they're really hungry.
Jesus. What about so you were telling me yesterday you actually carry, g'day Robbie, you carry bear spray, mate, when you go out, eh? You can buy bear spray.
Okay.
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Whenever you go camping in the Rockies, you always want to have at least some sort of canister of pepper spray or bear spray, something like that. You always want to have some.
Wow.
Because there's also we also have mountain lions or cougars.
Yes.
All throughout the Rockies, and if they're hungry, they will definitely kill you.
Wow.
They'll
They'll actually ambush you, those bastards. They'll wait on a rock and pounce on you. So they're probably even worse than a grizzly. You probably got better chance of seeing a grizzly come than a mountain lion.
Yeah, there was a when I was in high school, there was a kid over in a neighboring high school who was killed by a cougar when he was out running in the morning.
Wow.
And it was just shocking that it happened. So
it's funny because
it does happen.
Sorry, Mike. If you think of cats, you have Jamil's cat, so you see how cats behave around mice or cougars or mountain lions, whatever you want to call them, are just a much bigger version of that, and they're pretty strong and they're fast, and you don't really have a chance. I mean, you think your cat attacking you, I mean, your cat gets in and you're like, ow, get off of me! It's just a little cat. I mean, crickets, no different. But you think of a mountain lion, they stalk people. They've been known to stalk people.
Wow. Yeah, I've seen a couple of YouTube clips of mountain lions, and it's scary stuff there. Bloody, you get mountain lions in Canada, Mark?
Sorry?
You get mountain lions in Canada?
Not here, like outside of Toronto. When you go west, you do.
Okay, in
British they basically are like in the Rockies and the coastal range. If you look down in like the high Sierras and stuff, they start down. I think they're even Mike will know this better than me, but they're probably down in Mexico and they work their way right up the coast, like right up the Rockies. Do they not?
Yeah. Wow.
The cougars are all over the place.
I got a question for you, Mike, about Colorado. Have you ever been to Bent's Fort?
Bent's Fort. I know where it is, but I've never been there.
It's an old West thing, Buck. I just wanted to know, since you live there, if you've been to Bent's Fort.
Yeah. Hey, I'll tell you what I want to do is show everyone where Colorado is on the map. I'm just going to bring this up. I can't believe how many states border Colorado, mate. I'm just going to bring up Google Maps for a minute, Mike. Let me know if you can. Can you all see the map at the moment?
Yep. You got the world map.
I can.
Okay, so Colorado, there's the United States, guys. Can you see my cursor going around, Mark?
I got it.
Yeah, all right. So we'll zoom in. So Colorado's basically not right in the Kansas is pretty well in the middle, but you're just to the left of that. We can see Denver there, but just a big square state that's surrounded by, well, you've got Wyoming up on the north there. You've got Utah to the west. You even butt onto Arizona there, New Mexico to the south, and a little bit of Oklahoma there, Mike, and Kansas to the east, mate.
Yeah, Nebraska's just above there. Buck, while you've got this, I want to, because we're into military stuff. If you look just above Colorado above Kansas and Oklahoma, you see Nebraska. Offutt Air Force Base is in Nebraska, and that's basically the U.S.'s sort of central nuclear war safe haven. That's really the area that because you see where it's covered in Canada. Of course, you know about NORAD, the North American radar something or other. I don't know. My mom was part of that when she was in the Air Force back during the Cuban Missile Crisis. But if you look where Nebraska is, that's in the very center of the continent. Literally, it's buffered on both sides, the bottom and the top. So if you were attacking the U.S., I mean, we've all seen Red Dawn. I mean, the original movie, we've all seen it. But if you look at how unrealistic sort of Red Dawn is, you realize that everything that the U.S. builds that is crucial, they stick in Offutt or in Nebraska, and Offutt is one of the main bases that they use. To attack it would be awful hard, conventionally.
Yeah, it's certainly right in the middle. We can see there, that's the Rocky Mountains there, the green part. So
Yep.
Denver, Colorado's, yeah, she's got the Rockies going right through the middle there, Mike.
Yeah. And when you're talking about ICBMs, there's actually a retired Air Force launch facility about 10 miles from my house.
Is there
Oh,
really?
really?
Wow.
That'd be
Yeah.
cool.
It was a Titan I missile facility.
Wow,
Yeah.
so that's the big stuff that can go and hit Russia and all that type of stuff. Hey, while I got up, I'll get rid of this soon. If any new people on there wondering who Mark is, Mark lives in Toronto, Canada, guys, and you can see the border over there just dips right down to the south. But when you think about it, Mark, you live further south than a lot of Americans do, mate, and Canada's north of America, as we know. But if you look at there, Toronto, you've got people in Oregon, Washington State, Montana, North Dakota, some of Minnesota, North Wisconsin, Michigan. They're all further north than you, Mark. Like you're down fairly. You're not that far further bloody north than what Mike is in near Denver there, mate.
Not really. If you take the most southern point of Canada, which is at the very bottom of Lake Erie, it's actually further south than the northern border of California.
Well, there you go.
If you were to look at it like on the latitude, it's actually Northern California is further north than the furthest point of Canada.
Yeah, okay. Wow. I'll get out of that map thing there now. Yeah, well, it's quite interesting. Mike, what else? Oregon. Not Oregon, bloody Colorado. I'm thinking of bloody John Bean lives over in Oregon, and Texpat. What are some, if someone came over to Colorado, what's some of the 5 things you'd say? You've got to do this, you've got to do that if they came to Colorado.
Well, if it comes to camping and stuff like that, the first place I would say is Rocky Mountain National Park.
Yeah,
that's an absolutely stunning place to go, and it's just absolutely beautiful. It's what we call the Alps of the Rockies, and
wow.
the mountains up there are just absolutely stunning.
Yeah.
The second and third place I would say is you got to drive to the top of Mount Evans or Mount Blue Sky, and those are 14,000 foot peaks.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can drive right to the top, and Mount Evans has the record for the highest paved road in North America. So it's absolutely a beautiful place, and you can drive right to the top, and you only have to walk about maybe 100 yards to get to the absolute peak of the peak of the mountain.
Wow. That'd be fantastic.
Oh yeah, the views are unbelievable from up there. They're just simply amazing.
I know we thought that the Rockies were amazing. We went out to Vancouver a couple of years ago and back. We went through one place coming back from Whistler, heading back to Kamloops, and we were already way up in the mountains. And it wasn't right on the Trans-Canada. It was one of the side roads, and we were so high and we were already up in the mountains. We weren't coming from. We'd already climbed up into the mountains, and we went up one mountain. It was 16 degrees up, and we climbed up so high that my ears popped 3 separate times climbing the mountain. When we hit the top, we actually could feel the atmospheric pressure go down. I don't know exactly where we were. Like I have no idea, I know the general area, but I don't know exactly what mountain we were on. But we were literally that high up that we could feel the atmospheric pressure had gone down. Julie and I were like, because we'd never really experienced that. We're like, wow, this is like really weird. I'm sure being where you are in Colorado, Mike, you must have gone up some mountains like that. And you're like how high up I really am.
Oh yeah, yeah. You know you're really high up was when you get into the alpine region of where the trees literally don't have enough oxygen to grow anymore.
Yeah.
So
holy shit, is it that high?
We've been up in the Rockies when we were going out west, and we could see places where like there are no trees up there. So you're high.
Yeah.
Good night, David. Dave Keys just come off night shift's got to get some things. Thanks for tuning in,
David.
mate.
Thanks for coming on.
Is that Rocky Mountain High, the John Denver song? Was that that filmed about? Oh, that song's about where you're talking there, Rocky Mountain High. Yeah, right.
He lived in Aspen. He lived in Aspen, Colorado.
Wow. John Denver did.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Rocky Mountain National Park is north of Aspen, in the same range.
Yeah. Is it? I wonder if you could buy an old Abrams tank secondhand on Marketplace and put a rooftop tent on it and camp in that from the bears and the cougars. You'd have to camp in an Abrams tank, wouldn't you, over there?
Well, I don't think they sell the Abrams quite yet, but you can get yourself a nice M60 tank.
Yeah, old Vietnam era one. That'd do. As long as they can't, surely they can't rip the hatch off a bloody M60, can they?
No.
Well, you can take the turret off with good ease, and I don't know if it's exactly road legal, but
they are here. The Ontario Tank Museum in Oshawa. Actually, Mike, if you go onto their YouTube channel, my parents are members. It's only like 40 minutes from here. They have a pile of tanks, and they have Leopard 1s, Leopard 2s. They have some Russian tanks. They have an M60. The size of the M60, because of course you're in the Marines when the M60 was the tank. The size of that thing that's pretty impressive. Like I don't know how you'd climb up on that in combat. You know, like you see pictures of the Germans in World War II and the Russians climbing up and putting mines on tanks. I don't know how you jump up on that tank just in combat. Like even at when I was in the best shape of my life, I can easily see me having trouble climbing up on there to get up and put a mine or something, because that's a big vehicle.
Yeah, there is a trick to climbing on tanks, and when I was in, they had the Abrams, and the M60s had been fleshed out maybe about 10 years before I was in.
Yeah.
So that's when the Marine Corps still had tanks.
Yeah.
And
that's right. You don't have tanks now.
Yeah, and they were nice things to have pop up right next to you.
Yes. Yeah. I'll tell you,
if you're ever in trouble.
I did an exercise once against 1st Armoured Regiment down in Puckapunyal in Victoria, and we were the enemy to them. I was in an electronic warfare squadron, and we were jamming their communications and that. And I'll tell you what, when you hear tanks rumbling around at night and you're bloody in a hole and that, and you can hear the tanks coming, it's pretty scary. I'd hate to think what it would have been like in World War II, having bloody T-34s or Panzers or something coming for you and driving over your hole. That'd be scary. Absolutely.
That would take real nerve to take that.
Oh. I actually had a training incident out at 29 Palms, California, where my company was asleep at night in our company area, and everybody was just laying in a row, just sleeping away. And we had apparently not a very good way to tell people or the tanks that this is where we were, because we just had some strings with some chem lights broken up on the strings around it, trying to tell people where we were. But we had 3 Amtraks come straight through our company area at night when everybody was asleep, and they missed people by about a foot.
Oh.
And if those things had hit anybody, they would have just turned them to mush.
Yeah, dear idea. Yeah. That's bloody scary, isn't it? Absolutely scary. Because they can't see shit when they're driving those things, mate.
No. And you wouldn't feel it. You'd never feel that either.
No.
Well, unless they ran over just your feet.
I'd rather them get my head first, I think. Holy dooly.
Throw me to the wood chipper head first, not feet first.
Yeah.
But that's what the level of night vision that we had to deal with back in the 90s was. It's you could see some, but not a lot. Yeah, and traveling around at night was pretty scary.
Yeah, when you hear them tanks rumbling around, but back in those days, Mark, we had Leopard 1s back in the 80s. There, we had Leopard 1s, and then we went to the Abrams, and we've just gone from the M1A1 to the new M1A2 SEP3. Australian Army's just got the latest Abrams, and that they'll sit here and never deploy overseas and never do anything. They just waste taxpayers' money, but it's one of those things you've got to have, I suppose.
You probably got the hand-me-downs from the Marine Corps.
Yeah, probably.
Because we always got the hand-me-downs from the Army. So
yeah, it was well known the Marine Corps got the hand-me-downs from the Army. I'll tell you what, tanks are almost obsolete now. Have you seen what drones are doing to tanks in Ukraine?
Oh, yeah.
Unbelievable, mate. Like, tank warfare is just about done and dusted. The drone warfare, the Russians are just doing massive armored attacks on the Ukrainians, and they're not even, the tanks aren't even making it to the battlefield. They're just getting picked off before they even get up to the trenches. It's just scary stuff. I'd hate to be in armored corps these days.
Oh yeah, they're definitely taking advantage of the flaws of the T-72s and the T-80 designs.
Yeah. Yeah, when they hit, they go up, don't they? Because the ammunition compartment's not separated, and yeah, it's not nice. Terry G's on. Who else we got? Frank Ozzy. We got 71 on, fellas. It's only not even 6 o'clock here in Queensland. We got 74 on now, so everyone's waking up, got a coffee in hand, and enjoying the chat with Mike. So thanks again for joining us, Mike. We'll keep going because no one else is coming on at the moment, mate. So we might as well keep chatting about bloody Colorado. Another one I wanted to ask you, mate, is we always hear in Australia about, you obviously had some bloody terrible hurricanes recently down in Florida. You had 2 in a row there in Florida, and we're just coming into cyclone season here in North Queensland. We always get a bit nervous in summertime here, and my town in particular has been smacked pretty hard by some big cyclones, Cat 4s and 5s. They're bloody scary. Mate, twisters or tornadoes, do they hit Colorado at all?
Yes, they do. Just, let's see here. I think it was just this last summer. When was it? It was around June or July. We had a tornado come straight over our house.
Wow.
So it was the first one to hit in the area in probably 50 years.
Yeah.
But it tore up some houses just to the west of us. And
yeah, they just leave a path of destruction, don't they? They're very precise on, you can have a house not touched here, and on the other side of the road, it'll be totally missing. They're scary. How much warning? Like when a cyclone's coming, we get days of warning to prepare for it because it forms up out in the ocean, and they kind of know where it's going to track. These things, how much warning do you get, mate? Or is there any warning at all?
From the systems for the National Weather Service has set up, you'll get an idea that an area can be affected by tornadoes, and they'll give you a couple hours a heads up that a tornado could possibly be coming through the area. But when they actually touch down and come through, you get very little warning.
Yeah.
So just taking shelter of when they tell you to take shelter is most important.
Yeah.
When the tornado came over our house, we had no warning of it, and I was just looking up at the clouds, saying, "Well, that's really weird." And I was one of the people, standing out on your deck, videoing it as it comes straight over us, and I just didn't know what I was looking at because that was the first time I had ever, physically seen a tornado.
Do they build tornado shelters in Colorado, or is it mainly Kansas, Oklahoma, and that? Like a lot of homes, you see them go into a tornado shelter underground for protection.
That's mostly to the west of us, just because it's so rare for a tornado to come through here, and most of the houses that are built here have basements. So that's usually where we're told to take cover, is somewhere in a basement.
Yeah, somewhere. It's boy, they're scary things. One hit Townsville once and just did a path of destruction. People were asleep, and we don't normally get tornadoes here in Australia, but one hit Townsville a few years ago and did just a path of destruction. You could see from the air where it went, and there was houses untouched. I don't think it was anything on the scale of what you get in the United States, mate, but it still ripped roofs off houses, and luckily no one was injured in that. Hey, another one I want to ask you, mate. Here in Australia, we have a lot of interstate rivalry, a lot of banter. It's all friendly stuff, friendly banter and that between states. Do you have that? I guess you got 50 states in the USA. Is there a bit of competition between Colorado and all New Mexico and all the ones that surround you? Is there a bit of rivalry there, or?
There is some things like that, and mostly they're just as you said, friendly banter.
Yeah.
Like with the one I can think of the top of my head is that Colorado and New Mexico both have what are called Hatch Green chilies, and there's always a banner of whose chili is the best. So, and they have chili competitions all year long, and it's all in good fun, but
Yeah.
it's stuff like that. And then we do have another friendly banner with Texas, and I'm not really sure about what that one is because it kind of died out back in the 80s.
Yeah.
At one point, there was something like that.
Hey, mate, one thing that you Yanks are the best in the world at, and it's something that I would love to get into more, is smoking meat and doing the slow cooking of meat. Are you into that at all? You know, like down in Texas, you do all the barbecue cook-ups and the slow cooking briskets and ribs and that. Are you into that at all?
Me personally, no, I don't have a smoker to do that, but there is definitely regional differences, especially when it comes to barbecue.
Yeah.
And they're very, they can get pretty violent about, people talking smack about their barbecue. And there's always the back and forth of, well, do you do the dry rub or do you not do the dry rub? Do you smoke it? Do you?
Yeah.
How do you cook it?
It's big business. It's
Yeah.
huge
Like,
business
there's
down there.
tomato-based and mustard, like tomato-based, mustard-based, vinegar-based rubbing.
Yeah.
There's what type of rubs do you use? What don't you? Absolutely. It's kind of like chili. Some real chili apparently doesn't have beans. I actually like beans in my chili. There's all sorts of stuff like that goes on.
Yeah.
But it's not big here though. Like it's probably here like it is in Australia to a certain extent, but it's nothing like in the States. Like you guys, truthfully, if you want really good barbecue, you just go to the States.
Oh, I watch a few YouTube channels, and there's restaurants down there, Mark, in Texas and that where you can just go in and the whole restaurant's just an open grill, and they bring it out of the smoke and then just keep it hot on the thing, and you just go, I'll have some ribs, some brisket, and they always have sausage and coleslaw and all the sides to go with it. I would love to go over and do a food tasting thing. Another guy I follow, who are the guys? Barbecue Pit Brothers or Barbecue Pit Boys. They look like ZZ Top, and they just smoke stuff. They're two blokes. Look, they've got the big ZZ Top beards and that. And I love watching them. And there's another guy called Ralph the Baker, who I think's in Louisiana, got that real Southern accent, and he just Cajuns the shit out of everything. Everything's got Cajun seasoning in it. So it doesn't matter what it is, it's got Cajun through it, which I think's Louisiana's where it all started, eh?
And that stuff, you really have to be careful when you're eating Cajun food because some of the spices they put in that stuff can melt your face off. So you want to be careful when you're eating that stuff.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you like chili yourself, Mike? Like I don't mind a bit of spicy food.
Oh, absolutely. I love chili. I can't eat the spicy stuff, but I love chili. And then,
chili con carne, we call it here. And I agree with you, Mark. Chili con carne has got to have beans in it. I love beans through a chili dish.
I love chili dogs. Like chili dogs are probably one of my favorite ways to eat chili. It's just a good all beef ballpark. I like Costco's is my favorite actually, and just a good chili with that. I love it. A little bit of cheese, not too much, because I find it just doesn't add to the taste in the same way with some raw onions on top. Chili dogs are probably one of my favorite way to eat chili.
Yeah. Oh, nice. One thing is not big down here, and I did a cook up on it the other day, and I've got to experiment a bit more, and that's cornbread. It's not a big thing down here in Australia, but I actually like it. Mike, cornbread's a big thing in the USA, isn't it?
Oh yes. That's another regional thing.
Yeah.
If you go into some areas and you don't like the cornbread, they're going to be really mad with you.
There's a lot of different ways to cook it. I'm going to try it with some flour in it next time, some cornmeal and some flour. It was the one I did. It was a Mexican cornbread, and it was more like a quiche. It was like an eggy thing. I want to actually have it more like bread. So I'm going to keep experimenting with it. and I did some corn dogs as well. And I thought it was a bit grainy, like the batter was a bit grainy, but I used a cornmeal that was a coarse thing.
Yeah.
I've got to get the finer one. You get that at the health food shops.
You
with
use
the really fine
polenta.
cornmeal.
You
Yes,
use
and it's
polenta
too
instead
grainy.
of cornmeal. Yes.
Well, I can't find. I think you've got to go to health food shops to find really fine cornmeal here. In the supermarkets, we just get polenta, which is a coarse grind. And the corn dogs were a bit texture, like you could feel you know what I mean? It wasn't like a normal batter. So I've got to find
it's
the really
grainy.
fine. Yeah, it was too grainy. So I've got to find the really fine cornmeal. We don't call it cornmeal down here. It's polenta, but I'm sure the health food shops will call it cornmeal.
I mean, I remember watching that video, and that I think the one thing you want to try the next time is you use buttermilk instead of regular milk.
Okay, yes.
Because buttermilk with the baking soda actually produces carbon dioxide, so it makes little bubbles in it. So it's a lot fluffier and a lot lighter.
Right, I'll try that next time. I know buttermilk's not something we use a lot down here either, but a lot of people soak their chicken in buttermilk, and it makes it more tender. And you know, if you're going to crumb chicken, a lot of people will soak it in buttermilk, which is just milk with a bit of vinegar in it from memory, isn't it? It's to make your own buttermilk. It's just got a little bit of vinegar in it.
Yeah, it has an acid in there, and that's what helps with making the bubbles.
With my corn dogs, I like them plain, so there's no jalapenos or cheese in the batter. It's just a plain corn dog, and then I put ketchup on it, which is probably sacrilege, but I like it with ketchup. Yeah,
right. I did the Mexican corn dog, so they had little bits of jalapeno through the batter, and Roz just prefers a normal batter. But Frank Ozzie, you idiot, does Mork still live in Colorado? Mindy was hot. Remember that show, Mork and Mindy?
Yes, Pam Dauber. Yeah, that's it. Pam Dauber and Robin Williams. That was a great show.
That was supposedly based up in Boulder, Colorado, which is about 20 miles from where I live.
Is that right? I didn't know that. I've heard of Boulder. Is that where the show was?
Yep, that's what. At least that's where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, righto. Yeah, gee whiz, that's going back to the 70s now. That show, late 70s, Mork and Mindy, and the early 80s, wasn't it?
Yep.
That was a great show.
Yeah, Robin Williams, unbelievable. Like that, the talent that guy had. Who's some famous people from Colorado? Besides Mike Blakeley, who's some famous people that we might know in Canada and Australia from Colorado? John Denver's one of them, obviously.
I was going to say, John Denver.
Well, it's funny you should say that. The opening of the Sydney Entertainment Centre in 1983, I was actually part of that. They roped some army people in to be part of the opening ceremony, and John Denver was performing there. And I actually got to see John Denver rehearsing. And on the night, we were in the tunnel about to go out, and John Denver was on. What an incredible talent. And I remember him coming out, and he walked past us, and he said, "Good luck, guys," because we're about to go out and do, of all things, we were doing aerobics with Richard Simmons. Remember that bloody aerobics guy from America? He was as camp as a row of tents. He only recently passed away. That's another story. But John Denver, what an incredible, one of my favourite singers ever. And didn't he have some great songs? Rocky Mountain High was one of them. Leaving on a Jet Plane. You can keep going on. So John Denver, who else we got, Mike, that we might know?
Hey, Chris was there too, Buck.
You put me on the spot.
Where's Grizzly Adams from?
He's a Canadian.
Grizzly Adams?
Oh, that was a Canadian show, Mark.
Yes, he is. He was a Canadian.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I didn't realise that. Put a thumbs up, guys, if you're in the chat room there. If you remember a show called Grizzly Adams. He was a bloke. He looked like Mike Blakeley. I'm sure that's what I said. Saw Mike yesterday. I said, "You look like Grizzly Adams, mate." And he had a big grizzly bear called Ben.
He has better hair. He has better hair than I do. So that's why I'm not on TV.
Me and Mike go to the same barber. And we all do. We all go to the same barber. He chopped too much off the front.
Yeah. Nathan Schilling, I sent you a message. Can you respond to me if you haven't already, please? Yeah, Dan Haggerty was a Canadian. I had the box set of Grizzly Adams because I really liked the show growing up, so I actually had the box set. And
Yeah,
there's a lot of unrealistic stuff in it, but it's still a good show to watch.
yeah. That bloody how do you tame a grizzly? I guess like anything, if you get a baby bear and bring it up, you can domesticate it to some extent.
Just a little bit, but not a lot.
I still reckon there'd be an element of it's like having a pig dog or something, you know. There's a chance they could bite you, I guess. Yeah. If I tell you what, if a grizzly bear bit you, you'd know all about it. I saw a thing of how big a grizzly bear's foot is, and they are massive. And I mean, they're like that, mate. They're just absolutely massive. Yeah. And the claws, if one swiped you, you'd be gone. Buck, we got Grizzly Adams in New Zealand. Yeah. And in New Zealand, Ricky, that's like it was in the Grizzly Adams was in the late 70s, early 80s here in Australia. It's brand new on TV in New Zealand. It's just hit TV and the ditch there. I think it's a brand new show, Grizzly Adams, but it's been around for 40 years. It's just got to New Zealand. There you go, Rick. I had to have a dig at you over the ditch there, mate. So, yeah. Mark, you know anyone famous from Colorado?
Not really, but I read about him in an issue of Field and Stream where he was doing what the hell's the name of the town? Anyways, on the other side of the mountains from Boulder, he Springs, not Colorado Springs. Is it Colorado Springs or it's a place like that? He was a pretty famous guide, and he had a
Glenwood
lot of
Springs.
people. Sorry?
Yeah.
It'd be Glenwood Springs.
Is it? Okay, because I can't remember exactly where it was in it was north of Denver. I remember seeing like a mountain range. It was north of that, and he was Kristen. I don't even know who Kristen Davis is.
No, I haven't heard of Kristen Davis either. Blue Dog actor was from Colorado. Okay, there you go. Anyone else know anyone famous? Google famous people from Colorado, someone, and throw it up, and we'll bring it up. Hey, Mike, what's the actual capital city of Colorado? Is it Denver?
It'd be Denver. Yeah.
It is Denver, Colorado, because I've heard of Colorado Springs, and I always see Colorado Springs on movies and miniseries and that. I don't know. They seem to be based in Colorado Springs, but obviously snow. Obviously, you get a lot of snow in Colorado too, Mike, in wintertime up in the thing. Does it actually snow like in Canada? It's just a white one land, or does it just snow in the mountains, or do you just get it in the towns as well?
For Colorado?
Yeah.
Oh, we get just 2 weeks ago we had a snowstorm that put a meter of snow on our dumped on us. So we get it down here all the time.
Oh wow, okay, yeah. I wasn't sure how far down it came, but because you are down.
The snow covers the entire state.
Yeah,
and it snows down into Mexico and sometimes in Texas.
Yeah, wow, and Mark knows too well about snow. Mike, do you go out of the state much into the neighbouring states, or do you go over to California for holidays? Do you travel around at all?
Yeah, just about a couple months ago, we took a road trip up to Oregon to visit some relatives.
Yeah,
and before that, for the last eclipse that showed up here, we went out to Arkansas to view the total eclipse, which was really cool.
Yeah, I've only seen that once, a total eclipse. It's bizarre, isn't it, when the sun, it just goes black all of a sudden and then it starts coming light again. It's an incredible, not often it happens, but if you get a chance to, yeah.
We had it here.
If you ever get a chance to do it.
Well, you guys had some of the best view of it in Arkansas, but we actually could see it here as well. It was pretty neat to see. I don't remember doing that. That was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah, if you ever get a chance to do that, it's an experience, definitely.
Yeah. Lee's been to Denver. It's a lovely place, but it's a fair hike out to the airport, she's saying.
Yeah, back in the late 90s, they built a new airport, which is Denver International, and it's about 20 miles outside the city center of downtown Denver. So.
Wow.
You have to go. It's way out in the sticks, which is a good thing because it's a very, very busy airport.
Yeah. So Denver's, I didn't think you'd have an international airport there. I thought you'd have to fly to California or New York or, somewhere,
Yeah.
one of the coast ones to fly out.
Well, we have direct flights to Europe, direct flights to Japan, to all over the place. We don't quite have the direct flights to Australia, but if you stop over in Hawaii, you can make it.
I'll tell you, yes. Usually you've got to stop off in Hawaii. They are doing direct flights out of Texas to Brisbane now. I think it's the longest thing in the world where without a break. It's nearly a whole day to get from Texas to Brisbane, but
it's like an 18-hour flight or something.
Yeah, it's a big flight. I couldn't sit on a plane for that long. I'd go absolute stir crazy, I think. Absolutely stir. Here we go.
Mike, have you been to Colorado? Oh, Tim Allen. Oh, I didn't know he was from. I'm a huge Tim Allen fan. I love that show.
Yeah.
But have you been to California or like southern US, like Monument Valley or parts of Utah or the Grand Canyon, Vegas, that kind of area? Have you ever done that?
Oh yes. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was stationed at Camp Pendleton, which is in between Los Angeles and San Diego on the coast.
Oh, righto.
Did you ever get to do the Marine Corps cold weather training in Bridgeport, I think it's called?
Bridgeport, yeah. Well, yes, we did the training up there, and
that's one place I would love. Obviously, I can't have a civilian, but that's one place I would absolutely love to see.
It's up in the Sierra Mountains, but it's a beautiful place. When I went up there, I was just walking around saying, "Man, this is home. This is just this." It was almost the same elevation as where I grew up. And
but the height of the war in Afghanistan. Well, Buck,
nice remembrance of home.
Well, you know what? That's beautiful because Buck, you would probably be interested when during the height of the Afghan war, a lot of NATO countries used to deploy to Bridgeport, the training area, because the environment was really, really close to what they were going to deal with in Afghanistan. High elevation, high arid desert or something like that. It has a specific name of what type of terrain the geography that you'll be dealing with. But you're talking it's 8, 9, 10,000 feet up, dry, rocky, steep, arid, and it's the same type of terrain in Afghanistan. So they started training with the Marines there.
They
go over. And there's an Army base just outside of Colorado Springs that does the same thing. They do high altitude training for the Army there.
Right. Yeah. Speaking of which, Mike, I remember Mike sent me a photo of one of the United States Marine Corps Memorial in Colorado. Amazing photo at night, mate. That was a beautiful photo. That of the American flag and the U.S. Marines. That wasn't the Iwo Jima thing, was it? It was just a normal memorial.
It's what that was. It's the only federal U.S. memorial for the Marine Corps west of the Mississippi.
Yeah,
and that's in Golden, which is another about 30 miles from where I live.
Yeah, that was a great photo, mate. It was that was pretty special. That one, really, really good.
I really like going to that place.
Yeah. Mate, do you keep in touch with any former Marines that you served with at all? Like, are you in any sort of do any catch-ups and that?
No. I should, but I don't.
Yeah, righto. I know a lot of people do. They probably catch up with old mates and that they serve with and that. Obviously, you're proud that you served in the Marines. Why'd you get out, mate? Was it pretty hard on the body, or you just 4 years was enough?
At the time, the politics was just absolutely crazy.
Yeah.
And when did you get out?
1997.
Okay.
So that was right in the Clinton administration. If you remember, good old Bill Clinton.
I do.
And he
remembers him.
Yeah. And he did a lot of bad things to the Marine Corps, and the politics that he was putting into the military at the time was it was untenable for a lot of people. Because that's when they were starting all the social justice movements, and trying to place those into the military. A lot of people didn't like it.
Mike, here in Australia, it's pretty kind of someone who votes for Labor will probably disagree with me on this one. We've got Labor and the Liberal National Party, the LNP party. Traditionally, Labor hasn't been good for our Defence Force. Our Defence Force falls behind when Labor's in for a long time. Do you find this? And I've heard that it's similar in America, that the Democrats aren't as pro-military, keeping as the Republican Party. Have you noticed that at all? Or is that just something we hear down here?
It happened a lot in the past when America wasn't at a war state, but when Afghanistan was happening, that pretty much dissolved because everybody was concerned about keeping the troops healthy and serving the troops and doing right by them. So
as it should be, mate. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, so since the war has ended, it's starting to creep in again. As to a lot of people are questioning why the military has the strength and why the spending is still there.
Yeah,
and we really have to remind everybody. It's like there's several countries that really don't like America right now, and they're getting very active because everybody, it looks to the world, at least from what I can understand, is that America is trying to pull back from everything it used to do, being the policeman of the world.
Yeah.
And there's Iran, China, and Russia specifically are now taking advantage of that pullback.
Yeah. Mate, the way we see it down. Sorry, Mark, you go.
No, I was just going to say they're filling the void.
Yeah. I think the US has got to stay strong, mate. And I don't want to get too much into politics and all that type of stuff, but the way I see it down here is, well, it's not just the USA. The West has become weaker, and that's why a lot of people are poking their head up above and starting to have a crack. A lot of these bloody idiotic countries and that don't like us. They don't like our way of life. And the way I look at it, it just seems like maybe since Obama went out, the USA's just been, it's like the divided states of America, not the United States. And we've seen a lot of infighting and quarreling and whatever. And I think the USA's become weaker. They've been too busy fighting disagreeing, not fighting, it's a bad word, disagreeing with each other over politics and that. And I don't know, I just think the West taking their eye off the ball, and that's why these idiotic countries start popping their heads up and creating problems. So we need a strong America, mate. We need, you guys are the big brother. We're like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, the UK. We'll always support the USA, but without you, we're nothing. Like, we need you guys strong. And I just hope, without getting into who you vote for and all that type of stuff in the US, I just hope now that a decision's been made up there that everyone accepts it and goes, let him do his job and just try and come together and become more united, because I think other countries see that the USA is quarrelling amongst itself and they think that they've taken their eye off the ball. We'll start bloody getting active around the world now. And some of these countries need to be smacked down. Iran's one of them, mate, and North Korea and that. And they need to be put in their place. And you can't have idiots running around threatening nuke people and that.
And the big reason that's happened in this country is just because of weak leadership.
Yeah.
And the last several presidents have, well, I would say they don't have a backbone at all. And our current president, the one that was just elected, he is not going to bring this country together at all. That is not his thing.
No. Has it settled down a bit, Michael? Like, we saw a lot of, now that a decision's been made, do you think people, I know all people won't, but do you think most Americans will sit back and go, all right, he's been elected now and he won fair and square, mate. Let's face it. If that was a football game, it would have been 50-0. You know, it was a convincing win, whether you like the guy or not. Do you think the country will give him a fair go and let him try and do his job? We all know he's got his flaws. No one's perfect. He's an absolute diddly donk. There is no doubt about that. But I just hope they give him a go. And he said he's going to stop wars and all that. And anyone who wants wars to continue is all their tree. No one wants wars around the world, mate.
Well, when it comes to Donald Trump, he's a lot of talk, but he doesn't have any kind of experience in taking care of, like, dealing with crazy people, and especially when he's trying to make friends with the crazy people. For personal profit.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what happens, mate. I just hope the wars stop. That's what we all hope around the world. No one wants to see people dying on either side, and no one certainly wants to see China invade Taiwan. That's going to drag us in. It's going to drag a lot of people in, and no one wants to see that. No one wants to see another Korean War. We know how bad the first one was, mate, and now with modern weapons and all that, it's just going to be even more horrific. But
unfortunately for the times that we're sitting in, if the real way to stop strongmen like Putin or China or Iran is somebody has to get up and say, all right, this is where you stop. This is no longer acceptable. You got to return to your country and stop what you're doing. And right now, there's just nobody to do that.
Yeah. Do you think Obama could have done that, mate? Like, if we're backtracking a bit now, do you think Obama could have prevented all this shit from happening? Like,
he would have been. I think he would have been a smarter play with it, because the people he had around him weren't yes men, and they were actively telling him, like, this is what we need to do to keep everything calm and keep everybody in their place, and that's really what he did.
It's do you think things have settled down a bit since the election, mate? Is it simmering down a bit now? I know it was a lot of hype before the election. The decision's been made now. Is it settling down, do you think?
Well, it's settling down in the sense that everybody is bracing for the hurricane, because we've basically been told by the news channels it's coming on January 6th. It's going to hit, and from there, I don't think really anybody knows what's going to happen. But from the talk from the administration is they want to destroy the government. They want to tear everything down. So what happens with that? What happens with that? I don't know. It's. I mean, I don't think anybody really knows what Donald Trump is going to do, and that's by design. Because he loves chaos, and he doesn't want anybody to have a chance to group together to go against him.
Yeah. Oh, well, interesting times ahead. And I'll tell you what, Mark, on to Canadian politics, I like the look of your opposition leader. He calls a spade, that guy. Like, I forget his name now, but just talks direct and straight. He's,
Pierre Poilievre.
Pierre Poilievre is the Conservative. And he's probably going to get in with a huge majority. There's a lot of people that are really pissed with the Liberals. They're trying, like Trudeau's trying to backspin on a lot of things, like immigration. Oh, we're bringing it all the way down to 390,000. We're bringing over 500,000. We have no housing here. We have a major housing crisis. The amount of homeless we have is they simply have nowhere to live. It's incredible. He's like, oh, we'll take care of that. We're going to bring it down to 390,000. And in the next 10 years, we'll make 100,000 homes. Well, the numbers don't work. And so we have a huge housing crisis here that barely gets mentioned because it would make the Liberals look bad. So that's a major issue. And a lot of people are just fed up with, and I'm one of them, are just fed up with over taxes. And this year he said, oh, we're going to give you $250 to everybody who's paid or something like that. Like, well, how about cut back on everything else? Like, you created this dumbass carbon tax that is nothing to do with the environment. It's everything but giving you more money to put into your pet projects. And he's catching a huge flack for that, because since he brought it in, he keeps increasing it. Like every few months, it goes up and it goes up and it goes up. And it's on everything, on top of the GST, which is goods and services tax, but it's a general sales tax. It's on everything. So on top of that, you now have a carbon tax on top of, and sales tax at the province level. And it's gotten to a point where we pay so much in tax, you might get 20% of what you make doesn't go to the government. It's gotten to levels that even communist countries probably don't even reach. And the people are, and I'm one of them, are absolutely fed up with it. So that's where you're going to be. And I know we don't really want to get into politics, because, that really wasn't what we're all about. But really, we're at a point where there's a huge issue.
Morning, Landy.
So anyway, so there's a huge issue, but you guys have that there. Like, we're not the only ones. You guys are getting having issues too. We're all in the same problem.
Yeah.
So it becomes, you have somebody who's going to step up and say, yeah, we don't have a problem, or somebody who's going to step up and say, yeah, we do have a problem, and we're at least going to deal with it.
Yeah. Yeah. Too many migrants, not enough infrastructure. Yeah. If you're going to bring in 300,000 a year, you've got to have somewhere to put them. We got a family living. It's raining at the moment here in Innisfail. Been living for a couple of months down in the Driver Reviver, the free campsite down here, living in a tent under a tarp and in tents because they can't find a house to rent. It's becoming a big problem here in Australia too. And if you can get somewhere to rent, it's, as Nathan said, some people are paying 70% of their income just to pay for a roof over their head. It's not the way it should be, mate.
You guys are a few years behind us. Like, you guys are a few years behind us. We've now got a major housing crisis where we didn't have such a big one a few years ago. Now we have a huge problem. And I know parts of the States, you guys are having the same issue. We're usually a few years behind you. So where you guys were 2-3 years ago, now we're there. I know you guys in Australia are probably going to be where we are in 2 or 3 years. You'll be like, this is ridiculous. How did we get here? And I'm not against immigration. Like, people always want to keep throwing that out so that you don't fight their agenda. But it's not about, you can't have open migration, because that's how you have so many criminals and human trafficking and drugs and all that shit comes in. That's how it gets here when you don't check everybody who comes in. You can't have just open migration, because you can't sustain an economy and any kind of security or any kind when people can just go wherever they want. Like, it's like somebody can just walk into your house, Buck, because they like your house. Okay, I'm here. You're like, wait a minute, you can't come into my house. This is my house. Like, well, the laws say I can, so here I am. I'm going to sit on your TV. I'm going to start playing with your teeth. If you don't like it, I'm going to have you branded a criminal. You go to jail. You can't have it like that. And so it's not about because if I want to move to Australia, I do the paperwork, whatever that paperwork is, and I apply and I go in. Now, there are people in extreme cases, but it's not entire countries of people, millions and millions and millions of people trying to go into one space and say, oh, we're all this or we're all that. It doesn't work that way. It's just, and now one of the things that's getting talked about here is the number of people that are going to come from the US to our border before January 6th and say, oh, we're refugees from the States. Which to me is ridiculous, because all these people that are currently living in the States, well, they don't know on January 6th what Donald Trump's planning to do is with masks, because of course the media has and it's not about whether you agree or disagree. The media has to be sensational to make, because everything's got to be, well, from your TV shows that you watch. If you watch I don't watch reality shows. I can't handle false tension. There's all, will they have enough food? Will they have, the hunting guys, will they live on their own? Will they hunt that animal down to get enough food for the year? You're like, I guarantee you, if their larder's full, this is just something for the cameras. So in their case, they have to do this. You have to create a whole thing around it, because otherwise people don't watch. And so your ratings go down, or you create it to such a point, people are like, I can't watch this anymore. And your ratings go down. So they've gotten themselves to a point where they've got a group of people just in a lather over whatever issues that they want. And so they can keep just throwing that out there. But eventually, and that's part of what, and this is my opinion, part of what happened in the States, why Donald Trump won by such, because that's a big, like you said, Buck, if that was football, that would be like a 4 touchdown difference in a score. You might have looked good in the game, but you lost by four touchdowns. It wasn't even close. So part of why Donald Trump, my personal opinion of why he got elected by such a big number, is people are just tired of constantly being beaten on. And here comes a guy saying, I'm not beating on you. And I'm going to go after the people that are beating on you. So people are like, you know what? We're going to give this guy a shot again, because clearly who we got now was the wrong choice. Whether having her in or not, it's not my point. There's a lot of people that are like, I'm tired of what I'm getting slammed with. And here's somebody who says, I'm not going to slam you. And so this is who I'm going to go with. And I think in Canadian politics, it's the same thing. Poilievre is going such a level. Like, I'm tired of Trudeau constantly taking my money. I'm tired. I don't want them. I'm tired of it. Like, stop taking everything I make. And so here comes a guy who says, I'm giving your money back. So now Trudeau's in a position, and I don't know when the check comes in, sometime between now and Christmas, of $250 each, because he's gotten himself to such a point where he's incredibly unpopular with inside the party. That's been building for several years.
Yeah.
And now you're talking about, he's trying to backtrack on his own personal political stance on himself. He's like, oh, we're going to do this, we're going to change that, because he's realized he's got this party to such a point where they have to start adjusting. They have to start making changes, because they're literally headed to complete non-party status. In 2 elections here in Ontario, the Liberals have got party status, and I think that's their real fear now. And when we go next year, that's what's going to happen with them, with him in charge. So he has a choice. He can either start listening to what the members of his caucus, the MPs in his caucus, and probably the advisors of the party, and he can start changing to try to minimize the damage that he's done, whether it's real or perceived is irrelevant. An awful lot of people think he's done a lot of damage. And so he realizes all of a sudden that this is where he's going. I don't think in the with the states, with the Democrats, I don't think they realized early enough where people perceived that they were going. They're like, I don't want to go there. And that's why Donald Trump got elected as big as he did, even though the media doesn't like him. A lot of people see it as, you're just going after a guy because you don't like him. So you're doing the equivalent to, a Communist Party they jail their opponents. And so that's exactly all you're doing. You're just jailing the guy that we've chosen as our leader, because you don't want him elected against you so that you win. And again, it's not a question of whether I'm right or wrong. It's my opinion is that's how people see it, and perception. And this gets put in Hollywood all the time. And, perception is everything. If they perceive that there's a threat, the person's going to fight the threat. They're going to choose. And that's part of why you see countries that seem to be lining up with China. Indonesia is one of them. They're like, well, we're right next door to China. If the U.S. is pulling back, which they are, Mike, you alluded to it, then I need to make sure that this guy doesn't come and beat me up, because now I don't have anyone to help me. Taiwan is really tricky. If the Chinese invade Taiwan, and again, I'm not saying they will or won't, because I don't know. I'm not going to speculate. I have no idea. But if they do, what next? You go to war to get them back, or you file a complaint with the UN, or do you ignore it? Where do you go from there? It puts you guys in a bad spot, because now China's, and they just signed this, I think this week or last week, some type of an agreement to reinforce trade or something with China. I don't know exactly what it was. And so where does that leave you? And if the US is pulling back, now you as an Australia are like, wait a minute, like who's on our side? Because we can't fight off China or Russia.
No. Yeah, I don't think we need to keep this like we trade a lot with China, mate. So we need to keep that trade corridor open, and let's hope negotiations and it never gets to that stage. I think Trump got in solely, well, not solely, but the border issue, Mike, was a big thing from what we saw on the news. I think American and same here. It was voted out. We had boat people rocking up in the northwest, just coming in and not being intercepted, rocking up on the northwest of Australia, one after the other. And we chucked our government out years ago because of boat people rocking up here. We're lucky we live on an island. It must be hard for those guys in Texas and New Mexico and places like that where they're piling over the border, mate. And that's a lot of Americans voted him in because they're sick of seeing illegals come into the country. No one minds someone applying to come to the US the right way, coming in and contributing to the country. I'm sure none of you mind doing that. But when they come in illegally and bring their bullshit with them, that's what people don't want to see.
It was the border was part of it, and the economy was the other part of it.
Yeah.
Just because Harris just didn't, she never got across the message that, hey, we're gonna take care of the economy. We're gonna start lowering prices. We're gonna get it under control. She never got got that across, and that's one of the things that Trump just did was saying, they've done some bad stuff. The prices are high. They're going to continue to get higher.
Yeah. Is that your son there, Mike? Is that your son, Mike?
That's my nephew.
Oh, your nephew. Bring him in to say good day.
Oh, he doesn't like cameras.
Oh, he doesn't? Yeah.
No. But
Yeah.
but
It's
the economy was the other thing, and Trump just kept hammering on that of saying, well, we're going to get the prices down. We're gonna take care of this, and
it's stuff that affects the average person, mate. Like as Mark was saying in Canada, just you want to see more money in your own pocket, mate. So anyway, let's hope it's going to be interesting times ahead. It's unfortunate, when Joe Biden got in, I thought, oh, good on you, mate. I hope you do well, but I don't think anyone could see how his health was going to decline. Hasn't it declined badly in the 4 years he's been in? Like, you've just seen like he wasn't like that at the start, and then he just declined badly. He's obviously got dementia or something. There's something not right with the guy. Like he's mentally and cognitively not up to the job anymore.
I guess the gossip really around is that he has the early stages of Alzheimer's.
Yeah.
So that really takes you downhill real quick.
Yeah, and he has gone downhill. It's sad to see in a way, whether you're a supporter of him or not. It's sad to see any man go that way. But
and the thing about Donald Trump is he's probably not very far behind.
He's
Joe Biden.
He's going to be the oldest one elected. He's going to be older than when Biden got in. So I just hope that doesn't happen to Trump too, and he doesn't pick up some sort of Alzheimer's and goes the same way. He seems to be, I don't know, he's still pretty active, Trumpy. He likes his golf and all that. I think his mind's still sharp at the moment. So all we can hope for, he's been elected. Let's hope he gets a lot of stuff back on track. That's all we can hope for, mate. But anyway, we'll get off politics now. It's a touchy subject. It's not something everyone wants to talk about, but it was big news down here, as it is in every Western country. Who the American president's going to be is a big deal for me and Mark as a Canadian and Australian, because we need a strong America at the end of the day. And that's what it boils down to. We need the USA to be strong. Big brother will follow, and we need to bloody up our game too when it comes to defence, Mark.
Yeah, I agree. And Canada, Australia as well, England, probably in a different way, but certainly Canada. We are where we are, and I'm not one of these people that is a denier of this, because there are a lot of people here that go, oh, the Americans are the worst. I don't know any other country that lives this close to a power like that with zero worry that the Americans are going to come here and take us over. Like, that is not one of my worries. And I've said this for a long time. We are where we are, Canada, because we've ridden your coattails since after the War of 1812. Where between 1812 and sort of 1830, that somewhere in that space, we became friends, and we've been riding your coattails ever since. Now, traditionally, we have pulled our weight, in a lot of ways, and up until fairly recently being, a long period of time, but we've been pulling our weight. And you know this because you're an American. When you guys have forest fires, we send forest fire crews down to help you. When you guys have hurricanes and you have natural disasters, we send our crews with our equipment to the U.S. and we help you deal with it. We don't send you a bill for that because you guys send stuff up here. I remember when Quebec had, back in '98, they had a huge ice storm, and thousands of power towers in Quebec were crushed from the ice. And you guys, and by you guys, I don't mean you personally, obviously, but the Americans sent a lot of electrical crews up here with their equipment for weeks on their own. You paid for it, just like we send guys down and we pay for it. No, and I'm pretty sure I told you this at one point, Buck, is really nobody comes to help us. You know, Canada and the US really help each other when a lot of stuff goes on. We rely on you, you rely on us, and when you need help, we help. When we need help, you help. It's there's a certain amount of interdependence, but we are where we are because of the fact that we ride your coattails. Oh, speaking of somebody coming in, say hi to Mike, Robbie.
Hello.
How are you,
Of course,
mate?
he knows because he's been on the he's seen the live feeds when Robbie was on. I'm in Robbie's room, Mike. That's the only place in the house I had where I could do 12 hours like this. So Robbie made space and cleaned up his room. It's actually much better than it usually is for a 16-year-old.
Excuse me, I'm right here.
I know you are. Pain in the butt, kid. So, but yeah, I know. I mean, it was really nice of him to cough this up for the day and then the evening.
Yeah.
But yeah, so we are where we are, and some people here don't want to hear that, but we are where we are, Canadians, because we ride your coattails, and you are our friends. And I'm sure, well, Buck, you've alluded to it. You've said it many times. If the U.S. hadn't come to Australia in World War II, you couldn't have held off the Japanese. The Battle of Coral Sea was the first time they were ever checked in the Pacific. And that was largely, not entirely, because obviously the Australians fought there too, but that was largely an American battle.
Yeah.
You know, that was largely an American battle. And that checked the Japanese. Yes, you fought on land and on the Kokoda Trail and Papua New Guinea. Absolutely. But if the Americans hadn't come, the Japanese would have simply come in and landed behind you. And that was the end of that.
Mate, a lot of Australians tend to forget that, and I'm quick to remind them when they have a crack at the Yanks. I always say, do you remember back in the 40s? I said we'd be speaking Japanese now if it wasn't for the Yanks, and a lot of older Aussies. That's why we're so close. One of, a lot of people go, "Oh, you're too far up the Yanks' asses and all that." Well, there's a reason for that. We got long memories. We've been fighting beside each other, Mike, since World War One, mate. Aussies and Americans fought in the trenches. And when the Americans came into World War One in 1917, the Australians played a big part in teaching them, 1, tank warfare, and 2, trench warfare in 1917. I've read up a fair bit on that. We've been fighting side by side since World War One, mate. And then World War Two in the Pacific, and if it wasn't for you guys, people say, "Oh, Japan was never going to invade Australia." Bullshit.
They were.
They invaded everywhere else. We had a very small population, still have very small population back then. All our army was a volunteer army. We didn't have the equipment. We had to rely on you guys to, we couldn't have done it. Vietnam, and then people go in about, Korea. We fought Canadians, Americans, Australians. Fought side by side in Korea as well. Vietnam, now we're getting into areas where people will disagree whether we should have ever gone there. The Vietnam War, should we have ever poked our nose in there? I don't know. Afghanistan's another one. Iraq's another one. It starts getting a bit touchy there. But once again, we were there to support you guys. And I'm sure if something else happens in a couple of years' time, we'll be there again to support you. I know when the planes went into the towers, Mike, I was over at the SAS regiment in 2001 when those planes went into the towers, and I know for a fact our SAS boys were gone very shortly after that. And that's the way it is. I know the Americans call on the Aussie Special Forces very quickly when something happens to go in and support them and work with them. And we were over there for 20 years, as were the Canadians. I'm sure the Canadians are the same. So anyway.
Canada was actually the first country to send tanks to Afghanistan. We brought Leopard 1s to Afghanistan. We're the first ones to bring tanks to Afghanistan.
Yeah, Leopard 2s went over, mate. Yeah.
No, Leopard 1s. They were eventually replaced by Leopard 2s, but originally we had old Leopard 1s, and that's what we sent.
Yeah.
We sent 20 of them, I think.
Yeah, right. I have seen some Canadians, some documentaries on the Canadians in Afghanistan, and yes, they did have their Leopard tanks over there. Gidgey was on before. He was going to come on at 6:30, but knowing Gidgey, he would have come on at 6:30, and at 6:31, he would have to run off to the toilet.
Well, he's in the chat room. He's been there for a while. Yeah. Mike, I got a couple questions for you about personal. Like, Mike, have you ever been married, kids, just chose to be single? I don't know anything really about you.
The latter chose to be single.
Okay.
Never got married.
I'm not putting you forward. I just don't know.
Never been married. Don't have any kids.
Okay. Well, there you go.
No pain in the butt
I
like this
purposely
one.
didn't ask Mike. I didn't know if he wanted to talk about that. But there you go. Mike's single, and any of the ladies out there, like a rugged-looking man that looks like Grizzly Adams, there he is. So
I'm going to add the Oliver family. Buck, the Oliver family's asked Mike and I, what does camping look like for us? I can answer that later because I'm going to be on here all day. Mike, did you want to just sort of explain yours?
When we go camping, it's usually a single vehicle and tent, and then just bring the cooler for the food. And we have a little 2-burner gas set up for cooking.
yeah.
And
So you
just a basic traditional tent camping, really.
Is it?
I like that. You don't swag it because
wine and bear proof.
so obviously you don't swag it because swags are an Aussie thing, really. But have you ever done like cowboy bed part of the country that really part of the U.S. like not Canada, but part of the U.S. where that's kind of still a thing for you? Ever you gotten into any of that stuff?
Oh, just sleeping out on the good old prairie.
Yeah, like getting out just in the middle of nowhere. You know, maybe you're not cowboy bedroll or not, but certainly just out in the middle of nowhere kind of stuff.
I have done that in the past, and out on the plains, the eastern part of the state, you can do that pretty safely. But if you try to do that up in the mountains, there's all sorts of things that'll get into your bed and crawl in there with you, and you really don't want that to happen.
Yeah.
No,
You get rattlesnakes in Colorado?
Oh yes, we have all sorts of rattlesnakes are all over the place.
Yeah.
You have a fair bit of rattlesnake.
Oh yes.
Really? I know you do, but I don't know really that much about it.
On the eastern plains, on the flat plains, are all over the place. There's the western diamondback rattlesnakes, and then the sidewinders, which are a different type of viper, but those are all over the place.
Are they an issue when you're
And
camping?
of course, they're just they can be because they like to crawl into your if your tent isn't secure, or if you have an open sleeping bag, they like to climb in there with you because you're nice and warm. So you really have.
Does that happen in Australia too, Buck? They'll crawl into your sleeping bag?
Oh, absolutely, mate. I heard a story once of an American soldier on exercise once died from a snake bite. It got in his sleeping bag. I can't confirm that. I wasn't there, but it's a story I heard. But that was because we used to just, if you're on like infantry type bloody thing, you just rolled your sleeping bag out on the ground and got in there. And there was a possibility a snake get in there with you. One of the things that you always did is you always rolled your sleeping bag up. If you were going away at 1 o'clock in the morning and you had to go away on a 2-hour gun picket down to the gun, you rolled your sleeping bag up. You never, ever, ever left it out on the ground. If you ever took your boots off at night, you'd always put your socks over the top. Snake bite was a real thing down here, Mark, and we got first aid for snake bite was drummed into us all the time. Heat illnesses, heat stroke, heat exhaustion, and snake bite. They were the three big ones, mate. It was a very, very real possibility of snakes. So you'd never ever left your sleeping bag out. And we got all the bad boys down here. We got the most venomous snakes in the world. So, but it doesn't matter. You get bitten by a taipan or you get bitten by a rattlesnake. It's like getting hit by a 6-ton truck or an 8-ton truck. You know what I mean? Like it's the same thing. So,
like falling from 10,000 feet is going to kill you, just like falling from 30,000 feet.
It's the same thing, mate. Those bloody rattlesnakes are horrible looking things. But yeah, I had some close calls with snakes when I was in the army. Very, very close calls. Tell you what I'm going to do. It's almost 7 o'clock. We got 5 minutes to go. I've already got Ray and Jace Muller in the waiting room, guys. If you can hear me, I know you're down there. So what I'm going to do is go and have a quick tinkle. Mark, can you finish off with Mike? I'm going to go and probably make another quick coffee, have a quick tinkle, and then I'll come back and say good day to Mike before our next guest. One thing I do like, Mike, is we got to spend more than half an hour with you today, mate, which is fantastic. And I would love to have Mike on again for another chat, and we'll talk more about Colorado, more about the USA, more about camping and four-wheel driving. So you don't run fridges and 12-volt systems and all that, mate. You're a bit basic, a tent and an ice box and a gas cooker. Like the good old days, Mark. Like we get a bit fancy now. Mike's still doing it the good old-fashioned way, everyone. Got to
That's how we do it too. The fridges here isn't really fuck, go pee before you have to get the other guys on at 4.
Yeah. I'll be back in
go. We'll still be here because you control the switches. We're just talking heads. I gotta now I know because I watched Cowboy Kent Rollins. I know Buck does too because he talks about it. But have you ever eaten rattlesnake?
Yes. Yep.
What do you think of it?
It tastes like chicken.
Does it really?
Just like, yeah, it's good stuff. It's just because of the size of them, it all depends on the size of the snake you get as to how much meat you get. But it's quite good.
Do you eat it the same way? Do you eat it the same way you would chicken wings?
Well, they peel the skin off of it and then they debone it and they degut it. So the meat you get off of it is more like I guess it would be a deboned chicken breast. It was something of that size.
Is there that much meat on a good sized rattlesnake?
Oh yeah, the rattlesnakes can get up to about 8 feet long, a little over 2 meters.
I know they get big, but I didn't know there would be that much meat on something like that.
Oh yeah, they get about that big around.
Wow.
So
that's a good size.
Yeah. So they're tasty if you cook it up right, and it's tasty stuff.
Really, I know when settlers first moved out, again because I'm Canadian, so I've had a lot of exposure to the settling of the West. I'll just call it that because I don't really know what else to call it. The settling of the West, because they did run into a lot of rattlesnakes, they basically killed them and ate them. It was, I don't want to say it's a staple meat because as far as I know it wasn't, but it was certainly something they didn't turn their nose up to.
Yeah, the rattlesnakes are pretty difficult to find because they blend in really well and they usually are in holes. But for settlers, the most of the meat was usually either deer, antelope, or the buffalo.
Yeah,
or the bison.
I know. Have you seen buffalo in the wild? Or I guess they're not in the wild anymore. But have you seen buffalo? Because we drove out to the Vancouver a couple years ago. We saw them out in Alberta. We saw farms that had them out there. They're huge farms. You guys have them in the States as well. I mean, the farms are huge, but you sort of see them live, and you're like, well, that's a big animal.
Oh yes. There's up where I lived and went to school. There was 2 different places that had buffalo, and one was a Denver Park, and it was pretty famous because it was right next to I-70, just up in the foothills, and you could see the buffalo from the highway. And there was a place that people could pull over and take pictures, and of course there was big signs up on the fences that were right next to the highway telling people that, look, the fences are not to keep the buffalo in, it's to keep the people out.
Yes.
Because the buffalo on a whim will just crush you. So it's
well, you hunt them with on horseback, because if you try to do it on foot, they will crush you. I got a couple questions in the chat room. Are rattlesnakes protected over there? And
nope.
I guess this one's for you specifically. Do they farm rattlesnakes anywhere for food?
That I don't know about, but I'm pretty sure they could, because it's tasty and snakes are pretty easy to farm. But I know that because they're venomous, there's certain laws regarding owning rattlesnakes, and that you have to register and have to get the proper training to own them, just because they are venomous. And if you do it wrong, you're going to be flat on the floor and gone before anybody can get to you.
I'm not sure why anyone would want to own a venomous snake as a pet. I just don't get that.
That's a snake person thing.
Oh, I know, mate. Unbelievable.
I'm just going to answer your question. I'm going to answer a question really quickly. Phil W. Is buffalo or bison? To the best of my knowledge, it's the same animal. It's just what you call it.
Yeah, a buffalo in Australia, we have water buffaloes down here. We don't have bison.
No, but here in North America, buffalo and bison is the same animal. At least that's how we looked at here. But in Colorado and in the prairies, you guys, it's the same animal, is it not?
Yeah,
it's technically the way people think of them as a buffalo and bison are the same thing, but technically they are bison and not buffalo.
Yeah,
because there's only I think two or three different species of buffalo. They're water buffalo over in Africa and Asia.
Okay.
Yeah,
what we have here are North American bison.
Okay. Well, thanks for clearing that up, because I've always called them just Tatonkas, because that's what Kevin Costner had. That's what they said to Kevin Costner. You get some Tatonkas.
On that note, it's 7 o'clock. I knew the time had come around. Mike, we've got a couple other guests ready to come on, mate. I just want to take this opportunity to say thanks for all your support. Thanks for being a great supporter of the channel.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank
mate,
you, Mike.
It's
nice to be able to put a face to the person that I talked to. I chat with
everyone. And if you want to see more of Mike, and we'll have Mike one-on-one one night, and we'll talk more about the United States and all different rattlesnakes and bears and cougars and that again.
And thanks for having me. It's been great.
It's good to finally meet you, mate. Great to meet you. I know Mark hasn't met you before either, and we'll have you on again, mate, next year. And once again, thank you for all your support. You get up at all hours of the morning to watch our live feeds down here on a Saturday or a Friday night, which is 2 o'clock your morning. So, mate, I appreciate that. I really do.
Look, I'm going to correct you, because Mike doesn't get up in the middle of the night to watch your live feeds. Last call is just before 1 a.m. He's just getting home. He's still up.
Yeah, Mike's getting
ready to go to sleep. Yep.
That's good, mate. Thank you so much for being with us today, and hopefully you can watch a bit more of the live feed. And it's been fantastic to have you on. Thanks again, mate, and all the best. All the best to your family, mate. Thank you.
Oh, you're very welcome, and thank you for everything that you've done. It's been great. Been great watching it.
We'll talk again soon, eh? Thank you.
Absolutely.
See you, mate. Have a good day. Righto, Mark. We got a couple of other special guests here. We're going to bring him in now. Jace Muller. G'day, Jace. Sorry to keep you waiting, mate. We're just saying goodbye to Mike. Jace Muller, everyone. And
enjoyed that.
We were going to have Jace on first, and then we were going to have Jace's dad. And we said yesterday, why don't we just have them both on together? So here's Ray, everyone, Jason's dad. So welcome, fellas. Thanks for joining us this morning. Great to have you on.
Welcome to the chat room.
This is fantastic. You know, being able to have us together. And I said to you yesterday, you know, we've got the whole family. I've got my brother joining from the UK. I've got my sister in Victoria. Jess is inside on smart TV watching it with the boys, mate. It's all happening.
Oh, good stuff, mate. Yeah, fantastic. How'd you enjoy Mike on? He's an interesting guy to talk to, that's for sure.
Oh, that was unbelievable, mate.
Yeah.
Like he's definitely a bit of a different bloke to me, but that's all right. Everyone's, you know, a little bit different to each other. So being able to hear life stories and people who've lived a different life to me is fantastic.
And that's why I do this type of stuff, mate. And we'll probably hear your story soon, you and Dad. And everyone's got a story to tell, Mark. I keep saying it. Like, I just love having different people on and hearing their stories. I can just sit there listening to Mike and talking about the USA and Colorado. Where you're talking about grizzly bears or cougars or rattlesnakes. That's all interesting to us down here. It's something we don't get. And I'm sure everyone in the chat room just amazed to think you could go out camping in a tent and there's a chance a grizzly bear can rock up in the middle of the night and rip your tent open and eat you. Like, that's something to us. Everyone goes, oh, Australia. If you don't camp near the water, nothing's going to eat you in Australia. Dingoes aren't going to rip you out of your tent. And I know they can have a crack at little kids and that, don't get me wrong. But, you know, Mark, you're the same, mate. You've got bears and that up in America. We don't get that. Unless you go near the water up here, you ain't going to get eaten by anything. You go in the water, things are going to kill you. But, you know, unless you get tagged by a snake here in Australia, you're pretty well safe.
Yeah, here it's very different. because, well, and it's no different for Mike and Steve. When he comes on, I'm sure, he lives down in Ensenada. He's been commenting in here too. So I've actually been looking at the chat room. I can't comment in the chat room because I've tried a couple times to type responses to people, and it puts up a screen, and I can't fix this. So guys, Buck will tell you, Julie's the one that had to set this up, and I messed it up, and she had to fix what I messed up, and that's the only reason I'm here. So I try not to play with it. I couldn't respond to some of the questions, and I'm not going to take up your time, Jason Ray. I just want to say, yeah, it is, because it's interesting for us, and Mike and Steve W. There's others that are interested in what goes on in Australia, because we don't have that here. Like here in Toronto, we have garter snakes, we have grass snakes, we have no poisonous snakes here until you get you have to go west to get the rattlesnakes. We do have them, and if you go the Massasauga rattler, which lives in it's very, very small numbers, if it tags you, you're just going to get sick. If you're an adult, you don't even need to go to the hospital. You'll just get sick and you're fine. A child would get sicker, but it still isn't going to kill you. So we don't have that here, but we do have bears, and bears are something to consider all the time when you go into the woods, even off the woods. So anyways, I just want to say it's the same thing. And I want to thank both of you for coming on. And the reason I'm going to say that, well, I've got you here because it's going to apply to everybody that comes on here, which is you guys are just average guys like me and like Mike and Steve. And we're all, for the most, we're all just average guys. Buck, we're none of us are celebrities or anything like that. And it's nice to see other people in Buck's community, because I personally don't get to see any of you because I don't go to, to the camp outs, and some people have gotten together and they go out together as friends, and you become, it's not something I get to do. Steve W. and Mike and Steve in Ensenada, it's not something that, we get a chance to do. So it's nice to do something like this where we get to meet you. And I'm not the only, because I think I'm one of the first normal people. Like Andrew St. Pierre White doesn't count as a normal person. I mean, he's a celebrity. That he's went on Buck's thing. Tim Bates is a famous YouTuber. He was on, mainstream outdoor stuff in Australia before, now. And it's nice to see other people that are nobodies like me to come on and do this stuff, because you're like, it's nice to see who else is out there. We all chat in the chat room when Buck does his live feeds, whether it's a surprise live feed or it's planned. We all chat to each other in the chat room, even if it's just, hey, how's the weather? It's just nice. And I'm glad that people have picked this up and like, yeah, we're going to come on. And I just, thank you. Like all of you, literally everybody who's on here, you're looking at two diddly donks for 12 hours. I know most of you will come on and off, but you're looking at two diddly donks interviewing a bunch of other diddly donks, and none of us are famous, and we're all just having a good time making jokes and learning about each other. Anyways, just wanted to get that out now so that I don't forget to say it later. Thank you. And the same goes to everybody in the chat room that's there now, that's going to come in, that's talking to us now.
Morning, Walter Angus. I've seen you in there, mate.
Oh, sorry. That's my brother. He's not. He's not a bloody.
But I was talking and I didn't hear at all what he said, because I think it's different for Buck, but for me, if you're talking and I'm talking, I can't hear you because the mic doesn't pick it up. It only picks up.
First thing,
I'm done talking. Go ahead.
No, it's all right. We're going to get Jason Ray, and I'm going to ask everyone this question. Jace, Ray, how did you stumble across me? Like, what were you looking for on the internet? Yeah, mate. Yeah, if you can, Jason.
Yeah. It was actually pretty much a coincidence. We actually found the channel at the exact same time. I was starting to get into camping again for the first time. So as a family growing up, we camped quite a bit from, I don't know, probably about 2000 to 2008. And then I suppose as a teenage boy, you change a bit, your interests change. And, I was more into going overseas and things like that. And got a new friendship circle and got into camping and that a lot more. And then I went over to Mum and Dad's house and I was telling Dad, hey, I just found this Mr. Buckaroony channel on YouTube. And then he goes, oh, yeah, well, I've been watching it too.
Oh, so you didn't put each other on? Or you just
no. It was just pure coincidence.
Can you bring me another one of these? It's in the fridge, please.
The first.
You're right.
Probably about the first thing I seen, Buck. Like, I just when you done that Ayers Rock trip. I liking all that. Whenever that was.
2018, Ray. That was. Yeah.
So he must have been about a year and a half before me then.
Oh, it's bloody, it's fantastic. And as I said, the great thing about this community is just we're all normal blokes. There's no friggin', you know what I mean? We're just all normal Aussies, Canadians, Yanks, just normal people.
One thing me and Dad were talking about during the week, and you touched on it yesterday on your live feed, this influencer, look, I'm not going to swear on your channel, but it's just BS. Like, to me, that's what it. Me and Dad got no time for it. For me and Dad love coming on this channel because, look, obviously, Buck, you're the guess channel owner, but you've always said it's all about the community. It's never about you.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah,
I agree with you, Jason.
And have a look what this community is built into. It's bigger than the Buckaroony community now. It's the Legends community, the Camping with Mates community. It's just getting bigger and bigger, and that's what I just wish some of the bigger guys on the internet would do more for the community. I just think it's a fantastic thing. It's we try and keep it all positive. You know, it's just incredible, and some of the friendships that get formed at these camping events are just become friends for life. A lot of people, you know, it just should be more of it. It should be more of it, and it's only going to get bigger and better. You know, Brad Howell, I didn't know Brad a few years ago. We're bloody best mates now, and I consider Brad a really good mate. Welcome on, Brad. Good morning to you, and you know, like, it's just great, mate. So keep going, mate. Tell us a bit about Ray. You obviously got the kids into camping at an early age, mate, and well done for that. I think it's the best thing parents can do is take their kids out camping, not just camping, but get them out in the outdoors and get them to appreciate what they have, what a great country we live in. And I just think it's incredible. And when you see your sister and your brother and all that come up, Jace, let us know, mate, so we can give them a shout out and I can highlight their comments. Ray, I know you said something before there and I couldn't see who you were looking at, but if you see him come up, let us know, please.
Yeah, he's come up a couple of times. He should be coming up as Walter Augustus. So Walter Augustus, that was my great grandfather, not Dad's grandfather, Mum's grandfather. He passed away when my grandfather was there. He is.
Yeah.
When he was about 8 years old, from memory. He kind of just goes under that on YouTube, so no one can ever discover who he is.
Yeah. So that's him. He's tuning in from where? The UK, was it?
I think he's in Birmingham at the moment. He just went to a concert.
So good stuff.
That can't be. That can't be. Taylor Swift just played here.
You're just going back to the camping thing. Like first of all, like I was Army Reserve for 36 years. Like the best thing about going camping is like there's no gun picket in the middle of the night when you go camping. But how good's that?
Did you do 36 in the reserves, Ray? Did you?
Yeah, 36.
Wow.
36 years, yeah. So I was an army truckie, like, and I don't know how yet, but I finished up retiring as a Y2, mate.
Good on you. Oh, crusty old warrant officer, the same as me. Good on you,
mate.
mate.
Yeah.
Good for you.
Good stuff.
And that's one of the things when I first started watching your channel, you know, I thought, like I couldn't believe all the stuff that we got in common, mate. Like it's just incredible.
Yeah. Oh, we'll have to get on the phone and have more of a chat. Yeah.
Even Mark. So Dad was also a bus driver like yourself, mate.
Oh,
yeah,
really?
That's right. Yeah.
Yeah.
28 years. 28 years of bus driving. Yeah. So 4 years in Sydney and 24 years up there in Newcastle. Yeah.
And even to see some other things like Buck, you grew up in Harvey Bay. You went to school there, is that right?
I did a year in Harvey Bay, mate. I did my last year of high school. I didn't grow up there yet.
None and Pop retired there, and just other things like so. Dad, you went to Townsville State High, didn't you, Dad? Is that right? So and then we've got plenty of
Townsville State High School.
Oh wow!
So just a bit of useless information. You know when you see the supercars in Townsville on telly, I know that so the area where the pits are, that used to be the there was a Townsville rubbish dump just across the road, from Townsville State High School.
Yeah. Wow, that Reed Park there. Is it Reed Park it's called now, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's the name of the circuit.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of other things too, like my dad was a Queensland cop, and one of his postings, like he was at Stewart. I got posted to Stewart in 1965. 1965. Yes, he was there when Southern Laverack Barracks first opened up. Yeah, so back in those days, like it was still a one-man police station. Like so one of our jobs as kids every afternoon, like had to ride over to the Stewart jail there, and I'd go and get the bread.
Yeah, well, that's back when the prisoners used to have a bakery there and used to bake bread, mate. Back in the old days,
yeah.
Back when prisoners could actually do something instead of just get up to mischief all the time.
Yeah, that's right. And, plus a couple of postings after that. Yes, my dad was a sergeant down there at Silkwood.
Oh wow!
Yeah.
We have got a lot in common, mate. Bloody hell! Yeah.
I look at my youngest brother. So he's still living down there at Silkwood.
Yeah,
so
wow.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on. Like it's pretty weird sort of stuff.
So Silkwood, as in Silkwood near Innisfail here, 15 minutes.
Yeah,
down
that's
the road.
right.
Wow, are you both in Newcastle, fellas?
I'll go first. So I'm about 40 minutes from Dad. So I'm pretty much, because I'm pretty sure Mark Lavelle is at Point Clare. So I'm pretty sure I'm about halfway between him and Dad. So I'm about 40 minutes away from Dad's house in Newcastle. Yeah.
Oh, it's good. Are you going to the camping with mates next year?
Mate. Yeah.
Roz and I want to get down to that, so we'll hopefully meet up with you down there. That's going to be absolutely fantastic. Jace, I know you've got a lot you want to talk about, and as I said, we've got 40 minutes to go, mate, so I don't want to keep talking over you, mate. If you've got things to say, let us know, and I know you want to touch on Movember, mate. I know that was one of the things you wanted to touch on.
I'll be fair and income for about a few minutes here, guys.
Yeah.
So there's quite a few of us in the community, such as Mark and Jamie, doing Movember, and I think it's absolutely fantastic to see. And is Movember known as to be a thing in Canada, Mark? Or Slacken, sorry?
Yes. It is.
Yeah, so,
I don't do it because I get, even after a few days, I start getting a rash of any kind, so I have to shave. I can go about 5-6 days at the most without shaving, and then I have to shave. But I can't shave every day because I have really sensitive skin. So I shave every 3 to 5 days, roughly. That's all I can do. But I cannot grow it. But Movember is a big deal here. Yes, quite a few people do it. You grow beards.
That's good to see. And I think it applies to both male mental and physical health. I think the statistics we all know it, but like you shared a couple of days ago how your cousin's grandson, 16-year-old bloke. Sorry to bring them up, mate.
No, it's got to be said, mate. It's got to be said. People need to be aware of it.
Unfortunately, he took his own life. I've got friends, brothers who have done the same thing. I think from memory, 9 Australians will commit suicide every day, and 8 of those are males. And is
that right? Bloody hell.
It's not good enough. And just on the physical side, like I think a lot of people my age are a bit different now to what you guys are, like being elder statesmen. I mean that respectfully. I had a mate of mine, so I until last year was playing all-age soccer, and this bloke was an absolute top gentleman. He's a bit like the nicest guy you'd ever pretty much meet, mate. And he put off going to the doctor for ages and ages, and then until he got really, really sick, got diagnosed with brain cancer stage 4. And then within a week, he didn't get the chance to say goodbye to any of us. He barely got to say goodbye to any of his kids. And you know, that shook me to the absolute core, and I still think about it pretty regularly, mate. And I've taken the approach in my life, just as soon as I got something wrong that I really know it's wrong, it's just go straight to the GP, and you're so much better off just being safe than being sorry.
Yeah. Exactly, mate. Exactly. It's bloody, yeah. And that's why I keep going on about, as men, we've got to take care of our health a bit better. When you get over 50, do the bowel cancer tests and all that type of stuff, which is what saved Jack Turtle's life. He did the bowel cancer test and all that. Mate, is there a way we can get on? I know you said you got a few of your mates doing this. Is there a way we can get on and support your Movember? Like you do it for a cause. How can we get on and support you?
Yeah, so I've got a link that I can send that through to your channel Facebook if you want.
Absolutely, mate. Please do.
And then we can just share that on your Facebook page. And the good thing about Movember is they're up front with their financials. They're not like, so a lot of other charities are absolute. They say they're not for profit. The reason why they're not for profit is because the CEO is taking a ridiculous amount of money home, and it's just taking advantage of the cause, and it's rubbish. Movember's a bit different, where they're up front. We're going to say this is where all the money is going, and I think that's fantastic.
Yeah, I think, and I hate donating money to these companies, and they all take a wage home, and a big wage and all that, and then a little bit of it gets to where it's supposed to go. And that's why I always donate to animal shelters and stuff that when I ask people in the community for money, every cent of that goes to where it's supposed to go. I don't like donating to the big guys, the Red Cross and all that now. You don't know where your money's ending up. That's great to hear about Movember, is that you know where your money's going, mate.
Exactly right, mate.
So when does she come off, mate? Have you been fertilising it?
Oh, so it'll be December 1. I hate when having a drink or having a shower, it gets all wet. It's just disgusting. I don't know how guys like Mike have the full-blown beard, but look, I can barely grow more than what I've got on at the moment anyway.
The old dirty Sanchez. I won't say anything.
Right.
I haven't heard Dirty Sanchez in so long. I forgot all about it.
Oh, I said it was going to be family friendly too, and I've just wrecked it. But anyway, yeah, I can't even grow a moustache. That's why I don't even bother. But I'm like Mark. I get a couple of days. I've got to have a shave. My face feels like it's crawling. But Mike Blakeley reckons it's good. He said you get a bit of food in there. He said that's for a snack later on when it gets stuck in your beard.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, so the reason I don't grow one, because it comes out half grey, like, and from a distance, look like a black ball of snot way underneath my nose.
Oh, that's good. So how much are you hoping to raise, Jace, from it?
Oh, I don't really have a target. My big thing is, well, you know, having two young sons, I want to set the best example for them, you know. And
yeah,
to me, it's not about just growing the mow either. So I've made an effort myself just to have a few less beers, you know, just eat a little bit better and just exercise just that little bit more, mate, because I've got to just try and be the best version of myself for my kids.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Yeah. How old are the boys, mate?
So Hudson is he's just about to turn 4 in January.
Yeah.
And then Lincoln's 1.5.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Yeah. How many grandkids you got, Ray? Is that there's 2 there? Any others?
Yeah, there's 2 more grandsons, yeah, but for some reason, like in the grandkids side of the house, like there's a girl drought going on. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, so
dragging the chain a bit, is she?
So to put it in perspective, so when Amy, my second elder sister, was born in 1984, there's been no girls ever since. I was actually told I was having a girl before Hudson was born at 2 different ultrasounds, and lo and behold, I end up with a boy. So everyone was all excited, you know. Oh, we're going to have a girl finally, and then what do you know? I got a beautiful young boy there. So
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hey, that was a funny thing, like at the baby shower, like everybody's wearing all this pink stuff. Like, look, it's funny when you look back to it, isn't it, Jay?
oh yeah, we even had this this pink party because this is in the days of lockdown, and you restrictions, and you could only have 20 people over at once. So what we decided to do was have a pink party for the boys, and then there were just 20,000 beers, and barbecue and a nice time, and all the boys dressed up wearing pink, and then the week after, all the girls come over dressed in pink. But yeah, it's some kind of photos that you can show on, the 18th and 21st birthdays, things like that.
Yeah.
A bit of a laugh.
You're going to have a crack for a girl, mate? Is it going to be?
Look, it's. I think Slack and you were talking about this before. It's the same over here, mate. The cost of living is just ridiculous. Like me and Jess both have to work full time to get by.
Yeah, it's the way it is now.
I even said just even if I had 2 girls, mate, I'm only having 2 kids. Because I'm a bit. I take the approach, mate, is if I was going to have another child, I'm going for another child as well, more than trying for a girl as well. So
yeah.
Look, I never say never, but at the moment, yeah, pretty content with the 2 boys.
Yeah, that's good. Hey, I know you want
So
to.
Walter, if you're listening, yes, it's all up to you, mate, Blake, to produce a granddaughter for us.
Oh. If he figures out the formula, he can send it to me.
Yeah.
Maybe you can make an instructional DVD or something.
Our first 2 were girls, and then Robbie, actually, it's getting dark, so that's why you see all the commotion. Is I needed a light, so I've had to close the curtains and brought in a light for me. I wasn't trying to be ignorant or rude. I was listening to you. But Robbie's the youngest, and you're right, Jason. Like I drive a bus. Like I'm a trans bus driver, and I'm lucky that we make a decent wage, but I don't work a 40-hour work week. I work a 50-hour work week, and I do overtime on my off day. One of my off days. It's and Ray, from being a bus driver, the media there might portray you as making millions or whatever. They do us. We don't. I work a lot of hours to support my family because Julie drives a school bus. Ray, you haven't been a bus driver, like we don't have normal hours. It's not Monday to Friday, 8 to 5. Your hours are all over the place. In our case, here in Toronto, the buses run 24/7, 365 days of the year. If I didn't take Christmas Day and New Year's Day as my off days, then I would probably be working them like I do most of the other holidays. And like you were saying, Jason, it's if you're working, 3 kids is expensive. Like Ashley's the oldest. We have 2 granddaughters from her and her boyfriend Justin. They, Autumn and Sky, which being on my Facebook page, I know Buck, you've seen the pictures, but I can't imagine raising 3 kids now. It was hard when they were growing up as it was. I can't imagine like how much harder it is now. I mean, Robbie's the youngest. He just turned 16 last week. He's got his driver's license. He's happier than a clam. But I can't imagine now. So kudos to anybody trying to raise a family now. It's not cheap.
That's the thing. Like me and Jess are just constantly having to upskill to earn a bit more money as well. So I am a baker by trade. But also actually in about 6 weeks I'm starting my first accounting job as well. But I do my accounting course at university online, and Jess is doing her. So she works in HR, but she's having to do her. I think it's like a master's degree. So then going forward, we can earn a little bit more money, and just be a little bit more comfortable as well. It's just getting to that point where you need to have every qualification under the sun to be comfortable.
Mate, the government's got to do something about it. People shouldn't have to bust their ass and have 2 years working long hours to get by. Like it's not the way supposed to be, mate. Like they've got to do something, and just putting wages up isn't helping. They need to start giving people tax breaks so people don't have to start demanding huge wages, which puts everything else up. Like the government has got to do something. It's getting to the stage where it's going to burst soon, and there's a lot of families doing it hard, mate.
Yeah, correct.
Sorry for sitting like this, guys. I had an operation on my foot 2 days ago. I got 7 stitches in there and had a skin cancer cut out. So I've got to elevate my foot. So I'm not being rude or lazy. I've got to elevate my foot, mate. It's starting to throb a bit on me.
That's all right, Buck, because I'm start eating my sandwich while you're talking. I hope you don't mind, but being here 12 hours, I'm sure, Buck, you're going to eat a couple times today. I'm going to crack into the sandwich that they just brought me. Going up to a Christmas light episode, or Christmas lighting thing, and so we ate early today. So I'm going to eat while you're talking. Hope you don't mind.
It's funny, we had the lot.
I just seen in the comments before, that Craig Tompkinson, like he's got the magic formula there for the to produce girls. I know it was a bit before that one, Buck. It was.
Oh, was it? Yeah.
Probably about 10 comments back from
was
that.
Was that about a rough 4-wheel drive ride, was it?
Yeah. Yeah.
That might be the trick, Jace. Speaking of 4-wheel drive, we'll get on the 4-wheel driving and camping, mate. I know you want to talk a bit about that. Obviously, you got fond memories of when Dad used to take you out camping, mate.
Yeah, so I said to you yesterday, and everyone else wouldn't really know this, we were always we're probably a bit different to a lot of you guys in the community, where we like to be a bit more comfortable. So we like going through all the big falls and the NRMAs and all that, and especially having Jess there. It's like she isn't really so much about going to national parks. I've done that once with her and she hated it.
Yeah.
The only real good thing was that we, went with a few mates over Australia Day and just, drank the whole time. But it's, we very much enjoyed going to those caravan parks. We used to go to places like, Dad will remember this, we used to go to Fawcett every Easter for a few years there.
Yeah.
We've gone to Iluka.
Great spot.
Even just so there at Swansea, I think we went there once, Dad. And even though that's only about 20 minutes from like either like in the middle where both of us live, it's still nice just to even just get away. Where else did we go to, Dad?
Oh yeah, well it's about it. Oh yeah, well the last one was down at Maroomula.
Oh yeah, we also went to Coffs Harbour, you remember? And then
the way one where it poured down rain.
Yeah, so we actually went to the movies on a day where it was just absolutely ridiculous. And then so even my cousin flew up from Sydney and met us at the Coffs Harbour Airport. We went out to the movies, and then you come back and then the tents just collapsed, and then that was basically it. And I think that was our last camping trip I did as a teenager, because straight after that, Mum and Dad got straight to the caravanning. Is that right, Dad?
Yeah, pretty much after that. Yeah, but it's right. Yeah, so just coming back to the 4-wheel driving, because I was an army truckie, so all the 4-wheel driving that I've done, like the vehicle was supplied, I was getting paid to do it, like the fuel was paid for, everything's paid for.
Yeah.
Like, how good was that, mate?
Yeah. You didn't mind. You could go harder because it wasn't yours. The army picked it for you.
Yeah.
Were they shouting the beers at the mess afterwards, Dad, or what was the story there?
Just back on to Jace. I know you got young kids and your wife likes the comforts of that. There is nothing wrong with going to these caravan parks, the big fours and your NRM, the really nice ones that have got the tipping bucket of water and the slides and all that. Mate, families can have some fantastic times there. They're usually by the beach, so you can go for a walk along the beach. You got all those beautiful places there in New South Wales. Mate, it's just the best of everything there. You can have your camping fix. You got your creature comforts and all that type of stuff. You can sit back, have a beer or whatever in a safe environment, and the kids can have a fantastic time. There is nothing wrong with those parks. I know they're not for everyone, but for people with young kids like you, mate, they're fantastic.
Yeah, so that's one thing we're trying to get back into doing next year. Hopefully, we haven't gone out for a year and a half. Just had too much going on.
Yeah.
I won't really elaborate on that too much, but look, I'm going to bring this up, and before I talk about this, I don't want anybody to be like poor Jason and Jess or any rubbish like that. So, my eldest son, so he is level 3 autistic. So one thing we do struggle is trying to find a safe caravan park for him. And I'm going to put it to the community. If there's anyone in the comment section, so I have found on the Big Four websites there is some places in South Australia that are a bit more, friendly for those kind of kids. Whereas I can't take him to camping with mates because he's just going to run away, and I won't be able to keep an eye on him. So if there's anywhere that anyone knows where there's a campsite, even with just like a fence around it, so I can keep him a bit more contained, and being able to keep him occupied and all that kind of thing, I'd love to hear about it, because me and Jess are definitely wanting to take him out again. Like we took him when he was 1 and 2, but he was a little bit less active than what he is now. He's just, as Dad knows, he's just non-stop energy, isn't he?
Yeah. Like another thing that's going on too. Yeah, so Ling is just about to take off too. Like take off as in walking.
Yeah.
Too. So he's going to be on the go too. Yeah, but yeah. So he's just at the toddler stage now, like in the. So he's going to be great when he's walking around the place too.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, Jason, we got another person coming on later on. Jennifer G's got a level 3 autistic son as well, mate, and it's a big job, mate, looking after that, isn't it? Mate, I don't know. You will know more than it. It's almost a full-time job, mate.
If I'm honest, mate, there was some serious heat in my household over the last. Well, it's a lot better now, but last year and it's going to the start of this year, it was just you wonder how much pressure your marriage can take. But
yeah, mate. I get it.
You've got to. What I've felt. So look, I've got a very good mum and dad who have been married for best part of 45 years, and the biggest thing I learned of them is to communicate and be honest with each other, and try and find your little escapes as well. So it was up to the point where he was even up to like 5-6 hours a night. Then we'd be getting phone calls after he's dropped off at daycare, and like maybe an hour or two later, and one of us would have to go home from work. And look, it was some hard times, and we're very lucky that all his therapies can come into daycare, so we can both go to work. Sometimes it's like if we're home, or like if it's my day off during the week, or so Jess works from home 2 days a week.
Yeah.
They can come into our house and do things that way. There's a lot more flexibility around things now. I think probably 20, 30 years ago, without the technology and things like that, I can see why a lot of parents would have struggled, and so many relationships would have just been torn apart, mate. And speaking to a mate yesterday, I went for a run with him about 5 minutes away from my house. He works in disability services, and he was telling me, so he takes care of a 17-year-old level 3 autistic child, and he was telling me, so he's only there for 3 hours, and his job is to get him to have his medication, to get him to have a shower and have something to eat. And he's lucky to even get him to do one of those things in those 3 hours, because how much convincing he takes, because he's so, a bit more stubborn and doesn't want to give in, just, and I think the world's like opening up a little bit more, mate. It's not just that kid's being a rubbish child. It's this kid needs a lot of help.
Yeah. And
I'm going to interrupt you because I'm I've seen a couple things. First of all, when you were telling your story, I wasn't laughing at you. I was laughing
you're right.
because Lorna McMillan was giving me crap because Daz was hungry watching me eat, and now she has to go make a bacon and egg sandwich. I wasn't laughing at you at all because that was funny. It was in the comments. Sorry, Lorna, but you mentioned about your child, and Peter McMurtry just brought that up as he wanders off.
Yeah.
I actually have a related story, although this is an adult and it's not autistic. But I have a question for you, and then I'll have a quick story, and I have a question for you actually.
Yeah.
When a couple of years ago, maybe 3 years ago, because I drive a bus, so I had an elderly gentleman, and he wasn't old. Like, I'm 55, so I'm getting old. But I'm guessing he's in his somewhere in his 60s, maybe early 70s. And he got on my bus. It was like late March, so it's pretty cold here still. And he only had a sweater on. He got on at the station, and I didn't think about it too much. You look at when people get on, and you just kind of notice them, but you don't really pay attention because people get on in all sorts of funny, strange ways now. Like my kids, Becca wears shorts and a t-shirt in winter, and she wears sweatpants and a toque in the middle of summer. So you kind of get used to people being odd. Excuse me. So he gets on. I do the trip. Actually, Buck, it's the same line. Remember when we had that big snowstorm and the guy hit the side of my bus sliding down the big snowbank? It was the same line, but it was a couple months later. And I get to the end, and I walk back and check my bus. And the guy hadn't moved. So I ask him a question. I'm like, where are you going? Because I'm at the end. I don't know where else to go except back where I came. So when someone's still on your bus at the end, and Ray, you know this because you would have done the same thing. You're like, I've literally done the whole route. Where are you going? Like, why are you still here? You should have gotten off. And I'm not doing it because I'm mad, but I'm like, are you lost? Are you just riding the bus? Are you up to no good and you planning on doing something when I get to a spot where there is nobody? I don't know. So you have to adjust me. He's not really responding to me. And I'm sitting there, and I've been doing the job long enough, and I'm not, I was 52 at the time. So I'm 55 now. So I'm used to people. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, something in my head's going, something's wrong, because he's not really responding and he wants to move. And I'm asking him questions. He's not really responding to me. But somebody made a comment about his watch, one of the kids' watches, and he thinks it's a really nice watch and he really likes it, but it's really a GPS tracker. That's what reminded me of this. So I'm sitting there and I hit yellow, which for us is an emergency call to transit control. I have a problem and I need a supervisor or police, somebody. Like, there's a guy on my bus. He's clearly lost. He has something wrong. And I don't really get an answer. And he's got no real winter clothes and it's pretty cold. And things aren't working out. And I need help. And I don't mean help like, send the fire brigade, but I need help. You need to send somebody out here because something's going on that is beyond my ability to process or to deal with. And so as I'm sitting there, okay, we'll send a supervisor out and they'll notify police if there's anybody lost. Because we get those kind of messages all the time of, a bolo, be on the lookout for this person, or the police are looking for this or whatever. So I get there and I'm like, okay, sir, don't worry about it. We'll just sit here, relax. It's fine. And as I'm sitting there, a guy drives by really slowly beside the bus in his car. And I'm guessing in his 40s. He drives by and he's looking at me really strange. So I'm thinking, that was kind of odd. So you don't really know what's going on. And then he goes around, he comes back and he pulls in front of the bus. He gets out. He comes to the bus and he basically said he was, that's my dad. He's gone from the home and I've been following him and I couldn't catch him because he turns out he's on my bus. Of course, I'm driving across the route I'm driving is really, really, really twisty and turny. It's a circle, but it cuts and turns and twists. And, you think you're going to get the bus here and it turns out it's over there. If you don't know the routing is. So I call him up and the first thing I have to do is make sure this guy is who he is. I could tell by the way he spoke to him and the way he responded. And they looked at him. I'm like, he goes, that's my dad. And he left the home and I've been tracking him because he has a tracker on him. And that's why the thing spared that. I'm like, holy crap. So I understand. So anyways, I have to do a bunch of stuff to make sure he is who he is, ID, write all the information down. The supervisor got there. So he wrote everything down and we cleared it. And he's like, he went with him. And I was like, tell us, by the way, he is with him. That clearly he knows him. He said something to him in Greek. And he got up and he walked out. And so I tracked all the information. I did what I'm supposed to do. Again, Ray, because you would have probably run into this at some point as well, or something similar. There's a whole bunch of stuff you have to do. Buck, I know you would as a cop. All the paperwork and all the information you got to do with lost children and things like that. So when you bring up about, your son wandering off, and again, it was brought up here in the comments, and you guys now know because you've done it. Mike Blakeley made a comment actually about not being able to respond. It's hard to get on all the comments, especially if they're going by. You can't. So you just have to kind of backtrack sometimes. But he eventually did things. He was fine. But the guy was like, I'm so happy I found my dad, because sometimes he wanders off and we can't find him. And so I was like, well, as soon as I figured out what was going on, I wasn't moving until somebody got here. Supervisor, bring him home, or police. Somebody's coming.
All right, Mark's frozen up there, fellas.
Yeah.
Oh, he's back again. You
Are
froze
you
up
guys
from
coming
the.
down?
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys freeze up from time to time too. I'm pretty sure it's us. We've got a pretty good rainstorm going out. So anyway, so I'm sitting there thinking about, yeah, Brad, I do take 10 minutes to tell. Wait till you get on here, Brad. You're going to take 20 minutes to tell a 30-second story. Don't even bother busting my chops over this. So he was there, and I got him on the bus and everything else. But I understand what you mean when you say, he wanders off, because I'm thinking, well, I remember this guy, he is a full-grown adult, but it's like a child, because I could see the way he was. You are dealing with a child, although full grown, because he's probably in some stage of dementia, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
But I understand what you say when you say he wanders off, because he will. And I'm thinking, well, then you got to track him down. And I remember this story because the guy had a GPS tracker on him. I don't know if it was his phone, watch, something.
Have you got a tracker for your son? Like Mark's saying there, Blake found his dad. Do you have a GPS tracker for your son? Or
No, well, I didn't even know they even existed. So I'll have to tell Jess to have a look into them and see if we can get them through the NDIS.
Somebody here commented that it's a watch that the kid really likes, and I don't know who made the comment. You'd have to go back and look. But that's how he has a watch that he really likes. So that's how they track him. My other comment is when you said you can't bring them to the camp. I'm curious about, obviously people are going to watch them at the camp. Like you get no hassle from anybody in the group or in the community. But when you take them to a campsite where it's difficult to track him in that, do other people respond negatively to the way he is, or do you find people in general are helpful and tolerant of the things that have to happen to accommodate him?
Oh yeah, well it's pretty hard, like with because he's non-verbal as well, So like it's not. So it's not like a physical disability, so you can't just look at him. I look and see that there's something going on. Like it's pretty hard, for people to understand.
I'm supposed to add to that. Like a lot of people just kind of, just have a bit of a like a lighthearted laugh. They don't mean anything by it because they don't know what's going on.
yeah,
I've even so the last time I took him to get a haircut, it was just absolutely horrendous. And I had an old lady bursting out laughing. Look, if I consider myself a pretty decent human being, and it wasn't going to take much more for me to, lose it a little bit. But if I just decide I need to be better than these people, so we do have our challenges and all that. Don't get me wrong, but one thing I've been finding lately, so. We, as you know, Buck and Dad, and we got a new puppy a couple of weeks ago, and to see the bond between those two mates, incredible.
Yeah.
Really?
He
opens up to the puppy?
Sorry, what's that?
Did you find he opens up to the puppy in a way he doesn't?
Oh yeah, like they're constantly chasing after each other.
Really?
He's always rubbing her belly and just patting her, and they're basically like best mates. I've always heard how good dogs are with disabled people, and to see it with your own eyes, I was tearing up in the backyard.
Wow.
Yeah.
So that's why dogs become his best friend,
mate. Wow. Yeah. So
that's
he's
so good.
that's good to hear, mate. That's good to hear. And as I said, we're going to have Jennifer on at 9 o'clock, I think, and she's her son is Robbie as well, Mark, and he's autistic stage 3. What is it? Is the higher the number, the worse is the Jace? I don't know much about it.
So there's generally thresholds for level 1 and 2, and then if you pass level 2, then you go into the level 3 threshold. But to put it into perspective of how difficult it is for him, so there was about 6 different categories of human development. when he got assessed last. Oh, it was the 1st of December last year. I won't ever forget that day.
Yeah.
And 5 of them bottom 1%, and the other one was I think it was physical development, and that was bottom 5%. So he does have it pretty tough, but at the same time, like, mate, I've found this. Look, a year ago, mate, I was a bit like, WTF, my life's over. You know, what am I going to do? But now it's so much better now, mate. It's so much more rewarding to see someone just being able to have so much of a better life. There's still a long way to go. Don't get me wrong, but I actually see a light now. Whereas I was, last year, mate, I was just in a pretty ordinary way. But look, at the end of the day, I got to do the best for him, and just like you guys have all done for all your kids. And
Absolutely, mate. It's a tough job, and unless you've been there, we don't know, mate. I was lucky. My 2 kids, I was lucky, and boy, oh boy, it's tough. And you said something before where it puts a strain on the marriage, mate. You got to be both strong people to keep going, and you've got a long way to go, and this will be a forever thing, mate. So it's just something you got to learn to deal with, I guess. I don't know. I'm not in that situation. I had a chat with Jennifer yesterday, and I can see even Robbie, like she was trying to control Robbie and people may see this when Jennifer comes on. I think it's important that people see that for us who have had kids growing up, and we've been very, very lucky, there's people out there that do it tough, mate. And you got to be tough parents to get through that. I know a few friends have got autistic kids and that. It's tough, mate. It's bloody tough. And just got to stay strong, mate. Stay strong. And if anyone out there can help Jace out, he's asked for a place where he can go that may be fenced off where the kids can still have a good time. Anyone who thinks they can help Jace, please get in touch. That's what this is all about, mate. It's what it's all about. So anyway,
as far as marriage goes, like, I know it puts a strain on your marriage. I mean, Julie and I are about to tick 29 years married in marriage in February. It's not all, even with healthy kids, it's not always easy. You get through a stage where sometimes you might want to chuck it in. You might love the person, but you're at a point where you're like, this doesn't work. But you eventually stick through it. In your case, you have the pressure of a child that needs a lot of help all the time. And he'll probably get to a point when he gets older that he might be more functional. It might require less effort from you, constant effort. But it's still, as the pressure puts on a marriage, is and I'm not a marriage counselor. I'm just saying what work with us is you just don't give up. You just if you got to not talk to each other for an extended period of time and just do the day things you got to do, at some point you'll start talking again, or at some point you'll start, things will start working again.
Yeah.
That's just the way it is. You just, as far as marriages go, you stay together and just keep moving forward. Do all the things you got to do in time. I don't want to say it works itself out. That's not my point. But in time, you just start coming back together because you're constantly working together to keep things together. And it sounds to me like you guys have a pretty good marriage, and you just have a lot of stress on it. I'm not trying to give marital advice. Saying what Julie and I went through.
Yeah, you got good support from mum and dad. You said, Jace, which is good, and they live close by, so that's good to know.
Yeah, well, it's pretty much been a whole. When they say village raises a child, it's been 100% true the whole time.
That's absolutely true.
All of my family and all of Jess's family, been doing their best to do what they can to support us. And I'm very grateful for that too.
Yeah, it's good, mate. Hey, listen, we got 5 minutes to go. Let's finish on a positive, an important subject. I'm glad it's come up, Jace. It's something that I think people need to be aware of, mate. Like you see someone out there, and anyone who laughs or finds an autistic, I don't think anyone will go out and laugh at an autistic kid. They probably so I think it was Nathan or something. They just don't understand, mate. They don't understand that people go, oh, what a naughty, this bloke was in the shopping centre, had a naughty kid with him. They're not naughty. They're autistic. There's a big difference, mate. And it must be hard. It must be hard to keep your mouth shut when if someone, think someone's thinking something bad or saying something bad about your kid, it's only human instinct that we get defensive for them, mate. So it must be hard to not say something to these ignorant people. But yeah, let's finish on a high, Ray.
Yeah.
Some of your best memories are taking the kids camping and that, mate.
Oh, yeah, well, every camping trip was great. Yeah, but something else I've got to tell you before time runs out. Like I was born a Queenslander, like I'm still a Queenslander. Yeah!
So you go for the Maroons. Good shit.
Yeah, the best mate time of life was the 10 series in a row. Wasn't that good shit?
Oh, I thought that was the worst time of my life.
Yeah.
Ray, you'll be coming on every week as a special guest.
Yeah.
Well, that's another thing. Like state of origin, mate. It's always been a big family thing because of half the family of Queenslanders, half of New South Wales. My mum's English, so she doesn't really care. But it's always been an amazing thing for our family. Like me and Dad are always texting each other, and I'm texting my uncles, my cousins, and all that, living in places like Silkwood and Poon and places like that, stirring the absolute bejesus out of them, mate. And it's just something that I really enjoy.
Yeah, it's good, mate. I love the banter. State of origin time. Landy, I can see you. Landy Smurf's in and he's waiting to come on. He's just lighting all his candles up so we can see him. But it's fantastic, and it's been bloody good to have you on this morning, fellas. Jace, anything else? I know you had a few points that you wanted to bring out. Is there something we missed, mate?
I guess the last thing I just wanted to say was just thank you so much for the opportunity, mate. Like I said to you before, it's never been about you. It's always been about the community, and just to have 4 average guys here and to do it with. Well, I've got 5 best mates: my dad, my dog, my 2 sons, and my brother. To do it with one of them is, absolutely fantastic.
Well, thank you.
To have my brother tuning in from the UK, my sister in Victoria, and this isn't something I'm extremely grateful for having the opportunity to do. And there's so many guys in the community that I only just talk a bit of rubbish on Facebook with them, like your Terry G's and your brother Ken, and all that. But even though I never met these guys, they're just wonderful people, and I'm really keen to meet a few people like them and everyone else in the community in September. So just want to say thanks.
That's going to be good, mate. It's going to be absolutely fantastic to have you both there. Ray, you and me, we'll have to do one-on-one StreamYard one, and talk some army shit and all that. We have got a lot in common, mate. So I'd love to catch up and certainly have a more in-depth chat. And I'm sure there was a lot of funny army stories that we'll come up with and all that type of stuff. And absolutely, I know you've opened up today, Jace. It hasn't been easy to open up in front of people you don't know and all that type of stuff. It's great to have your family on. I hope they've enjoyed watching you both on. Great to have father and son combo on. I'm glad it worked out really well, rather than have you on separately. It was just fantastic to have you both on together, and we'll have you both on again next year, and we'll talk more. So I'm sure there's a lot more things we can talk about, but I'd love to have you both on again next year. It'd be absolutely fantastic. So, and
Ray, I'm going to interrupt you for a second, Buck. I just want to say, Ray, when I was a kid, my parents took me camping when I was really young, and I got into Scouts and Cubs and beat Rovers and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Partly because of them taking me camping when I was a kid. Tent camping. Like my parents bought a really nice canvas tent, but that's how we camped when I was a kid. I just want to say good on you, because our kids have gone to our trailer since, they're all Ashley, Robbie, and Becca, since they were born. Like they were kids. Robbie still loves going up there. So does Ashley. They have their own trailer somewhere else. And we do it a little differently here now than we used when I was growing up. But good on you for taking the kids camping when they're young. I mean, I still have some really good memories of being in Scouts, because my mom had her own Scout troop, and my Rover crew used to go out with her Scout troop a lot. and help with all sorts of camping stuff and events and things. It was fun to do, but it's because my parents took me when I was young that I developed the interest in sports. So good on you for doing that to your kids when they're young, because it matters to them when they get older. Just like I'm sure, Jason, you said it,
Yeah.
because of all the stuff he did with you when you were a kid, like camping, all that, it gives you an outlet with your family to go, hey, let's go do this. And they'll remember that, when they get older.
Well,
So like, I remember, going camping with grandpa.
We still
Thanks, fellas. Yeah,
we still talk about it. Yeah.
I better
Camping,
go.
what a great thing.
Yeah.
It's good on. Thanks for being on, fellas. We'll have you on again next year. I'd love to have you on
mate.
again.
Yeah.
There's a lot more we can talk about. And Ray, I know you'll have some funny stories that that you can tell us. It'll be a good laugh, mate.
Yeah.
So, and as I said, it was great. I hope your family enjoyed watching today as well. So hopefully you can sit back now and watch a bit more of the stream, because we got a long way to go yet. It's only 8 o'clock. Been going 3 hours slacking. We're a quarter of the way through, mate. I'm still going.
You're still going. You're awake, and it's time for my bedtime.
I'm looking forward to beer time this afternoon. You're looking forward to bedtime.
Well, I'm actually having beer time with Dad in a couple of hours' time. So,
yeah. Mark, what was that thing you're showing us there? Bubbly or something?
It's bubbly. Somebody made a comment of what was in my can. It's bubbly. It's sparkling water. I don't drink.
Can you put rum in it?
No, because there's no sugar.
Rum go in that.
There you go. That's what I'm drinking. Somebody wanted to know what I was in the can.
Cherry
bubble.
Oh, that's that bloody thing that you said the ad on from that Michael Bublé.
Yes, that's it. Michael Bublé. That's exactly the same stuff.
Michael Bublé.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael Bublé. I'm not calling Michael Bubble.
Forgot about that. Yeah.
Yes, and I call it Michael Bubble.
Yeah.
All right, Landy's got his candles lit there down in Tasmania, guys. He's down there on the southern part of Tasmania. They haven't got electricity down there yet, so he's got his candles lit. I can see him. So thanks again, fellas, for joining in today, and sit back and relax and enjoy the rest of the live stream. We'll talk again next year. We'll do this again next year, eh?
Thanks for supporting this, guys, and coming on.
Mate, it'll be great.
Good on you. See you, fellas. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
All right, mate. Yeah, see you.
Hang on,
this is working out better than we hoped, eh, Buck?
Well, I've got to work out how to do this.
Don't ask me. I couldn't even mute this thing. Robbie had to do it.
Here we go. The next diddly donk up this morning, guys. We all know this bloke. Landy Smurf. G'day, mate. How are you?
Morning. Oh, no, she won't even. It's too cold. Too cold down in Tassie to even lighter. Come on.
The lighter fluid's frozen up.
I can't run the lights, and I can't run the heater because I've got the old Jenny running Starlink. Come on.
Oh, dear.
If only Lukey Reed was here to start it for me.
Lukey Reed, he'll turn up on your doorstep soon. There you go. Very romantic. You yourself, and I with the candle going. Very romantic, mate.
Yes. No, she's actually going to be quite a warm day today, so we've got no insulation here, so everything's blacked out. We're living in the early 1900s here. Yeah.
Oh, how you been, mate? All right?
Oh, not too shabby. Actually, this is the pointy end of the year for a lot of people, but especially like for Nathan and I, term 4, because we're both teachers, is heckers. It's heckers. We've got a lot of work that we have to do, like with reporting and everything, which is all right for me because I can't go out in the daylight anyway, or a full moon, otherwise I get burnt. So it's a good time to stay inside and get that stuff done. I did want to just say, though, a big thanks to Ray and Jason for sharing the story, especially Jason with talking about Movember and his child with autism. So a lot of people know that I'm a teacher, and a lot of people probably would know that I used to teach primary school and now I teach industrial arts, but I actually teach special education as well. So like I'm actually not far away from you, Jason. If you're ever going away and if you're just worried about things or whatever, camping with your son, like I'm more than happy to help. Like I teach all special ed from, all their different disabilities as well. So I'm more than happy to come and help if you ever need a hand in with anything there.
Absolutely fantastic, mate. And that's what this community is all about, mate, is we're helping each other out where we can, whether it's a phone call, whether it's a text message, whether it's going out and all that type of stuff. So absolutely fantastic, mate. That'll be great. And yeah, as I said, a child with autism, it's a tough gig.
And until you've seen it, like until you've either been around a kid, whether they're in family or friends, like you're saying, or in the classroom, you don't really know. And see, like, I know it quite well from a school point of view, but I don't really know what it's like as a parent. I can imagine, because I know how full on it is, at least at school. So, like, it would be a very, like, parenting's a hard enough gig, but then when you've got a child with a disability, like, you'd be run off your feet all the time. It'd be very exhausting.
Yeah. No,
it's something
exactly
people don't
right,
think
mate.
about. If you, like, in my case, I'm lucky. All of my kids and my 2 grandkids are healthy, and I don't have to deal with it. Buck, you said the same thing. You know, your kids, they are too. It's not something that you think about if you don't have to deal with it. Generally, it doesn't really sit at the front. And when
you take it
people
for
are out there
granted, really.
doing it tough, sure you do. It's hard being a parent, and to be a parent to somebody that needs a lot of attention all the time. And that's not like they're sick, so they, you know, in 2 or 3 weeks or in a month they'll be better. Excuse me. Instead, it's somebody that will never not need your help. That's something that will never, you know, they won't ever grow up and become their own person. They will always need you there, and that's hard.
Bloody hell. Yeah.
The other thing, because most people probably know I'm going to be talking about Land Rovers, there's one other thing I wanted to talk about before I get onto that, even though I've only got a short amount of time. Going back to what Mike, like, I find it very interesting. I find everyone interesting, but especially when it's someone from overseas, you get a different perspective. And I found it interesting, Mike, talking about, you know, basically that back to basics camping. And I was going to just throw in another perspective, because I grew up camping from as young as I can remember. And we did sort of like in national parks. We did a few caravan parks here and there, but we did a lot of national park sort of camping. We didn't do swags until later in life. We just didn't have the room to be throwing swags. And swags they've always been a thing, but they've become a lot more common of late, whereas it used to be all tent camping. So that's what we did. But some people would know that I lived in Sweden for a year, and I did a bit of camping over there. And they're quite big on their, like, forest camping, and they've actually got a rule there that you can camp anywhere. You can't camp in someone's backyard if it's residential, but you can actually go onto anybody's property and camp. Obviously, you've got to leave it how you found it. But yeah, that's a rule that they have there, just so people can get out, because they're very big on promoting outdoor life. So I did a bit of camping over there, but I didn't have a car. So I actually did camping on a bicycle, and I did one trip over to Denmark. I rode from Sweden to the city I lived in was right across from Copenhagen. Well, not from Copenhagen. No, from Copenhagen in Denmark. And so I rode down. There's big ferries that go across. I think it's about half an hour across. You can see the land easy enough.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, so I rode down on the bike. I'll show you a photo in a moment. Rode on the bike, had a little bike trailer, had no money, so I got the cheapest of cheap I could get. So she looks a bit stinged. She's got a bit of duct tape. But rode down in fact, Buck, you went on the Spirit of Tasmania when you came over to God's country, and there would have been heaps of lanes, I would imagine, going there. It's not like just a single lane. You'd have, like, your trucks going on different. Is that right? Oh,
yes, exactly. No, I went wrap around, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, so it's the same over there. I think it was about 8 lanes, and they do that so they can organise the traffic and putting the load on the boat.
Yes.
And so I remember it was like I was riding there, and I was in top gear. She was cranking in 5th. I was pedaling hard. There was a bit of I almost started a fire. And I'm there, and all the cars are zooming, because we only had a couple of minutes to get on there. And the trucks are going there. I'm pedaling my bike with the little bike trailer on the back. Anyway, I just got on, and they put me right up the front. So all the cars and trucks are there, and then I was like, oh no, you keep on going. So I came all the way right up the front, right next to the big semis, and I was first off. But it's a bit of a funny little photo. You can't really see it that well, but you can see there's a semi right next to me. I'll see if you can. Yeah. So that was went and did 2 nights, 3 days camping in Denmark, just going around the coast and everything and back around. What? That was interesting.
Oh, mate, that'd be a great story. We'll have to do another live feed. You just tell us about that camping trip. Was it camping gear in that little buggy? Was it?
Yeah, had the little tent. Had the. She was about as basic as it gets. I had frozen beef burger things ready to go and all that sort of shit or stuff. And then when we got there, got to camp a bit late because we'll keep on going, and got them out and they're all a bit. They weren't rigid, the old meat patty, so she went in the bin, and then I had to go and order. I'm like, it wasn't much. I ended up in this little town where no one spoke English, and it was kind of like, you'd sleep with one eye open in that place. Everyone was related, and I was like, I need to eat. So I went to this little pizza shop, and I'm looking at it, and I knew a bit of Swedish, not so great on the Danish. Kind of really just expecting everyone to talk to me in English, being over there, and I went in, not a word of English. I'm like, ugh. So I'm like, okay, now I've got to try and translate my little known Swedish to Danish because there's all the Scandinavian languages cross over a bit.
Yeah, right.
Even German, like it can come in. There's a bit of similarity there, and I'm trying to go. And I'm like, I don't know what that is. They have some funky stuff on their pizzas. I'm like, cheese, which I think was like dust or something. I'm like, just play it safe. Anyway, yeah, that's a story for another time.
Oh dear, back in those days, you wouldn't have Google Translate on your iPhone, mate, like we have these days, eh?
I had the cheapest little phone, which the best thing about it was that it had a color screen. But yeah, so I had none of that. I had to just work. Like I did a bit of research before going on the laptop.
Yeah.
But then everything was just making it up as you go. And the roads over there, because they're really big on bikes, they have bike roads. So you could be going through someone's farm where cars can't go, but it's like it'd be like a single lane car, but then they split it in half and that's a bike road. And they've just got them everywhere. So it's not like you can just go, I'm coming into this town. You'll just be in the middle of nowhere. And I don't know why. I don't ride the bike like that. I'm driving all of a sudden. I'm riding like that. And you just have to make it up and go, yeah, that's about right.
Oh, dear idea. What were you actually doing in Sweden, mate? Were you working over there or was it just a backpack type holiday?
I might have been seeing a Swedish person at the time.
I was going to say, my next question was going to be: are Swedish women into red-headed Tasmanians?
Well,
Was she taller than you or shorter than you?
A lot of people. I got a lot of looks. I'll take that as a compliment, I think. Actually, I probably fit in. So yes, they are normally taller than us, but I was just slightly taller. About the same height.
Did she look like a beaver out of ABBA?
Lightning.
The blonde hair's it's strong over there.
That's good. Hey, that part of Sweden that goes over to Denmark, have they built a tunnel that joins the bridge under and a bridge, have they?
Yeah, so I didn't live in that city. You're talking about Malmo or Malmö, however they say it. Yeah, so I was just a couple of hours north of that, where the ferries go across. But yes, that one there, they do have it's a bridge and then it goes into a tunnel under the water, so the boats can still get through.
Just incredible, eh? How did you find it when they found out you're Australian? Was you well received over there, or standoffish, or wanted to know a bit about Australia? Yeah, so everyone was pretty keen. A lot of Scandinavians come to Australia. A lot of them come on gap years, backpacking and that. So there's a lot of people over there have like their Aussie story. They're everywhere Australians go. I think people are mainly interested in. I worked on a construction site over there. I did a few different little odd jobs here and there. One I actually worked on ex-military, like Swedish ex-military vehicles at somebody's hunting cabin in the forest. But then the other one I did was a construction site for a few months. And I was working with Polish, Romanians, Swedish, and some Americans. And the only people that everyone else was really intrigued, because it's also like, what's this one Aussie dude doing there? Because usually they're in teams, and I was just solo there. The only people that didn't really want to know anything about me were the Americans.
They
Oh,
yeah. But yeah, everyone else, they're very, very interested.
yeah. Oh,
And
it's
even
good.
when it's funny as well because I spent a bit of time in Denmark, not just on going on the bike, but there's not a lot of Aussies in Sweden, but there are quite a few Aussies in Denmark, especially because I was near the capital.
Yeah.
And I'd be talking English, and if you hear, you can pick Aussies out, they can find you. Doesn't matter where you go, they find you, and you'd be just walking along, because over there people are quite shy and reserved. Like whereas we could be walking down the street, even if it's someone you don't know, they're walking their dog. Oh, hey, how you going? And when I was in Denmark, it was exactly the same. You'd be walking, you hear an accent, you just get a look like that, and you just knew that that's an Aussie.
Oh, that's good,
Yeah.
eh? Bloody Sweden would have been a fascinating country to visit. Like any of those Scandinavian countries, everyone dreams of going to Scandinavia and that. Like, nice place. Very expensive, I've heard, Sweden.
Well, it was a few years ago I was there. I found it more expensive than Australia with most things, but then I also found other parts of Europe like a bit more expensive. Sweden's actually a really easy country to live in. They've got higher taxes, but the way they use their tax money is really good. Free education, none of this HEX stuff.
Yeah.
Kids are really well looked after. Everyone's got basically free dental and healthcare, which we don't have free dental care. You do when you're when you're a child in New South Wales, I think up to 18, or as long as you're in school, you do. But all those costs that we stress about, they don't have that. So even though they're higher tax, they're actually pretty happy over there. I actually think they're happier over there than what we are. The only thing that's their killer is
use the money, spend it well, unlike our government that just wastes it on us.
Yes.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like if you want to work hard and be wealthy, yes, you can still do that. It's not like they're sacrificing. There's still those classes, but everyone has a better standard of living, I think, than we do in Australia.
Yeah. Okay.
So I'd happily live there. The winters I don't mind. I actually dealt better with the cold than the Swedish people did. I found it fine. I was probably a bit excited about it as well, which helped.
Well, coming from Tasmania, you're used to it, mate.
Well, that's true. Yeah, it was a summer holiday going there. I do remember once I went out. It was Australia Day, which is the middle of winter over there, and it was snow everywhere. And there was actually the apartment building I was living in. There was 21 apartments. I was on the 3rd floor. The person on the 1st floor, he was actually an Aussie living there. Like he married a Swedish girl, but he was the only Aussie I found the whole time in Sweden. Anyway, so we had a little Aussie Day thing and went out in our thongs, which is not our pluggers. Just to make that clear. Anyway, so I went out, and I remember I went for a run, and I had my shorts on. They were a bit like your cowboy shorts, that sort of length. I was a bit fitter back in the day, and I went running down to the local shop to go and get something, and it was about 200 meters, and there was snow everywhere, and I had my thongs, and I did not see the manhole there, which was just flat steel. And I just went, no one, I don't think anyone saw me, but I was just like, yep, that's why you don't go running in thongs when it's snowing. I learnt my lesson very quickly.
Oh, dear idea. Hey, another question. Do they drive Land Rovers in Sweden?
They do. They're much rarer over there and heaps more expensive. Anywhere that's a left-hand driving country, they're a lot less common, and they cost a lot more money. Because one issue they've got over there is the rust because of the salt roads. I saw a few around. There were Land Rover dealerships. I did go and see a few old Land Rovers. I got in with a few because the Land Rover community is a bit like this, I guess, but it's around the world thing. So I managed to meet up with a few people over there. Got to see a few rare Land Rovers, and it's one of those things like, it's a bit like camping or something. As soon as you meet someone who's got a Land Rover, you can talk. It's the reason that I love Land Rovers is because people just help each other out. Like if you're not that this would ever happen, but if you're stuck on the side of the road, broken down in a Land Rover, another Land Rover person will stop, even if they're driving a Land Rover not, and they will stop just to see that, you know, you're having a rest, and they'll join in. But you can have a chat. That's what, you know, I've driven around quite a lot around Australia, and I've always got a home somewhere. There's always someone willing to let me, you know, stay there, or, you know, you catch up and you'll talk Land Rovers, and yeah, it's pretty good. And that's like, I don't think there'd be other car brands like that. Like if you're talking just about cars, that's one thing I know that they talk about the Toyota Troop carriers, that they're a bit like that. They're a community, which they are.
But following Troopies,
yeah. But Land Rovers, you can just, you've always got that community. Yeah, you get people that you don't agree with and stuff like that, and you get you know, when you're talking about restoring Land Rovers, which I'm a little bit into that, you get a few people that get on their high horse, oh, that's not right, it should be like this, and some people like to big note themselves. But you're nearly going to get that anywhere when you get such a large number. Like, I'm talking tens of thousands of people. But generally, it's a pretty good community. I've got, like, some of my best friends are from that community.
Yeah. When I joined the Army in '82, mate, they were just transitioning from the Series 2A to the Series 3. And when I did my driver's course, I was still teaching us to double clutch and that, because the old 2As had a crash bar. You had to bloody double clutch to get the gears to go in. And
no synchro on first and second.
Yeah. So you had to double clutch and that. But the old Series 3s, the old petrols, I drove one to Cape York in 1986, mate. It was the rough. There was no bitumen up to Cape York back in those days. And I actually got an old Series 3 Land Rover across the Jardine River, mate. Strapped the hootchie to the front, get a bow wave going, taped up the diff breathers and that, and got an old petrol Series 3 across the Jardine, which was no mean feat. Then the 110 Land Rovers came out after that. But the old Series 3s, mate, they were good fun to drive, I must admit. They used to break down a bit. They were good fun. Tell us a bit about your Land Rover, mate. What you got? So if people don't know what you well, you call Andy Smurf, you're a Land Rover enthusiast.
Well, I've probably owned about 30 so far. At the moment, I've only got about 7. And I've got them I got Series 1s. Like, my oldest one at the moment is a 1950 Series 1, which was actually, it was used as a contractor vehicle on the Snowy Mountain scheme. Then I've got got to work this out. My grandfather's uncle's Series 1, 1954. I got that as my 30th birthday present. So it's in the shed at the moment. That's that chassis and firewall that I had at the Legends event on the trailer. That's to help fix that one.
Yeah.
I've got a 1963 2A Ford Control, which is only about 30 of them in the country. It runs the 6-cylinder Rover engine, which the long wheelbase Army ones had. I've got a couple short wheelbase 2As. I've got a 1979 Series 3 short wheelbase petrol, which was my grandfather's first cousin. It's his vehicle, so it's been in the family since new. And then I've got a 1983 Series 3 Stage 1, which runs the same gear as the Army 110s, the Parentis. It just doesn't have the coil, like a different chassis setup. It's still on the Leaf.
Are you planning to keep them and collect them, or are you going to restore them and sell them, turn them over? I
would not put money and effort into restoring to sell. There's no money in that, really. Even though prices have gone up a bit, it's not worth it to do that. At some point, I'm definitely going to have to get rid of some. I can't choose it. If I had 2 exactly the same models, I could choose. But it's really hard to choose when I've got 2 of them being in the family since new. I'm like, well, you can't get rid of that. Then I've got a couple that are a bit rare, and then I've got some that I really like. So it's hard to choose. I don't know what I'll do when the time comes.
Well, now you're a collector.
Yeah. I'm a collector, but not eclectic.
You can't justify getting rid of them. You're keeping them, right?
Yeah. Some will go at one point. I just it's too hard to, because they're also different. It's too hard to work out which one, and it'll come down to what my life's going to probably be like in 5 to 10 years. But at the moment, as long as I can keep them, I will keep them.
Yeah, good stuff. Steve W. and Andy Richards will be excited. You talking about Land Rovers, mate? Good bit of engineering. Those short wheelbases would be good fun, eh?
Yeah, I will just quickly show. I've got a couple of photos here. Hopefully you can see them. So that's a trip I did to Coffs a few years ago. So the yellow one there is, I know that doesn't come up that clearly, but the yellow one's mine. That's a little short wheelbase Series 3. That other one there's a 101 Ford Control. Did you see any of them in the Army? Because that's ex-Aussie Army.
What, the truck?
The Ford Control?
This one here.
I thought it was an Ocker. No, we had, before we got the Unimogs, we had Internationals.
Right, they must have just been sold before you got into the Army then. They were in the 70s. 101 Ford Control. They were the ones that they had 3 different bodies on them. So you had like your general, your GS or like your cargo ones, and they were the ones that would, I can't remember if it was called a Raptor, the big missiles, the single on a trailer. I'm not great with my Army stuff. Anyway, they were designed to tow them. They were a V8. They had ambulance ones, and then they had the radio ones as well. There's not many of them. There's not many Aussie ex-military. They're only a military vehicle, that one. They were never a civilian one. So, they're pretty cool. But yeah, they must have. They would have been there in your time. Maybe you just didn't come across them. Maybe they were different units.
We always had the Mark IV and Mark V Internationals. The Mark V was also called the F1. I think the F1 had dual axles at the back. The Mark IV didn't. It just had a single axle at the back. And then they went to Unimogs after that. They phased them out and went to the Unimogs.
Yeah.
So, I never ever saw one of those trucks when I was in, mate, I must admit. But the old Land Rovers, mate, they were a bloody good bit of kit. They really were. You know, they did the job for the Australian Army for a long time. And, you know, when the 110 Defenders come in to the diesel engine and that, like, we thought, oh, wow, how good are these things now? But they've now gone from the 110s and driving the G-Wagons now.
Yeah, they're not having a very good run with the G-Wagons, though, from what I've heard.
Is that right? Yeah.
Well, the amount of money, and then they've had rollovers, and they're limited now, I heard, to 80 kilometres an hour or something when they're doing convoys. They've had a few issues with them. But when the tender came up, Land Rover didn't even go for it.
Didn't they?
I'm not interested in the new Land Rovers. They're a luxury item now. It's funny, they went from track to agriculture to now they're full on luxury.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't touch one now. But the older ones, those Army 110s, if I had to pick the best model, that's what the one I'd pick. I had one and I sold it during COVID for good money, but it was such a bulletproof, good on fuel. It was only didn't have a turbo. It was only NA, but yeah, I'd get like 10 litres to the 100, and that's on an old brick. They were so good. For me, like being full coils, I thought they were relatively comfy. If you had as long as you had a little bit of a load in the back, because they were rated to a ton. Yeah. I'm just wary of the time. So one thing that I will talk quickly about is how I end up getting into Land Rovers, and this will be a very snapshot of it. So the farm where I'm living now is at my father's place, and this property's been in our family since 1856.
Yeah.
So before 4-wheel drives were even a thing, you'd have trucks and you'd have cars. And I know that my great-grandfather had a Dodge car, like a 4-door Dodge wagon type thing. They didn't have tractors really. And so when the Land Rover came in, it was a way that you could do a bit of everything. So that's how we got started on Land Rovers, because it provided different things for our family. And then it just kept on going. We then turned that into 4-wheel drive and camping, as well as getting out on the property with my dad. And then I learnt to drive in one. I got interested in it. I got interested in the community. So that's how I've gotten into them as well.
Yeah.
So that's sort of like a snapshot of why I like them, because they're different. I know that I actually don't think there's one brand or one certain vehicle that is the best. Otherwise, everyone would be driving them. Everything will have a pro and a con. But I really I like the Land Rovers. I like how they look and how they're a bit different. For me, I'm not that interested in Toyotas. I think they're a great thing. They probably are better than a Land Rover in a lot of ways, but it's just not for me. It's almost like if you go and look at a house now, I'm not that interested in looking at new houses. I think I go in there's no character. I'd sooner buy an older house and do a bit of work to it or something.
Yeah. Everyone's different, mate. I'd love to buy an old FFR 110 and convert it into an old fishing vehicle or something, mate.
Yeah. Well, that's what I had was an FFR. Because I remember I sent through the logbook and got you to decipher it where it'd been and everything.
Yeah,
it ended up. It wasn't in your. It wasn't in your. What do you call it? Your is it regiment?
In my unit or whatever. Yeah.
Unit. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
But it was in signals.
Yeah. Righto. Yeah. Who knows? I might have driven that at one stage. You never know, eh? But
the second gear was a bit dodgy, so maybe you did.
Marky Bell's in the house. G'day, Mark. How are you?
Good morning, viewers. How are we all?
Hi, Mark.
We're going well, mate. For those who don't know, in the chat room, guys, next year there's a big camping event called Camping with Mates 2025, and the two guys on the bottom of the screen are two of the main players in getting that going. How's it all going? It all coming together, fellas?
Yeah, it's got everything pretty well sorted. We did a meeting the other day just to go over a few things. We're going to do a YouTube video, like a live feed soon. We're just trying to find a date that works because it's tricky at this time of the year with Christmas and trying to find when everyone's free. So we're going to do one of those hopefully within the next 2 weeks. And then we're also going to do a Christmas. So the next one will be about information about the camp out. And then we'll do a Christmas one where we're going to give out a few prizes. And we'll also, that's more of just a community catch up sort of thing. Okay. But we've got pretty much everything because we're keeping it so simple and keeping our costs right down. We're pretty much all over it.
Yeah.
It's nearly fully booked out. There's only a couple spots last time I checked. Wow. And it's going to be really good with heaps of people coming. A lot of people, a bit like with the last two, people will stay longer than there'll be a lot of people staying longer than just the 3 days. Yeah. What we're our main focus with this is keeping the community together, keeping it rolling, getting people who maybe missed out on going to the others because of whatever, and just keeping this one as a real basic, you know what, just let's camp.
Yeah. And do it simple on that. Hey, Mark, just for your information, when this first got off the ground, there was a big thing going on down here about getting you out to Australia to come to this event. And I said to the boys,
he refused.
Mark won't come without Julie and Robbie. I said and it'll turn into bigger than Ben-Hur. But I know that the community, mate, wanted to get your ass down here.
Guys, I really do. I appreciate the sentiment. Please don't go into that. Please don't do that. I joked around about it. About, I want to use a billionaire, sure. Just send me down first class, Emirates, you can take me around through Dubai the long way. I don't mind. But we're really our whole community is just a bunch of average guys. Average did.
I was thinking of doing an auction of all Land Rovers.
Yeah, that's right. The whole reason to go just take them all out. But please don't do that. It's just not appropriate. It's too much of a big thing. It's nothing that I can. Certain things you want to accept.
Oh, wait, this one.
Really can't. Yeah, thanks. Thanks a lot, dude. But that's just one of those things. I can't accept that. And again, one of you is a billionaire and he wants to do it, then that's a different story altogether. I mean, it'd be like giving somebody $5 for us. But something like that for average people like you to get together, say, hey, we'll get it. It's not appropriate, and there's no way in the world I would go without my family because it's something I can't give them, and I certainly don't expect you guys to do it, and I don't want to accept something like that. So,
when I win the 100 million next week on Powerball, the whole family's coming down.
You can send me the stuff. I have no issues, and we'll absolutely do that. But it's as much as it warms my heart. It makes me feel really, really. It makes me feel really good to know you guys really think that of me. That you want me there.
Yeah. We might do a live feed or something then and get a few of those people that can't make it. And that way we can do a bit of a shout out.
I'm not the only person that's not going to be there. So that'd be awesome.
No, that's right.
Like this. And everybody who can't be there will all hop on at the same time and do something like this. That would be awesome. But it's just
We might have to just do it a bit earlier in the day.
Down here thing. I can't
Before
accept
people
that.
get a bit silly.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know
Yeah,
what? It's if it gets X-rated, then it gets X-rated. Keep the kids away. We'll just don't post the live feed afterwards. Take it down.
I'm going to jump off now so Mark can have his time. Thanks, guys, for having me on, and thanks for everyone in the comments. I'm going to join on now and get back in the comments, and I'll be there most of the day having a chat and watching everyone have their say. So thanks, guys.
For those who haven't cottoned on, Landy's real name is Tony, everyone, and he doesn't live in Tasmania. He lives in New South Wales. So if anyone thinks he lives in Tassie, he doesn't. It's a bit of a joke. I thought he was. I got him mixed up with Tyler Haas at the Buckaroony event, and they said, "Oh, there's Landy Smurf." I said, "You come up from Tassie, have you?" And that's how that started. I got you mixed up with Tyler Haas, mate, and the jokes kept going. So we've just kept running with it. So everyone thinks you live in Tasmania. You don't have electricity. You're Lukey Reed's cousin, and you and Lukey drive around in a bloody short wheelbase Land Rover. Bloody hell.
That's it. Anyway, I'm going to jump off. Thanks, guys.
Good on you, mate.
Yeah,
Great chat.
Bye, mate.
Welcome, Margie.
Thanks,
Welcome
mate.
aboard.
Great to be here.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Good to see you. You're all sporting the Mr. Buckaroony After 5 shirts. They're not
I rang Landy earlier.
Mate,
you doing about my mode. Can you do something? Can you get him ejected from the chat, please, mate?
Who's having a crack at your dirty
Right.
Sand?
I look like Ron Jeremy of all people. Jesus.
The hedgehog. Oh dear, oh dear. He's in
He's
prison now,
buggery too.
without going down that rabbit hole. He is in prison now, Ron Jeremy. If you didn't know, apparently. Yeah, not a nice
I could
person.
make a take, but I won't.
Yeah, well, there you go. So you doing Movember too, mate, or you always
I am,
that
mate.
thing?
Yeah, no, this is not for fun. So I do
it's
it
a
every
great-
year. Yeah,
It's a great cause, Mark, isn't it?
it is, mate. Yeah, we've got we've got 3 of us at work who have been in it since about 2009, individually and together. So yeah, awesome cause.
Yeah, good on you, mate. Good on you for doing it too. Hey, I've been asking everyone else, how the bloody hell did you stumble across my channel, mate? What were you doing on the internet to stumble across me?
Dirk
I'm glad
Diggler.
you asked.
Did you see the comment, Dirk Diggler?
You'll keep. So, answer to your question, Buck. Some of you may know I'm into my camping and fishing, mainly fishing and boating. So, I've had a Quintrex, another Quintrex, just bought another Quintrex. So, I was Googling something about Quintrexes, and this dilly donk in Innisfail came up with Raffaroo. So, that's how it all started. And I thought, this bloke's pretty funny. I might start watching him.
Yeah, this bloke's a dickhead. We'll watch him. He makes a goose of himself all the time. So they're a good boat, Quintrexes, mate. Oh, they're a good boat.
Yeah. It was sad when I saw your one pulling out the driveway, mate.
It was sad, mate. We had some good little trip, but we just weren't using it, mate. But if Quintrex is watching and want to give me a big reef boat, I might take you up on the offer. Geez, I'd love a boat that's big enough to get out to the reef, mate, like on a nice day. Mine could have got out there. It's only 24 Ks out to the reef, but I just didn't have I'm not a confident boater, mate. I know me limitations, and I was never game to take it out to the reef in case it blew up all of a sudden or whatever. But I know guys that take their Quintrex 420s out to the reef all the time, mate. I wasn't confident enough to do it. But what kind have you got, actually?
It's a 488 Sea Breeze, I think it's called.
Yeah, righto.
I only just bought it, but I had a 4.2 fish about before that, 4.3.
Yeah.
And then I had an old Brooker, been into boating since I was a kid. So Dad, we grew up in Scone, little country town, Hunter Valley, and Dad had a trailer sailor. So a trailer yacht in the front yard. Everyone thought he'd lost his marbles, sitting in the middle of Scone, a horse town. So we used to come down the Hawkesbury River, Lake Macquarie, Mile Lakes, camping on the shore and on the boat.
Yeah.
And we used to go to the Tin Can Bay to Harvey Bay yacht race every year.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
we'd sleep on the boat on the way up, stop at Gyra, Armadale, places like that, and go on the yacht race. So it was awesome. So that just followed on from that. As soon as I was 18, bought a tinny, started fishing, started camping again. So, yeah.
And where are you living now, mate? You're in the Hunter Valley?
No, Central Coast, mate. Point Clare. Yeah.
Right.
I've got the water behind me, and I was out there, but the cicadas would have driven you mad, so I've come inside.
Yeah, they're noisy buggers on that. The camera microphone really picks them up, hey? Must be
exactly.
Pitch of them. I noticed that. I can't hear them with my ears a lot of the time, but when I get back in and edit up, all you can hear is the cicadas in the background because the microphones must pick up that tone or something. It's almost deafening on the cameras.
And there was a little Stuka dive bomber buzzing around earlier. I thought I'd cut him out too, so I came inside.
That bastard, every time I record, it's either the parachute plane that goes down to Mission Beach or it's a crop duster doing the bananas. And he goes, Buck's recording, I'll start the crop duster up and start buzzing him.
That happens every time. It's classic.
Chrissy Anderson said, that ain't cicadas, boys. That's tinnitus of the ears. Yeah.
That's not easy. Thanks, mate.
What do you do with your time, mate? I know you're a keen boater and all that type of stuff. Tell us a bit more about yourself.
Yeah, okay. So, one of 9 children, okay?
Yeah.
I'm married with 4 kids, who are all in their 20s, 2 still live at home.
Yeah.
Daughter's in Adelaide, and one's moved out just not far from here.
Yeah.
I, too, was going to be a school teacher when I left school. I was going to go to uni and become a music teacher. And I thought I'll just join the bank for a year, and I walked out of there 29 years later. So
wow,
I was a bank manager for a long time.
What did you do at the bank?
Business lending. So business banking, a business banker. So looked after a lot of pubs, clubs, self-employed people, tradies, that sort of thing. Had a portfolio of clients in the bank.
Yeah.
But the pressure got too much in the end.
Bank were you with?
NAB, mate. Big Red Star.
Right.
Yeah. Mate of mine left and started up his own financial planning practice and wanted a mortgage broker. So he dragged me out. He's ex-NAB as well. And he dragged me out, and I've been there for 6 years.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Oh, it's
you
going well.
Pass credentials and courses. Sorry, Buck.
Sorry,
you pass credentials and courses to become a mortgage person in Australia, or can you just become one?
Yeah. So a lot of people come out of banks and become a broker. Why you would do it the other way, I've no idea. So basically, they've got a thing called RPL, recognition of prior learning. So if you've been lending money for 20 odd years, you're pretty much just ticking boxes to become a broker. But there's all sorts of accreditations you have to do as well. Yeah.
Wow.
Exams and stuff, but it's not rocket science. It's just numbers.
Yeah. Mark, when I was going to school, mate, to get a job in the bank to start off as a teller, that was a very, very sought after job, was to get a job in one of the big 4 banks. It was a big deal, mate.
Yeah, it's I think I first applied for the Commonwealth Bank and told them I was just going to defer for a year and go to uni, and they said, well, you're not for us, see ya. So the next phone call, I said, well, I won't say that again. I won't stuff up. Yeah. Rang NAB and they said, when can you start? Come in for an interview, and started on the Thursday because I wanted a short week.
Good stuff. And you're still doing that now, broken now?
Still breaking, yeah. A lot more fun than banking, yeah.
Yeah. Is there any loans that you don't have to pay back so I can buy a big boat? Is there such a loan? 20
years interest only, mate. It'll outlive you.
Yeah.
Put on the never. There's actually a 40-year interest only loan for over 50s. So we'll hook you up with one of those, mate.
Good stuff. My kids can take it over when I die.
Yeah, exactly.
Dear, oh dear. What else you do? I know you said you're into boating, but you're into camping as well, mate?
Yeah. Growing up in the bush, I used to do a bit of hunting and stuff like that. So mainly swagging, tenting. Dad passed away last year, and we've inherited his trailer boat, the trailer sailor. So it's up at a place called Somersby nearby from here, and we're restoring that. We're going to get back out and sail it. So it's like a caravan on the water. So you've got 5 berths, got a Meto stove, water potty, sink, 80-litre water tank. So it's pretty much a caravan on the water.
What did you used to hunt? When you hunted, what were you hunting?
Ferals, deer, foxes,
Deer is
rabbits.
a feral animal in Australia?
Yep.
Oh, wow. Because here it isn't. It's part of our... Wow, I had no idea that deer was feral. I know you do have deer, but I didn't know it was considered feral.
Yeah, it's declared a pest. Yeah, introduced.
Someone let a couple go, Mark, and you can get deer up the road from me. My mate lived 10k from me, and he used to have a wild deer come up to his back fence. He used to feed it and that. But yeah, people quite often go deer hunting now, and their numbers are expanding. But pigs is the big thing, Mark. I guess most of my mates all go pig hunting, and get rid of the feral pigs.
Yeah.
Whether it be with rifle or bow or with the dogs.
Is the pigs an increasing number as well? They don't have any predators like here. You have wolves, coyotes, bears. They're all predators to deer and antelope and elk and things and moose. Yeah. But I guess you guys don't have any of that there. So these things, unless you hunt them, they just keep growing in numbers.
Yeah, they do, mate. They do a lot of destruction. They rip up all the cane fields and all that type of stuff. I guess dingoes will have take the little pigs and that, but once they get too big, I can't see, unless it's a pack of dingoes, Mark, I couldn't see a dingo bringing down a bloody big wild boar, mate.
No, not at all. No predators. So.
Yeah. No, they have crocs will get them if they get close to the water up here, but that's about it, mate. And it's up to humans to bloody try and keep their numbers down. A lot of mates go out on the weekends pig hunting. It's a big thing up here. Yeah. Wild deer on our property. Here we go. Landy Smurf has got deer on his property down there. No, down near Singleton there, they got wild deer. So I know. And up here on the Atherton Tablelands and that, there's wild deer. So I got to admit, I don't think I can kill a deer. Oh, they're too cute. Pig, yes. I've hunted pig before, but the deers are a bloody. Do you use them for their meat, Mark? When you do hunt,
yes.
We do here.
We do here. Do you?
Sorry,
you eat the meat down there too, don't you, Mark?
Yeah, for sure.
Because here it's a big thing.
Love it.
Well, venison
is delicious. Venison is really
I've never tried it. Is it gamey? Does it taste gamey, Mark? Or I should say Mark with a C and Mark with a K.
You can call me Paul because that's my middle name.
Yeah. The stags and the bucks, for want of a better word, the bucks, they get a bit peppery because they're more testosterone, that sort of thing in the meat. So going through them. So the female, the does are the tastier ones, generally.
Okay.
So it can be gamey, but it depends what time of year.
Oh, right. Well, there you go. I've never tried venison. I must admit, I should try it one day, but I'm a bit fussy with meat. I can't even eat pork. It's a bit gamey for me. So I just beef, and that's about it. Yeah. Steve Webb saying I've seen deer out at Moranbah, which is a central Queensland mining town, a coal mine town out in north central Queensland there. So yeah, their numbers are getting bigger here in Australia, Mark. Someone must have let a few go at some stage, Margie, and they've just started,
Up under there was plenty of deer farms, and they just went broke and just cut the fences, and away they went.
That's probably what they did, mate. Yeah.
They cull them from choppers now.
Yeah.
They cull them from choppers. Yeah.
Wow.
So something else you haven't done, Buck? You've never seen Mary Poppins, mate. Disgraceful.
No, I never watched that. I've heard of Mary Poppins. I've never actually watched the movie, but.
Do yourself a favour.
Oh.
Dick Van Dyke.
You know what, Buck? You'll survive if you watch Mary Poppins, but oh my God, don't watch Les Miserables. Holy God almighty. I did it once for Julie. I did my husbandly duty. I told her, if you ever go to see Les Mis again, bring your mom, because I am never watching that again.
I call it Les Miserables.
Oh God, it's brutal.
It is miserable.
It's like 60 weeks of this movie, and I don't know how the hell they did it.
I've tried. I haven't tried venison jack turtle, but I have tried turtle. When I was up in New Guinea, I tried turtle up there.
I've never had turtle, but venison's delicious. Venison is
Is it?
really, really good.
Yeah,
Okay, yeah.
it's good for you. It's lean, no fat.
But you
Yeah.
can't cook venison. You can't cook venison well done. It's got to be medium rare.
Yeah, exactly.
There's
It's a bit
There's
another
no
strong.
reason
fat in it.
I hate
It dries out. It becomes stringy. So it's got to be medium rare. So unless you
Kangaroos
stew
are
it.
very lean meat. It's the same apparently, but
If you stew venison, then it's different because it's braised, it's slow cooked. You probably like a venison stew, but you wouldn't like venison steak because it's medium rare.
Mm.
And I know you like your meat well cooked.
yeah. Susie's Mark won't have eaten this. I've eaten kangaroo tail soup when I was a kid. I can't remember what it tastes like, but a mate used to come in on night shifts at the prison. He used to bring in kangaroos. He was a bodybuilder, so he used kangaroo meat because it was very lean. And just the smell of that shit cooking used to turn me gut. So I don't know, Mark. What do you eat kangaroo?
I have
doesn't.
not a lot, but I've eaten it. Not harvested myself, but I've eaten it from Coles. And the kanga bangers are a bit rough. The old sausages. Have you seen them?
We can get that here. Smoked sausage. The kids love kangaroo sausage.
Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Normally the little fillet steaks are okay, but you're right. You got to cook them medium rare as well. Same as venison.
I can't do
Now,
red
Randy-
meat, I'm afraid. Roast
Randy's
deer and
asking
red
what's
wine and veggies.
Landy had a question about my camping setup, which he knows very well. It's a swag, mate. Used to be tents. Now I've got a.
Is he being sarcastic there, or can you
He is,
actually?
yeah.
Mate?
I'm not a glamper like some, not at all.
What
How's
kind of
it
swag
up?
do you have?
holding up,
Right.
mate? How's
What's
the
that?
back holding up in the swag and that, mate? You're not ready to go to a
Oh.
Caribbean yet?
I've actually got 2 mattresses. The boys will tell you. I've got one out of a spare swag because my hips get a bit, because I'm not as light as I used to be. And my hips get a little bit.
None of us
Hey,
are, mate.
going. Yeah. The first night I'm all right. The second night, no good. Especially if it's in a state forest somewhere.
What kind of swag do you have?
It's a
Mark, what
June,
kind of
and it's
swag
on
do
the June extra large. Not a Big Daddy Deluxe, but it's similar. But it's a June
Oh,
one.
June brand, yeah.
June,
Do you put it
yeah.
up on the ground or do you put it up on a cot or a bunker, whatever you guys call
Just
it?
on the ground.
Okay.
I'm pretty basic. I like snakes.
Do you
Oh, the
find
good
that
thing about
have you ever
swag-
found one in your swag? Have you ever found a snake in your swag?
No, never. I don't leave it down for that long, mate. Always have it zipped up.
On a serious note, Mark, it's like in here, mate, if you get out of your tent in the morning or your swag, you zip the bastard up because snakes are a real threat.
Yeah,
If one
definitely.
gets in there and tags you while you jump in your swag and you get tagged and you're in the middle of nowhere, you're dead. So
Exactly.
just bloody snake safety is a big thing. I keep harping on about it, but I know in the army, mate, we used to always drum into the diggers and that. If you go away on gun picket, roll your sleeping bag up. And when you come back 2 hours later, roll it out and then jump back into it. Don't ever, ever, ever leave it out. Or one day you're going to run out of luck. So,
Exactly. And a lot of the time I camped winter months anyway, but they're still dangerous. They're still around. But always have it zipped up or packed away.
Oh, Roz just said, it's Sunday. Can you believe this? Ergon Energy's just turned up out the front. Roz just texted me. That's why Raffle was barking to replace the outside power pole tops. They needed to turn the power off for 40 minutes. I said, I haven't received any notification. He said, okay, they'll do it another time when Ergon. So there you go. That could have been a bloody war stopper, that one. Ergon turning up, wanting to turn the power off.
You would have been right, mate. You got the generator.
Well, I would have gone out and cranked the jackery up, but it would have put a bloody, I would have had a thing. Anyway, Roz has sorted it and said we didn't receive any. We probably did because we're in Perth. And they said, all right, we'll come back another time. So
Let's save that.
Swaggin sisters are on. G'day, Swaggin. How are you?
Hi, Swaggin sisters. Somebody made a comment about kangaroo or about crocodile sausages. Alligators, you really can't buy it up here unless it's commercial. But alligator is a huge thing in the southern U.S. Huge.
Yeah. You can get crocodile meat here, I think, at special places. Swaggin said, tried emu, which tastes good as well. Tastes a lot like beef. I haven't tried emu, but there's an old saying, if you want to cook emu, you put it in a pot of water with a rock, and you boil it for 15 hours, and then you throw the emu out and you eat the rock. Because I reckon it's more tender than the emu. That's the old saying with emu. I remember seeing it was back in the old days. It was a thing in like Captain Cook days when the British first come out. They bowled an emu over somehow with a musket and cooked him up, and the Pommy soldiers are sitting around trying to eat this emu, and she was like munching on a bloody broomstick. It was that hard. So, yeah, it's good. Anyway, Jennifer G's on. Jennifer, if you can hear me, I can see you there. We'll finish up for another 5 minutes with Mark, and then Jennifer will be on. So, yeah, Jennifer, I can see you there. So I'll bring you into the chat room in about 5 or so minutes, mate. Anything else you want to let us know about, Mark?
So just a big thanks to you, Buck, for starting this whole thing, mate. I've met so many great people. It was good. I had my first camp 2 months ago now with the Hunter Legends, and you've done an awesome job, mate. All stems from the old days.
Yeah,
and I just want to thank you on behalf of everyone.
Mate, and he's in here at the moment. Tofty Toff, mate. I got it off Tofty. Yep. Tofty started this community spirit thing when he was working with Drifter, mate, and they were fantastic, the Drifter camp ups. And then Luke asked me to do a Drifter camp up for him, which I did at Lake Tinaroo, and that went down really well. And then I ran a few of my own, and they take a lot of time and effort, mate, and money out of your own pocket and that. And anyway, I passed it on to the boys, the legends, and they ran one, and now you guys are running one, and then bloody Ed and Naz are running one down in Victoria in 2026. So it's continuing on, mate. It's absolutely fantastic. Awesome. It really is. Yeah. No, it's good, mate. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And as you said, a lot of good friendships get made out of this community. And we just keep it going. And by doing this, it's not just who's on the screen. There's bloody the chat in the room there, and everyone talking in the chat room, and like, even though they haven't met each other, you just become good mates with people you've never met before, and then eventually you end up meeting each other on a camping trip, and it's bloody fantastic. Yeah. So yeah, no, it's good, mate. It's great. It's great having you.
Yeah, Jack Turtle and his wife, and Rob Richmond, and all the others, Bobby Asser. It was great to meet them.
They're all legends, mate. They really are. And mate, thanks for all your support too. I really appreciate it.
No problem, mate.
You know, just the fact that people want to sit down and watch my film clips and all that, it's special, mate. I'm just, as I said, just a normal bloke, and a lot of people meet me and go, I don't know what they think you're going to be, some like a Hollywood star or something. You're just on this channel, we're just all normal Aussies and Canadians and that, and that's what's good about it, mate. We're just all normal people. None of us are frigging up ourselves and that. We just take it as it comes. We all like the same things, you know. We all like bloody camping and cooking and fishing and all that type of stuff. And I think that's what creates this. Yeah.
And we don't watch TV, we watch YouTube. That's it.
Well, yes, I don't watch TV. I'm the same way, Mark. I don't watch TV either. I just don't.
No. I think, and that's why now they're putting a lot of people on TV, off all these presenters and that, because they're probably realizing now that TV is not as powerful as it used to be. Social media is thing, but social media's got some garbage on it, but hasn't it? It's just absolutely ridiculous what's on social media. But use it for good stuff like this. I think it's a fantastic thing. So yeah, no, it's good.
I'll see you comment there, Phil. Phil Taylor's made another smart ass comment, which is good.
How tall are you? What are you, 6'4" or 6'6", Mark, aren't you? You're a big lad.
Mate, I'm only little. 6'4".
6'4". That's right. That's bloody
$1.15.
Yeah. As my mate used to say, 115 kilos of twisted steel and sex appeal, he used to say.
Hang on, I'll write that down. Hang on.
At least you got a full head of hair, mate, unlike me. Mine's gone. Mark's is gone.
Yep.
Hey, you still got a full head of hair anyway, so I'm envious. Anyway, mate, thanks.
What is this?
Half an hour goes quick, doesn't it? We've got Jennifer waiting there to come on. Jennifer G from Bowen in North Queensland. So we've got a North Queenslander coming on next. She's a Maroon supporter, mate. How do you reckon the Blues will go next year? Who's going to be your coach, mate? Have they decided yet?
I think. No, Madge is gone, isn't he? So
He's gone to the Broncos, mate. So I don't know.
Yeah, they mentioned somebody the other day. I'm just worried about the para coach, mate. That's all that matters to me.
Oh, you're Parramatta.
Yeah,
Picked up Addo Carr, I see.
Yeah.
No morals at club.
Yeah, I know.
He gets booted out of one club, so Parramatta jump in on him.
Last time we won a grand final, mate, I was in year 10, and I'm 54 this year, so.
Mate, I was in the main street of Church Street in Parramatta in 1983 when I'm pretty sure Parramatta won the grand final. I was posted in Sydney, out near Parramatta at the time. And Para beat Manly, I think, in the 83 grand final. And Parramatta was going off, mate. It was absolutely going off. They won again in 86, and they haven't won one since, mate. So
81, 82, 83, 86.
Yeah, need to bring Brett Kenny and Mick Cronin out of retirement, mate. You might win another one.
Too busy running pubs and that sort of good stuff.
Why did they get rid of Gutho just quickly?
Oh, he's too old, too slow, mate. The king.
He was still playing good footy.
I know.
Dear, yeah, unbelievable. Anyway, mate, listen, thanks for joining in today. Hopefully you can tune in for a bit more of the live feed. Thanks for coming on, mate. And it's good everyone can put a face to your name now, mate. When they see your name come up in the chat room, they know what you look like now. And it's good. We'll have you on again next year, right? Be good to have another chat. Thanks, Margie. Good on you, mate. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Good on you. Enjoy the rest of your day, mate. See you. Hello, Jennifer.
Hello.
How are you, mate?
Yeah, good, thank you.
Yeah, here's another face that people can put the name to. Always see Jennifer G on the screen, guys, when I'm doing live feeds. Jennifer's always on there, and now we finally get to see Jennifer in real life. Thanks for joining us today, Jennifer. Really appreciate it.
Thank
you for letting me be here.
Jennifer lives in Bowen, everyone, which is about 5 hours, 6 hours south of where I live. Bowen's a couple hours south of Townsville. And it's actually a beautiful little town. We'll talk about Bowen a bit, Jennifer. And it's part of it's like the northern part of the Whitsundays, which is one of the most beautiful regions in Australia. So you're pretty lucky to live there. It's a beautiful little town. How long have you been living there?
We've been here about 10 years now.
Yeah.
I've travelled the whole country, except Tasmania and Canberra and Lower Victoria. Other than that, I've seen the rest of the country, and we have such a magnificent environment, and it changes, the diversity, it changes every 500 kilometres. So I've ended up here because I love environmental beauty, and it's just incredibly pretty here.
Yeah, it's a beautiful little town, Bowen. When you drive past on the highway, you think, oh, Bowen, you don't really get to see the town. But when you go into Bowen, and some of the little beaches and coves and that in there are absolutely stunning. And when you see the Bowen sign and it says the North Whitsundays, you realise Whitsundays is literally just there, which is one of the most stunning parts of this country. So, and I keep
Bowen
going.
Is the tip. Bowen is the tip of the Whitsundays.
Yes, a beautiful place. Very windy at times. Well, everywhere gets windy on the East Coast, but just magnificent. And that Cove Chinese restaurant, I keep raving on about that. One of the best Chinese restaurants, and the view from up there when you're sitting there having your Chinese in the late afternoon, early evening is absolutely stunning. Do you go? What do you do in Bowen, mate? Like, do you go to the coves and the beaches and that on the weekends and stuff?
My son and I, we do a lot of stuff together.
Yeah.
Bowen's quite cliquey, and we didn't fit in. So, we do a lot of stuff on our own. We are athletes. My son is absolutely massive, so he's not an athlete. But I do a lot of training. I'd like to push Robbie in a marathon before I pass away.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've got my little heart set on it. Whether it's a pie in the sky dream, I don't know. But we've all got to have a goal to try and achieve, and small dopamine hits along the way. So we run. So he's in the wheelchair. He's not always in the wheelchair. He can walk, but we spend a lot of time running. Like that's how we ended up with the nickname the Gumps. And
Is that right? Yeah.
yeah, my name is Jenny too, so I guess it fits.
Jenny Gump.
And yeah, and Robbie just loves it. When he's sitting in the chair, he's a screamer, and that's just one of his stemming parts of his autism.
Yeah.
And people don't understand it. They think that he's either terrified or hurt. People will come out from houses, or they'll come out from places and confront me because they think that I'm abusing him. People are very non-understanding, I think, of differences, people's differences at times.
Yeah.
And I've struggled a lot. I'm a single mother and I don't have parents. So I've struggled a lot with just accepting that people don't understand. And before I was touched with disability, in my life with Robbie, I've got 4 adult children, and I just you just take normal for granted. You really do. Yeah. So then Robbie's come along, and it's a whole different kettle of fish. So trying to find different things that will keep him happy and keep me happy. It's a lot different to having a normal kid where you could just take them anywhere really and just tell them to behave and they will. So we do go to beaches a lot. We spend a lot of time alone. We camp a lot.
Good stuff. Yeah.
And it does. I guess when you had your rooftop tent, Buck, and you set up the tent for Roz. I can't remember where it was that you were camping, and Robbie saw that you had a USB port in your tent, and then that was it. He turned to me and he said, "Hobo." So we camp like hobos. So I've tried to rein it in a little bit since then, just so that we don't look like a pair of bums out there in the bush. But it's great for me. It's really great for me, and we mozzie dome it. We've got a sandfly mozzie dome, and so we end up with dew on us in the mornings. It's a great experience. We love being out in it. When it's raining, we sleep in the car, and this is just for camping. This is not real life. We do have a house, and I don't know how much enjoyment Robbie gets out of it, but I certainly get a lot out of it.
Yeah.
I've been a camper all my life. My parents took me camping. I grew up in Arnhem Land, and we went camping a lot up there.
Mark, sorry, Jennifer, I'll just explain to Mark where Arnhem Land is. Arnhem Land is Aboriginal land right up in the northeast of the Northern Territory. Very, very, very remote part of Australia up in the Northern Territory. And Jennifer was brought up there. But maybe tell us a bit how you ended up in Arnhem Land, Jennifer.
With parents. My parents took me there, so as a young child, and I had a difficult childhood. My parents were Dad worked at the mine and Mum worked in the hospital, so we had a little bit of wealth. We had an air-conditioned house, living, been working with the mines. Mum and Dad both raced Speedway, so we grew up in Speedway, which was a lot of fun. So I grew up around cars, and so I'm pretty handy with mechanics and welding and oxygen, all sorts of fun stuff.
You need to stop talking. You're making me feel bad now. I'm hopeless at doing all that type of stuff.
I'm not even as good as having 2 thumbs. I can't do anything. I couldn't even mute the computer earlier. Robbie had to do it for me.
I'm no good with computers. No good with computers.
So Arnhem Land, lots of fishing and all that type of stuff. As your childhood memories up there. Yeah,
and the fishing, it's a lot of barramundi, threadfin salmon. That's I'd say threadfin up there was my favourite fish to eat.
I've heard they're very nice eating. I don't eat fish, but I've heard a lot of people say that.
Yes, you have said quite a few times that you don't eat things from under the sea. And recently I've been looking at the eyes of things that come out from under the sea, and you're right, there's something not quite right there, eh?
Yeah.
I've been limiting what I eat from the sea.
Jennifer, there's a lot of, this has been fantastic so far. I think awareness of autism and people, I don't know if were you on earlier on when Jace Muller was on, and he's got a stage 3 autistic son as well, which is what Robbie is. You've got an autistic son too. And I saw Robbie yesterday. He was rocking his Gidgy Gorilla shirt in the background there, and it takes a special person to take care of him. It's a it's hard work. I mean, it's just full on. And I said, 4 adult children who were fine. It's not until you have a child who's autistic and then your whole world changes. And I just saw yesterday, in the short time I was talking to you, just they can be a handful. They can be a handful, and it just takes a special person to. I think if anything today, it's people have understood that there are people out there that you take Robbie for a walk in the afternoon in his wheelchair and he starts yelling and screaming, and people automatically think you're abusing him. Like, it's just, people do not get it. And I think we need to, it's help. There's a bit of awareness here. And, I'm sure you and Jace know more than anyone else. And Jace was saying about how he take his son in for a haircut, and he might, to people who don't know, think, oh, he's a naughty child, he's playing up in that, but they don't realise he's autistic in that. And it's just, they're not being naughty, it's just the way they are, mate. And it must be hard where you get people looking at you and judging you and getting the whole wrong opinion on, oh, look at that horrible mother, she's hitting her kid, or he's screaming, she must be hitting him, and that. It must be hard to take that shit.
It is hard. It is embarrassing and humiliating and frustrating. And I've never, with my other kids, I don't ever recall like wishing that it wasn't happening. I don't ever recall wishing that the floor would open up and I'd just drop into it. There are so many occasions with Robbie, and I've just had to get used to it, that people don't understand. And I didn't understand until I met someone who had a child that was disabled. And even then I didn't understand. It's not really until you're immersed in it that you really comprehend it. So there's, I do understand that people don't understand it. And that's hard too, because you've got to be lenient for everyone's dislike of what they're seeing. Robbie does this thing. He goes like this, and it can go like that, and so it's called stimming. And out at the shop, people think it's a TikTok cry for help. So I get a lot of people confronting me and ringing child welfare and ringing the police and saying that there's problems. It's constant. It's constant. And once you deal with one, then it's not long before someone else is ringing. So it's something that with normal kids you don't have to deal with. People will see a tantrum and they'll accept it, whereas everyone cares, but no one really cares. It's a hard thing.
That's probably the best way to word it. Everybody says they care, but really they don't.
No. Everyone wants to mind their own business. But they'll put their nose in to make a comment, but not help. So, and I find that even compliments sometimes can be backhanded. People will say, gee, you're doing a good job, but they'll have stopped me with a full shopping trolley. I've had to stop the momentum of pushing the trolley while pushing a wheelchair as well. So I'm doing them side by side, and they'll stop me to say, gee, you're doing a good job, and then sit back down and leave me to go. So I've had to accept the compliment. Yeah, thank you very much. You're a wonderful person. And then off I go. And then, no one wants to help. And I shouldn't say no one. Some people do. People don't know how to help. And so when I had a workmate who had a disabled child, and I didn't know how to help, so I didn't ask. I thought it might be an insult to ask her if she needed any help. So there were a lot of things that I watched onto that now that I have a disabled child, I think, wow, wasn't I stuck up? I just stood there and watched her struggle and thought I was a good person. And I was a good person. I am a good person, and other people too. So it's not just battling the life of living with a disabled child, you're having to bend and twist to society at a whim.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, I saw Robbie yesterday. Like, how old is he? Is he 10? Is he
He's 11. He's just
11?
turned
And
11. Yeah.
he's a big boy. Like, for an
He is.
11-year-old, he's a big lad.
He is.
Does he ever get violent towards you, or where you like he's a big kid, where you physically can't handle him at all? I don't know much about autistic, whether they get violent or they get angry and lash out. Maybe he doesn't mean to, but does
He
that happen?
definitely doesn't mean it. They say that there's no malice, and I can see that when I yelp in pain, I can see him pull back, and he looks at me like, "What happened?" So I know that he doesn't mean it.
That's good.
Yeah, he chokes me out a lot, pulls my hair. I'll wake up in a chokehold. He doesn't understand. It's his way of showing affection, I guess. I don't really know. But I've just had to accept it. It's part of. He's got a syndrome called Bardet-Biedl syndrome, and it's an ultra rare syndrome. And unfortunately, Australian government only recognises 5 syndromes, and there's 200 odd syndromes in the world, and this is just an ultra rare one. So if there's the rarer something is, the less help there is, which seems crazy.
What do you mean when you don't recognize it? I don't really understand exactly what you mean.
The government wouldn't give me any help. NDIS wouldn't help me at all. I fought 6.5 years for Robbie's rights to be recognised as disabled, because they were trying to say that he was a normal 10-year-old that at the time he was 10, a normal 10-year-old that I'd made slow and retarded. So it's
come on, you only need to look at Robbie to know he's disabled. You know, like yesterday.
Yeah.
You know Robbie's disabled, and so you're not with NDIS aren't supporting you at all, or they are now?
They are now.
Good.
I got assaulted quite badly a few years ago, and that forced Robbie into the NDIS system. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken him. We fought for 6 years with the Queensland government, fought them twice and got rejected, and then went with George Christensen, a member of Parliament. And the Lions Club backing us, and we went to the federal government, and they rejected him also. So what they do then is pretend that he's normal, and then try to force him into school, and stuff that's all for normal kids. So that's why I've been raging against the machine, fighting for our rights.
Frustrating, yeah.
It is
There's
frustrating.
Landy saying there, like Landy works with disabled kids too.
Yeah.
Sometimes the wrong kids end up on it, and the kids that need it aren't on it. So
that's right. That's
dear
right.
idea.
So it's a frustrating system, but I am so grateful that I get help. The help that it's harder. I mean, money for nothing is a gift. It really is a gift, and I'm very grateful that the government does do that for us now.
Yeah, and that's good. So they should, Jennifer. You need the help, and that's no one begrudges our tax money going towards people like you that have got a child that needs full-time help in that, and that's the whole idea of NDIS, and that's why we got taxed more money to bring in the NDIS system. No one begrudges that at all. I don't think we begrudge money going to where it shouldn't go, but I don't think anyone begrudges that. It's so it takes a special person. If I forget to say it at the end, it takes a special person to keep going with a child like Robbie and Jason, all that type of thing. It's not easy. It must be so hard, mate. And one thing I do want to say is, you said to me yesterday, and without going into it, Jennifer, you've been through some terrible times, and we don't want to go down that path. I don't expect you to ever talk about that to people you don't know, but you said that this community gives you an out from a lot of the stuff you've been through and you just get to sit down and deal with good people. Like I know you've got some people in Bowen there that look down on you, and I don't know what goes on behind the scenes there in that small town, and all that type of stuff, people looking down on you with your disabled son and that. But this community here, no one in here does that, and everyone's accepting and that. And you said it just gives you it just makes you feel good when you see all the positive stuff that comes out and everything people say in the comment section. So that's good to know. And that's what the whole idea of this community is, Jennifer, is that people like you can come on here, be accepted, and feel like you're part of a community.
Yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. I do love your community. What I really enjoy is that you guys, I don't want to say normal people because you're all amazing people. You know, have done some amazing things in your past. You're a bunch of people who just are doing your thing, having fun, and enjoying life, and I just find that so wonderful. And there's, I watch Terry and I watch Steve, and I watch Kaz, and you guys are just awesome. I just love it, and the fact that you have accepted me in and been very kind. Everyone's been very kind. I've really appreciated that very much. This tuning into your not just the lives, but all the other videos as well. They definitely keep me entertained. Robbie does a lot of noisy stuff that can be very irritating.
Yeah.
And it's nice to just put my headphones on, be able to function around, do what I have to do, and listen to you guys instead. It's great.
I'm just replying to Justin. Sorry.
Yeah, that's right.
No, it's good, Jennifer.
My favourite video of yours is the snake video. I have to say, you relocating snakes. So you got your snake snippers out, and I thought that was funny, snake snippers. So he's prepared. And then he got the two snakes. These are two big, well-bred, happy shed snakes that have probably lived their whole lives in a nice warm shed eating vermin. And then you go and take them out into the dark in the bush and drop them off near a river. And so you said one of them was stuck in the esky and you're trying to get it out, and you just told the other one, look out, there's a croc down there. So no wonder there was one stuck in the esky.
Yeah, they were in a nice warm shed. Then they were wriggling down near the river. And I'll tell you what, I've got another one in there, Jennifer, because the snake skin's up in the rafters and there was snake poo all over the floor. So I've got another one of those brown tree or night tigers, doll's eyes, whatever you want to call them. See, Robbie, Mark's got a son called Robbie as well,
Robbie.
Jennifer.
That's my Robbie.
That's another Robbie.
Okay.
Jennifer's got a son called Robbie too.
And this.
No, it's good. So, the old snake video, I've got another one there. I'll have to try and catch him one night and relocate him, because eventually you go to grab something out of the shed, and during the day they're nocturnal. They come out at night, but during the day they hide. And I went to get a barbecue out one day, and there was a big one in the barbecue, and it frightened shit out of me because they're brown, and as soon as you see a brown snake, you think, oh, taipan or an eastern brown, and they frighten the shit out of it, and they do get grumpy. Hey, another thing, you said to me that you obviously spent some time in Arnhem Land, but you also did some time up in northwestern Australia. Was it in the Kimberley region as well? Was it? What was Dad bloody mining up there or something? How'd you end up in the Kimberley?
No. Unfortunate circumstances led me to travel the country on my own with my cat and my dog. My cat thought he was a dog, and so the cat would just sit on the dashboard and the dog in the front seat, and the car was loaded up like a caravan of courage, and we just drove around the country and worked as I went, and worked with my hands and my brain, of course. And so when I was up in Beagle Bay, I was living in Derby, working for a crane company as a dogman. And, and then I met a man who was a builder, so I became a TA for a builder, and we went up to Beagle Bay and worked on schools, renovating schools and health centres and stuff like that for the Indigenous communities. So I got to go out. So from Beagle Bay, it was about 45-minute drive through the bush to a place called Sister Yellett. Sister Yellett was a part of Beagle Bay. And so I've been to places where not many white people get to go. Wow. And on the traditional owner's land. and so there were turtles popping up on the beach. It was just crazy beautiful. We were fishing for blue bone. Blue
Yes.
bone is a parrotfish, and it's absolutely gorgeous. You look at the fish and you just think it's a crime to pull it out of the sea. It's so beautiful.
Yeah.
Up there. So the TO was sitting around with full bloods on the beach, and the TO pulls out Scrabble, and we start playing Scrabble on the beach. It's just, it was
TO's
really
traditional
unusual.
owner, Mark, Aboriginal traditional owner. Yeah.
Yeah, black as midnight playing Scrabble on the beach. So yeah, and his English was better than my boss's, which was great. I thought that was really funny. Yeah, and the Cape Leveque Road up to Beagle Bay it's like a spoon drain, and it's corrugated the whole way. It's about a 2-hour drive, and it's crazy out there, but it's environmental beauty. When I was in Derby, I worked hard for the crane company, and the boss sent me on a fishing trip. So we went on this great trip up to Silver Gull, which is it used to be on one of those shows, the travel shows that have it all the time. It's a unique spot that you can only get to via boat. And so this trip was on a barge, and there were 36 fishing boats that were moored off the barge. So we steamed to the horizontal falls, and moored boats off there. So we spent 2 weeks on a fishing trip there. So the fishing boats would go out and fish during the day, and then they'd come back and we'd all party at night time.
Oh,
and
wow.
The same thing the next day. It was just 2 weeks worth of that. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
And the crocodiles up there are enormous. And the ones that are in the inside, so in the horizontal falls, it's a quite steep cliff area, and it's called horizontal falls because the water's rushing in here and rushing out the other side. It's like a big water hole.
I've seen them on TV.
Yeah, it's beautiful. And inside that inside the water hole is a huge big crocodiles. They're about 4 meters long, and they're really dark because they're used to living in the shade.
Yeah.
So we'd parked up. We'd been there about half an hour before the crocs started to stalk the barge. The crazy creatures.
You wouldn't want to get pissed at night and fall overboard, would you?
No. And here's
that's
one of
what
my. This is the tooth from a 5-meter crocodile.
Wow.
Holy dooly.
So that goes under the gum. That little bit there is what's sticking out. So this is the tooth next to the big tooth. This isn't even a big tooth.
That's a big tooth.
God.
It is. It's massive. So
they can hold
if I
the
can give you an idea of how big it is, there's the phone.
Wow.
Imagine a mouthful of them getting you. That's scary stuff. And when they get you, they don't let go, do they?
No, and they've got many bacteria in their mouth that we don't like. So when we get bitten, there's multiple bacteria that are in wounds. And crocodiles are very interesting creatures. They've got these many purple dots on their underside, and they're motion detectors. So when a crocodile slides into the water, it can sense crocodiles for 2.5 kilometers in the water. It can sense a frog slide into the water. That's
really?
How sensitive. Yeah, it's crazy. It is.
I never heard that before.
Yeah,
mate, they are just born killers.
Yeah.
Crocodiles, they are unbelievable. And that's why you just cannot. You got to be. There's a saying here, Mark. Be croc wise in croc country. It's very true, Jennifer, isn't it? Even Bowen, you live in North Queensland. You've got to take it serious because one day you're going to run out of luck. Someone just lost his life up in Cooktown a few months ago. He fell into the river. Wife tried to pull him up the bank. Croc got him. This is only a few months ago. It's like it's a real, and you get the further north you get up into the Northern Territory, you wouldn't put your big toe in the water up there, Jennifer, would you? Arnhem Land.
In Darwin, I had a friend. She was gutting her fish at the fish ramp, just on the side of the boat ramp, and the crocodile leapt out of the water and bit her on the knee. It's a 3-meter crocodile bit her on the knee just at the boat ramp. She just finished fishing.
So when you say the crocs were stalking when you say the crocs were stalking the barge, what does that look like? Because you got to understand, I'm here in Canada. I don't really have an understanding of what you mean by that.
Okay, well, the big crocodile, so it's about 4-meter crocodile. This is the one in particular I'll talk about. and it would go under the boat and pop up. So a barge is a pretty big boat.
Yeah.
And it would pop up at the other end, right where we were sitting or partying, at the flat end of the barge, and it would pop up its little head. So that's all you would see is its head and its snout. And then it would dip down under and it would go up between, come up, because we had 36 boats all moored off the barge, and it would just pop up between. So you'd maybe see a couple of bubbles come up and then a head and a snout, and then that was it. And then it would pop back down and go back up and pop up at the other end of the barge. So it was just checking us out. It was looking to see where where we were vulnerable.
Well, it's probably waiting for some drunken fool to have too much to drink and fall overboard, and that would have been that. That would have been all said. So that's how they work.
I don't know if I'm supposed to tell, but one guy had a fishing rod with a big popper on it, and then he threw it out and tried to catch the crocodile. The crocodiles grabbed hold of it and done a death roll and rolled his snout up with the line. So then the rest of us who are environmental freaks were like, oh, it can't happen. So trying to untangle the croc. And meanwhile, the guy's going, it's my favourite popper. All he cared about was his popper. He didn't care about the croc. Yeah, and so somehow he flicked the rod and it snapped, and the popper come flying up in the air and landed on the boat right next to him. And the croc swam away untangled and free. It was a crazy little moment.
Yeah. Guys, I know with you guys with crocs, it's an issue. With us, we have other things to worry about, but crocs isn't one of them. I mean, going next to the water, for us, it's worried that you fall in the water, and then it's so cold you get hypothermia and you get cramp up and you actually drown. That's the way we look at water. You look at water as a threat because something can come out and kill you.
Yeah.
Well, up in northern Australia, yes.
Yeah. I'm more afraid of sharks. A dry person has never been eaten by a shark.
No.
So I take that on board. And growing up with crocodiles, you just get used to it. And if you ever get attacked, here's my tip: you just poke it in the eye.
I'll remember that.
In the eye.
I don't get close enough for him. Dwayne Duffy saying, very interesting to listen to, Jennifer. We just need a video with you. Bloody amazing, interesting. So maybe next year, Jennifer, we can come on and talk about more stories of all your experiences of the Kimberley and Arnhem Land and that. And I keep asking people how they got onto my channel. I think you're one of the ones who came over from Kaz's channel. I think you were watching Kaz's. Yeah, so and I appreciate that.
I love the military. I love the military, and I love the AMBOs, the fireys, the police, all you guys who will put on a uniform and serve the country. And I've got so much respect for you. It's just incredible. There's so many good people who would not put on a uniform. So you can't say good people go to the military. Great people do it. Great people. And these great people die. And what is unfortunate is that the general people, we don't seem to idolize it as much as it should be, in my eyes. We need to see military in schools. We need kids to know that it's a very, very good career.
It is a fantastic career. And when we went to school, Mark, I don't know what it was like in Canada, but Army and military, the Australian Defence Force recruiting would come to high schools and give a presentation on the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, and try and plant that seed in high school kids' heads. And the schools used to welcome them. Now I think it's like, we can't have the military there, wanting to sign our kids up for the military. That's the type of attitude now, mate. Back in my day, it was like, the Army and Navy and Air Force recruiters are giving a lecture in the assembly hall, and the whole school would be there just listening with intent. I just used to, that's how I'm going. That's it. The Army's for me. And that's exactly what I did. Should be more of that, Jennifer, and whatever.
Yeah.
But
I've worked a lot with wayward kids, and I've tried to encourage them to the Army because I think that it's a great place for people to go if they're lost in life.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah,
exactly right.
Pull you in. And then I got in trouble for indoctrinating. I got told that I was indoctrinating kids and that I had to stop. So
garbage.
Yeah,
Kaz does a wonderful job steering a lot of young kids into the military, and I think there should be more of it. I think it is, and I've been there, and I can say it. It's a wonderful career. You meet some good mates, and it's absolutely fantastic. And it's good to see people like you that still supporting people in uniform, Jennifer. It's fantastic. So on that note, we've got Tommy Oliver standing by. Hopefully his camera's working because I can't actually see him. Jennifer, it's been fantastic having you on today.
Thank you.
It's been good to actually meet. I didn't even know what you looked like till yesterday. So
Yeah.
we can put another face
Yeah.
to the name. Just fantastic, Mark, isn't it?
Absolutely. Thank you, Jeff. Thank you for coming on, Jennifer. It was really great having you. I mean, I see you in the chat rooms, but like Buck said, it's nice to be able to put a face to the name. And when you see chat, oh, I know what she looks like, and we chatted, and it's great. Thank you. And you have an interesting story. I'd love to hear more stories, especially about what it was like to be up in Northern Australia, Arnhem Land, and the Kimberley, and because really, I know what I know of Arnhem Land. Well, not now, but up to not that long ago was basically what you saw on Crocodile Dundee. Really nothing comes here. Like it just doesn't. And actually, Buck, you mentioned about Foster's in your live feed last night that I saw this morning. Foster's is here because of Paul Hogan back in the 80s. It still has a thing here. I don't really see a lot of people drinking Foster's so much now, but people do. That's the reason. It's not your beer anymore. I don't think you guys drink it, but but the stuff that you tell, like Jennifer, when you're talking about going up, the Kimberley, I don't know what a TA is. I was going to ask you that. But like it's interesting, like listening to you talking about, how all the stuff that your son means to you and all of, your life in the Kimberley and going up to Arnhem Land and the traditional owners. It's interesting. And I would love for you to have another live feed, whether Buck and I do this with somebody else ever again and other people come on, or you come back on and people come back, whatever. I'd love to hear more of your stories. I would.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure everyone else would. So Jennifer, thanks again. Tommy Oliver has disappeared now. Hopefully you'll come back on.
Thank you, Nikki Slade.
Been great having you on, mate. And maybe we can do it again next year. Hear some more of your great stories. I'm sure you've got a lot more to tell us. Good luck with everything. And all the best to you and all the best to Robbie. And keep up the good work that you do with him. I know it's a challenging task. And you're doing a fantastic job. So good on you, mate. And thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Hopefully you can sit back and have a chat with some of the people in the chat room for the remainder of the day or whatever. And you probably have to go and find Robbie now. He's probably wandering around somewhere going, Mum's bloody jibber jabber in there.
I set him up in the room. He's
it's
he'll
all
be
good.
wondering what I'm doing.
I'll let you go and check on him. Thanks again, Jennifer.
Yeah,
goodbye and all the best, Ace. Talk to you again soon.
Thank you, Jennifer. Take care. That was really interesting.
Yeah, fantastic.
So far, nobody hasn't been interesting. It's great to see all these people coming on.
Well, now Tom Oliver, what are you doing, Tom? I'll try and connect him here. I can't see you, Tommy. Devices not connected. So you know why this happened, Mark? Because Tommy Oliver didn't come on and do a comms test with me yesterday, and now his shit's not working. Give yourself an uppercut, Oliver. You diddly donk. Tom, if you can hear me, you need to connect your microphone and camera before you can come on the stream because I can't hear you or see you. One of them's disappeared. So go into settings, mate, and make sure your camera and microphone are connected. In the meantime, while Tommy gets his shit together, typical chef, hopeless, absolutely hopeless. So we'll entertain everyone.
I'll send Julie down to help him out since I screwed our link up.
Yeah. Hey, wasn't Jennifer interesting to chat to then? Absolutely. Fantastic.
Yeah. I bet you she has a ton of stories that she barely got a chance to get into.
Yeah. I had a chat with Jennifer yesterday. She's had a tough life, mate, and without going into it, and I'd never expect Jennifer to. We don't want to go down that rabbit hole, but she's had a tough been through some tough times like a lot of us have, and she's still battling on, and it's just wonderful to know that this community is putting a smile on her face, mate, and it's good. And she's always on Kaz's channel, and she's one who's come over from Kaz's channel. She loves the military, as you know, and loves watching Kaz, and she's the one who's come over from Kaz's channel. So this will be Tommy Oliver now.
He's calling you up. He wants to do it over the phone.
Sorry, mate, trying to connect it up now. I'll go. You diddly donk. Hope everyone's enjoying the live feed so far. We've been going for 4 hours 40. Mark, how you hanging in there, mate? You hanging in there all right?
Yeah. It's about another 3 or 4 minutes before I start doing this.
Wait till 2 o'clock. Wait till 2 o'clock in the morning. What do you feel like?
I'm so hoping I can make it that far because my body's so conditioned to go to bed early because I get up early.
Mate,
So,
if you're
but I gotta
struggling
get sleep,
too much, you let us
we'll see how
know
all
and
this goes.
I can carry on because I'm through the worst of it now. I had to get up at 4 o'clock and I thought, my God, why did I commit to this? Getting up at 4
It
o'clock.
was your idea. You're the one who came up with the idea in the first place.
I'll give myself an uppercut. Tom Oliver, I hope he can cook better than he bloody does live feeds. Useless. By the time he gets on, it'll be time to kick him off. Who's after Tommy Oliver? Snorky's on next. Snork, he's another one who didn't do a comms check with me yesterday. Snorky's probably asleep and has forgotten all about it, which means Tommy might be able to come on then. So Tommy and Snorky's on after. I haven't heard from Snork. Is Rob in
He hasn't been in the house? He hasn't been in the comments. I haven't seen him.
Rob's usually got the blue spanner, so he normally turns out. I think Snorky's forgotten about it, and he's probably asleep somewhere. So this is what Tom Oliver, that's why I said between 3 and 6 yesterday, everyone comes on and does a comms check, so everything goes smoothly. Everything has gone smoothly up until now because everyone did a comms check except for Tom Oliver. I can give him shit because he's the arsehole who put the hat around and made me get up and do an Angus dance at the last thing and make an absolute goose of myself. So I make no apologies for hanging shit on Tom Oliver, let me tell you. Yeah, Tommy threw the hat around. $700 went in the hat, and I had to get up and do an Angus dance on stage, mate. Make an absolute goose of myself.
I saw the video of that. That was funny.
Oh, mate.
I'll see
Tell you
people
what,
getting the positive comments in the positive comments in the comment section in the chat.
Good. Roachie's enjoying it. Yeah, I hope you're all enjoying it, everyone.
Yeah, Blue Dog, I've seen some of the comments you made to me. They're funny. I've actually others as well. I've when people are talking, even though I talk way too much, I try not to let them, try not to talk over them too much and cut them off. But there we go. We got the Gidgee
There
gorilla.
we go. That's not Tom Oliver, everyone. That is a silverback gorilla walking around in a backyard. There he is. Did you have to get the missing thing to sort your shit out for you, Oliver?
I just thought I'd chime in and say g'day. I'm taking Reginald Von Raptor for a drive, so I'll talk to you later.
Righto, mate. Catch up. I think
it's been awesome so far.
Yeah, good. There's some interesting guests been on. And
Bloody
Tommy's
hell.
finally got his shit together, I think. Can you hear us, Tommy?
I can hear you now.
That's good. All right, Gidge, come on later. Gidgey's gone. How are you, mate?
I'm good. How yourself?
Not too bad. As I said, I don't know if you heard me or not. I said, I hope he can cook better than he bloody does live feeds, this bloke.
That's what I've been doing, mate. I ripped home from work this morning. I've been working bloody every day at the moment.
Have you? Yeah. Good on you. Thanks for joining us anyway, Tom. Bloody good to have you on, mate. For those who don't know, introduce yourself, Tommy. Tell us all about yourself, where you live, bit of family, in case people don't know who you are, mate. I'm sure everyone who came to the last camp up knows who you are, but there's people on who don't know you.
Oh, look, my name's Tom. I come from the Gold Coast. I'm a chef by trade. So executive chef these days. I run about 140 people across multiple sites. Yeah. I use the mouse a lot more than the knives these days, Buck.
Yeah, mate. Yeah, the way it is now, mate. Yeah. So you're an executive chef for the theme parks on the Gold Coast, correct?
Yeah, all bar Dreamworld.
Okay. So SeaWorld, the Outback Spectacular, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, Movie World, Paradise Country, Wet and Wild.
Wow. Yeah, I had a good chat with you at the camping event about it, mate. Talk about some bloody high stress stuff. You've there must be a lot of stuff behind just making sure everything goes according to plan there, mate. It is a high stress job. Being a chef in a kitchen is a high stress job, but what is Colin the fathead doing on? He is not on till 1500 the Sav. Hang on, mate. I'll get on it. Cole.
Hello.
You're on early, mate. You're on at 3 o'clock the Savo.
Oh, I slept in, mate. I had a big week.
That's all right. We're on with Tommy, mate. Can you come on at 3 to Savo?
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I'll see you then because we got a bit of a schedule going on there.
Yeah. I have a lot of hams to smoke, mate.
3 and 3:30, mate.
Okay.
Right, I'll see you then. And make sure Fathead comes on with you.
Oh, fuck.
No swearing today. Family friendly. I'll see you this Savo.
You've already brought up the dirty
started
Sanchez,
already.
Buck, so you can't get on his
How's
ass
he gonna
about
be?
saying that.
How's
You've
he
already
gonna
brought up
be
the dirty
3 o'clock?
Sanchez.
Dear, oh dear. He did it last time to me too. He's dropping the F-bombs and everything. I'll have to chuck him off the Savo if he does that. Anyway, it's supposed to be family friendly. Hey, I'll get more sense out of Fathead the dog than I will out of Cole, I think.
Yeah, but you
keep going, Tommy. Sorry, mate. Sorry.
Yeah, but you've already brought up the dirty Sanchez, so really he's just following your lead.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, Tommy, you doing Movember too, mate?
Nah.
No, that's just
all the time.
You didn't have that shit at the camp up, did you?
Yeah.
Did you? I thought you were clean shaven then. That was too long ago. So what's your day entail, mate? Like I know you're a high stress job and you're probably at bloody work all the time. You've got a great family there, wife and 2 girls and that.
Yeah, they support me heaps because I'm never at home.
Yeah. Mate, when do you find time to go camping and do all that type of stuff?
Oh, sometimes I write my own roster.
Well, that helps. Yeah.
Just tell them I'm going.
Yeah, fair enough too, mate. You got to do it, mate. Like you can't just be a slave to work. I know when you're the boss, you've got a thing, but you've got to have family time. It's bloody important, or otherwise you can't afford to have that going to shit on you, can you?
No. So
yeah,
I make time. I find time.
Yeah. Hey, one thing I do want to talk to you about, mate, is when you're at the event. For those who don't know, we just had the Legends for Charity event down in August, down at Allara. What a fantastic camp up that was, Tom. You were the main dude there that catered for everyone, mate. And the food, and not pissing in your pocket, it was sensational. It was absolutely sensational. We're out camping, guys. We had a field kitchen there at the campground. Tommy cooked up lamb shanks and beef cheeks with all the trimmings and that, and it was as good. The food was as good as you get in a restaurant. You brought all that stuff out there that had been pre-cooked and cryovac and all that type of stuff. I just want to talk about how people can take their food out camping if they want to cook some lamb shanks or beef cheeks or that type of cut of meat, that it can be done easily by doing some prep work when you're at home. I'm just after you. Give us a few tips, mate. Maybe some people can try it out. How to sous vide meat, how to cryovac it, and then you do your sauce and that when you get out there. Can you run us through that, mate? Because those lamb shanks and beef cheeks were absolutely sensational.
Well, see, all those beef cheeks and lamb shanks, they weren't done in the bag. They were done elsewhere and then just put in the bag. And all I did was to reheat them, was to put them in the boiler into those pots and those with the water, and just to bring them back up to temp. So they were all pre-cooked. So you can do that at home anytime. You can just, you can do it. I mean, sous vide, it's a fancy word for cooking in a bag.
Yeah.
Put some lamb cutlets, some rosemary, other aromatics in a bag, seal it up, put it in a water, in a water bath, run it about 65 degrees, cook it for 3 hours, 4 hours, throw it in the fridge, chill it down, take it out camping, cut it out of the bag and put it on a barbecue. And all you're doing is reverse searing. You're just heating it back up and getting a little bit of a crust on it.
Yeah.
So you can do all that sort of stuff before you go out camping. Don't talk to me about it. I'm lazy when I go camping. I'll just take it out of the esky and just do whatever. But if anybody wants something a little bit fancy, that's what you can do. You can do it with any cut of meat. You can do it. You can make a stew. You can put it in a bag, seal it, take it out, pot of hot water, just put it in there for a little bit, go for a fish, come back half an hour later, whatever, and serve it.
Wow. Mate, how do we get, I know without buying a sous vide machine or whatever, how can we do that on the stove at home? I mean, you get a thermometer. How hot is 65? Is it a real slow simmer, or is it not even a simmer? Is it before a simmer? How do we know we've got 65 degrees?
It's just simmering. Just get any cooking thermometer and just put it in there, and it'll just come up to temperature about 65 degrees.
Yeah,
65,
right.
70 degrees, and that's it. You don't need a special sous vide machine, and that's got all the bells and whistles and timers and all that sort of stuff. All you need is a pot with water and a thermometer, and just do it yourself.
Cryo back it in a bag with some. Yeah.
Sorry, Buck. When you're I was going to say the question. When you have a cryo back, if the bag, is it a specific bag you have to buy, or just it's whatever the cryo back machine takes for the bag?
Just something that's nice and thick. Don't buy the cheap stuff. Just get a little bit thicker. That's it. Because you're not cooking it at like really boiling it, like boiling. It won't split. I mean, I had a couple split on me out there at the camp up. But that was I was forcing that a little bit. I was running out a bit of time, so I had to sort of push it along. You're talking about pressure, Buck. I was under pressure that day, but couple of sneaky ginger beers in the background kept me down, so it's all good.
Oh, mate, you were cool as a cucumber. You sorted my problem out. Brad Howell split the cream on me, guys, from his curry chicken. Can you believe that? Tommy was there to witness Hiroshima Howell throw the. I scraped all it, and I was panicking, Tommy. I didn't know. I thought the cream split, and I had that much oil on it. You said just scrape it off, Buck, and I did, and it worked. I just scraped it off, put it in a pot, and Hiroshima Howell said, "Don't tip it down the sink. It's not environmentally friendly. I'm going to go and blow up Jack Turtle out near the fire," and he nearly did that. It went up like a mushroom cloud. Me and Tom were in the kitchen. Did you see the mushroom cloud that it created when it went? Oh my God, I've never seen anything like it. But
the four of them went backwards on their seats. I thought they were going to fall off their seats.
I remember Jack Turtle's flippers were going like that. He singed his eyebrows. Brad nearly took out the front row around the campfire. It was funny. So I'm going to go and throw this on the campfire. It was like he put a bloody 20-litre Jerry ULP on there. It was unbelievable. But mate, that food at the event, the lamb shanks and the beef cheeks, I don't think I've ever had beef cheeks before. They were sensational. And the sauce, mate, was like, just run us through. You just, in a big pot, you put some veggies in, some red wine. You made a beautiful red sauce to go over the lamb shanks and that. Run us over that, because it was pretty simple how you did it, mate. And camping food needs to be simple, or people aren't going to do it, are they?
Yeah, don't beat yourself up and buy the best ingredients in the world. I can make stocks and reduce sauces down and do it the old fashioned way. But you're out camping, celery, onions, carrot, garlic, sweat it off until it's just nice and soft.
Yeah.
The cooking liquor that the beef cheeks and that were in, I used that, and then I just thickened it up with a little bit of the old tin gravy powder, and that's just a thickening agent just to pull it together, and that's it.
Wow, mate, that was sensational. Mark, you should have tasted this, mate. The lamb shanks and the beef cheeks were just unbelievable. People were eating like kings and queens at that camping event. It was just, and then we had the coconut curry chicken and rice. Oh, don't talk about rice. You saved me with the rice too. Trying to cook in those tall.
Second time, Buck. Second time.
Oh, mate, unbelievable. But, I know you saved me ass a few times. Maybe I didn't have enough to drink. Maybe that was the problem. I cooked better after a few bevies. But Gidgy Gorilla, he nailed his green coconut green curry. He'd had 1,000 and he pulled it off. So that was my problem. I hadn't had enough to drink. But it was a great event, mate, an absolute fantastic event. How good was the Sunday night there? And you bastard throwing the hat around, making me get up to do a dance. I'll never forgive you for that.
I think Roz and Lukey, we were all involved in that bit just to try and get you stitched again.
Oh, Roz was too, was she?
She gave us the hat.
I knew I was stuffed. I thought, I'm not getting up on stage and doing a dance. And then Lukey Reed comes over. Hey, Buck, there's 700 in the hat. I just thought, you're kidding. Oliver, you arsehole. Anyway. And then
you did a good rendition of Macadamia
song. Oh, dear. I was going to have a heart attack that night. I've never gone that hard in my life. It was ridiculous. Hopefully there's no footage left out there that people can see, because it was pretty embarrassing. But hey, we all do embarrassing stuff for charity and what have you. Yeah, you bastard. Yeah, Tom's got it still on his phone. I know Brad Howe's still got it there. Yeah, what else are you up to, mate? Fill us in. When's your next camping trip? What's coming up in the near future?
No camping just at the moment.
Yeah,
we just got a lot of work ahead of us leading into the back end of this year. So
yeah. I can imagine. Is this the real busy time of the year, coming up towards Christmas and that at the theme parks, mate? Holidays coming up must be massive.
It's not so much the day trade at the moment. We're doing a lot of corporate events. So last night we did a corporate event at Movie World for 1,000.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Same time we had an event at SeaWorld for 300, and then Paradise Country we had their regular Saturday night dinner, and we had probably maybe 700 at Outback Spectacular. So she was pretty big night.
So what, 2,000 meals going on at the same time, mate? Unbelievable. Jesus, that must take some coordination, and you must have to have some good hands underneath you, mate, to make that.
I do. I'm really lucky, Buck. I've got a really solid team, underneath me in that sort of that middle management group.
Yeah.
So my sous chefs and chef de parties, they're demons. They're your right hand man. Yeah. They're with you all the way. So
imagine having a bunch of diddly donks that just you couldn't rely. They're not trustworthy. They can't come up. They can't work under pressure. It's good that you've got a good team. I'm sure they wouldn't be hired if they weren't up to the job, mate.
Oh, look, our industry at the moment, but it's struggling. We just can't attract, people they're qualified, chefs these days, but they're not qualified like what we were. We did a 4-year apprenticeship. You did the hard yards. You came up through the ranks. You came out of your apprenticeship, and it took you years to get up into that sort of those bigger, higher levels. Now they just do a 2-year thing at college and a bit of this on job training. They come out and they're just, not it's not the same.
I'm sure there's a lot of other jobs like that too, mate, where we're not getting enough hands-on type stuff. They're pushing them through too quick and whatever. And I don't know. They reckon it's progression, mate, but I don't know. I think it's regression, isn't it? When it comes to any trade, whether you're a bricklayer, whatever, it's the old 4-year apprenticeship and you do the hard yards. That is the only way to learn. Yeah. It's the only way.
What killed our industry is these stupid bloody TV shows, all these cooking shows on TV where everybody goes on and they think they're magic and in half an hour they can produce all of this stuff. But, in the background, I know people working in those industries, and it's days and days of setting them up, showing them how to do it. So these people see this sort of stuff and they get into the industry and they just want to make $1 million overnight. It doesn't happen.
No, mate. I only said that to Roz the other night. We're watching My Kitchen Rules, the semi-finals and that. I said to Roz, you can't tell me 2 average Joes can go into a kitchen and know how to do souffle and all this different stuff. The average Joe doesn't know how to do that. There's got to be
struggle.
Yeah. It's all smoke and mirrors, those shows, I think, isn't it? It's got to be. Some of those people, you can't.
It's why I don't watch them. I can't. Like it's any profession. If you don't just walk in and do it, you've got to learn it. And you watch these shows. There's no way. And I agree with you, Buck. I said the same thing in the past. There's no way that this is who they are. It's not possible.
Yeah. You ever met some of those big head chefs there, Tommy, Manu and Colin, and you ever met them in real life, these guys? You reckon they're as good as they make out they are, or are they full of shit?
Oh, no, look, they're chefs in their own right. They've been through the hard yards, like Manu and all those. He's classically French trained, so he knows a lot. They're TV celebrities now. It's a different world. I mean, I met Anthony Bourdain many years ago, I lean towards more sort of like that sort of chef, that badass chef. They get in the kitchen, they're on the line, they're just workers, and that's what they do.
How did you meet Anthony Bourdain? Because I'm a huge fan of his.
He did a book tour, so it was La Hale's Brasserie when he put out the La Hale's Brasserie cookbook, and he came to Brisbane, and I got word of it. So I went up there with my wife, with Chrissy, and we met him at this book launch with all these book ladies and whatever. They were all there, and then there was all the industry workers up relegated to the back corner of the room, and he worked us out pretty quickly, and then after the luncheon happened and everybody went home, we all just got on the juice, and yeah, it was a wild night, I can tell you.
Wow.
Nice.
He's a tall man. He towered over everybody, and yeah, really tall.
Sorry, that's my Robbie coming into his room to get stuff.
Hello.
Fine.
Hey, Robbie.
So
Robbie again.
I'm in his bed.
That's
Sorry,
funny.
Tom. I'm in Robbie's bedroom, and he has to keep coming in and out to get stuff. That's just the way it is. The reason I'm asking is I've been a fan of Anthony Bourdain since probably since he hit television. Actually, I just went and bought Kitchen Confidential and gave it to Julie to give me for Christmas this year. I haven't read it before. I've skimmed it in the stores, and I thought, you know what, I got to buy this book because this is the book that launched his TV career, because he wrote this book.
Yeah.
And then got picked up by Food Network from that. But he seems like he would have been, or he seemed like he was just a down-to-earth, normal guy. Like he was friends with Nigella Lawson. And he was friends with what the hell's the guy who swears and screams at everybody that's really famous?
Ramsey.
Yeah. Gordon Ramsay. But Gordon Ramsay, these are people who had legitimate, well, not Nigella, because she was a critic, like a publisher and things like that. But Gordon Ramsay's a guy. There's others that are just really good chefs that can cook, who have successful businesses, and he seems to be of that. He cut from that ilk, and those are the people that you see him talking to. You're like, when so you get the idea that when he is supporting a chef or supports a restaurant or supports, you're like, that's probably a good place, because he seems like the kind of person that would just know what it is.
Yeah, I did my apprenticeship with people that were very much like Bourdain. They came from that era. My era was, it was kind of the back end of all of that. So I worked with some of these people that reminded me so much. They were just like Bourdain. I worked with these guys every day, and you didn't muck around with them. You had fun with them, but you never back chatted them. They were scary people.
Yeah, and he was classically trained. He went to the Culinary Institute of America and graduated, so he knew. And you mentioned stocks, because I was just watching. It's on YouTube, and he was just watching one of the episodes where he was sort of his life as a chef, and another one was places that he likes to eat to. One of the places he ended up at was back at the Culinary Institute of America, and he was talking about stocks, and he was telling them, and of course, being a chef, you'd know this, but you mentioned it, so that's why I'm bringing it up. He was talking about stocks as a good stock can make you or break you. And with a good stock, you can make gravies, you can make soups, you can do all sorts of things. But if you ruin the stock, you've got nothing. You mentioned stocks, and that's the reason I'm bringing it up, is how important a stock is to everything else that surrounds it.
And that's the basic training that we were taught. Like we went to college, you had to produce all these things at college, and you went back to work, and that's what you did. You did them every day in your job. Whether it was 5 liters or 150 liters of stock. And that's what it was. Unfortunately, these days we don't have enough people in the industry anymore. So a lot of it's bought in now. And that's the way of the world. There's companies out there that they make beautiful stocks, but it's just easier and cheaper to buy them in, and it's unfortunate, but that's just how it goes.
Yeah,
no one's got the time to do it.
So do high-end restaurants now are really the only ones to do it for themselves? Everybody else kind of just brings it in?
Depends on the restaurant. There's an element of bought in for everywhere, and unless you're a Michelin star restaurant or a hatted restaurant or something like that, there's an element of products that are bought in everywhere. Hardly anybody breaks their own meat down anymore. Getting a side of lamb, breaking it down, portioning it, boning it out. There's still an element of that, but portion control meat out there, it's everywhere now.
Yeah, wow.
Is that cost driven or just simple, or just driven? Is that driven by cost, or is it driven by the convenience or the lack of skill?
Skill, cost, and convenience.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all three of them.
Just streamline and stuff, Tom. Like, do you have a chef making a stock, or he could be doing other things. You know what I mean? It probably just makes more sense, especially when you're under the pump producing so many meals and all that type of stuff, mate. Unbelievable. Hey, before I forget, Robbie, someone said Robbie came in to get the car keys because he got his license the other day. Mark's son. I forget your daughter's name.
Emily.
Well, Emily, did she get her license or is she still going for it?
No, she's on about 80 hours at the moment, so she doesn't get until the end of this year.
Oh, right. I remember her saying she was getting close to going for a license. I wasn't sure if she had it yet. So anyway, wish her luck. Robbie's out there dropping burnouts in the bloody in the driveway, is he?
He's wearing the tires out.
All the screeching tires. Robbie taking off with his mates downtown with no thing. Yeah. Who cooks at home, Tommy? Yeah,
oh, and then the little one jumps in. So,
hey, how are you? Yeah.
Oh,
so the girls cook at home. Do you critique them at all, mate?
A little bit. Oh, Emily doesn't cook.
Yeah.
Yeah, Chrissy cooks. I cook. Kayla sometimes cooks. It just depends on who's home first, what's going on. Is there netball? Is there this? Is there that? It's just one of those things.
Tom fixes my mistakes.
Yeah, he was good. He's good at fixing people's mistakes. I can vouch for that.
Yeah. I'll tell you a story. When we first started going out, we were living together, and I don't know. I couldn't tell you what the dish was or anything, so I must have said something wrong. And Chrissy didn't cook for a year. Wow. She made me cook for a whole year.
And now you just leave it on the side.
Oh dear.
She said, if you don't like it,
Rusty Candy Adventures says that met the two fat ladies.
Oh yeah. Met the two fat ladies.
Fat ladies. No, they're on TV, are they? The two fat ladies.
Oh, they were on TV in the early 90s, weren't they?
Yeah, they're popular here.
I don't remember them. Yeah.
So one of them is she's still on television. You also have a request for your beer batter recipe.
Oh, here we go. Who might I put that up?
Mr. Donnie, right below Rusty Candy Adventures.
Margie LaBelle, Robbie's chucking donuts out there.
Thanks, Mark.
Thanks, who was it again?
About 5 up from the bottom. Mr. Donnie, Tom, what is your beer batter recipe?
Oh, yeah, I've seen.
Candy Adventures.
Right,
beer
batter.
Beer batter.
And don't say you got to put VB in.
No, VB. No. Not the green dream, I tell you about. No. You got to have at least 2 beers before you even start to make it.
That's it. Point number 1. Have
that's number 1. Have 2 beers first. All I do is self-raising flour, beer, salt, and occasionally I might put an egg yolk in it.
I was going to ask you, do you put egg in your batter? I usually crack one in.
I don't put the whole egg. Just an egg yolk.
What's the reason behind not putting the white in that? Does it do something to the batter or?
I couldn't answer that one. I mean,
it's just splitting eggs, do you?
Yeah.
It's just the way you've always done it?
That's just how I've always done it, yeah.
Yeah. I saw a cool trick on Facebook the other day of how to get, how you separate egg yolk. They had a plastic bottle and they squeeze it and they suck the egg yolks with it sucks it up into the bottle somehow. Have you seen that trick done?
Oh, I've seen a few things done. I watched the thing that they had boiled eggs and you put it in a glass jar and you shake it and it takes all the shell off. And all I did was have scrambled bloody hard boiled eggs, mate.
I saw that one too, yeah. Maybe a bit of bloody white fella magic on the camera doing that one. I saw the same one, yeah.
I was at work and I said to them, they were peeling eggs one day. I said, I saw this thing. I'm going to have a go at it. And it was a disaster.
Scrambled egg with shell.
Yeah, scrambled and cooked at the same time. It was great.
Yeah. It's good. Speaking of scrambled eggs, have you seen there's a million different ways to do it? Have you seen Gordon Ramsay's where he puts it on, takes it off, puts it on, takes it off, keeps stirring the whole time. And then he puts some creme fraiche in at the end and all that. I mean, there's a million different ways to do scrambled egg, but yeah, it's good to get a nice scrambled egg on toast when you go to a cafe. There's better ones.
The only thing is if you overcook it and it splits and you get all that watery out the side, that's when it's done. It's had it.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done a lot like that, I must admit. I'm good at splitting scrambled eggs as well. Do you put, here's another one for you. Do you put any milk in your scrambled eggs? A little bit of milk? Or you do? You put a splash of milk in?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Egg, milk, bit of salt and pepper, mix it up.
Yeah.
And then put it in I put it in a pan that's not overly hot, and then just let it sit, and then just sort of keep moving it around, and that's just, otherwise it ends up into tiny little, bits everywhere.
Yeah, yeah. I think Ramsey, when you said not too hot, Ramsey starts off with a cold saucepan from memory and uses a rubber, and he starts heating up. So it's in a cold saucepan, and he mixes them and then it starts slowly heating up. He doesn't put it into a hot pan or a hot saucepan. So there's all different tricks in that out there. What's your go-to meal? If you're running late, you're coming home, or you're out camping and that, what's some go-to meals for you, Tommy? Macca's?
No, bugger Macca's.
Yeah.
That's the last resort, that is.
Yeah.
Ronnie runs.
Well, look, it depends on what's in the fridge. There could be something in the fridge. The old chicken snitties in the freezer, rip them out and, do them up.
Yeah.
And if it's real desperate times, spaghetti on toast.
Here's another one for you. Steak. Before you cook a steak, do you have to bring it down to room temperature? I've seen people saying yes, people saying no. Do you bring your steak down to room temp before you throw her on a hot plate?
I wouldn't say room temp, but I do leave it out for a little bit.
Yeah, just so it's not too cold.
No,
yeah.
How many times do you turn a steak when you cook it?
Yes.
Depends on how many beers or drinks you've had. So if you're at a backyard bar, you might turn a steak. Yeah, you might turn it 20 times.
Well, I was at a barbecue once, back in the 90s, mate, and one of my diggers used to be a cook in the army before he changed over to Signals Corps. And I was doing the old flipping it 20 times. He said, "What are you doing, mate?" I said, "Flipping the steak." He said, "Flip it once, mate, once only." And that's the big debate now. Do you turn it every 30 seconds to keep the juice in, or do you flip it once? How do you do it? Do you flip it 20 times, or what? How were you taught when you're in your apprenticeship?
Depends on the steak. I mean, season it up before you even, a little bit of oil, season it up before you even put it in the pan. Don't season. Some people season in the pan. I always season out of the pan first up. Get the pan nice and hot, put it in, seal it on one side, flip it over the other side. When you see the little bit of blood or a little bit of moisture coming up through the steak, all I do is then I just turn it back over for 30 seconds, if that, not even that, 20 seconds, and then take it off. Okay. So that moisture coming up through, that's pretty much, a nice medium rare steak.
Yeah.
But if you're uncouth and you like boot leather, you just give it a bit more of a squeeze there, Buck.
Goes on for 25 minutes.
Yeah. Each side.
It's got to make a ting, ting, ting when you hit the fork. That's how burnt it's got to be. I love burnt steak. Love it. Absolutely love it. Now, when you say season a steak, I've seen other people say season with salt only. Some people say don't use pepper because it burns. But I love the crust that the pepper gives a steak when you seal it on the outside. Do you season with salt and pepper, or just salt only?
Salt and pepper.
Yeah, I do too. I think the pepper gives it a beautiful crust. Some people say, the pepper burns and gives it a bitter taste. I don't find that at all.
Oh, look, sometimes I go at the garden and get a little bit.
Spice, Buck.
What's that,
get you onto Montreal steak spice.
Yes, that's beautiful.
I got you onto Montreal steak spice.
That is beautiful. You tried that stuff, Tommy? Montreal steak spice. It is very, very, very nice. Yeah. And you can actually buy a different brand. McCormick's have got it, and it tastes exactly the same, Mark. Must have the same spices in there. It's a beautiful thing for.
I've got a question for you, Mark. You come from Canada.
Yep.
Whereabouts?
Toronto.
Okay. My parents did it like that. My dad was into bees, and he did a lot of time over there. He was in the canola fields over there.
Okay.
So I'm curious. I got bees here in the backyard. What do they do over there in winter? Like, I mean, the old man used to tell me, oh, they'd winterize them. What does that mean? Do you know anything about that?
Basically, what bees do, and they do it on their own, is, and it's all over North America because it even gets cold, like in the southern U.S. They'll still get cold. Bees basically hover in the hive, and then they shiver, and the shivering keeps them from dying. They generate heat by shivering. That's how they do it. The whole hive shivers.
Because obviously,
and I do believe some anyways, but that's how they do it on their own.
Because over here they obviously do. We don't have the snow, so
no. But I believe that there are people who bring the hives inside, but as far as I know, it's not necessary because bees live in the wild, and they'll build hives all over the place. But in the winter, inside the hive, the worker bees settle around sort of the outside, and then the whole hive they shiver, like, for lack of a better term, they shiver, and that generates heat and keeps the hive alive and saves the queen.
So that'd be the opposite to what they do here. Obviously, here they fan themselves outside of the hive to try and keep cool.
Yeah, exactly. So it's exactly it. It's precisely the opposite. Because here it's last year we had a swarm of them going through, and they swarmed out in the backyard, and we were worried. I'm like, what's going on? Somebody said, no, don't worry about it. They'll move on. And I think after 2 days they did, but there were thousands and thousands of them. And then we found them in a spot in the backyard, and they were just all hovering in this place. And then they did move on, and we were like, that was weird. Like, you couldn't even go outside because you'd get stung.
Hey, speaking of bees, here's one. Our new neighbour, a couple of doors up, he's right into his gardening. And I was having a chat with him the other day, and he said he's having trouble getting certain stuff to take off and that. And he said, you know why? There's no bloody bees here. There are no bees. And he said, and he might be onto a point. He said, you know why there's no bees here? I said, no. He goes, the bloody poisons they're spraying on the bananas from the crop dusters. He reckons that's killing the bees. And he said he can't get anything pollinated. And I must admit, I can't remember seeing bees here in Innisfail. I wonder if the crop, because as we know, without bees, the world comes to an end, basically. You can't grow anything.
They are the pollinators.
Yeah, I know. And he said, I can't get any of my shit to grow because I can't get the bees to pollinate. And my daughter I was just over in Perth, and Lauren's got a veggie garden, and she's got bees everywhere buzzing around. She said, that's what we need, like it's to make things grow. But here in Innisfail, you don't see bees. And I'm just wondering if the chemicals they spray on the bananas are killing the bees off, which no one really...
It repels them.
Yeah. Well, we need them.
There's people who do this for a living. They literally transport bees up and down the states, and they start at one end and they let them out, and the bees go out, but they come back. I don't know how bees come back, but they do. And then they go to the next, and then they do it again and again. They pollinate everything. They get paid to literally bring millions and millions of bees around to pollinate everything.
Yeah. Well, that's like when my dad was over in Canada. He was sort of having a look through all the canola fields and that's what they do. They ship them in bee doubles overnight, and they'll have them there for a week or whatever, and then they'll ship them out to another place. It's big business.
Yeah. Wow. Do you know where he went?
I couldn't tell you. He passed away a few years ago, so these are just the stories that he told me, and I can't remember where it was. So they traveled. They traveled extensively through Canada, up into Alaska and places like that. So
that's mileage. We've been out to Vancouver, we've been out to Halifax. Well, because you've probably seen the live feeds, but I've seen a lot of this country. But to get as far up into Yukon and Alaska, that's mileage. Just a month or two ago, maybe 2 or 3, I was in the bus, and some people beside me pulled up with an Alaska plate, which I've never seen before. And I basically stopped in the bus, and I rolled up. And you'd be surprised people will talk to you when you're the bus driver at a bus. It completely disarms them. I used to talk to people in Lamborghinis and Bentleys and McLarens, and I rolled up, and they got their attention. They opened. I'm like, you guys covered some mileage to get here. It took them, I think she said, 13 days from where they lived in Alaska to get to Toronto. they weren't driving 16-hour days like Buck. You remember when I did the thing, you were saying,
Yeah.
you know, you guys are really covering some mileage because you saw every day how far we were driving. But they said that they basically took them, I think from where they started in Alaska to Toronto, it took them 13 days. They did some sightseeing in between, but I think she said it would take them 9 days straight. If you just drove every day, it would take 9 days from where they were. They
It's a
took
big
13
continent,
and they
North
took some side
America.
trips. Sorry?
Hey, Tommy, when he was out the window having a chat to that bloke, there was 3 change of lights before he got going too. Everyone behind's going, "Brrr!" He's going, "Oh, we're having a chat, old mate from Alaska." 3 change of lights before they got going again.
Yeah, you don't want to do that down in Texas or something. They might pull something else out, you know.
Oh, dear idea. Yeah. So how's the Gold Coast to live on, Tommy? Is it too bloody is it a nice place to bring a family up and that, mate?
We live in the northern suburbs, so we live sort of, you know, out in the base of the hinterland.
All right, yeah.
My family sort of, well, mum and dad, they had a property not far up the road. It's all bloody houses now.
Yeah.
So I kind of grew up out in this part of the, you know, it wasn't the Gold Coast when I was a kid. It was called the Albert Shire, and it was just all farms, you know.
Yeah.
Run amok, motorbikes, horses, old cars, that sort of stuff. So, but it's very, you know, it's suburbia now. But it's look, it's 10 minutes to work. You know, within 10 minutes, I'm at the base of Tambourine Mountain. Within half an hour, I'm over the mountains and I'm heading out towards the scenic rim. So it's pretty good.
My brother Ken, he loves that scenic rim. He said that's a beautiful part of the world down there.
Yeah, great for camping. There's all little sort of council campgrounds that I suppose were originally maybe part of like cattle stock routes or something, and they've kept them. So you can go out there and it's cheap. It's like $7 a night per person or something to camp. Yeah. And you wake up and you're in the mountains and you're looking at it, and it's just beautiful green.
Yeah. Wow. Hey, Dwayne Duffy's we're onto an interesting subject there, mate. Dwayne, it's a massive money. I have a mate here in Toowoomba that takes his bees up North Queensland for that exact reason. Well, there you go.
Yeah, wow. Anything, avocados, mangoes, macadamia nuts, whatever they need to pollinate.
Wow.
So the old beekeeper, he gets paid to do it, and he gets the honey out of it at the same time. So,
well, I reckon I've heard without bees, the world doesn't survive. It's as simple as that. They are a very, very important.
Yes, they pollinate everything. Literally, like everything gets pollinated by bees. Like, sure, there are some birds that pollinate flowers, but our food gets pollinated by bees. Without bees, we don't eat.
Yeah.
And then I found out something interesting too, that at night time they call that moths. Moths are a nighttime pollinator, so they're the second one. So you've got, you know, your daytime pollinators, and then moths are sort of like that big one at night that nobody ever thinks of.
Oh, I never knew that. No,
I didn't either.
I just thought moths were things that annoyed you around the bloody when you're out camping and you turn a white light on.
Yeah, but apparently they do a lot at night. So,
yeah.
How long have you been a chef? How long have you been a chef, Tom? What got you into it?
I started my apprenticeship in 92, midway through 1992. I finished in 96. So, but before that, I used to work at the local mobile service station. I was a bit of a roustabout. I did everything, and I worked in the kitchen there as well. At school, I did catering and that. I don't know. I always sort of leaned towards it. I suppose the best place to be when you were working around the old man was up in the kitchen. You got away from doing the work and you got food. So kind of hung around the kitchen and just slowly got into it. Not the sharpest tool at school. So need to do something.
You know, Tommy, you just said something then. I don't think, hopefully some other people picked up on it. You started at a mobile servo, being a roustabout, helping out in the kitchen and that. And now here you are, an executive chef for the theme parks. It just goes to show you've got to start down the bottom. And, you know, a lot of people go, oh, I just work at Macca's or I just work at Hungry Jack's. the young
all a
kids.
start.
You've got to start, mate. You've got to start somewhere. You've got to start, and it starts by you get a job and you've got to turn up to work on time. And you work hard while you're there and you go home. Then you turn up again the next day. It doesn't matter what job you do. Was it Bill Gates or someone was started off flipping burgers at Macca's? One of those billionaires now.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Burgers. Should never, ever have a go at someone about what job they do, mate, because those jobs down the bottom are bloody important for a start and they lead to bigger and better things. I started off at KFC, mate. Like, that was my first job. Kentucky Fried. It taught me to turn up to work on time, take orders from management, don't argue, bloody turn up clean and wash your hands when you get there. It's just little simple things you don't think about, but as you get older, you look back on that and you think, you know what, that held me in good stead. And then I went into the army.
Yeah.
You know, you've got to start somewhere, mate. You start a mobile servo, have a look where you are now. Story.
My first boss, her name was Mrs. White. I will never forget her. She was about 5'2" and she was a firecracker. And she gave me, on my first day there, she gave me a list, and it was a typed up list. It had 30 jobs that I had to complete in a day. And I worked there for probably 3 years and I could never, ever complete that 30 job list. It was just impossible. But that's and the expectation of what she expected and what I had to do. And then, you know, with Dad and what he did and his expectations around the house and on the farm, and bits and pieces, and that's sort of where I am now. You know, work hard, do a good job.
Good on you, mate, and that's what it's all about. And I just wish, it's up to us older guys now and blokes like you, these young kids coming through, mate, just showing them how important it is to get a job when you're young and to work hard and take orders and be respectful to your bosses and all that type of stuff. I think we're missing a bit of that now, aren't we? We really are. But I'm sure there's still a lot of young kids out there that are keen as mustard to get out and do well for themselves. I'm sure you two young girls will do exactly that, mate, when they get a bit older.
Emily's working now. Kayla's going to she's got a job lined up when she finishes school at the end of this year. So
good stuff. No, that's bloody excellent, mate. Absolutely brilliant. What's it like working there, mate? Do you get do you get time to go and enjoy the theme parks? Or are you just too full on at work to do that? Like, does the family go and take advantage of it and all that? Do the girls like going there with their friends? And
look, when there's new things happening, we'll go there every year. We do, they do a thing called White Christmas, so it's a lead up to Christmas. We had a couple of American bosses there for a while, and they introduced it. And it's White Christmas, and it's sort of like that New York style of White Christmas, and there's fake snow, and so that's been going for a few years. So we go there with my mum and Chrissy's mum every year, But generally speaking, I go to work and I leave work. I don't sort of hang around, But it's funny, the new staff come in and they're all like, oh, wow, I'm going to go on the rides after work and everything. And then after a couple of years of being there, it's a job.
Yeah, I know, mate. They're probably just looking forward to getting home, putting their feet up and whatever. It's bloody thing. Don't go down the beach much on the weekends?
Oh, not really.
He's never home.
Never home, yeah.
But just to let you know, Tom started his apprenticeship at Movie World, started right at the bottom. He did his apprenticeship there.
Right.
All the way up. He would never tell you this. All the way up to executive chef, and he's been there for over 25 years. So that's a really big achievement. Really big achievement.
Yeah. I did run away for a while, though.
Only for a year.
I got out for a bit, and I went and worked for Boral Plasterboards.
Yeah?
So
good stuff, mate. No, you've done well.
That taught me logistics.
Yeah. And, mate, buddy, you're a great part of the community. Thanks for all the work that you and the family did down at the camp up for the Legends Camp. Absolutely fantastic, mate. Like, you took on the job as chief caterer and you did an absolutely amazing.
Oh, look, I can tell you, Buck, without the help of everybody else in that camp kitchen, there was a myriad of people that come out of the woodwork. They were happy to cut herbs, chop onions, wash rice pans.
Brad Howell was chief.
Brad and Mary,
Dixie Basher, we used to call them in the, or an underwater panel beater.
Underwater panel beater, yeah.
Cleaning all the bloody pans and pots and all that type of stuff. Brad and Mary didn't stop there, mate. And that's what this community's like, mate. We saw it at the camp up. Everyone, if there was a bit of work to do, everyone was there. What can I do? What can I do?
Yeah.
And just, it was a big team effort, mate. It was absolutely fantastic. And
I mean, we were new to that when we went up to Harvey Bay. I mean, we'd followed you on YouTube for a little while, saw some names, on the live feeds, and then rocked up to this thing at Harvey Bay. We knew no one, but within 5 minutes, we were, meeting people, and we still keep in contact with them now.
Yeah, and that's what it is, mate.
Gidge, and then and then going through over those last couple of years, and then with the three lads there getting this one up and running, great effort to Rob and Steve, and then everybody else that jumped in, it was fantastic.
No, it was a great event, and I'm sure the camp up again, like everyone just loves getting together. Everyone enjoys each other's company. You and the family become a big part of the community, mate, and it's bloody great to see you there. I love seeing your name pop up and Christina's name pop up on the live feeds when I'm doing a live feed. And
her name's always there, but I'm in the background.
Yeah, no, it's good, mate. Loved having you on this morning. Thanks so much for coming on and sharing your story with us. Everyone knows that if for someone who hasn't met you in person, didn't go to the event, everyone knows who you are now, mate, what you can do. And I'm sure if anyone wants some cooking tips off Tommy, send him a message. He'll be more than happy to help you out of a pickle. But we all know how to do a little bit extra, mate. And I'm going to try next year. I'm going to start experimenting with that pre-cooking stuff before I go out camping and that. I think it's an interesting thing, and it's a really good way to prepare your camp food when you're going out camping. So thanks for that, mate.
Not too much pre-preparation, Buck. Remember, you got to spend a little bit of money in these towns out bush too, or up and down the coast.
Right. And we always do, mate. It's the bakeries tend to do a good business out of me and Ross. And it's an important thing, mate. All these people go out these country towns and they don't spend any money out there. And I've said it in one of my previous clips. I think I was out in Surat. I said, go and spend a bit of money in these little country towns and keep them going. Can't just have the big cities prospering, but little country towns. And if we go out camping, go and hit a bakery, go to the local IGA store, go and have a cannery at the pub, all that type of stuff, mate. It helps these little country towns out, doesn't it?
Well, we did that not long ago up at my mum's place, up the farm, up Brisbane Valley, up to Goolawa. Both Robs came out and some friends of ours, and we did each day. We'd go out and we'd go to a couple of different pubs and have a beer, have a feed, and go for a drive, and just getting out there, having a bit of fun. So
yeah. No, that's good, mate. Hey, one of my favourite little towns, and only because I did a couple of courses there, great pub there and a great pizza shop, great coffees, and that was Canungra. Did you ever been up there, Canungra, mate? They had a beautiful little pizza shop there back when I was in the army. I used to love going to that pizza shop.
I tell you what, Buck, the town's still the same, but geez, it's busy these days because everybody comes. Oh yeah, you go out there on a Saturday or a Sunday and you can't get a park in town.
Wow,
the old Nunga's hotel, she's pumping, and everything in town because it's one street in and one street out, as you know.
Yeah, wow. Yeah, it was a good little town. I mean, that Gold Coast hinterland's beautiful, mate. Mount Tamborine, all those play. You live in a beautiful part of the world, mate. Anyway, we got our next guest on. Nathan's going to play the bugle. Tommy and family, thanks for coming on, mate. Great to see you again.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for coming on.
Mate. Mate. Thank you. G'day, Nathan. How are you?
Superb, mate. How are you?
Good, mate. Sorry to keep you hanging. Tommy was jibber-jabbering with Tommy. And it was good for Tommy because Snorky forgot to come on. Yeah. I don't know where Snork is missing in action, guys. MIA. He is missing in action. He's missed his slot, but it was good because we had a great chat with Tommy. How you been, Nathan? For those who don't know Nathan, tell us a bit about yourself, mate.
Ipswich born and bred. Very proud of that one, except for Pauline Hanson. But trumpet player. Went to uni, studied trumpet, did a lot of Australian Youth Orchestra stuff, played pretty much everywhere you can think of. I'm a teacher. I've been teaching since I was 16 as well. So
good on you, mate. Yeah.
Love my four-wheel driving and camping. So
yeah, how's the 80 coming along, mate?
Yeah, the motor's in about 1,000 pieces. So
yeah,
it's expensive. It's like it's going to be about $7,500 in total.
Holy durly, yeah.
Not,
hey, Elvin, give me a thumbs up if you can hear me, mate. Righto, Elvin's on. He's coming up next, so you're up in about 25 minutes, Elvin. So I can see you there, mate. Hang in there, and we'll have a chat with Nathan because Nathan's got something special for us today. If you don't know Nathan, the man can play the trumpet. And you teach that at school, mate, eh, in music? What other instruments can you play, mate? Or you just into
I grew up playing. So my granddad was a guitarist. He had his own country western band. So I started playing guitar when I was grade 2. Then my great grandfather had his own dance band as a saxophone player. So I was he wanted me to play saxophone. So I did that for a bit. And then I started trumpet when I was at primary school in grade 5, like everyone does. And then, within a couple of years, pretty much went straight to first trumpet in the school band because I had some natural talent, I guess. I've also worked my butt off. I was, I was in grade 9 and 10 at high school doing 4 hours practice a day already. So I knew from when I was in primary school that I wanted to do music as a career. So like grade 11 and 12, I didn't really go to class too much because to get into university I just had to pass English and pass music, and be able to play the trumpet. So I was already doing 5-6 hours a day practice at that stage.
Well,
so the teachers
that's
at
a big
school,
difference from us. That's a big difference from us because when I was in grade 9, I got stuck with the trumpet, and I finished grade 9 with 37%, which is a big app.
Yeah,
my parents were not happy. I couldn't play that thing, and I hated playing it. I wanted to learn the drums, and they wouldn't give it to me, and so I failed.
Yeah.
I know how hard it is. I know how hard it is because that's what I had to learn. And so you have absolutely complete respect for me because I know firsthand how hard it is to learn how to play the trumpet. And if it's not something you're interested in, it's not something you can make yourself do because it takes so much practice and time to get good at it. You have to really dedicate yourself to it. It's a hard instrument to learn.
Yeah, like when I was at university, I was doing 10 hours practice a day, plus doing my studies at the university, like the lectures and stuff, plus doing rehearsals. So and like when I was living in London for a couple of years there, I was playing for 8-9 hours a day every day, and then I'd go out and gig over night time, and
Well, I saw
different
your
wellness
today. I think it was to Steve W. You were commenting. You lived there from January of 2008 to December of 2009. Did I read that right?
Yeah, I was in Southeast London, so I lived in New Cross, which was one stop out from London Bridge train station. I did a lot of gigs all throughout the UK, and I was in India for a bit doing stuff over there and over in Germany. So
What does that mean when you say you were freelancing?
So I was like a contractor, so there was no specific job. Like I wasn't in an orchestra full time. It was you'd get a call, you'd be playing in a big band one night, the next night you could be playing principal trumpet in orchestra, the next night you could be playing in a church service, but you're getting paid for everything that you do.
Okay, so how do you do that? Did you have to get an agent to do that, or you just become
you basically got to be someone that can play the instrument, but also someone that people want to hang out with. So it's like a lot of it over there is a massive drinking culture, as you probably know, with the UK. Every single gig we ever did, there was pubs within walking distance. So you're in the pub hanging out together afterwards. And then if you can play, then the word gets around pretty quickly. So I was getting lessons from the guy that was on the every James Bond soundtrack pretty much, and all the every soundtrack you can ever think of pretty much. He was principal trumpet of the London Symphony Orchestra. So I was paying the equivalent of $300 an hour for lessons with him. And he said to me that there's like 150 to 200 freelance trumpet players in London, and they're separated into groups. So you're like in thirds, and like he's like, you got this much who are, not so great but can get by. Then you got this massive chunk in the middle who are really, really, really good. and reliable. Then you got this top bit, which was just like perfection pretty much. And he said I was right in the middle of the two top tiers. So, and that was so coming from Australia, I pretty much landed in London, and then the next day I was having a trumpet lesson to get my name, to try and make connections and stuff like that. And I was very fortunate that the the teacher I went to for that particular lesson was lecturing at the Royal College of Music at the time. And he asked me to come in and play in the brass band, and then I met alumni students, and then they passed my name around after they found out I could play. So
nice.
that's kind of how it works. Yeah.
Hey, Nathan, you play the trumpet. Sorry, Mark.
Sorry, Buck. What made you leave England?
What made me go to England?
What made you leave England to go back to Australia?
My daughter's in the room, so I probably won't say too much. But I was married at the time, and my partner wanted to have kids and didn't want to do it with a medical over in the UK. So we came back to Ipswich, Queensland. But I was I was like that close to cracking into all the big stuff. Like I was the BBC Concert Orchestra principal trumpet was sending me out to do choral society gigs, and I was on the dep list for a lot of the West End shows and stuff like that.
Wow. West End London is a big deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
that's pretty
yeah,
impressive, dude. I mean,
yeah,
you told me about quite a bit of this stuff, but I didn't know that you'd had the opportunity that you were going to start putting in at West End London, because that's in some ways that's bigger than Broadway.
Yeah, big time. I was in India for a week, all expenses paid, flying out from London to play in the orchestra over there in Dubai. Sorry, not Dubai, in Mumbai. And I was at a festival in Seance in France, just north of Nice, for 2 weeks at a Baroque classical music thing. I ended up playing in a jazz quartet with a drummer who does the James Bond stuff, and he was like the timpani player of St. Martin's in the Fields. So and then I had a very, very good opportunity in 2009. I played for the Monday Thursday service. That's what I was talking to Steve about, which is where the Queen used to hand out sacks of gold to poor people. So I was one of 3 trumpet players that played at that service.
Wow, that's pretty cool. I have no idea what Jugo number 5 is. What is it?
There you go. Can you see that, Nathan? The comment there from Russell.
Yeah, it's Concerto Durangoes. It's a guitar solo, but it's been adapted for brass, and it's on it's a flugelhorn solo on the brass stuff movie.
Okay.
Has that ever been played like in a movie or something like that? Because I don't think I've ever heard it.
Brass stuff is a movie, yeah. It's the solo that the hot blonde chick plays on the flugelhorn in the middle of the rehearsal.
Okay.
Well, there you go.
Cool.
Come on.
That's quite the story, dude.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I now teach in very low socioeconomic schools, and no one knows what I've done. So.
Well, you just told us.
Yeah. Well, you guys are a family basically, so yeah.
Yes.
Can I play Russell a bit of Rodrigo number 5, Mark? Here we go. There you go. That's right.
That's how it starts.
I've heard that.
Oh, there you go.
I've heard that. I recognize that.
Yeah, that's how it starts. Yeah, not the right key, but that's how it starts.
Is there a story behind that, or is that just a popular song or a popular theme?
I'd never heard of it until the movie Brassed Off came out. That was in about probably 1997, I reckon that came out. And then it became really popular. Like a lot of brass bands use that as a soloist piece now.
Okay.
Ozzy's the brass player himself, he said. Oh, that's good stuff. We'll have to get him on one day. Hey, Nathan, you play the trumpet, mate. I've got the bugle. I can't play a tune out of that, but I got that just because it had the Aussie Rising Sun badge on there. Like, how do you get the tune out of the 3 buttons on the trumpet? Can you play the bugle as well, mate?
Yeah, it's the same. It's basically a trumpet without valves. So that's like the trumpet was originally invented. Well, they've traced it back to like Egyptian days, but it was originally used for hunting. So sounding hunting calls, or in the military, it was used for sounding calls to signal what to do. So every different tune had a different meaning.
Yes.
Yeah, so yeah, basically the trumpet is a bugle with valves.
Well, yeah. Well, I remember the Chinese in the Korean War used to use a bugle. Exactly what you're saying, like charge and withdraw, a different tune. The US cavalry.
Yeah.
It's Chloe, is that Chloe there?
Yeah, it's Chloe.
Hey,
That's
Chloe,
okay.
how are you?
Photobombing you are. Robbie was just photobombing me.
Oh,
She's a
that's
bit scared.
fantastic. Gee whiz, Nathan, I knew you. I didn't know you'd done half that stuff, mate. Like that you've been around the world and done all that. Wow,
I don't really.
Story.
Yeah, I don't really talk about it too much. Like, I mean, I've told you a little bit, and Ros knew a little bit from when I was living in Innisfail. But I don't really talk about it much, really, because you say a couple of things, and then people always try to one up here and stuff like that. And I just couldn't be bothered playing mental games, all that sort of shit. Sorry, stuff. It's and like in the music industry, it's all about that. There's so many arrogant people. It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Right.
How do you find the kids, mate? There are a lot of kids that want to learn how to play.
Sorry, what did you say, Mark?
I said you won't get one up by me because I can't play any instruments whatsoever.
Oh, good. What were you saying, Buck?
Mate, as a music teacher, do you find the kids really want to learn the instruments and that, or are they kind of getting forced into it, or do they generally really want to learn how to play?
A lot of them, I teach primary, so I teach year 4 to year 12. So a lot of the year 4s, the beginners, some of them really, really, really want to play. Some of them are there just to get out of half an hour class every week. Some of them are there, and like I've got a student, she's been learning for 2 years and she still can't play hot cross buns on flute, and she's playing because her mum's forcing her to play.
Yeah.
So she hates it. And I got another kid who's in grade 11. I see him once a week in band practice. I don't teach him, but he hates it. He just does not want to play, and he said to me in front of the whole band the other day, "Sir, I don't have my mojo. I'm not interested. I hate saxophone." I'm like, dude, you need to talk to your mum about that. That's out of my control.
Yeah.
So you get a lot that really, really do want to do it, and then you get some that really want to do it but are really, really bad, and you got to try and gently encourage them to not continue in a way. So
yeah.
They kind of have to accept that they're just not. They can't just make music. You know, it becomes an interesting hobby, but it's not something you're going to become successful at as a career.
Yeah, and a lot of people, a lot of kids these days, they get an instrument and they just think they can play everything straight away. I'm like, well, no, you got to do some practice and some work, and you're going to suck for a while, but then you'll be okay.
It's a lot of hard work, mate, and it's that I'm learning the guitar at the moment, and just you get frustrated, you feel like smashing it, but then all of a sudden you get something right, and it gives you a little bit of encouragement to keep going that extra step. And that, you have a lot of kids where you go, as a trumpet player, you make a good goalkeeper. You get a lot of those types of kids.
Yeah, and I teach in very low socioeconomic areas at the moment. So I don't know if anyone knows the Ipswich area, but Lowood is it's kind of the last place furthest out of town you can live and be linked to the Ipswich Centrelink place. It's just near Barallan Prison. Well, not near, but Barallan Prison is sort of halfway between here and Lowood. So a lot of the kids at the schools out there, one of their parents is in the prison. And a lot of the parents and families are on Centrelink payments. I missed that comment.
Mike Blakeley over in Colorado said that's how drummers are made. They're all the failed blokes who can't play the trumpet. They go to drum.
Funny you say that. Like, as when kids walk into the room for testing, you can tell which kids are going to be percussion kids straight away.
Yeah,
so they're like all the drummer kids. You can tell them they're the ones that can't sit still and they're all jumping off walls and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, that's funny. Angus Buckaroony can play the pizza paddle. Absolutely. I play a good pizza paddle. I think you were there to see that, or are you gone home then, Nathan?
No, I had to go home because I had to work the next morning.
Oh,
but,
you did. That was a good
I think
thing.
Landy or Gidgey sent me a video of it. So.
Hey, mate, before we run out of time, we've got 10 minutes to go.
Yeah, man.
You said that you'd love to do the last post, which is pretty special to everyone here, especially us ex-military guys. We'll get you to do the last post, and then Reveille afterwards. And
Mark's gonna- Are we
Yep,
going to
Mark?
do our plan, Mark, Nathan?
Yeah, man. Do you
Okay.
want to do it? Do you want to say that first, and I'll play it?
Yes.
Because I'm just going to move away from the phone so that I'm not too loud in the phone.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
All
just
right.
a second to pull it up. So, Buck, what Nathan and I are going to do, because November 11th is Remembrance Day and Veterans Day.
Yes.
I'm going to read In Flanders Fields, and he is going to play Last Post after I read it as a tribute to our veterans, ours as well as yours, and Americans. So we're going to do that sort of as a team, because I obviously can't play, but he's going to. Once I've read In Flanders Fields, and we'll do. Do you want to do 1 or 2 minute silence after Last Post?
We can do a minute silence. Yep.
We normally do a minute.
And Remembrance Day was only, when was that? Not long ago, week or so ago, guys. So all right, Mark,
so let me,
over to you,
let me
mate.
pull
Then
it
we'll
up
have
here.
a minute silence.
Let me pull it up here. Give me a second, and the internet
We'll leave
doesn't
it up
work
to
so quick
Nathan.
up here.
We'll leave it up to Nathan to do the last post and then the minute silence, and then he can go into reveille. We'll leave it up to you two guys. Right.
Yep. Just give me 1 second to pull this up here, and we're good to go.
Okay, mate. For anyone wondering, guys, Flanders was a place on the Western Front in World War One where a lot of Canadians, Australians, a lot of soldiers lost their lives. Flanders Field. So, yeah, all right, Mark, when you're ready, mate.
Yep. In Flanders Fields, the poppies blow between the crosses, row on row, that mark our place, and in the sky, the larks, still bravely singing, fly scarce heard amid the guns below. We are dead. Short days ago we lived, felt dawn, saw sunset glow, loved and were loved, and now we lie in Flanders Fields. Take up our quarrel with the foe. To you from failing hands we throw the torch. Be yours to hold it high. If ye break faith with us who die, we shall not sleep, though poppies grow in Flanders Fields.
Well
that was
done,
amazing,
mate.
dude.
Absolutely
That was amazing.
fantastic. Let's give Nathan a thumbs up, everyone. That was absolutely brilliant. Nathan, stop. And Chloe there. Well done, mate. Absolutely brilliant. How good was that?
That was incredible, dude. That was awesome.
How many times do you reckon you've played that, Nathan?
Oh, Jesus. Oh, I started playing it when I was 10. So, first Anzac Day service I did, I was 11. Did 3 services on the one day. Then I've done what usually do 3-4 services a day on Anzac Day. Then you do Remembrance Day. Then I used to be the bugler when I was in high school for the Air Force Base because I live just near RAF Base Amberley.
Yeah.
I played for a lot of the funerals through my high school years. So funerals, Lancaster Squadron reunions, all that sort of stuff. And then a lot of the plaques that have been unveiled near the casino down in Brizzy there. And in Anzac Square, I've played for a lot of the Air Force plaques that have been unveiled down there. So,
wow, absolutely brilliant, mate. Bloody proud of you, I really am. That is absolutely fantastic. What, you played your first Anzac service at 11?
Yep.
Holy dooly.
Yeah, I was at a little tacker, and then I think it was my second one the second year of doing it, there was like Channel 7 news cameras like right in my face. And as I went to start, the wind blew and like pushed the mouthpiece off where it would normally sit. So it was a bit hairy. Yeah.
Well, there's a guy out here at the moment. He's Canadian and he's making a big name for himself in Australia. Josiah Hine, his name is. And he was saying the other day how Remembrance Day is not a big day in Australia compared to over back home in Canada. And it's not. It's getting bigger, Remembrance Day, but people have to remember we have Anzac Day here, which is our massive day. It's a massive day. But Remembrance Day
doesn't register with people like me that are that are friends with Aussies and stuff, but Anzac Day doesn't register here. So I don't belittle you guys or begrudge you that Remembrance Day or Veterans Day, depending if you're American or Canadian. Mike Blakeley's on here. He knows they call it Veterans Day. It's the same day, November 11th. The 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. That's it. But it is huge here. There was a movement for a long time of the kids should be off school that day. It should be a holiday. But then they were like, then nobody will recognize it because they'll just piss off and do whatever. At least this way, there's ceremonies in school. I mean, we've stopped our buses. The subways, the buses, the trains stop. Like at the TTC, we stop. At 11 o'clock, you don't move for 2 minutes. Transit control sends a message out telling everybody, stop. Hold for 2 minutes, and then when it's clear, okay, clear to hold. We if you were to give people the day off, what they think would happen is, and I don't think they're wrong, is people just take off. They just treat it like a regular holiday. This way, it's remembered because they have ceremonies in schools, they have ceremonies in parks. They have ceremonies from like all the cities, everything. It is a huge thing, and I know it's big in the States. They do for Veterans Day. They do the same things that we do. Ours are obviously the Canadian of what we do, but they do the American thing. But it's the same idea. You're honoring your veterans, but it's really the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month. Of that's what it represents when the Western Front went quiet.
It's a big day here in Australia, mate, but I think it gets overshadowed by Anzac Day for us, which is just an Australian New Zealand thing, mate. So
but Anzac Day is the same thing for you that as Remembrance Day and Veterans Day is for us. But yours, it's based on Gallipoli. That's what Anzac Day is based on, is it not?
Yeah,
it has to do with Gallipoli. Whereas that's the end of World War One.
That was the first Anzac Day. 25th of April, 1916.
I think with the Remembrance Day thing here, though, like when I was a kid at school, I remember there was a full school assembly for Remembrance Day all the time. And then I don't know if Landy sees this as well, but probably the last 2 years at schools, there's not so much a service anymore at school. Like one of my high schools I was at this year for Remembrance Day, it was up to the discretion of the class teachers whether they actually did something. And one of my kids was in a class, and he's a cadet. He was really, really keen to do the 1 minute silence, but his teacher just played techno music over the top of everything. They didn't do anything at all. And I was like, I was fuming, and like this kid was fuming because I was in my room on my own. I still stood up. Like when I was living in London, I was going through the tubes on Remembrance Day. Everyone just stopped for like you could tell which ones were Aussies and Kiwis because everyone just stopped.
Yeah.
Like some of the Pommies, they didn't stop; they just kept going to their business. But like there was an announcement made over the thing and everything.
Yeah.
But
it's an important day, and we need to keep remembering that. Mate,
100%.
you've done well for yourself. This is coming from a bloke who did music at school, and I failed the triangle. That's how bad I was. But anyway, Nathan, on that one, Elvin's ready to get. Elvin's there. They got a smile out of Elvin there. Mate, thank you so much for coming on. Thanks for being a
Thanks for doing that with me,
being a
Nathan.
great member of the community, Nathan. I know you make a lot of the people in here, so you want to take it out with a quick blurt there, mate, on the thing. Thanks again, mate.
Yep.
Do your best, Harry James.
See you, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Bye-bye.
See you, mate.
Thanks, Nathan.
Straight into it. Chrissy Anderson said we need intermission. No intermission on our live feed, Slacken. Straight through, mate. Fight through. Elvin Powell, guys, from the Adventuring Pals. Elvin, how are you, mate? Good to see you. Elvin's frozen up. He hasn't paid his internet bill. Elvin was sitting there for half an hour.
Yeah, thanks, mate. How are you guys?
Yeah, good. You were sitting there for half an hour. Everything was fine. As soon as you come on live, it froze up on us, but it's all right now. Actually, it's still a bit freezy there. How you been, mate? No, he's lost us.
Yeah,
Can you
mate.
hear us?
Been well.
Yeah. Oh, that's good. Tell us a bit about yourself, Elvin. And for those who don't know you, I know you. I know you.
Yeah, I can hear you guys all right.
Yeah. Tell us a bit about yourself, mate.
Yeah, mate. Well, I'm just at the moment probably got 2 little boys. Now 7 and 8 almost.
Yeah.
And we've been traveling since 2019. Yeah.
Yeah.
You travel full time, Elvin?
Yeah, mate. We are at the moment. We work and travel. So my wife mostly does the work. She is a sonographer. So we get work wherever they're needed, and we travel to that town and base ourselves in that town while she works, and we explore on the weekends. And we usually try and give ourselves like a month or so. This year, we started this year after 2 years being back at home in Harvey Bay, and it's been a bit more work than travel this year.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, Elvin and family are from Harvey Bay, everyone. If you know, Elvin's got a bit of a delay there with his thing. We're going to, we went up and saw Elvin and the family, only a couple of weeks ago. They were up in Atherton. So Elvin's wife does sonography and radiography, all that type of stuff, guys, at the hospitals and that. Elvin, you're a Sparky by trade, mate. So you're a tradie as well?
Yep, Sparky by trade. Most recently, just working for myself, got my own business in Harvey Bay when I'm there. But yeah, been doing that pretty much straight after high school. I had like 6 months off, then into college to do a Prevo, and then started my apprenticeship.
Yeah. Good on you, mate. How long was your apprenticeship when you did? Was it a 4-year one as an electrician?
It was 4. Yeah, it was 4 years. I got signed off maybe 6 months early, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
it's good, mate.
Did all the college. Yeah, because back then you have to do all the college stuff.
Yeah.
And we had this books that you had to keep on saying what practice you've done. And once that was all finished, I was working at one of the hospitals in Ipswich actually, and they signed me off. So yeah.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, mate. For those that don't know, Elvin, tell us a bit about where you were born and how you're not originally from Australia, mate.
No, man. I was born in Fiji, and I was 10 years old when I moved straight from Fiji to Brisbane, and that's where I stayed until I met Ash and had a couple of kids.
Yeah.
And then we moved back to Harvey Bay to bring the kids up, and because I was starting out fresh, working for myself, and Ashlyn was looking for work too. we decided to just not bother working in town and just started traveling Australia, working and seeing the country.
Oh, mate, and you've seen someone. Elvin's got a YouTube channel, The Adventuring Pals. Pal is Elvin last name, guys, P-A-L. And we first met. Well, do you remember what year it was? Was it 2019, mate? We were driving into the Seisha Caravan Park, not the Seisha campgrounds up in Cape York, guys. We're driving in, and next thing, Elvin and these two young boys were getting coconuts out of a tree, and they're waving at us and that. And I thought, I think these people recognise us. Anyway, you recognised us from YouTube, mate, and we've been good friends ever since. And we first met up in Cape York, and you and the boys were bloody getting coconuts out of a tree, and you had the machete and we're doing the coconuts. It's just amazing how things work out, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're still doing that now. But I saw your car pull in with the drifter camper trailer you had. I'm like, oh, I know that fella.
It's just amazing, eh? So when you say you're originally from Fiji, your heritage is Fijian Indian. So you're from a Fijian Indian heritage, mate.
Yep. So what happened is in the late 1800s, a lot of the British went to India and got a heap of people to take over to Fiji to grow sugar. And my family's been around since then.
Wow. Well, there you go, mate. Here you are.
Yeah, as far as I know, even my grandma and grandfather were both born in Fiji.
Yeah, right, eh?
I don't really know much before that.
Yeah. Okay, got fond memories. Like you were 10 years old, so you obviously still, I can remember back to when I was 10 years old pretty well. Got some fond memories of Fiji?
Yeah, I definitely have some memories there. Just being in the villages, but we didn't really see the beach much. And and we all lived close to our cousins and stuff. So I remember playing with all my cousins and that kind of stuff in the villages. We didn't really have any toys and that kind of stuff. We just made our own toys and fun.
Yeah. Just amazing how, for those who don't know, you travel around Australia. Your home base is Hervey Bay. You got a house there and everything, but you travel around, you see this wonderful country, mate, and you work on the road while you travel around, because Ash has got a pretty bloody good skill that the medical profession needs, and she can pretty well pick up work just about anywhere with a hospital, mate. Is that correct?
Pretty much, yeah. And that's how we've been doing it.
Yeah.
All the years.
Wow. And you've been to just about every state. What's some of your favourite places that you've been in Australia? What's some places that really stand out for you?
Mate, everywhere's got these special points. For me, I love North Queensland. Fishing and all that kind of stuff is right up my alley. And same with WA. It's pretty special coastline and that. And Tassie's was very cool for us. We've spent a lot of time in Tassie over the years, 13 months all up. And it's a nice
13 months in Tassie.
Yeah, we did 10 months because we went there just before COVID was a thing. And we spent the whole lockdown down there. And because Victoria was locked down, we couldn't we had to drive our car through Victoria. They wouldn't let us into Queensland. So we pretty much stayed there until they opened up in December. So they spent the whole year of the 2019 in Tassie.
Yeah.
And then when we started traveling again this year after a little 2-year break, first thing we did is go back to Tassie as well.
Yeah, good stuff, mate. It's a special little state, mate. So you're currently in Townsville at the moment for a few more weeks. Where are we off to after that, mate? Like, what are your plans? Are there some other states you're heading to a certain state, or hanging around Queensland a bit longer?
Yeah, we're going to hang around a little bit just because of some family commitments and stuff over Chrissy, because we're pretty close to home. It's only a day's drive, really, a big day. But to get back to Hervey Bay, so we'll be around Brizzy, Hervey Bay for Christmas, New Year, and probably early February.
Yeah.
We really want to get over to WA, but just not having the work opportunities lining up at the moment. But that's all right. It'll come up.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure it will, mate. One thing I love is Elvin's two young boys, Jaden and Jordan. I got that right there, Jaden and Jordan.
That's right, yeah.
I keep saying that on my channel, get your kids out, get them doing things and that. Well, I can't think of two young boys that get out and experience the outdoors like your two boys, mate. And that's just part of being a great dad. You get them out fishing, camping, they're traveling the country, you're homeschooling. You're a teacher at the moment yourself, mate. You're homeschooling the boys while they're on the road. And
yes, I'm trying.
Is there any better education a kid can get than traveling around this great country and seeing and just experiencing it, mate? And they're getting to the age now where they're going to remember this when they get older.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're in grade 1 and grade 2. So school, as important as it is, it's at this early stage, they have plenty of time to catch up on the schooling later on, which we plan to be back home eventually anyway. But the homeschooling is working out really good, much better than I thought it would. It's pretty easy for me to do it, and the boys are keen to learn because it only takes a few hours a day, and then they go off and do whatever we're doing, normally fishing, or if we're at a caravan park, go to the pool or whatever.
Yeah.
But they've literally spent more time growing up on the road traveling than they have in a house. So, and Jaden especially can identify a fish just by looking at a picture, or if he catches a fish, he'll be able to tell me what species it is and that kind of stuff, which is pretty cool.
They can actually catch a fish, unlike me. Put me to shame. Yeah.
Yeah. No matter how he says it, your boys go to his school. there it is.
Chrissy Anderson.
Your boys go to
Melbourne's
his
boys
school.
go to my school. Beautiful family.
Yeah,
There you go.
yeah.
Back in Harvey Bay. Chrissy's from Harvey Bay.
Yeah, exactly. So, the boys go there.
Oh, absolutely fantastic, mate. Fantastic. So, mate, when I first met you, you were driving a Triton, Mitsubishi Triton from memory.
Yeah, the old white.
You're
now
in
the Ford Ranger, the one behind me. I think it's works.
Tell us a bit about it, mate. I saw it the other day, and you've got that very, very well decked out. It's a nice vehicle. It's the new V6 Ranger. It's not the 3.2. It's the new Ranger, which is in conjunction with VW Amarok, aren't they? They're like the similar vehicle now. How's it going, mate? How you found it? Any bad points about it that you don't like, or the new Ford Ranger? 600 Newton meters of torque, mate. They're a good tow motor, aren't they?
Oh, definitely, mate. She pulls a lot better than the Tritons did. I have had 2 Tritons since I met you. The only reason I really changed is just to keep the weights in, like under the weight limits. The Triton, I couldn't get the weight limits increased. So I changed, and because I've done it a few times, I know what I want and without going overboard. So I just got the bull bar and winch and a GVM upgrade. And the canopy and everything came straight off the old ute into this one. But she goes really well. Very happy with it so far. It's only done 30,000 kilometers on it. We've only had it since like March this year. So no troubles for me yet.
No, that's good, mate. And you got a new caravan as well. Beautiful caravan. I saw that the other day. And,
once again, our old caravan, which was fine, but it got written off in some storm damage. So we had to change that once again. And the new caravan, it's probably time for a change anyway, because we didn't have bunks and stuff in the old van. So this time we have bunks, so the boys have their own space. Yeah, it's a little 18-foot caravan. Does this all right.
What brand was it again? I can't remember the brand of it.
It's a new gen.
New gen.
New gen, yeah. So it's new gen, which is like a rebranded Snowy River.
Yeah, righto. And you're really happy with it at the moment, mate.
Yeah, really happy with it so far. It's good. It's a single axle one. It's sort of pretty light, like 2.7 ton ATM.
Yeah.
So it's pretty light, especially for the Ranger.
Yeah, that's very respectable. And the Ranger tows it well, mate, eh?
Oh, man, so good. Yeah, like you can keep up the speed in the highway very easily and overtake if you need be. I don't go too hard on the highways. And when I'm towing, I stick to like 100 k's an hour.
Yeah.
If the road conditions are good.
That's plenty fast enough. I get 110 zone. I'm happy sitting on 95, 100 when I'm towing the van, mate. Any faster, you don't need it. Grant Saywell saying, go the mighty Triton.
Yeah, the Tritons were great. Yeah. Mitsubishi are pretty good with their warranty and after sales stuff.
Yeah, they looked after you from what you were saying, mate, Mitsubishi.
Yeah, they did. My first Triton, after we left Cape York, actually, I had engine troubles and overheating issues and that kind of stuff. And even though the car was out of warranty, they looked after me and replaced the radiator and everything, and even the engine itself.
Yeah.
So
wow. out of warranty and they still replace the engine for you.
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a known issue for that motor to do like a problem that causes overheating.
Yeah, right.
So even though they said that it was rectified in my particular model with the dates and everything, they still fixed it all.
Yeah. Oh, that's bloody good of them. Well done to Mitsubishi for that, mate.
Yeah.
I know the old Ranger and the BT50 because mine's a Gen 2. It was the same as the Gen 2 Ford Ranger. They came out with a 3200 GVM. I've got mine upgraded to 3500. Do you know what's the new Ranger come out with, and what have you got the GVM upgraded to?
Yeah, I think the standard is like 30, maybe 34 even, something like that. But I've got the levels kit up to 3700.
Wow,
which
that's a big upgrade, isn't it?
Mate, it sounds huge, but I'm on the limit with not so much the GVM, but the rear axle, only because of that rooftop tent I've got on there.
Yeah, righto. So it's still the rear axle, and that's because you haven't changed the axle. You've still got to stay.
The axle limit has gone up from like the 16 something it was standard up to 2100 or 2120.
Yeah,
but yeah, I'm still getting close to that. But yeah.
What's your tow ball weight like on the van, mate? Java Sirocco was horrendous. It was over 320 kilos when I was fully bombed up, which was too heavy. Because it was single axle, you're going to have more tow ball weight. I've got the dual axle Jayco now, so my tow ball weight is way less than what the single axle Sirocco was.
Yeah, right. Yeah, I think mine's about 270.
Yeah,
which is about 10% of the ATM. But yeah, I think a double axle might have been a bit better option for us. But we just got the van because it was cheap and affordable. Everything else we looked at was secondhand, and we're a bit worried about buying a secondhand van and going on the road straight away if we have any issues and more money to fix things and all that.
Yeah. Oh, that's good, mate. Was Ash at work today? Is she, or she got the day off?
No, she's out there looking after the kids. I think they're riding around on the bikes. I was asking them to come on board, and they were pretty keen at the start, but then they decided not to.
Yeah. Hey, how are you? You're not actually sitting in front of your vehicle at the moment. Is that just superimposed in the background? Is it, or something?
Yeah. Well, it's in the StreamYard options thing to put a background on. So
yeah. Because when you first come on and the thing, I thought Alvin's out in the backyard sitting in front of his vehicle, but it does look like you're sitting in the thing there. But it's a nice setup, mate.
I thought you were out camping until I heard the echo. And I'm like, no, you can't be. So I thought it might be at a poster or something in the background.
Yeah, no, it's just like you can modify the background on the StreamYard thing.
I'm too dumb to work out how to do that, Mark. I'm like you, mate, on the computers and that. So yeah. So you don't know where to from Townsville, mate, or you're heading back down to Harvey Bay for Christmas?
Back home for a bit, and then we want to get to WA, but we haven't locked in any commitments for work yet.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll anywhere in West Aussie. That I'll tell you what, mate, I can give you a quick tip. Bustleton's not a bad place to go. Let me tell you, that is spot on down there. Bustleton is beautiful.
We'd like to get down to Bustleton somewhere. We did spend probably like a week in Bustleton last time through, and we loved it. We stayed right near the jetty, so we used to walk from the caravan park down the jetty and to the shelter brewery, and it was good.
It's a top spot, really is. Yeah. Bloody all that southwest of Western Australia. When you were in West Aussie before, did you get up north to the Kimberley or to Exmouth or any of those places?
Yeah, we went in Albany for a bit, and then we went all the way up along the coast to Kimberley and then into NT too. But with a little bit of time in Broome, we were supposed to be in Broome working for a bit, but they're so busy there they couldn't even get us accommodation, even though they knew 6 months before we were rocking up.
In Broome,
yeah.
Wow,
we ended up staying out of Broome at Probuck, which is like half an hour away.
Sorry, Alvin. I've seen pictures of Broome. I've seen videos of Broome. Is it as beautiful as it looks? It just looks stunning.
It is. It definitely is. Yeah, it's great.
What's the vibe of the town like?
It's very touristy. Like most of the people you'll see in town are tourists, especially in peak season. But yeah, it's very touristy, but it's very nice. There's loads of space to get away from people too, because you can just go for a drive on the beach and
It seems to me like Maui would be. I haven't been to Maui, and I haven't been to Broome either. But it seems to me like it has the same sort of beach surfer vibe that Maui probably did before the towns burned down. But it seems to me like that's the kind of place it would be. A lot of sort of laid back surfer kind of a space. Is that
Not so much surfers out
have I
there
guessed
with
that
a
right? Yeah. Well, of course you can't surf with crocodilia, but it seems to have that same kind of a vibe. Am I right on guessing that or no?
Yeah, it's pretty close. I haven't been to Maui to say, but no, it's really nice. There's loads of like tourist attractions there, you know, and like I said, lots of space to spread out to. We used to go to Crab Creek and that kind of stuff, and there'd be nobody else there. Yeah.
Bloody one thing on my bucket list is the camel. Did you do the camel ride on Cable Beach at all when you were there?
No, we didn't do it then. The kids were a little bit too small. But we did the camel rides at Uluru.
Yeah.
So I think next time we go to Cable Beach, we'll get on the camels again there.
You might have seen those photos, Mark, of the camels along a beautiful beach with the sunset in the background. That's Cable Beach at Broome, mate. And apparently it's spectacular.
Yeah. Yeah, we were there with our mates went on the camels, and we were there, and the camels are just there all the time. And everyone pretty much goes down to Cable Beach with their Forbies, watches the the sunset, and has their dinner on the beach kind of stuff.
Oh, beautiful. Wow. Yeah, it's a place. I think you can fly Cairns Broome direct. So that might be an option for me and Roz and that, but then trying to find accommodation there is people saying it was very windy in Broome. Was it windy when you were over there at all? Or?
No, not really. We kind of got lucky with WA. I heard WA gets really windy, but while we were there, most of the time we actually had it pretty good, and we were there for 9 months.
Yeah. You didn't get down as far as Esperance in the right.
Yeah, we went
to Esperance as well.
Yeah, we actually went to Esperance first. We went across the Nullarbor down to Esperance. We even flew out from Esperance to a I forget, I think it's called Middle Island or something. There's like a pink lake there.
Yeah.
And then we went all the way around, hugging the coast. We were out in Albany for about 3 months working. Yeah. And when we first got there, it was really windy and rainy. And I thought, man, what have we done? We got here for 3 months. And then a couple of weeks later, the weather turned good, and it was a really beautiful place.
Yeah, Albany is nice. That's where, Mark, a place called Albany in the south of Western Australia is where the Australian soldiers sailed over to Egypt and Gallipoli in World War I. Albany's where they left from, and there's a lot of memorials and plaques and everything. You just stand on the headland, just imagining that fleet with all the soldiers sailing off to Gallipoli from there. It's a pretty special place, Albany. Got to get to Esperance next time I'm over in West Aussie, Elvin. The daughter sent me some photos of the beaches in Esperance, and they are spectacular. Spectacular. The whole Western Australia, how clear is the water, mate? It's just, the clarity of the water is just incredible.
It is. It's so good, but can get a bit cold for swimming, but it's still pretty good.
Rod's put a big toe in the other day at Port Beach in Fremantle. She put a big toe in, and I looked around, and she was nearly back in the car. She said, "I am not bloody going in that." It was a pretty chilly. So no, not too bad at all.
It seems like the water down there is like the water here. It's not warm. When you go swimming, the water's cold all year round. Even you don't swim in the winter, but in the summer, the water, when you jump in, the water's not warm. It's cold. Like you have to adjust to it. I'm too old now. I don't find that comfortable. When I was younger, it wasn't such a big deal. But unlike this one, who will swim in January because he doesn't need cold water.
Robbie, you're back. Hey, Robbie, was that you smoking the tires up the driveway before?
I'm in my son's room. That's the only place. What's up, Buck?
I just said, was that Robbie smoking the tires up in the back in the driveway before that we could hear?
Probably. He's peeling rubber.
Peeling rubber. Yeah. Tell you what, is there any state you haven't been to yet, or you've been to all of them?
We actually have missed ACT so far.
Okay. Yeah. That's on that's on my to-do list too. I've made a promise next year that I'm going to go down and do the War Memorial, and I am going to do that. But Roz has worked in Canberra. I've only ever driven through it. I just don't know Canberra at all. So that's another place I really want to check more out of as well. So South Aussie, you done much down there, Elvin?
Probably a few weeks all up. South Aussie was kind of one of those things. We got the job in Albany, and we had to get through because of the COVID restrictions. Things were just opening up, and we were just a couple of weeks in South Aussie while we waited because WA wouldn't let us in until we'd been there for 2 weeks. So, but we pretty much went down to Port Lincoln, spent a bit of time there, and then hugged the coastline all the way west. And really nice, good fishing and good crabbing down there.
Wow. That South Aussie's got a lot of peninsulas, eh? It's like there's one there, Mark, where you've got to drive north for hours to get around one of the peninsulas. And it's like you're in the middle of Australia and you look to your left and there's ocean on your left. It's a really weird feeling. And, you know, you're hundreds of kilometres inland, but you've got the ocean on your left-hand side because it's like an inlet. I don't know which one it's called. And Port Augusta's right up the top there. You've got to go up the Port Augusta to get back down because you can't go across to the ocean. But it's a few hours drive to get up to Port Augusta and to get back down again. It's a weird feeling seeing the ocean on your left-hand side when you're heading north in Australia.
Yeah. And I know the one you're talking about, but Port Augusta, and then you got the Eyre Peninsula and the York Peninsula on the other side.
I don't know South Aussie real well, but we nearly got over to Robe. We're in Mount Gambier. We're going to go over to Robe next, but the weather drove us away, so we started heading north again. But mate, just bloody. I don't think there's anyone on here who's probably seen more of Australia than you and the family. Like, and you're still going, mate. Like, there's still plenty of places to. What are some of the top, like West Aussie and that, but some other top places that you really want to go back to, or you want to see that you haven't seen yet? Canberra's one of them, obviously.
Where we haven't been that we want to get to is Arnhem Land.
Yeah.
And pretty much all the Gulf, actually. We never got around to that. Just with timing with getting work, because most of our travels is funded by going to work, so that's priority number one. Unfortunately, we can't just stop and just travel where we want. It's always about getting work, and then
got to have the money coming in.
Traveling between work is how we see the country.
But
Arnhem Land would be great.
What a great way to do it, Bud Elvin. You're traveling around. You'll use Ash's skills in the medical profession to find work, but it's funding your trip around Australia. So you're not, you know what I mean? You got to expensive. You're doing all
this way. Our expenses are not much more than we would be if we were living at home anyway. It's just we living in different places all the time. So
yeah. Well, I was talking to you before, and now you got the caravan and all that. Ash's work will. They pay for the caravan park and all that to put you up and all that type of stuff, which is a big saving as well, mate.
Yeah, definitely. So it's a pretty standard deal with locum work in the profession. Is normally they'll provide you accommodation. Normally it'll just be for the worker, but obviously it's cheaper for them to pay a caravan site than it is to get any sort of accommodation, even if it's for one person.
And easier to get for you too. Yeah. Whereabouts in Arnhem Land? I don't know much about Arnhem Land. What town is up there? And obviously there's a hospital up there somewhere for the Indigenous community. So where have you had a look at where you would probably stay in Arnhem Land?
I think the only place that could facilitate like her profession is Nullumboy, which is like sort of northeast.
Yeah.
I've had friends who've been in different towns in Arnhem Land to work and stay there for over a year, and they loved it. But it's just trying to get a vacancy that works for us and them at the same time.
Yeah, okay. So Mark knows what we're doing. I'm just going to just bear with me for a sec, guys. I had this up before and I lost it. Google Maps. If I can find it there. Is that going to work? I'm going to present. Share the screen. I'll just show Mark where Arnhem Land is, mate.
Yeah.
And it hasn't loaded. Why wouldn't it? Dead set. It hasn't loaded. Cancel. I'll have another go, Mark. If this doesn't work, I'll.
That's all right. I can check into it myself after we do the live. If it's not, I'm off all one vacation all week. So.
Here we go. Here we go.
Okay, Thursday, I'm watching NFL all day.
I'll just zoom in so I know where I'll go back to here now. Present, share the screen. Google Maps, share. So you should see that now, Mark.
It came up now.
Yep, righto. So here I am over. You can see my cursor there. So here's the Northern Territory. There's the Northern Territory there. Arnhem Land is over here in this eastern part of the Northern Territory. There's Nullumboy there, which is where you're saying there, Elvin, Nullumboy, which is also the English name for that is Gove.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Okay, so now I've got your cursor. So where is Arnhem Land?
Arnhem Land is this part of the Northern Territory here, mate.
Okay. So it incorporates the Lemon-Bite River, that area.
And to get over into Arnhem Land, stop sharing, there we go. To get over in Arnhem Land, there's a thing called Cahill's Crossing, which is a famous crossing where all the crocodiles just sit there waiting for someone to fall off or waiting for the fish to come over. It's called Cahill's Crossing, and there is just hundreds of crocodiles there. That's the entrance into Arnhem Land, Elvin, isn't it?
Yeah.
You can't just go up there, mate. You've got to get permission off the local Indigenous people and that. It's like it's just not a free-for-all. But Elvin and that'll be right up there because he has work to go to at Nullumboy, and then he'll be able to get permission to go out exploring and do all that type of stuff. It's a very, very remote part of the country up there. It really is. It's probably like one of your not your provinces, your territories, Nunavut and all those places. Like she's up there out of the way.
Yeah. Basically, you fly in, really. But really, it's easier just to fly in.
Yeah. Well, you see all these idiots trying to go across Cahill's Crossing in the floods and getting washed over, and then they have to be rescued off the top of their four-wheel drives because if they get out of their four-wheel drive, they'll get eaten by a crocodile, literally, won't they? There's hundreds of them there. So
yeah,
people take stupid risks. But that's Nullumboy, mate. That's the old we got the diddly donk from Launceston on with his parents, so we'll be coming on to see Lukey in a minute. I'll bring him on now before we say goodbye to Elvin. We'll bring Lukey and Lukey's parents on. Brian and Sue, g'day guys down there in Tassie.
Hey guys.
How are you?
How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Yeah, good. Good to see you.
Good to
No,
see
that's
you.
all right. We'll just
It's
say goodbye
strange
to
seeing
Elvin.
you. It's sorry, Alvin. It's strange seeing you because we've met face to face, and I see you there literally on the other side of the planet. And it's strange.
It's bizarre, isn't it? So, hey, Elvin, how can everyone follow your adventures? You're still getting into the recording and doing YouTube clips, mate?
Yeah, I'm just starting to get back into the YouTube. Just Adventuring Pals on YouTube, or same on Instagram and Facebook.
Yeah. So get on and follow Elvin and the family guys, and they get out and do some cool stuff, and you'll see Elvin and the boys out fishing and catching fish and doing all the outdoors type of stuff. And it's fantastic what you're doing, mate. Like, you're living the dream, but I think you're doing it the smart way, mate. You're using your trade skills anyway to bloody so you're doing it the good way. You know, it's a smart way to do it, and you've got the qualifications and the skills to be able to pick up work on your way around. What a fantastic way to see this great country, mate. Have a safe trip. Have a great Christmas. Thanks for coming on today. Really appreciate it, mate. And we'll catch you again soon, eh?
Easy, guys. Thank you.
Thanks, Elvin. Thanks, mate. Bye now.
See you, Alvin.
Here they are, Lukey Reed and Brian and Sue. For those who don't, I'm sure everyone knows who Lukey is, guys, but this is Lukey's parents, Brian and Sue, down in Launceston in Tasmania. And Mark, when was it? This year? It was this year.
It was in May. It was
Brian
the May.
and Sue,
It was the long weekend in May.
Toronto. You were sitting in Toronto. It wasn't Tim Hortons. It was bloody Starbucks having a coffee was slacking in Toronto. How much? Yeah. I said it was about $1,800 excess baggage for all the stuff that he gave you to bring home. It was actually more than that, wasn't it?
Look, he was actually a kilo underweight what he had to work with, but he took out all those videos that you wanted back. Now, luckily for that, because we wouldn't have got through customs.
don't even own a video machine anymore. Don't you? Yeah.
Border security without us.
No,
Yeah, exactly
no.
right.
Yeah, actually, that case made it all the way, as Buck said, and Buck still got it. So it's done really well, travel well, like you said.
Yeah,
it's
still done some mileage for us before I gave it to you guys too.
Yeah.
Now, what I want to know, what did you think about the maple cream I gave you?
Very nice.
Very smooth. Yeah. Not as good as Bailey's, but it was okay.
Yeah.
Well, when you said you drink Bailey's, I thought, well, the maple cream probably be up your alley.
Very
Like
similar.
an alcoholic type drink, is it?
Yeah.
Yes, it's like Bailey's, but it's made with maple.
Yeah. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And you can't see Luke wearing a Blue Jays shirt.
I did see it.
They gave it out for free when we entered. They had 10,000 shirts to give away at the game.
Okay. Whose
so
jersey
a
is that?
Romano shirt.
Yeah.
Whose jersey is it?
Romano.
Okay.
Number 60.
68.
Yeah.
Okay.
Turn around, Luke. Give us is Romano one of the Blue Jays players, is he?
Overset, yeah.
That's it.
Romano, 68. Do you know him, Mark?
Yeah, he's one of the players. I don't really follow the Blue Jays that much, but Vladimir Guerrero is one of the big names here. They call him Boba Fett for Boba Fett.
Yeah.
So there's another one of the big ones. But yeah, those are lots of players that they'll do that for. They'll give them out. They'll pick a player and give them the shirts.
The Blue
In
Jays.
Australia, they wouldn't give you the smell off their fart, so we're going okay to get jumper.
What did you guys think of Niagara Falls?
Yeah, spectacular. Yeah, they only just started doing the fireworks, so we got to see them twice.
Okay.
Yeah, so it's pretty good.
Nice.
Yeah, some of the photos you sent from Niagara were spectacular, weren't they? That was absolutely amazing.
Yeah, by day and by night, because like Brian said, they had the night lights too that went through the water sort of picture.
Oh.
It was absolutely amazing. Not sure if we sent you one of those back, but I think we did. Yeah.
I got a lot of nice photos from there. A lot of people have told me the Canadian side of Niagara is nicer to look at than the American side. Not having to go up the Yanks there, but apparently from the Canadian side is very, very good.
Yeah, they've got all the infrastructure is on the Canadian side, you know, for all the power stations, the bits and pieces, and you buy a five ticket pass, so it gives you entry to all their restored buildings there, and you go actually under the falls, and it's just we was very, very fortunate that the day we arrived, we got around about 2 or 3 of the sites, and the next day, I don't know what the difference was, but there was 5 times more people there, so we wouldn't have got around all the sites otherwise.
Yeah.
So very, very fortunate because no queuing, just walked up to everything straight in, took the photos, and away we went again. Yeah. So
beautiful. Yeah.
That makes sense because Niagara Falls can get pretty busy.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and even the boat we went on when we was on, you could actually walk side to side and back to front, take photos.
Oh, nice.
The next day, that was on like sardines. You couldn't move, so it was so lucky that you got the one day in front of where we need to be, so it worked. Yeah.
Good. Where else did you get in Canada, Brian and Sue? Well, like you obviously went to Toronto, but did you see British Columbia and places like that?
No, we flew into Ottawa. Yeah. Absolutely spectacular city. It's very underrated, I think. You know, like you don't hear much about it.
Isn't it? The capital.
Yeah, some of the buildings there are equal to anything you'd see in Europe.
Amazing.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
And then after you left Toronto, where'd you go?
Toronto, Niagara. Across the border, picked up a hire car, drove into Pennsylvania to watch some motorsport. Then ended driving into New York and stayed there for about 5 days.
That's right. Yeah.
What did you think of New York?
Big pardon?
What did you think of New York?
Yeah, look, it's probably a little bit overrated unless you want to get involved in the atmosphere of the place. You know, we're not really atmosphere people. We've been to enough cities to take them for what they are. And for me, it's probably just a fraction too big to get around the main attractions you want to see. You know, like it's.
I'll tell you something I learned. Sorry, go ahead.
Yep. And we stayed at on the Newark side, and the train goes 2 stops from Newark, where we were, into Penn Station or into the Twin Tower station. So yeah, we're basically dropping off right in the middle of everything, you know. So that was handy, you know. Like it's.
Did you get as far as Coney Island?
No, I didn't get that far. No, I only had the 3 days.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I'll tell you something that I didn't know that you told me about was when you compared Las Vegas to Macau.
Yes. Yeah, Macau is.
I never
for
knew
us,
that. I had no idea.
Yeah. Well, you get the culture with Macau. Well, Las Vegas, not sure what culture it is there, but it's a bit.
And I
What
didn't
they say,
know
you
that.
see,
Sorry, talk. Go ahead.
Yeah,
talk.
we cruised from Japan into Seattle. That's how we got to the States.
Yeah.
Yes.
And then we bussed from Seattle to Vancouver and flew from Vancouver across because the airport's a lot easier to get through on the Canadian side than what it is to fly out of LAX and places like that to Seattle.
Yeah, I've heard LAX is a pretty big pain to deal with.
Oh, absolutely shocking. We did a 14-hour flight to get to LAX and spent the next 6 hours trying to get through customs once. So yeah, you avoid the place like the plague.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I can understand that. So, and after you left New York, where did you go?
Flew to LA to get to Kona, which is the big island in Hawaii.
Yep.
Caught up with a couple of friends there that we know. Did a lap around Hawaii, did the helicopter flight over the lava fields, and then flew home. Yeah, so it's
nice.
It's
I
pretty
tell you
busy
what,
trip, really.
that ration pack, for those who don't know, I did a film clip a little while ago on the Canadian ration pack.
Yes.
Mark got it for me in Canada. Brian and Sue flew to Toronto to pick it up off Mark with a heap of other stuff. Flew it all the way home to Tasmania. Lukey then grabbed it, put it in his 4-wheel drive, came over Bass Strait on the Spirit of Tasmania and drove all the way to far North Queensland to give me that ration pack. So it was the most travelled bloody ration pack in the history of military ration packs. I tell you, geez, it did some kilometres, didn't it, to get to me?
Yeah, and it all managed to get there in one piece. Yeah.
No, you did well, and I got the coffee cup. It's still going there. And hey, Roz, can you do my cup of tea in the Canadian in the blue mug, please? Yeah,
is that the Moose Lodge hat, Luke? Is that the Moose Lodge hat that I gave you? Nice.
Yeah.
How do you like that hat?
That's it.
You like the hat?
It's a nice hat. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah.
You ever get comments on it?
You gave Gidgey one of them. There's not a hat in the world that will fit on his melon head. I've got to steal that off him because
You can hang it up and use it as a decoration.
They're
Let him hang it
beauties.
up and use it as a decoration.
Yeah, Bluto, what a logistical brilliance. Absolutely, mate. Absolutely. It was like military precision, Blue Dog, getting that ration pack from Canada to far North Queensland via Tasmania. Can you believe that? Bloody hell.
I
It was
went to the States first.
Oh,
We
dear
shipped it
idea.
to America and then shipped it over to Tasmania.
Yeah. I'm just so glad. And this, what we're talking about, guys, is this community. Like, this would never have happened without this YouTube community that we've got. He got Brian and Sue in Tasmania, met up with Mark for a coffee in Toronto and had a great chat at the coffee shop and that, all through this community. It's just incredible how things work out, isn't it?
Yeah, and we appreciate Mark, travelling to us and the couple of hours that we spent. It was really, really great.
Yeah,
I loved it. It was great
good.
meeting you. You guys are awesome.
Yeah. We're pretty. Yeah, we are pretty lively people, and out there, and it is a great community, and it's been great that everybody's come on board with everybody. So great friendships.
I would like to say we had a chat, but it's more listening, isn't it, really, with Mark about?
He's been on his best behaviour today. Like I know he's just sitting there ready to explode. I know when we get if we get a half-hour break here where no one comes on, I know Slacken, he's ready to explode. He's got a lot he wants to say. I can see he's biting his lip. He just wants to go, but he hasn't been able to do it yet.
I'm being a good boy. I'm trying to be a good boy, trying to let the guests do the talking. I'm doing my best.
Hey, Lukey, Lukey
Sorry?
can't get a word in.
I have to do my own stream.
What's changed on the Navara, mate, since you've last seen me up in far north Queensland? You've done something in the Navara. Tell us
I've
what
done
it is.
I've done plenty of stuff. I got
Tell
a
us what
new
you've done.
tent on it.
You remember when I?
Robbie's
I've got a
back
new
again.
tent.
That's who brought it.
Robbie's back again for the 85th time.
That's my son,
saying
Robbie.
Did Robbie get to meet Brian and Sue when they came over to Toronto?
No.
Robbie's waiting for his half-hour slot. That's what he's waiting for.
Robbie's been
done
out
a couple of live feeds with me.
Robbie's been out the driveway dropping burnouts now that he's got his license there. Have you been out for a drive yet, Robbie?
5.
Yeah.
No, he's gone.
Enough of that.
That'll teach you how to slide out a bus around the corners in the snow.
There you go. That's it. I've spun the buses. I've spun the bus.
Yeah, it wouldn't be hard to do over there, mate. Wouldn't be hard to do. Right, Lukey, when you came up, I'll let the cat out of the bag. You came to the Legends for Charity camp down at Allora there. It was pretty cold there. And Lukey said, I'm not happy with my rooftop tent. Like, it was just the King's pop up and down one, mate. You weren't real happy with it. And you've gone and put a new, what are you going with? You're going with the clamshell one now.
Yeah, the Grand Tour one.
Yeah, so still from Kings. How are you finding it, mate? Are you happy with it?
Yeah, I'm happy with it because you're able to put more solar on this one. Because, you know, with the bars and all.
Yeah. So you've got, you sent me a photo. You've got solar on the roof of the rooftop tent now.
Yeah, because as you know, you're always thinking about the batteries and everything about is there enough solar. Because as you know what Tasmania's like.
Yeah. Well, that's right. Yeah, the more solar panels you probably need more solar panels to get the power in. Thanks, Rozzy. Come and say good day to everyone. Here's Roz, everyone. Say good day to everyone.
Hello from Teddy.
What are you doing there on the sink?
Cooking your dinner.
Bye.
All right.
There it is, Mark. That cup came out. That cup travelled the same as the ration pack. It came over with you, Brian and Sue, from Canada.
Yeah, it's travelled well.
That's the Air Force
we didn't
base.
get to see. Yeah.
That's one of the Air Force bases, Mark. Yeah, Canadian
training bases, Canadian Forces Base. It's just
Yeah,
a training
Canadian.
base.
Okay, yeah,
It's part of the Canadian. They just call it Canadian Forces Base Borden.
yeah. There you go.
Wow.
It's a good teacup. Yeah.
Yeah.
So, have you actually been out camping in it yet, Lukey? Since you put the new tent on?
Not yet, still working on it.
All right. Dad's helping you out with that, eh?
Yeah, because we're putting an electric motor on it.
What electric motor? Oh, to get it on and off?
No, to lift so I don't have to pull it up and down.
How lazy do you want to get? An electric what? So you just hit an electric motor and it opens it up for you.
Yeah, a bit like the Maniacs one was.
Well, how's that work, Brian? Like, where's the electric motor? Just you undo the hitch.
Yeah, but the problem we have, as you know, Luke's is mid-mounted. So they're designed to be lifted up backwards and forwards from the back of the vehicle. And you can't get the height when you try to when it's mid-mounted, you see. So it's come up with a way of getting it up and down without having to climb up the ladder and push it up from the forced ladder step.
Oh, it's because of the height it's up off the...
Yeah. And the thing that a lot of people don't know, the guy that does most of the demos for Kings is 6'5". So he has no trouble doing all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, the average Joe Blow runs at 5'10", hasn't got a hope in being able to do it. You know, like,
so you can't just unhitch it and give it a flick and it'll go up by itself. You've got to get it the whole way yourself, do you?
Because they've got the extra solar panels on the roof, you see, it weighs it down.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem we had. You know, like you can do it, but
so
how's
the electric motor going to work? How do you intend to do that? Little 12-volt electric motor.
No, it's on a proper RAM. It's something brought off eBay. So it's got I think it's about an 800 mil push on the RAM.
Yeah.
So it opens and closes enough just to get enough travel both directions.
Well, Lukey, when you get when you get her up and running, send me a little video of it, mate, so I can show everyone on Facebook. Everyone will be interested.
I'll do that for you.
Yeah, mate, send me a video and I'll put her up and everyone can see how you've done that with your rooftop tent. Absolutely fantastic. How many kilometres have you done this year, Lukey, in that? You've done some big trips, mate.
I think this year it would have to be close to 10,000 Ks I've done on this trip in the 2 months.
Wow.
Because you got to remember, I was up your way, and then I went up a little bit.
Yeah. And it was last year you did the real big trip. It wasn't this year. It was last year. When were you up for about 8 months or something?
Yeah. Yeah, it was about 8 months.
Yeah.
That's when I done all the V8s and all.
Yeah. Boy, oh boy, you did some kilometres, mate, eh? So it's always good to get back down home, but when you're away from home for so long.
It is.
Yeah. For sure.
Yeah.
So Luke, who was the person you were dying to meet? I saw the picture, but I don't know who she is.
We're not bringing.
He tracked her down in Melbourne, Mark.
Yes,
he said,
but who is she? I don't know who she is.
Oh, Molly Dixon, mate. She's a YouTuber she's a young girl who lives in Cairns, and she's got a YouTube channel.
Okay.
And it's got some fantastic drone footage.
Yeah, right. But was she at Perth or not?
No, she wasn't in. She said she was going to Perth. She wasn't at the Perth show. I didn't see her there. Yeah, so
how do you know
the lead tracked her down.
So Mark, just type her in.
Do you follow her, and does she know who you are before you took the picture? Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know anything about her. I have no idea who she even is.
No, because I went to like a four-wheel drive. I went to the four-wheel drive show, like the one Buck went to.
Okay.
And she just was on a stand because she's sponsored by like a company who gives her everything.
Iron Man sponsor, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Iron Man. Yeah.
Okay, and then and that's how you met her. You went up to the stand and introduced yourself. Okay. Nothing wrong with that, because when I was in high school, there was a show on television called Canadian Sport Fishing, with 2 guys, Italo Labignan, Henry Waschuk, and I finally got to meet and talk to Italo Labignan at the Toronto Sportsman Show a few years ago, about 8-9 years ago. And I'll show you this, and you'll see me. I'm completely nerding out, and I'm a grown ass man, and I'm standing there, and he actually took the selfie. He actually took the selfie for me. Where'd it go? I got it here. Give me a second. And I use it as my screen.
I'm going to find it.
I'm a grown ass man. I'm completely nerding out, because when I was in high school and sort of my early 20s, him and Italo Labignan and Henry on Canadian Sports Fishing, like, because I was in Rovers, it was at Scouts. We were outdoors. We were into out what they did. They were like our rock stars. Of course, you still have rock stars and stuff, but they were like our rock stars. Like, these are 2 of the coolest guys on the planet. And when I told him that, he was shocked. Like, I'm like, dude, you understand? I'm like a 45-year-old, 16-year-old right now, just standing here, like going, I can't believe I'm finally talking to Italo. I'm like, so I'm asking you, because I'm not making fun of you, because I completely nerded out when I met him, and be like as if I met Taylor Swift. And I'm just like, I was wondering how you knew her. I didn't know who she was, because like I don't follow her. She doesn't make it up here to any of her stuff, and she doesn't ever come up in my feed, so I don't know who she was. And you guys mentioned it in the post, but I really didn't know who she was. So I was like, when I get a chance, like one day if you're on a live feed with Bach, or I'll mention it in the comments. But now you're here, so I'm just going to ask you straight out. So I didn't know who she was. So when you met her, were you nerding out badly? That's her. Right? So when you met her, were you nerding out like I was when I met Italo?
But she's not in that bikini, Buck.
She was. It was too cold for the bikini. Mark, have a look at that. Have a look on Lucy's face there. Someone put a comment and said it's like the cat that just ate the canary. Have a look at his face. Anyway, that's Molly there. Lukey travelled from Tasmania to far north Queensland to track her down, and finally found her at the Melbourne 4-wheel drive show. Yeah, she's funny.
That was a funny
Got
couple of comments.
a good
wasn't
channel.
it?
She really does a good job showcasing far north Queensland at the moment. Some of the spots she goes to are amazing and whatever. And she just did the old telly track herself up in Cape York, just by herself, mate. Just tagged on with some people, and yeah, she gets in and has a crack. It's fantastic. So anyway, Lukey finally found her in Victoria.
Yeah.
That made your trip, mate, didn't it? That one, finding Molly. Yeah, because we're always
I reckon Robbie'd like a YouTube channel.
Robbie, sorry?
Yeah, he'd like a YouTube channel.
That's right.
Robbie, Molly Dixon, Robbie.
Molly Dixon.
No.
Yeah.
He hasn't seen the picture, Buck. You just show him the picture. He hasn't seen the picture. He doesn't know what you're talking about. She's a YouTuber.
Yeah, Robbie.
Lukey tracked down.
Oh.
There.
There, Robbie.
There you go.
Robbie
I think he got competition.
onto his iPhone.
He doesn't want to admit that he thinks she's good looking too.
It's good. But what else? Someone put a comment up there before, Lukey, and said, have you got any, here we go, any plans to go back across to the mainland in the near future, mate? Anything in the wind, mate, to come back up at all, or you're going to have a look around Tassie for a while first? Summer's coming up now, mate. You haven't done much of the east coast of Tassie, mate. You were telling me. So St. Helens, Bicheno, beautiful places.
Yeah, because I want to have like a year off and then probably do Western Australia.
Yeah, righto. Well, that's a big trip for you, Lukey. West Aussie. Yeah.
Sure.
Because the boat's just so dear.
Yeah. What's Spirit of Tassie? It is expensive. It cost us $1,900 return with the caravan. What's it cost you roughly, mate, just for your 4-wheel drive?
About nearly 1,000.
Yeah, it's not cheap, mate. When are the new ones coming in? Or they being delayed? You were telling me.
She's a schmozzle.
Yeah, our local government here is very clever. They spend nearly $1 billion ordering 2 new boats. Don't have anywhere to park them. It's going to be 2 years before they've got a dock to park the damn things.
Oh, you're kidding. Can't they? Are they too big for where they'll park in the old ones?
No, they're supposed to be building new ones, but they never build them. So the boats are finished, nowhere to park them.
So where
are they going to put them? Where are they going to park them?
In Scotland, I think.
Yeah.
The parking in Scotland. It's going to cost the government, I think they said the other day, was it 80,000 a month to park them in Scotland? Or 80,000 a week or something. Some ridiculous amount of money.
Yeah.
This is what I
just being pissed away.
This country has lost the ability to do simple stuff properly. And there's a classic example there, mate.
Yeah. It's just turned into a schmozzle. It really has, hasn't it? It really is. So
I made the news in the UK because they thought it was hilarious. It's people have dropped by in a caravan, not having the car to tow with.
How much bigger than the 2 new Spirit of Tasmanias than the old ones? Like, they're quite a deal bigger, aren't they?
Yeah, 30% bigger payload apparently. So they're a big vessel.
And the good thing is they've got a doggy deck on there, so you can take your dog, dog on with you now. So if we ever go over again, Rafa doesn't have to go in the caravan or in a cage. You can actually take them up on a certain deck where you're allowed to have dogs and that, which I think is fantastic. A lot of people travel with their pets now. I think that's a great touch. Jack Turtle saying you're not planning on going to the camping with mates next year, Lukey, in September.
Maybe. But I said that last time for the Goombra one.
Yeah, you weren't coming up for that. You changed your mind at the last time. It's a fair way away yet, so we'll see what happens there.
I'm a bit like you and Ross. You just don't know.
Yeah, we'd like to go, but it's just too far out to make a decision yet. I don't want to commit. And yeah, there we go. Ridiculous that the Devonport docks aren't built yet. Like, what a stuff up, Brian. What an absolute stuff up.
Yeah, no, but the Premier said it's all good. He's now going to fix it. In 2 years' time, they can park it.
And in the meantime,
Sorry, we have to pay for the parking, us as taxpayers. It's a real embarrassment for us.
I was about to say, the taxpayers are the ones who are paying for that because someone didn't forward think and say, these ships will be ready on this date. The docks have got to be ready before the ships are ready, but no one thought outside the box. Just unbelievable how that keeps happening. Just incredible. Speaking of another question I got for you, when I was down in Tassie there visiting you guys, there was a big, as we know, the Tassie Devils are coming in a couple of years in the Aussie rules in the AFL competition. There was a lot about building a stadium, and some of Tasmania wanted a new stadium. Some were saying, we've already got stadiums. Why waste all that money on a new stadium? What's the decision? Are they building a new stadium or not?
Well, the government that's in the moment will build it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think most of the state thinks we can't afford it, don't need it. Why bother? It's.
Yeah. But you've got two nice days. You've got one in Hobart, one in Launceston anyway. That could host AFL games as it is.
Yeah, the crazy thing is the government's come out and said they will not spend $1 more than what they've told us already. There's not a building project in the country that doesn't run 30% over budget.
Yeah, of course.
So there's another 200 million they're going to have to find. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the same thing here. Getting under budget doesn't happen.
No, that's for sure.
Well, Mike Blakeley's got it. Surely they could park him in Sydney Harbour somewhere. Probably cost more than $8,000. Probably cheaper to park him in Scotland, Mike, than park him. So surely we can keep them somewhere in Australia so they can be maintained, training.
Yeah, I think their thinking is they could possibly hire them out if they're in Europe.
So we get them second hand.
Correct. Yeah.
They'll be second hand when we get them. Instead of nice shiny new ships, we get 2-year-old second hand ones.
That's right. I think that's their thinking, that they could possibly hire them out.
Dear idea.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Justin Dillon saying they probably have to be dry docked. Would they be? Yeah, they'll be dry docked over in Scotland then.
No, I don't think so. Look, not that interested to know, really, to be honest.
No.
Yeah, a bit like our submarines. Yeah, like our submarines. We'll never ever see them. We'll never see them. Not in my lifetime, I don't think. But absolutely ridiculous. Still got the big fair lane, Brian?
Yes, we have. Yeah, haven't been using it much, but it's about that time of year when we should start, shouldn't we?
Yeah, it's starting to warm up again now. But for those who haven't seen it, it was one of the. I managed to save 4 videos before I threw the old channel in, and luckily, the one where you took us down the Tamar Valley, not the Huon Valley, the Tamar Valley. What a great day that was in Brian's big 1957? 59 Ford Fairlane convertible. What a great day that was. Just absolutely brilliant day that. It really was. And that film clip is still up if you ever want to watch. If you go back a bit, guys, you'll see me and Brian and Sue and Lukey took us down the well, you were in a different car, Sue, weren't you? Were following us?
Yeah, I was in my own car. Yeah,
that's
a little
right,
bit, little Mitsubishi. Yeah.
That was a wonderful day.
Yeah.
No, Sue was roadside assist, just in case we needed some spanners.
Yeah, I was actually.
Yeah. Oh, what a beautiful vehicle, but mate, like just you got to be proud of that one. And the countryside from Launceston heading north down the Tamar Valley to where the Bass Strait is. Absolutely fantastic day, mate. Tasmania's got some beautiful countryside, hadn't it? You're just so lucky for a small island to have so much beautiful things to see. And within close distance, Lukey. That's what I mean, mate. Yeah. Well, you're over on the East Coast in half a day, mate, from Launceston, and then work your way down the East Coast. Absolutely spectacular. What is it? St. Helens, Bicheno, the 3 main ones on the East Coast. Beautiful.
Scamander, Swansea. Yeah.
Yeah, Swansea's the other one there. Absolutely. Some of the beautiful beaches on the East Coast. Bit me lip. Beautiful beaches on the East Coast. Bit cold to swim, but the beaches in Tasmania are spectacular as well. Really, really nice. And Bicheno's where we saw penguins, wild penguins there, the little fairy penguins at Bicheno. Yeah, really, really good. It's a wonderful place. You're pretty lucky to live there. What are you doing with yourself, Lukey, since you've been home, mate? Just getting working on the 4-wheel drive.
They're just working on that, getting it ready for.
Mow the lawn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Mow the lawn every 2 weeks.
How's the weather now? Is it still cold down there? Is she starting to warm up?
No, it's starting to pick up now. We had quite a warm night for us last night. It was about 17. Today's about 27, so it's starting to pick up.
Oh, 27, nothing wrong with that. That'd be quite a warm day in Tassie, 27, out in the sun.
Yeah, especially when you're out in the sun. We do get sunburnt still. So Melbourne was crazy. That was 37, I think, yesterday. Yeah.
Yeah, righto. Yeah, so how often do you go down to Hobart at all, or you no need to go down there much from Launceston?
Probably once every 4 months, probably,
Yeah.
Make an excuse to go.
Yeah, at least 3 to 4 times a year. Yeah.
We can fly to Melbourne an hour back, so you don't want to sit in the car for 2.5 hours and you can be somewhere else.
Yeah, true. Speaking of
accommodation,
which,
Hobart's terribly expensive.
Now that you're retired, where's the next big trip off to for you guys? Another cruise planned soon?
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we're basically not going overseas to probably May, June 26, I think.
Just need a breather.
Yeah. Oh, you've had some big trips, haven't you?
Yeah. So we're just actually doing a local trip from Hobart ourselves. Back on, we're going on the 2nd of December. Ryan's birthday's on the 5th, so he's booked himself a cruise, haven't you?
You're from Hobart to Brisbane.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's actually boards in Hobart, which I've only done it once before, so that'd be pretty cool.
Yeah, back across Bass Strait and that. Rick Hayes here over the ditch. Bet your government can't beat this. They can't. They ordered 2 new ferries for the Cook Strait, which is between the North and South Island of New Zealand, isn't it? The Cook Strait?
Yeah.
I think. And decided to cancel the order. Cost the taxpayers $468 million cancellation fee. How much did our cancellation of the French submarines cost us? Did we beat $468 million? It was close. Both equally as useless by the sounds of things. Rick,
That's
absolutely hopeless.
That's like us. We had search and rescue helicopters ordered. The government canceled them twice. We ended up spending several $1 billion in cancellation fees for 16 helicopters that we could have gone to use the same ones as the Black Hawk, but the Jayhawk that the American Coast Guard uses, we could have simply gone and bought those, which are already fully set up for search and rescue. Alaska, don't tell me they can't do our job. And yet we spent billions in cancellation fees because the government kept sticking their nose in and canceling the helicopters. Then they finally went ahead and bought the helicopters, and they have all sorts of problems with them. So they had to go and now they have to retender and replace them.
Unbelievable. It's not just Australia that's useless.
They just don't care. There's lots more money. Don't worry about it.
It's our tax money, mate, that they're pissing up against the wall. It's not good enough, mate. It's absolutely not good enough. So 800, here we go. Landy just said our submarine deal. Well, we did beat you, Rick. There you go. Our submarine cancellation was $830 million. And we got the frogs offside. They were not happy with us, Mark, after that one, where we said, oh, no, we're going to go with American nuclear submarines now. And that may never happen now either. When the big orange corn chip gets in, he might cancel it. He may not give them to us. So, I don't know. What do you do? What do you do? It's just ridiculous, isn't it? So, what else is happening down in Tassie, Lukey? Geez, you talk a lot, eh?
I know. I don't get a chance to.
Well, I'm giving you a chance now. What else have you got planned? When do you reckon you'll do that? Are you going to do your East Coast Tassie trip this year? You reckon this summer?
Yeah, I'm going to go down to Port Arthur when they're in Port Arthur.
Yeah.
Next Monday.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I'm going to go down there for a while and do a bit down there.
Yeah.
And do like Strathgordon, like the big dam and stuff, Strathgordon and all.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
No, fantastic. Have you actually been into
Port Arthur Heritage Site?
Yeah. I'll tell you, I don't know if you've been there since 96. I went to Port Arthur before the 96 event, and then I went there and saw the the memorial with the 35 names on there. Gee whiz, that's sad. But I know you go to Port Arthur and you think about the convict days and what happened there, but unfortunately, there's another event happened there in 1996, which is a lot more recent, and that one hits home when you start reading the names on that plaque. That was a bloody terrible, terrible incident. And for Mike Blakeley watching, that's what got our semi-automatic rifles banned, mate, in this country. We lost 35 innocent people to some maniac with an AR-15 down there at Port Arthur in Tasmania, which was an old convict where our convicts went, the second oldest convict settlement, wasn't it? Port Arthur, behind Sydney. And some maniac went and shot women, children, and bloody innocent people, 35 of them that day. It was a terrible day in Australia's history, that. And I remember watching it. I was holding it back, and then we moved on from watching it. I looked back, and a lady was reading the monument. She was howling in tears, reading the names on that plaque. It was bloody terrible seeing it. So, have you seen it since then?
No. But we'll go and do it that day, won't we?
Yeah. And then you got Port Arthur and like Beaconsfield too.
Yeah.
Pretty big team was back in the day.
Yeah, Beaconsfield, where we saw that, didn't we? Where that day where the mine was, you mean? Where they rescued
the miners went down.
Where they rescued the two miners. We saw that was bloody fantastic as too. We did that we saw that the day we went in your car there. But yeah, that Port Arthur, if you ever go down there, Lukey, and the monument is on the side of where the cafe was, where he did the initial, where he got a lot of them sitting in the cafe having lunch and that. And they've destroyed the cafe now, and the memorial's there for that. So 35 innocent people. And then we had, a few years ago, another Australian maniac went and did the mosque shooting in Christchurch, and 51 dead there. Bloody terrible. That one got New Zealand's semi-automatic rifles cancelled. As I said, Mark, our Prime Minister at the time, he come out and said, that ain't never happening again. And he took our semi-autos off us. And the New Zealand Prime Minister did the same thing after Christchurch. So that ain't happening again. So I got no problems with that. I know the Americans will probably find it hard to believe that our politicians can make such a huge call, but they did it. And our Prime Minister at the time, John Howard, showed a set of kahunas, and he just stood up and said, that ain't ever happening again. And it hasn't, thank goodness. We haven't had a mass shooting ever since, so which is a good thing. Innocent people losing their lives to bloody firearms. So anyway, it was a terrible, terrible day in our history, that one. I still remember it like it was yesterday, hearing that on the radio and everyone going, my God, like Tasmania of all places, where you just don't even hear about Tassie normally, do you, on the news? And then horrible incident like that happens. And
not a way to put us on the map, that's for sure.
Yeah, we had a major one in Montreal. We had a major one in Montreal. We had a major one in Montreal. Some idiot went nuts on university campus.
Okay. I didn't hear about that one.
Years ago. Yeah, it's not like years ago. Same thing.
Yeah. There was a similar one up in Scandinavia somewhere. He went over to an island and got all the kids camping on an island. Remember? It was Norway or Finland or something. I think it was Norway. Another bad one up there. But I don't know how we got onto that, but the Port Arthur side of things. So make sure when you get over there, Lukey, the St. Helens and all that, I'll just bring up Google Maps again. Just bear with me. Oh, no.
Mark, how's the oven mitts going?
The Tassie Devil's still out in the shed.
Mark.
Mark.
Oh, Mark.
Yeah,
Julie stole one, took it to the trailer. My mother-in-law stole one. It's in the kitchen. Yeah, they're great. Oh, I was looking over here and I lost it. Yeah, love. They're awesome. They're, you know what? They don't want to use them. They're too nice. So they're decorations.
That's what we do with souvenirs.
That's right. Yeah, they're not being used. They're decorations.
Yeah, that's great.
Oh, awesome. So is this the island you're talking about, Buck?
Yeah, this is obviously that's Australia, Mark. Just say, and for Mike and that who are on, there's Australia. We're zooming in on Tassie now.
But show where you are, how far we are. Like when I was traveling and stuff.
Yeah, well, that's a long way up. I'm up near King. You see the cursor there?
Yes.
I'm about here, just south of Cairns, little town called Innisfail. So you drove all the way the Spirit of Tassie across there, Lukey, which leaves from Mark, the Spirit of Tasmania, the two ships, they leave from Devonport. Here, right in the middle of Tasmania, that body of water there is called Bass Strait, and it goes into Geelong, wherever Geelong is, up in over here. There it goes in there. You know, getting out of there, when you leave Geelong, Port Phillip Bay, it takes 2.5 hours for the Spirit of Tasmania to get around Port Phillip Bay and out into Bass Strait. 2.5 hours just to get out of Port Phillip Bay because they have to go so slow. And then it takes about 8 hours for them to steam across down to Devonport there, which can be a bit rough at times. But King Island, that's where the tallest lighthouse in Australia is, on King Island. I was over in Western Australia just recently, over at Augusta down here, and that's the tallest lighthouse on the Australian mainland. But the tallest one's actually on King Island, which is this one here. King Island there, that's got the largest lighthouse there. But this is what I talk about, Lukey. So Lukey lives in Launceston, everyone. Travel over to St. Helens is a beautiful little town. Bicheno is a beautiful little town. And then you go down to Swansea down here somewhere, isn't it? And then down to Port Arthur. So, Mark, that's where that peninsula of Tasmania there, Port Arthur, that's Australia's second oldest convict colony there. They settled in Sydney, and then the second oldest convict settlement was down in Tasmania at Port Arthur, and it was a pretty brutal convict settlement back in the day. It's when you hear the stories and that, it was pretty horrific. They used to whip them, like flog them with a whip when they misbehaved, and then throw them into a salt bath and that. Like, they were pretty brutal back in the 1800s, mate. It was just, it was brutal times.
Somewhere you don't want to end up.
No, but it's a wonderful place to see. If anyone goes down to Tasmania, Port Arthur, keep the 35 dead people out of it type thing, but just the convict, the stories beyond the convict thing, it's a wonderful tourist attraction. It really is, and it really gets you thinking and makes you realise just how tough Australia was back in the convict days, where they used to send the convicts out from 1788 all the way through to 1867 or something like that. They're still sending convicts out here in the 1860s, I think, to Australia, which isn't that long ago when you think about it. You know, it's not 150 years ago, not that long ago. So,
well, something I didn't know about, but I noticed it on a clip that Ruthie did, a cooking clip or something, on his fridge in the back of his truck. He has a sticker that says "Proud Convict Blood." So I didn't know really. I had an idea that had meant to do with, you know, coming from convicts who'd been shipped out to Australia. But I didn't know until I saw that, and then I researched it a bit. That's a thing in Australia. You come from convicts.
A lot of us do, mate. A lot of us, and you'll find, and I'm not trying to be funny now, most Tasmanians, if they trace their heritage back, will come from convict thing. You had the convicts, Mark, and then the free settlers that come out during and after that. But I think you'll find a lot of Tasmanians, you'll have convict heritage because a lot of yous were sent down there. And I don't know, have you ever looked into your heritage all the way back to find out?
My grandmother didn't live within 30 kilometres of Port Arthur, never moved, the family.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Linked back to, was someone sent there and then released, or they came there? They were they?
Yeah.
Wow. You know what hits home too, Mark, is when you go to some of the grave sites in Tasmania down around Port Arthur, and you look at a grave and they go, this is the son of someone who was on the first ships to Australia when the first ships arrived in 1788 with the first batch of convicts, and you're looking at a grave in Tasmania and it's the son or the daughter of a first, they call it the first fleet, a first fleeter. And it really gets you thinking, doesn't it? You just realise how old Tasmania is. Some really some of the oldest Australian history is down in Tasmania, and it's because of the convict days.
So did they ship the families with the convicts, or did they just take the convicts and ship them down?
No, they sent them down. And you know what makes it even worse, Mark, back then is they didn't send the murderers and the rapists and all that type of stuff. It was the petty thieves and that they shipped down here, mate. Like they got for stealing a loaf of bread, you could find yourself in Australia in a penal colony, mate. It was bizarre. And the first one was at Botany Bay in Sydney. The second one was in down in Hobart, Port Arthur there, and then the Perth Swan River colony started up over in Western Australia. Started sending convicts over there and all that type of stuff. So yeah, mate, like you could find yourself in Australia by yourself for stealing a loaf of bread back in England or Ireland or whatever. And I dare say when your time was up, I don't think they shipped you home, did they? It was like,
and they just opened the gate. Yeah, they just opened the gates. Bye.
Yeah, open the gate, you're a free man. And then it's like, now what do I do? Like, what do you do? It's just incredible. And obviously then free settlers came over and started, developing the land and all that type of stuff. And, fast forward 250 years or whatever it's been. And here we are in Australia now, like one of the best countries in the world. We've come a long way, mate. We've come a long way.
Think about it. Like, think about all those young men that went to Gallipoli and the Western Front, and they were direct descendants of people who did immigrate to Australia willingly, but they would have relatives either still alive that they would remember. They may have been dead by the time World War I came, but when they were kids, 16, 18, 20-year-olds, you're talking, late 1800s, there would be family members that are direct links to ex-convicts. And now you're going overseas to fight for your country, but your country did this to your ancestors.
Yeah.
Which is, and I understand why they go, because by World War I, Australia wasn't what it was, 60, 70 years earlier. It had transformed. But still, when you think about it, I'm fighting for a country that jailed my grandfather or my great-grandfather, or that was jailed from, that he came over and he was jailed here, and my dad and my mom knew him after he was released. Now, I may not have met him, but they did.
Yeah.
And I'm fighting for a country that did this to my ancestors. And because what you're really fighting for is the country that you live in now, not, 60, 80 years earlier. But that's a strange look at things when you think about, I'm fighting for a country that didn't treat my ancestors very well, but because of how good it is now and the way it treats me now, this is what I'm fighting to preserve. And I'm fighting to preserve the history of my relatives, of what they went through to help create what I have now.
Yeah. It gets you thinking. And a lot of people don't realise why the British started sending their convicts out to Australia. Well, Mike Blakeley, it was your mob. You're to blame because you beat the British in 1776 or whenever it was. And then they had to find a place to send their, because they used to send convicts to the Americas before Australia. James Cook said, I've discovered a place down south that'd be good for convicts. They started sending them out here in 1788. And that's exactly why they started sending convicts to Australia, is because the American Revolution, the war in 1776, when they basically ousted the British, which was, when you think about it, the Americans fighting the British back then, it was really the British and Irish fighting the British. They were fighting their own, as you said, Mark, like a lot of the Americans probably still had Irish and English accents when they were fighting the King's Army back then. And because they defeated them, the Brits went, we need somewhere to send our convicts. And Cook had discovered the East Coast, and that's how they started lobbing up in 1788, and they started sending them down here. So yeah, it's a lot of interesting history, eh?
The same thing happened with the Cajuns. They come from, I don't know I think you and I have actually talked about this on one of your live feeds. but Brian and Sue, Luke, you might, and others in here might not know this. So when the French lost to the British in the 1700s, all of the people who lived in Acadia in New Brunswick, which is the part of New Brunswick that borders against Quebec, it's called Acadia. They either could pledge allegiance to the British or basically go to French territory, which was Louisiana. And that's how Cajuns, they come from Acadia. But the French that were already there, Creoles, got there like 100, 150 years earlier. So there was already a fully established Creole culture in Louisiana. And then all of these Acadians come along, and now you have Cajun culture. Now they're not so separate, but at one time there was several separate cultures. And two of them, one was like the natives who lived there, and there was another one which was slaves, which slaves existed, and then you had the Creole and you had Cajuns. And a lot of people look at Creole and Cajun as the same thing, but they're really not. Hollywood had kind of attached to Cajun, and it's Cajun, Louisiana, it's Cajun, but they forget that before they were there for 100 or 150 years, there was an established culture of Creole, and they were French. They came from France and went to that part of Louisiana. They're the ones who built New Orleans, like the French Quarter. That's where that came from. It wasn't from the Cajuns, it was from the Creoles. And they weren't convicts, but they were kicked out of New Brunswick, of Acadia, and sent to French territory, which was the Louisiana Purchase. You've heard of that, James Thomas Jefferson. But before that, that was all French territory, and that part of Louisiana was already part of France, or considered part of France. And so, you have two cultures that don't exist together, but they're seen as the same. Oh, you're French or whatever, but really, it's two completely different cultures. It's almost the equivalent to the British and the Irish, or the British and the Scottish. Probably that's a more accurate. You have Scottish, you have British. Oh, well, you're on the same island. Also, to somebody who doesn't live there, oh, you guys have a funny accent. You're the same thing, but Scottish and British are not the same. Creole and Cajun have a similar diaspora. It's similar. And now today, it's not quite the same because, centuries go by and people intermarry and you work together and you're friends. And so you don't really you still kind of have separate cultures, but not the same. Whereas it would be the equivalent to Scotland and England. It'd be very similar in that diaspora between Cajun and Creole, Scotland and England. Scottish and English, you have that kind of a difference. Or a lot of people kind of blend them, but they started because they were kicked out. They weren't convicts, which is different from what you guys are dealing with, but they were kicked out. They were like, you can't be here any further. If you don't pledge allegiance to the British, then you leave. And I can't remember if they were transported down or they just had to get their own way down there. I can't remember that. You can Google it, but
Canada
it doesn't matter.
Under British control on that, which is what led to the War of 1812 or something, didn't it? Up there.
That's when the Americans basically tried to take over part of Canada, and the Canadian militia helped, but that was mostly a British war, and it was really ended in a stalemate. And not long after that, Canada and the U.S. started becoming friends. I mean, we've probably been friends for close to 200 years, but until then, we semi-peacefully coexisted. Then the War of 1812 happened, and I sent you a whole book on that. You've got the book. I know you're busy, you don't tend to read it. I didn't send it to you go through this and learn it now.
We'll blame the Poms for everything, mate. They're always them and the French.
That's right.
I love how the Poms kicked the French's ass. And then when the American War of Independence come, the French went, we're still going to get back at the Poms. And they came in and helped the Americans, and they're having a little sly shots at the Brits and whatever.
Well,
so
it's the French Navy. It's the French Navy that actually helped them win the War of Independence, because they were in the Caribbean and they couldn't stay there during hurricane season. So at the end of the war, they recognized American independence. Before that, Ben Franklin was instrumental in that. But then it was the French Navy that actually came out of the Caribbean for hurricane season, and they're the ones who saw off the British, and that was really sort of the end.
Yeah. Well, there you go. The French were hot on the English heels. They were looking to start here in this country. Well, there you go. Yeah, I know. There was a lot of people sniffing around, and on one of my upcoming clips, the Dutch landed on this west coast long time before the British, but never planted the flag. Speaking of Dutch, our next guest is from there. Here he is now. the one and only Jack Turtle, everyone. G'day, Jack.
Hello, Jack.
Afternoon.
Hi, Jack.
It is afternoon. We're going all right, Mark. We've broken through into the afternoon here down in the southern hemisphere. Yeah. No, it's good. Good to see you, Jack. Hope you're well, mate.
I feel honored to be in company like yours and Mark, Lukey. Mate, I'm not worthy.
Yeah. No, you are worthy. There's only one Jack Turtle. Jack got to see Lukey at the Legends for Charity camp just recently. So I'm sure he's caught up for a good chat down there, Lukey. Lukey was he was butterflying around, Mark. You never saw Lukey. He was around everyone's campsite talking to everyone. Everyone wanted a piece of him when he was there at the Legends to catch up with Lukey and say good day to him in person. It was good. And he had a good time there, Luke. Yeah, had a great time there.
They're meeting Mayo and all.
Yeah. How's Marjo there going, mate?
Margarino.
Mayo is. Sorry.
You go, Jack.
There she
There
is.
you
She's
go.
hiding in the
Mayo is all right.
background. We can see ya.
Don't worry.
That's Mrs. Turtle. Everyone. Here she
No,
comes.
she's coming.
Marjolaine. Mayo, Marjo. She got a million names. How are you, mate? Good to see you. Looking well.
Mark in Canada. That is
Hi,
Lukey.
Marjorie.
You know Lukey, and that is his parents.
Hi, parents.
That's Brian and Sue. Brian and Sue Diddly Dong. That's their last name.
Thank you very much. It's nice to have a title.
Hey, good having you on this morning, guys. We'll get on and we'll let Jack have a jibber jabber. And
I'll leave.
See you, Mark.
Thanks for
having us.
Luke, I don't want to say
Thanks for being on, Lukey.
Oh, get off!
I'll see you later. Luke, get off, Luke. Yeah, you did too. Oh, so thanks for coming on. Luke goes, I'm going. He's bugger. I don't want a farewell. Mike Blakeley over in Colorado saying good day to Jack. No, that was Brad Howe. Sorry, Mike. This one here.
Hi, Brad.
Mike saying good day to Jack. Everyone saying good day to Jack. How you been, mate? And listen, more importantly, everyone knows that you had a health battle recently, mate. How's your health going? All right?
Yeah, I can't complain on the moment. I had, the after effects were horrendous, but yeah, I'm good on the moment. My StreamYard on my laptop is standing still. I don't know why.
Mate, you're coming through good this end. Your video.
I can see it on. I can see it on my tablet, but yeah.
No, you're fine, mate. Whatever you're doing is working fine. So we can hear you.
You're 5x5 on the comms here. I have no issues. I can see you and hear you perfectly.
Good, terrific. Okay, well,
no, that's good.
But asked me yesterday to tell my story. No, my story is simple.
No, well, Jack was trying to tell me yesterday, guys. Oh, Buck, I haven't got a story to tell. Bullshit. Everyone's got a story, Jack, and yours is interesting, mate. You obviously weren't born in this country. You somehow, you've been in the military over in Holland. We want to hear a little bit about that. And you've ended up in Australia. While I go and have my 85th tinkle for the morning, Mark, how have you not been to the toilet yet?
I was just about to go. So you go, then I'll go.
No. I can wait. If you want to go now, mate, I can wait.
Right. I'll go.
You're right. I'll talk to you.
Give me a couple minutes. I'll be back.
For those who don't know, Jack Turtle is not his real name, guys. Your real name is John. And I said to Jack yesterday, we want to hear the John Barron story. How did you end up in Australia? Tell us a little bit about yourself and Marjorie, mate, and how you ended up in Australia, because a lot of people probably do not know.
Okay. Well, in 1979 or 1976, my sister immigrated to Australia. And we planned to go for a holiday here in 79, 80, just around Christmas time. And, well, we did that. We had a holiday. We ended up in the Blue Mountains where they lived. And we went for the holiday at the entrance at well, where Mark Lavelle lives, somewhere there.
Yeah, yeah.
And so we liked it, and yeah, okay. We go home and start saving with the plans from in a couple of years' time. I'm back again. In a couple of years' time, we tried to get to Australia, but that joke took us more than 4 years.
Yeah.
And a lot of rigmarole around it, but yeah, eventually we were allowed to come, and it was great because they gave us a fortnight of time to move, pack up everything, and move. Get a ticket for airline ticket. Now do all the planning what you have to do. Get out of your house, clean your house out, pack all the shit in a container, and off you go. Then we came to Australia a couple of days later, and when we left, I stayed at another sister's place. Before we left, she lived 50 k's out of Amsterdam airport. So they dropped us off on that night, and well, we had some friends and family there. And yeah, 1.5 day later, that time it was over 27 hours that time to travel to Australia. So get welcomed here in Australia, and bloke from the embassy said, "Oh, welcome, blah 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 blah. We're glad to have you here."
Yeah.
And instead that the gentleman told us, I have to remind myself back. The gentleman told us that, oh yeah, as an immigrant, you can get a cheap housing loan, but that was that was a non-go. Nobody knew about it, so we rented a house in the Blue Mountains in Bulawayo. And I got a job in Springwood in a cake shop, and with all big plans for start making Dutch fruit loaves.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
And that bloke, he was a Dutchie as well, because I had to had a job when I came to Australia. That was a big thing too. And luckily, my sister organised that because she worked in the shop for him for a couple of days a week. And so that was all good and well. And sorry. And well, from one thing another thing, he set up a whole new bakery for in Blackland. And Blackland is maybe 20, I don't know, can't recall, 20, 30 k's away from Springwood.
Yeah.
It is just down the mountain. And yeah, well, we made a, well, not a good living, but we made a living there. And one day, the real estate, where I drove every day past going home, you have to move out your house. Why is that? I could not understand why I had to move out of my house. Oh, the house is sold. Oh, yeah. In Holland, you rent for life. Well, you've got big corporations like the housing commissions here, and they own unit blocks that are, well, they have thousands and thousands and thousands of houses what they own.
Yeah.
And the house where we came out of, that was, except for the outside walls, everything was brand spanking new in Amsterdam. And well, we lived there for now nil to nothing. Maybe a quarter of my wages, not even a quarter of my wages for rent. And my was still at school when we started off with each other. And out of that time when they told us she has to find a house, okay, well, can't understand it, but okay, fine. We have to look for a house. You got any rentals? No. Other real estate? You got any rentals? Yeah, you can look there and there and there. Got 3 on the list here, and all dumps. You would want to put your cat in there. So out of desperation, we bought a brand new house, but was still getting finished. And that was the best thing we ever done. In 7 years' time in Kingswood, we doubled our money. I had a mate that I was in motorbikes in Goldwings, and I was in the Goldwing Club, and a mate of mine came around because he lived in Hartley Bay, and he popped in on the way home from an Easter rally at AGM, and he said, "You want me to help you with your front yard?" I said, "Well, would be lovely." And I don't know if the people know what scorio is. It is well known in New South Wales. It is red lava rock, and he put little hills in the front yard and a bit of white pebbles on the side of it, so it looked like snow. And he done a fantastic job. So he didn't have to do it for me for nothing, of course. And he said you should come up with Mayo to Harvey Bay for a holiday.
There we go. Yeah.
And that's what we did. And when we arrived there, half the, well, I knew some people from the Golfing Club, of course, so half the chapter from Meadowborough, and well, there were about 8-9 people there. They welcomed us. So that was a nice surprise for us. And well, we started. We liked it here, and we started looking for the block of dirt. Not planning to build it, but just to have a block of dirt. And bit rich, well, rich. And one of my motorbike mates said, "What's the problem, mate? Can't you afford it?" I said, "We can afford it, but yeah." He said, "I haven't got the deposit on the moment." Oh, he said to me, "Here is 10 grand. Go and get that block of dirt." And he said, "When you come back, when you start living here, you start paying me back. Not a problem in the world." And of course, way before we came to Harvey Bay, we had them paid back already, of course. And because, yeah, well, I've got a bit of an owner as well. And so that was all good. And well, we had a house built here on the block. And
Oh, so where you are now is the block of land you bought back then, mate? Okay.
Yeah. And well, we had the kangaroos in front of and in the back of us running around. Well, you know, Harvey Bay, Boat Harbour Drive.
Yeah.
Well, Boat Harbour Drive is 1 street further down from us. And the kangaroos were running around there in the mornings.
Yeah.
And there was nothing built here around us. So
Harvey Bay it's grown a lot since you've moved there, Jack.
Mate, we didn't even have McDonald's that time.
Yeah.
That was in 92.
Yeah.
Well, now if you live there now.
I lived there in 81, mate. It was just a tiny town.
32 years. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to have that tinkle. Keep talking.
Yeah, you're right. And yeah, from one thing to the other thing.
Jack, I got a question for you.
Mate.
A lot of people
That's all right.
don't know, because you're from Holland, you'll know this, how the graves of Canadian soldiers get taken care of and looked after by the people from Holland.
Possible, yeah. I don't know the exact things about it, but that is possible.
Yeah. So, you know, a lot of Canadians go over, and like especially vets, and you know, they can't do enough for them. They just, if you go into a bar or a pub, you know, oh no, you're not paying for anything. You know, we're doing this. You guys are the ones who were liberated us from the Germans in World War II, and you know, our cemeteries over there, the towns have sort of taken over and said, no, we're maintaining the cemeteries and things like that.
Yeah. It is like in France, where the Yanks have big shit.
Don't worry about it.
Sorry, but
Don't worry about it.
Oh, well, you got big cemeteries for the soldiers, the memorial ones, and yeah, I know the French army looks after that, and then you've got some in Belgium as well, and we've got heaps in the east part of Holland, because a lot of came down with parachutes in 45.
Yes.
Yanks and Canadians, and that is why the Dutch look after their cemeteries of the foreign soldiers. Yep.
Yeah. Well, when you were in the, sorry.
Yeah.
When you were in the
I was
army,
in 74,
yeah,
75, compulsory.
Yeah.
And I spent sometime in Germany, compulsory as well. You've got no choice. But I must say it was the best time of my life. And that time I loved cooking in the army. So I done the course for the cook in the army, and then I had to come one after, yeah, I don't know what year it was, 82, 83, I think, something like that, 83. I had to come up for a repeat for 6 weeks. That is compulsory as well. You got no choice in that. And you go to all the rigmarole again, yeah, because you take your uniform and all your gear, you take it with you home into big bags, and your boots, your socks, and well, everything what you had, and except for your sleeping bag, you took everything out. And so I done the repeat, and lo and behold, just a year later, the base where I was stationed for the 6 weeks, the sergeant major of the kitchen, he found me up and he said, "You want a job here?" I said, "Sorry, mate. You should have asked me that 6 months earlier. We are in the role of organising going to Australia on the moment."
Oh, wow. So I was out when you said that. Was that compulsory service is why you joined
compulsory
the army?
service? Yeah.
Okay,
yeah,
so
20
2
months.
years?
Sorry, 20 months.
Oh, it was only 3 months compulsory service.
No, 20.
Oh,
20.
sorry, man. 20 months. Yeah. All right.
My subtitles don't work.
Yeah. And you're a cook. You kept that bloody quiet. You could have been cooking up a storm at the camping events. I think you might have to come out of retirement next camping event,
I'm
mate.
not a cook. I'm not a cook. When I came up for the first time to go into the army, you get to check up that bullshit. And I wanted to be in the Navy. I said, no bloody way in the world. Don't walk 10 meters that way, 10 meters that way. 30 meters that way, 30 meters that way, and that is your walk for today. No, you won't get me on a boat. Me and boats, me and boats, they don't like each other. It doesn't matter how big they are. When I was an apprentice, we were the boss had a sailing boat, and my colleague, he was a couple of years older than me. He was 17, 18, whatever he was, and he said, "Oh, Wednesday afternoon, because the bakery was closed on Wednesday afternoon, because you worked on Saturdays." And so the bloke said, "We can borrow the boat, the sailboat from the boss." Okay, I come with you. But me and boats don't go together, so we went, well, I don't know how you call it all, but that big boom where that sail was hanging on, that knocked me fair and square overboard. And, oh, mate.
Lucky turtles could swim.
Yeah, lucky indeed. Oh, and on another holiday, not long after that was still in Holland as well.
Yeah.
Mayo and myself, we were on a holiday place where I grew up in Enkhuizen.
Yeah.
And
someone's come on to say good day.
Oh, Tofty. No, it is not. Yeah, it is Tofty.
It is Tofty. Come on to say good day to Jack Turtle.
Hi, mate.
You're a legend, Jack. Good on you, bro.
Oh, well, I won't say I'm a legend, but I think you are more a legend than I am.
Oh, no, we're all better because we got to know you, mate. So well done.
Yeah, Jack goes right back, Tofty, to the drifter days, mate, where it all where you started all this community stuff, mate. Jack's one of the originals.
I'm before that. Before that, Buck, when you still had your red car.
When
you still had your red four-wheel drive.
Yeah, the Toronto. Oh, before the drifter days. Wow.
No, that was before your drifter days.
Yeah, well, there you go.
Yeah.
Tofty, you sitting there in your underpants, are you?
Yep, I'm sitting here waiting. I was just seeing you were starting to get a bit of flat batteries, Buck, so I thought I'd better get in here and follow you up, mate. So
I need a jumper start, mate.
It's been like Bathurst. It's like a day at Bathurst. You got to sit in front of the device all day. So good on yous. I just got an invitation from Bradley Howe, so Hiroshima. So I said I wanted to come on and say g'day, and but you guys are legends. Keep rolling, but well done, eh? So good community, great stuff what you're doing, and you should all be inspired, mate. It's awesome.
Yeah, no, you started all this off, mate. So thanks to you. I
thanks,
got it off you, mate. So and everyone's continued it on, and you started a legacy, mate. And it's some other boys are picking up the baton now and running with it. It's fantastic, and you see today, mate, we've had people that normally wouldn't go on and telling their story, Tofty. It's absolutely fantastic. You know, like Jennifer G one sticks out for me, mate. Like talking to Jennifer today, and everyone gets to know. You know, just stuff like that, mate. It's fantastic.
Yeah, it's real people like Jack and that, you know, it's meant a lot to a lot of people connecting, and often people tell me social media is really bad for everybody. My experience is there obviously is bad stuff, but I'm the richer for meeting lots of people that I never would have got to meet, and through communities like this. And it's a pretty special one what all of you guys do, and hearing all those stories and just the people that we all know because of you and different people in this community. I think everyone's got a story to tell, and you've proven that today. So good on everyone for getting on there and giving it a red hot crack. And like I said, it reminds me of when I was a kid at Bathurst watching all day the TV. It's it's pretty funny. Like it's pretty cool what you're doing there. I don't think everyone realizes how actually cool that is. And Nathan playing his, you got people from America, you know, it's pretty crazy what's happening right now.
I know, mate. It's just people coming on to tell their story, mate. And Nathan with his stories and where he's been and what he's done. Mike Blakeley and everyone who's been on today's got a great story in that, mate. It's thinking, mate. Hey, before I let you go, I just want to know, when are you giving Elisa back her sunglasses?
When yeah, when she's
have a look at them. You look like Louis the Blowfly.
I've got to be able to see where I'm going, mate. I'm about to drive further into cockroach country, so I'm in basically Sydney, sitting outside of. I'm nervous to drive, so there's lots of traffic, a lot of craziness. But nah, you look as red as me today, Buck. So well done. Thanks for making us red.
Oh, no,
Yeah,
it's
thanks
good
for making me feel connected.
Yeah, I'm a
But
tomato man. It's when I go back like that. I've got to put my foot up, mate. I've got bloody 7 stitches in the top of my foot, and she's throbbing. So, yeah, no, it's good. Good to see you come on, mate. I'm glad Brad gave you the link, and good to see you come on and say g'day. Glad you're enjoying it.
All right. Well, let me know if you need any help today. But all the best, everyone. Thanks to all the people who support. It's good to see Raf as well, and everybody who's part of this community. I think special, and you all contribute a lot to making Australia a better place. So well done, and look forward to catching you somewhere on the tracks.
I can confirm a lot of us are special people, mate.
Very special. Very special.
That's it.
Like
That's
Julie
what
likes
makes
to
it.
say. Like
That's
Julie
what
likes
makes
to
it a
say,
great community.
special.
Hey, Toppy, do you want to hang out just quickly? I want Jack Turtle to tell us where the bloody hell the name Jack Turtle came from, because contrary to popular belief, that's not his real name.
Yes, let's get it out of him.
Jack Turtle come from?
I don't know. I really can't tell you. I wanted a name for Facebook because I didn't want to use my normal name.
Yeah.
And Turtle, Jack Turtle. Yeah, that will do.
Mate, did you ever think it'd stick like that? Because it's a name that will live in infamy. Jack Turtle, everyone knows you, mate, and it's just stuck now. Everyone thinks your name's Jack. It's funny stuff.
We are looking on the moment for to buy a coaster bus, and there was one for sale with the turtles on the front. The turtles.
The turtle mobile's for sale, is it?
No. It said on the front the turtles. And yeah, it was a bit too rich for me, but
dear. It's good. Anyway, I'll let Toppy get going. He looks like he's on a mission to go somewhere. Thanks for joining us, mate. Really appreciate it.
Mate. Well done. Good work, my friend.
See you, mate.
Later, guys.
Thanks for popping in, mate.
Yeah.
Holy Moses, that half hour went quick. That half hour went quick. Holy Moses.
He's a diddly dong. I'll bring him in straight away. Bradley Howell. G'day, Brad. How are you, mate?
Hey, everyone. How you doing?
Hey, good to see you, mate. Good to see you.
Hello, Slacken.
How you doing?
I'm well, mate. How are you doing?
Good.
Yeah.
Hello,
good.
Mr. Turtle.
Hey, I was just
Brett.
Quickly, while I've still got Jack on, in part 5 of my Western Australia series, Jack, I bring up something I think it's very interesting. Is in the 1600s, the Dutch, might have even been the 15, I don't know. The Dutch landed on the west coast of Australia back then, never planted the flag, Jack. And for many years, the western side of Australia was known as New Holland, and the whole eastern side of Australia was known as New South Wales. So the British, the Dutch, and the British, the Dutch never planted the flag, mate. I was just thinking, imagine if the Dutch planted the flag on our soil. Could it become another South Africa where the British would have come in? It could have had another sort of Boer War incident happen. You ever thought about that?
Where you reckon the name Arnhem Land came from?
Well, Dutch. Yeah. There's a lot of, well, there you go, mate. You're floating around. The Dutch and the Portuguese. Portuguese and Dutch were floating through the Torres Strait back in the 1600s.
And as you know, holy Moses, above here, Australia, the country, that was virtually completely owned by the Dutch as well. I can't think.
Dutch East Indies. Indonesia, Dutch East Indies.
Yeah.
Up until World War II, it was called the Dutch East Indies. Yeah.
Well, yeah, that 1958 or so, they done away with it.
Yeah.
The Dutch. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of history. Dutch could have played a lot bigger part in this country if they'd ever planted the flag, mate. You know what? Torres, that might be Portuguese. The Torres Strait. I think Torres might be a Portuguese word, but just incredible, mate. Like, who knows? We could have been speaking Dutch instead of English if things had changed. It gets you thinking, doesn't it?
Yeah, well, didn't have to be ended right. So
yeah, no, it's good, but yeah. So, and your health's good, Jack. On a serious note, mate, your health's good.
yeah, I get by on the moment, so that's good.
Mate, I know you don't mind. Everyone knows that, it was bowel cancer, and that I'm pretty sure you told me, and I keep going on about blokes looking after their health, doing your checks, getting your blood, especially older guys like us, getting your bloods done every year. You picked up your problem early, mate, thanks to the bowel testing screen that we all receive once you get over 50.
But then I was lucky with my GP. My GP found out, and the same afternoon, he put me to a mate, a specialist in the hospital, in a private hospital here in Harvey Bay. And he said, I can't do much for you, but I've got another mate that works in the hospital, another surgeon. And he said, I sent you to him in the normal hospital at night. And it rolled so bloody fast, it was mind blowing. And then after New Year and Christmas, the surgeon that was taking care of me, he said, sorry that I couldn't help you earlier. It was only less than a fortnight in between.
Wow,
so I was very, very, very lucky.
Mate, you weren't feeling sick before you found out as a result of the bowel testing kit? You were feeling
not,
that, or
not sick so much, but strange feeling.
Yeah, right. So
strange feeling. Yeah,
knew something was kind of going on, but
yeah.
Mate,
for one thing,
Bloody, everyone was worried about you, mate, when you had it. We had you and Gail. Gail was suffering with breast cancer at the time, another community member. And you had you had cancer yourself, mate. You punched through the other side. So I know everyone was worried about your health, mate, and I was one of them. But it's good to see you're looking healthy, mate. You're still with us and you're still punching on. You know, we're not getting any younger, Jack, but you're still there and you still love. I know there's no one else in the community that loves being with the community more than you and Marjo, mate. Like, you just, the last one, the unofficial one, the New South Wales boys were running a little week long. You went down there, you were gone for like a month, mate. You just wanted to be around the community. And I don't know, maybe your scare, mate, made you think, I've got to get out and do more of this stuff.
We had a terrible time for the last 2 years. And in the last 2 years, I only, until the camp out, the first camp out was, we only been away for 1 week camping, and doctors, surgeons, hospitals, it didn't stop for us. It didn't stop for us before I had my cancer. Mate, it was mind blowing. And so when we went to the legend camps, I made the most of it. We go now and we see how we go. We see where we end up. And when Smurf said, Landy Smurf said, we're going to have a camp, except we're coming.
Yeah, you made the mind up,
Yeah, and that's what we did, because at least I had it, and I can't take it away from me.
And that's right, mate. It wasn't you just sick. Marjolaine's bloody was crook there and struggling for a while too. Had some health scares.
Marjolaine is still struggling on the moment, but that is another thing.
Anyway.
torn something on the hip. I mean, she's in sore tendons in the hip, and she's in pain like Buckety. But
well, we wish you all
Brett,
yeah.
Brett, I'm going to knock off, and
Jack, thanks for coming on, mate. Thanks for sharing your story with us. Great having you as part of the community, mate. Yeah.
Thanks, Mark.
Jack, thank you very much. I
for
know
having me.
you're reluctant, so thank you for coming on. Really glad you decided to come on. Thank you.
The funny thing was, we were talking, Mark and myself were talking a week ago, just over a week ago, and I was thinking, I was thinking that I was talking to Mark Lavelle.
Oh,
and then I said, "No, holy Moses, it is Canadian, Mark." Sorry about that, mate. So I said to Mark, I said, "Oh, that the live feed from whatever it was, Smurf and Wixie." He said, "That was good." He said, "Who are they?" But on that note, guys, all the best.
My
Thanks
best
for
memory,
that.
my best memory of you, Jack, was the drifter camp when you and Gary Pye were on the piss and Clayton. was
We
on the
don't talk
guitar.
about that one.
Oh,
We
mate,
don't
that
talk
was
about
funny.
that one. I don't want to hear anything about that.
That was a funny night. Thanks, mate. Take care to you and Marjo, and we'll talk again soon, mate. Thank you.
See you, Jack.
See you, mate.
Jack,
All the best.
say hello to
Enjoy your rest of your day, mate.
Mary, please.
Thanks,
see
mate.
you,
I will.
Knock me off, Buck.
knock him off. I'm knocking him off. Bradley Hiroshima, how are you, mate? We're running a little 6 minutes over time, but my God, we're in trouble now, guys. These two together, this could spell disaster.
You know what, Brad? After we had chatted, I emailed Buck, tell him, we were talking about your interests and things like that. And I emailed Buck and I said, I think he challenged me of who can talk more.
I'll tell you what, Mark, we've met our mates with this bloke. He can jibber jabber with a mouthful of marbles under wet cement. Dead set. But
yeah, Mary often tells me I'm a shocker. Yeah.
Bradley, I know why he talks so long, Brad. He has a lot of squirrel moments. He'll start off on a subject and then he goes, "Oh, squirrel." And then he goes off on another one, or another squirrel. And then half an hour later, he comes back to the subject he was originally talking about.
I'm like this idiot from Canada here. I end up down rabbit holes, and I end up so far down rabbit holes that I forget where I started. And I go, "What are we talking about again?" "Oh, that's right, we were talking about whatever." And that was I was joking there this morning. Mark takes 10 minutes to tell a 2-minute story. And, Buckarooni's the president and I'm the secretary. Welcome to the club, mate.
I heard Mark say, "You should bloody talk," type thing. It's like, yeah.
Did you hear
Brad?
Did you hear my comment back to you? Did you hear my comment back to you that you could take a 30-second story and make it a 20-minute story?
Oh, no. The three of us together.
Firstly, just a g'day to everyone that's mentioned in the comments. I can't reply to you all at the moment, but yeah, g'day everyone. We're well, mate. We're really well. We've actually Tofty. We've just had a couple of good days here with Tofty and Elisa. They're on their way through to Sydney. They've done a showcase down there with the new Zone Summit caravan. So we had a couple of little niggly issues to sort out with the 300. So that's all sorted. And had a really good week. Yeah.
That's good. Are you sick of Tofty hiding under your bed all the time? He's
Oh, he's a
always
shocker,
under
mate.
your bed recording you.
He's a shocker.
What is it like being the new pin-up boy for Zone RV?
They must be hard up if they want me as a pin-up boy.
You did well. The one that you and Mary talking about your Zone RV and what you like about it. And that was fantastic. It was well done. And Tofty said, "I want to get Brad," because I said the man can jibber jabber. I said, if you wanted someone to talk up the Zone RV and someone who owns one, Brad Howell's your man. Well, he's tapped into you, mate. You're doing fantastic. And it sounds like you're really bloody helping each other out and you're enjoying being part of it. And I know you and Mary are very happy with your Zone RV.
Oh, it's great.
Yeah,
best thing we've ever owned.
They're beautiful
Yeah,
things,
look,
mate.
you know, they're just an absolutely unbelievably well engineered and a great product, and the success of that organisation, you know, over the last 3 or 4 years is wholly and solely down to Tofty. You know,
Yeah.
the work that he's done with them is just unbelievable. You know,
Yeah.
and they've got the products that they've got now because of is primarily his input and his instigation. So, you know, hats off to him. He's done a really good job.
He's got a lot of knowledge up in that noggin, mate. And our other mate, Brett Hooker, is the CEO there now. So Brett's doing a fantastic job at Zone 2. How's the Ram going, mate?
The Ram's going good, mate. Yeah, really good. I still, every time I tow with it, I just think, whoa, you know, this thing's just incredible. But you know, I drove that 300 chop of Tofties the other day.
Oh, right,
my God. That thing's just off tap. And the 300 that he had, the wagon, which was not chopped, but the power that thing puts out is just unbelievable. It's obviously been tuned, it's been modified, but just an absolute powerhouse of a vehicle. Unreal.
Yeah.
We've seen another.
Sorry, Buck. What motor do you have in your Ram?
The 5.7 e-torque.
Oh, because you have the gas motor.
Yeah. Petrol.
They didn't bring the diesels in, did they, Brad? In the Rams, we don't have diesel Rams.
Not for ASV. They didn't. They do in the 2500. So you got to go up the heavy duty to get the Cummins engine. But I believe that there's another mob that do conversions in Australia as well, and they've.
That's a story we'll get to soon. Thanks, Tommy, for reminding me there.
Oh, you're a shocker. So you got to go up to the 2500 to get a diesel in the in the thing, but that's through ASV anyway. That's through the official Ram. Can you hear Mary in the background?
Yeah, Mary laughing.
He's just seen the comment that you just put up there because there's a little bit of a delay between here and there.
If you didn't, Bradley had a diddly donk moment the other night. Him and Mary are camping with Tofty and Elisa, and Elisa looks in and goes, "Brad, what's that noise?" Brad had gone in to top the sink up to do the washing up and had a squirrel moment and decided to come out and have a jibber jabber outside, and then realised he'd left the sink going and overflowed and flooded his caravan, and he hasn't lived it down since.
No, and probably will never.
No. Someone he goes, I won't swear, but Brad goes, "I must have left something in the sink," and Mary goes, "Yeah, the effing plug." Oh dear,
That story gets more exaggerated every time you tell it. Fair dinkum.
You've had a couple of diddly donk moments lately, Brad. And for those who weren't at the Legends camp, I told it before, I scooped the oil off my bloody coconut curry chicken and had about 3 inches of coconut fat that had split because I split the coconut milk, and I was going to tip it down the sink. And Brad said, no, don't, that's no good for the environment. I'll go and tip it on the fire. So I gave it to him, didn't think anything of it. And next thing, me and Tommy Oliver are in the kitchen and we heard Hiroshima go off. It was like, I looked around and it was like the mushroom cloud from Hiroshima. Jack Turtle and them nearly got taken out in the front row. Brad threw the oil on the fire. Mate, it went up like throwing petrol on a fire. I couldn't believe it, Brad, how quickly it went up, mate.
Oh, it's crazy. It must have gone, 15, 20 feet in the air. It was just it was literally like throwing petrol on a fire. It just went woofter. But of course, it wasn't coconut fat. It was chicken fat.
It was all the fat off the chicken from the thing. And mate, you come in, you had bloody hair off your arms. And it was serious, though. We're lucky you didn't burn yourself badly, mate. It could have been a lot worse.
Well, I'm glad that safety rail was up around that pit, and it was a big pit. I mean, it was what, 3 meters, 2.5, 3 meters across.
People were away from it a bit more.
Yeah, and they were sitting another 1.5 meters out from there because you just couldn't get any closer because there was concrete all around it.
Yeah,
but yeah, look, I'm just glad that it was that far because I never expected for 1 second that it would react like that. And of course,
it went up. Jack Turtle, I remember Jack Turtle's bloody flippers were going like that in his camp chair. He nearly got taken out in the front row.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. But that was once we realised no one had been hurt, it was funny. And I think some people had to go and change their underpants after that incident. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
But
me included.
Yeah. Mate, tell us a bit about your hat there. You went over to America on holidays last year, I think it was. 343. That's how many firefighters were killed on 9/11, mate. Fighting the fires in the tower. 343. The only reason I remember that number is that's the employment code for infantry in the Australian Army. 343 is your employment number. Like 0300 or 0311, like Mike Blakeley, we've got that. 343 firefighters. I've got the police hat here somewhere. There was quite a few police officers that you gave me the hat for that, mate. I forget the number of 40 something or whatever. There were a lot of police officers killed that day too.
43 or 57 or something.
Mate,
like that.
Yeah, it was under 100. It was a double-digit number, but still too many. What was it like standing there, Brad, at the place where the Twin Towers once stood, mate? It must have been, boy, oh boy.
You sort of you see the buildings and you don't sort of appreciate obviously the size that they were in the base. They're quite small actually for how tall they were. I think they're 110 stories.
Yeah, wow.
And of course that's where those infinity pools are that all the names are engraved around on the side of the people that were killed. But you've got to go into the museum, which you go down underground, and you see the actual original footings of the building that would never have been. The designers and the constructors would never have thought in a million years that those buildings that anyone would see the exposed footings, but there they are, and they're directly underneath, of course, where the pools are. And then they've got a lot of artifacts in there, but it's incredible to listen to the stories. And we were first there in 2009, and it was basically sort of like a hole in the ground at that point. They'd excavated pretty well, but I've got to take my hat off to whoever came up with that design and the forethought to expose the footings and not just have them ripped out. And you see them at different levels. You see the concrete, and then they've excavated a little bit further, and you see the original steel and the original footing, and the what they call the slurry wall that holds back the Hudson River. Just because a lot of that land that you see, which is, what would that be? That would be west of the Towers. It's all reclaimed land. That was original river.
Yeah,
so
right.
There's probably another block or so that back from that go now toward the river. So a lot of that's reclaimed land. So the engineering that went into the original construction of that place is just unbelievable. The slurry wall and all that sort of stuff.
Gee, Mark, have you ever travelled down to New York to see that since the event?
No, but it is something that I want to get to. So, but Brad, so you got the Fidney hat at a souvenir shop there?
This is a 9/11.
Yes.
I don't think it's on there, isn't it? Yeah, that's from the memorial.
FDNY is pronounced Fidney.
Oh, okay.
That's why they pronounce it Fidney.
I've never heard it pronounced that before, Mark. I was just FD Fire Department New York. I've never heard Fidney mentioned before.
Yeah, that's how they pronounce Fidney as the short. It's
okay.
probably for Fidney. Mike Blakeley, I think he's still on. He'll be able to confirm it. It's generally called Fidney.
I'm just going to see if I've got the police hat. Give me 2 seconds. Keep talking, guys.
Yeah,
just keep talking. I guess.
No, it's an amazing.
Is it a special souvenir shop that they have? Is it a special souvenir store that they have there where like the proceeds go to like a survivors or people who died or something like? Is that where the proceeds go to something specific?
Not sure, mate. I got this from the memorial, and I got back a police one because I know he's former, and then I got my brother and my two nephews plus another mate of mine who's a cop as well. I got them hats as well while we were there. But the other thing that I got too, they're selling American flags there in the triangular. You know how they fold them for the military and whatnot.
Yep.
I bought my grand niece was born. Can't remember the date now. That's terrible. But I went back and I said to the lady who was there, I said, look, you wouldn't happen to have let's say it's June the 7th. You wouldn't happen to have a June the 7th flag, would you? And she said, oh, and she said, have you had a look here? And on the shelf, and I said, yes. And she said, hang on, I've got some more out the back. I'll go and have a look. She was gone about 10 or 15 minutes and she's come back and I've got one. So I ended up getting, for my grand niece, who's my brother's boy's daughter, a flag that was flown on the day that she was born on the memorial.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and that's all folded up. And I've got one here that when Mary and I went to the US in 1991, that was flown on the USS Arizona Memorial in Pearl Harbor. And I've got that. And Mary got it all mounted up for me, and it's in its original, the way they fold it, and it's behind a glass cabinet with a big certificate on the wall. Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
that is pretty cool.
23, mate, it was.
23, that's what it was.
23 police officers, 343 fireys. I'm sure some paramedics were killed there too. I think 10 Australians were in those buildings when they came down, Brad. 10 Australians were killed. And people go, why'd we get involved? There are Australians in those buildings when those Germans flew the planes in there. There were Aussies in there and there was Aussies killed. So
the thing that always surprises me is that it doesn't matter what comes up in the news, and it's always about disasters, of course. We never hear about the good things. It's only ever the bad. But if there's a I don't know, a mass bombing in London, or 9/11 or something like that, you can nearly absolutely guarantee there's an Aussie involved. And I think it's because we have such a propensity to travel. We're not frightened to get on an aeroplane or on a ship and get off this island that we're on.
Yeah.
And friends of mine said to me once that from America, they said, I can't believe how you guys just decide to get on an aeroplane and go somewhere. And I said, well, you got to remember, to get out of Australia, you've either got to fly or float. We're an island continent. We don't have borders with anybody else. And that's just Aussies, we fly all over the world. We're all over the place, not frightened to get out and sort of get stuck into it, so to speak. So
like the rest of us, we can just get into our cars and drive all over the place. But for you guys, that's not an option. If you want to get out of Australia, you either float or fly.
Yeah, you got to fly. Mark, there must have been a lot of Canadians in those towers on the 9/11, mate. I don't know. Do you have a number at all?
No, I really don't. It's not something that really gets brought up a lot here. It's just one of those things that that Canadians died as well. You just know the Canadians went down too.
That's one of the worst things that's ever happened in my lifetime. I remember the night watching it on TV, and it was just horrific seeing it. It really was, and it shook the world to its core. And they got back at the Western world, but that's we all got to stick together when things like that happen. And I guess that's why we sent troops to Afghanistan and why Canada sent them over there. People go, why'd we get involved? When you see the planes fly into that tower and the people jumping out, it was either burn to death or jump to your death. My God, what a horrible situation to be in. And that's why we went over. That's not why I went over, but why our countries went over and fought against that. It was bloody horrific. It really was. It was absolutely terrible. Brad, I want to tell everyone.
Sorry, but some of the videos, if you hear it, some of the videos you hear, every now and again you'll hear really loud bangs. That's people jumping.
Yeah, I know. It was.
It's bad if people are jumping instead of trying to run down through it.
Yeah, it was sickening to hear and to see. It was horrible. It was absolutely horrible, and we can never forget that event, and just know what evil can do in this world and what horrible people are out there. Hey, Brad, before I forget to tell people, going to have you on again soon, mate. We're going to have you on again soon, and we're going to talk about you being a motor mechanic by trade. We're going to talk about what people need to do to their vehicles, what they can do to save a bit of money, and what they need to do to their vehicles before they go on holidays and that. So that'll be our next live feed one-on-one, mate, is you can give some people some really good tips on what to do with their Forbies and that before what they need to look at, what they need to get their mechanic to look at, what they need to do. There's no man with better knowledge than you. So we'll have you on for a live feed one night so we can have a decent chat and we can talk about that and a lot of other stuff as well, mate.
Yeah, sure, mate. No problem at all. That sounds like fun. Yeah.
That's good. Paulie Martin's on. I didn't know he was on next. Oh, Paulie Martin is an hour out, I think. 1:30. Here we go. I'm going to hang on. Stand by.
2:30 here.
Microphone.
I'm an hour out.
Hey, that's better. You diddly donk. I knew someone would be an hour out. You know you're an hour early.
Oh, it's not my fault you got the wrong time.
Bloody
Queenslanders.
Don't even know.
Bloody Queenslanders.
I'm sitting there thinking Roachy will be clicking on any minute now, and then it's this diddly donk. He's come on an hour early just to throw a spanner in the works. How you going while you're there? And
that just means a couple more of these.
And before of it, shit top you've got on. Manly Warringah Sea Eagles, the Silvertails.
Got no choice, mate. That was
Hey,
it.
get the Cowboys. Brad's a Knights supporter. So, yeah. No, that's what we'll do next, Brad.
I'll see you in an hour.
Yeah, all right, mate. Go and readjust your clock, you diddly donk. See ya.
See you, Paul.
See ya.
Bye, Paul.
I knew someone would do that from there. I knew someone would be an hour out. Paulie Martin. Give him heaps when he comes on in an hour's time, everyone. But in an hour's time, he'll probably put a few more schooners down range and he'll be in full flight. So the one I'm worried about is Colin the Fathead. I hope Cole's not on the piss before he comes on. But anyway, we'll keep chatting, Brad, until Deanie Roach is the next one on. He'll be coming on to do a comms check with him. Here he is now. Speaking of Dean, here he is now. G'day, mate. How are you?
Roachy.
How you going?
You had a haircut, mate.
Yeah, just a little one.
Had the ears lowered. You look like, you reckon he could pass as Marky Lavelle's twin brother? They've been to the same barber, I reckon.
Yeah,
Very
mate.
similar hairdos. Very similar.
Yeah.
I reckon you go to the same barber, you blokes.
I can say I've got hair anyway, at least.
Ooh.
Oh, that's shooting below the belt. That's shooting below the belt.
Andy saying, good on you, Paulie. There's always one in the crowd. There's Paulie Martin today. So I knew something. I just knew. I thought all these timings, and I was worried about. Here I am. I'm worried about Mike Blakeley coming on time. We're 17-hour time difference. Mike managed to nail it right on the dot. Nah. One bloke's just got an hour's difference. He couldn't get it right. It happened to be a New South Welshman too, of all people. Bloody hopeless. He goes, I'm honoured. He reckons that your brothers.
Yeah.
Oh, dear. What's on the agenda, Bradley? Before we let you go, mate. What's
next weekend? We're down to Swansea. I think it is Caravan Park. I've got my brother and some other friends going down there with their van.
Yeah.
So I think we've got 4 nights down there: Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, out Tuesday. So that should be good. Looking forward to that. Apart from that, just doing some stuff around here. Just busy. We've got a cracking weekend here. It's been absolutely incredible. I went out to do yesterday. I went out to the vineyards. You know where the airport is there, Buck?
Yeah.
Well, De Bortley Wines is right at the end of the runway.
Yeah.
And that's where the cooking class was. It was like a American low and slow cooking class, and it was really good fun. It was great. Did that with Alex because he's got a pellet smoker, and you get some pretty good results out of that. But yeah, it was. I was talking to Tofty there earlier this afternoon, and I said it was such one of those days in the summer around here. You get a bit of haze because I think it's the eucalypts putting vapor into the air and whatnot. But it was a day yesterday that you could almost see the leaves on the trees from 40 k's away. It was so clear. It was beautiful. And everything's lush green out here at the moment. All the vines of the vineyards have all got beautiful green leaves on them. They look really spectacular. It's a great time of year, this.
Mate, that was some of the wineries that we saw when I was down there, mate, around the Hunter Valley are spectacular. And we want to come down next year for the camping event if we can get down there and then hit some of those and have a look at the Hunter Valley. And, mate, you live in a special part of the world. All you guys down there around that Newcastle area, absolutely some stunning places, mate. So, absolutely fantastic. Anyway, Brad, it's nearly past, mate. I'll let you get going. And whatever, say g'day to Mary for us. We know she's in the background. We could hear her.
Yes, that's true. You could.
Say g'day to Mary for us, mate. Thanks for joining us today. And we'll have you on very soon. And we'll have a really good chat about mechanical stuff and write down on what people need to do with their hobbies before they go camp and before they go on a big trip and all that. And hopefully some people can tap into your knowledge, mate, and get some really good tips off you.
Yeah, no worries, mate. All good.
And the other thing I want to talk to you about, mate, is these people who are doing these big modifications to their vehicles, about the warranty side of things and what they need to be careful of, and chopping vehicles and all that type of stuff, who takes over warranty and all that. So got heaps to talk to you about, mate, when you come on next. And we might do that sooner rather than later, before the end of the year, if you can.
Whenever you want, mate.
Get it into a busy retirement schedule.
That's
my schedule too. It's blank.
See you, Slacken. Good to see you, mate.
See you, Brad. Take care, mate. Thanks again, mate.
See you, Rochi.
See you, Brad. No worries.
See you, guys.
Soon.
Good to see you.
Rochi, how are you, mate?
Yeah, good. Thanks, Buck. How are you? Hey, Slacken.
Yeah,
how
good,
are you?
mate.
Thanks for coming on, Dean.
Thanks for joining us. Have you and Slacken ever met each other before?
No, we've spoken on Messenger once, but
we've
that's
chatted.
about it.
Yeah, we've just chatted on Brad Howell, right? And others that have come on today. We've just chatted like on Facebook. We haven't really, I will say face to face because this is as close as we're going to get. But you know, it's nice to see, to be able to put a face to the name. I mean, you see posts and stuff, but it's nice to be able to chat to people and see them and get some back and forth going. It's nice.
That's right. Yeah.
We always see Dean Roach on the thing here, guys. So this is Roachy. We all know what he looks like now. He's like bloody Marky Lavelle's twin brother.
Yeah, apparently.
Barber and that. And another one who's an integral part of organising the Camping with Mates 2025, mate. You're one of the crew that's organising that. The boy said it's all coming along really well, and it's almost booked out. I might have to pull my finger out and bloody book something down there so I can come along. We want to get along if we can. If it's just a bit far out for us at the moment to think, but we definitely, Roz even said, we want to go back to the Newcastle area, mate. We did that big trip down into Tassie last year, and we went past through Newcastle. Bobby and Kim Assa showed us around Newcastle, and I was really, really impressed with that whole area. The Hunter Valley, the wineries. We did the scenic, Brad shouted us a scenic flight over, Nelson Bay and down Stockton Beach, mate. You all live in a special part of the world there. It's absolutely the thing. Mate, tell us a bit about Dean Roach, because I must admit I don't know a lot about you either. It's only recently we've really started, you know what I mean, because of these camping get-togethers and that. So tell us a bit about yourself, mate, and what people, be interested to know about you. What you do, where you're from originally, all that type of stuff.
Yeah, okay, no worries. I'll start at the start. I was born in Sydney, in Penrith, Sydney, and then when I was about 5, my parents moved to Muswellbrook, which is in the Hunter Valley. And ever since then, that's where I've lived. Got married here, had kids here, house here. So yeah, everything's pretty much. I work in the mine at the moment. Only been in the mine for about 18 months. Previous to that, I was a contractor with. I'm an earth mover tyre fitter, so I changed the tyres on all the the big machines on mine sites. So I've done that for 26 years. So yeah, it's a long time.
Yeah, you sent me the photo the other day of this is how we change. The big mining trucks the tyres and that, Mark. And I thought, how do they? You can't pick that up and change it like a 4-wheel drive tyre, but
No.
you use massive big forklifts, mate, to lift them on and off, and that just incredible, isn't it?
It is, yeah. We've got purpose-built forklifts and tooling to do the job. It's not as hard as everyone thinks it might be. You know, it's obviously a lot of forklifts and tooling that we use to make the job easier and a lot safer, obviously. Yeah, so it's, even though it is a pretty hard job, like physical, but we still have forklifts and stuff to help us out. So it's pretty good. Yeah. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it for 26 years.
They're coal mines out where you are.
Yeah. We're surrounded by coal mines here. That's all we have here, coal mines and power stations just out of town. So I'm probably about 45 minutes away from where Landy lives currently.
Yeah,
so,
right. Nice. Well, my son used to work out at Mudgee in one of the coal mines there. Not Hewlin. It was another one near Hewlin there, but big open mine there. And I nearly had the name of it then, but he's working in the coal mines up in Queensland now. So what's it like, mate? The week on, week off type thing, is it? Drive in, drive out for you?
No. So currently I do the 5-4 roster. So we go from day to night, and we always finish on a night shift, but we only do 5 days straight, and then we have 4 off, and then 5 on, and then 5 off. So I live probably 15 minutes away from the mine. So yeah, it's drive in, drive out for me. It's good where we are. We can live where we actually work. So that's a good thing about it. Yeah.
And that's one big.
Sorry, Buck. Do a lot of people have to travel and then stay at the mine if they come from far away? Do they have accommodations there, or do people generally?
Yeah,
sort of
a lot of people do live away, and I think the sort of the furthest people live away is Central Coast, and for fatigue management reasons, they've got to stay in the area once they're here at work. So when they're doing their 5 days on, they'll either rent accommodation somewhere or stay with. Usually, you find 5 or 6 miners might find a house with a few bedrooms and rent a house out. Down here, because the mines are so close and it's drive in, drive out, we don't have that fly in, fly out situation here where Queensland and Western Australia have. So we don't have camps as such here. They're just, drive in, drive out. So everyone's got to fend for themselves and find their own accommodation.
Yeah, well, my nephew, Gidgey's son, is in the mines there. He's on the dozers, and so is my son's on the big dozers too. 2 different mines. They have camps, so they might drive 4 or 5 hours to get there, and for the week they work, they go back to the camp, they get fed. There's a camp kitchen and a gym and all that type of stuff as well. Whereas it's just a bit having a you do that and you've got to rent a house with some people and that'd suck. But you're lucky, mate, you got your family close by and all that type of stuff. I was in Western Australia the other day, mate, watching. It's all iron ore over there, not coal. It's all iron ore, and watching all the planes come in before we were taking off to Cairns, and the miners just yellow and orange shirts, one after the other at the airport, all on the shift change on a Tuesday. Some of them were flying from the mine to Perth, and then from Perth to Queensland. They fly in and fly out of Queensland to Western Australia, and you want to hope they got 2 weeks off, because you last day off, or your first day off and your last day thing, it would be taken up with travel, mate, whereas you've got a 15-minute drive to work, so you're pretty lucky that way. Yeah,
I'd rather it this way too. I've done a bit of fly in, fly out, just one little stint of it, and didn't really like it. So being close to home is great. Yeah, I love it.
I know my son's been doing it for a long time.
Yeah.
Who pays for those flights, guys? Who pays for the flights? If you're fly in and fly out, who pays for the flights? The mine or the miner?
The miner usually now. It used to be the mine, and it depended on where you worked and who you worked for. A lot of the mines used to pay for flights, but I think nowadays a lot of mines have sort of gotten rid of that, and the actual person has to pay for themselves. I do know some mines still. I do have friends that do fly in, fly out, and some mines will pay for a certain distance, say from Perth to maybe Newcastle or something like that, depending on where you live. I know I've got friends that work in Queensland in the mines up there, and they live down here in Newcastle and the surrounding areas, and they can only fly to Brisbane. They have to pay. I think they fly to Brisbane on their own. They have to pay for that, and then the mine pays the rest of the way. But other than that, it's hard now to find a mine that will actually pay for it the whole trip. Yeah.
I think West Aussie's still doing a bit of that, mate. I saw some ads at Busselton now. Busselton's got a big airport, and they're actually flying Busselton Newman direct. And the mines are heavily recruiting over there at the moment. And they said, if you live in Busselton, we'll fly you Newman Busselton direct. So I think the mines are still doing that in West Aussie.
Yeah, I don't know what the Queensland and Western Australian mines are like, but the New South Wales mines here, they're actually struggling quite a bit, and they're actually struggling to find labour. So they're doing a big recruitment drive as we speak, sort of thing. They're always advertising for new people, and I think a lot of people they see what the money's like in Western Australia, which is big money over there. So for us to live here and work here, it's sort of a lot less money. You get paid a lot less than what they would. But then you've got to take into consideration your air flights and your...
Yeah, I know, mate. And this fly in, fly out, and that wears you down after a while, being away from especially if you're a family man and all that, mate. It's a hard gig mining. And I know my son's had a gut full of spending 6 months of the year away from his kids. You know, it takes its toll on. He's been doing it 13, 14 years now since he got out of the army, and it wears you down, mate. And it's, you know, get in, get your money and try and thing. But you're in a great position there. Hopefully the coal mines will crack on for a bit longer yet. I know they want to close them all down, but we still need coal to produce steel. People tend to forget that coal's not just for electricity. We need it to make steel as well, the coking coal or whatever. I know Phil, the mine Phil was in, I nearly had it then again. That all got exported straight to China, that stuff. It was a Chinese-owned mine, and it was top-quality coal. It went straight to China.
Was it called Moolarben?
That's the one. Moolarben. Yeah, Moolarben is the other one. Ulan was over the road, and Moolarben. That's
There's
the one.
actually three up there. There's another one called Wilpinjong. It's obviously there's a lot of Aboriginal land there, and they're sort of mining around all that. But Wilpinjong and Moolarben and Ulan.
Yeah, Phil was at Moolarben for quite a few years, mate. When he was, because he was a Mudgee boy. He was born in Mudgee. I don't try and admit that my son was born in New South Wales, but he was. Hey, Mark, on the mining, mate, up in Canada, what's the big mining coal and iron ore and all that in Canada as well? You don't hear much about mining. Surely it's a massive country. You must have mining of some sort up there.
There's a lot of mining. There's a lot of mining for precious materials as well. Bauxite and all sorts of things. And if you go up into like the northern part of Canada, Nunavut, Yukon, and the Northwest Territories, there are mines there that are like yours in Western Australia. They're brought in and brought out by the mine company because they're huge mines, but they're literally, you know,
in the middle of
nowhere. And I mean in the middle of nowhere, and you're way up north. And sometimes there's roads, but a lot of times it's either rail or it's winter roads. Sometimes they have to build the roads out to the mine, but to get people in and out, usually in the really, really remote places, it's basically you fly them in and you fly them out. Where you fly them to depends on where the mine is, and they'll often either live there or, like Newfoundlanders, for a long time used to go and work in Alberta in the oil fields, out at Fort McMurray, in the oil fields in northern Alberta. That was a really popular thing for them to do, because there weren't, and there still really isn't a lot of jobs in Newfoundland. So people had to leave, like Terry, who bought you the flag that I work with. His brothers moved here too. They work here. Now they've all sold their houses, and all of them have moved back to Newfoundland.
Yeah, right.
Since then. But he's the one who brought you the Newfoundland flag. But that's not uncommon for Newfoundlanders to leave and have to go somewhere else, because the food industry basically the bottom taken out of it decades ago. And so that's not uncommon. When you get into mines, and we have, like, it's still the nickel mine. You would have seen Julie's posts on Facebook when we went to the nickel mine in Sudbury. We were on vacation. It's a ground mine, so you go down, and they've been there for I have no idea how long it's been there. It's been there that long. But the nickel mine in Sudbury, Sudbury's basically built around the nickel mine, and they still mine tons and tons of nickel. And they have to go down, and then you go across, and you get them that way. But the mines that you were talking about, Dean, are they pit mines, or are they the kinds you'd see in the States, for example, like where they dig shafts? I actually had you listen to a song once, Buck, about Timmins. Decades ago in the 60s, they had a huge fire down in the mines, and it lasted for, I think, a month or a month and a half before they got the fire put out. But it's not a pit mine, it's a shaft mine. And they go down in the shaft and they go across and they dig the coal out that way. Those are the kinds of ones you see in places like West Virginia and things like that used to survive on the mine. We have that here too. We have lots of mines here, but there's a huge push and this the U.S. States isn't the same way. There's a huge push from the far left to we don't want mining. It's bad. But like you said, like steel comes from coal. And if you want your batteries, you've got to dig up lithium. You've got to dig up precious metals. So you need mines. And Canada, like Australia, has a lot of precious metals. And you need these big mines.
Yeah.
So
it doesn't appear out of thin air, does it?
No. And to answer your question, and we have mainly open cut pits here. So it's we have a couple of undergrounds, but that's it. The rest is all open cut.
Yeah, Queensland's got a lot of underground. Moolarben, I think when Phil left Moolarben, mate, they were just starting to go underground at one part of that mine from memory. But Phil said, no, they can keep that. But everyone thinks, coal mining's dangerous, underground coal mining, and not others. It is. But Phil had a death at his mine a couple of months ago. There's been 2 or 3 deaths in open cut coal mines. So it's, someone just doesn't stick to the procedures. You get a bloody one of those big trucks run over a water cart and you've got a fatality. And that's how quickly it can happen, mate. And that's why safety is just paramount in the mines. And that's why Phil said, one thing's concerning, he said the amount of people that turn up, you just know they're on the gear. Like they're on the drugs and that. That's just one place you can't have people turning up to work under the influence of alcohol or drugs. It's just too much shit. Anywhere where there's machinery, heavy equipment and that, you cannot have that. But Phil's appalled with how many guys that he knows are on the gear and they turn up to work and that. I don't know. There's obviously drug testing procedures, mate. One would hope
that would be terrifying. That would be absolutely terrifying to think of all that heavy equipment and that's a dangerous work environment.
Yes,
to be showing up completely out of your skull, trying to work in that.
Knows more than anyone. It's even bloody, you can't have people. You've got to be on the game when you're doing that. Or one mistake can cause someone to die. It's as simple as that.
That's right, yeah. And we have random drug and alcohol testing. It's only random. So, I mean, every morning or every night shift we go into work, we have to do a compulsory breath test. But then, drug tests are only random, so they might not come around for about 3 months. And so, people actually, it's surprising how many people actually do get on the gear and they do rot the system. And you think, well, I'm driving out in the pit, doing tire inspections and stuff, and I don't want to be run over, and pretty sure no one else wants to. So I don't see, or I don't know why they need to do it. Come to work like that.
I'll tell you what.
You can't fix stupid. That's really what it comes down to. You can't fix stupid.
Yeah, mate of mine, Paddy. He was getting huge money, like over 300 a year. He was one of the big guys who used to do the final checks when they drill and put the explosives in before they do the big blow, and then the dozers come in and get the dirt off, and then they start getting the coal. Paddy said he put a couple of young fellas on huge money, 180 a year or whatever, to help drop the stuff down the holes and all that, and they turn up pissed to work, and he just go, see ya, gone, $180,000 job gone. He just sack them on the spot, mate. He said, you're working around explosives and you're turning up hungover. He said, I won't tolerate it. And that's the way it should be, Dean, when you're in those types of environments.
That's right. Yeah. And working with explosives is one of the, it's actually number one dangerous job on a mine site. Follow procedures and everything, and it's fine. You never have a problem. But it's that one time that someone, lapse of judgment or a procedure breach, and things can change so quickly.
Yeah. No, it's amazing, mate. It's tough shift work, eh? You come off. You said you finish on a night shift.
Yeah.
That's your first day gone, mate. You're dog tired the first day, and even the second day. I didn't come good until like the start of day 3 when I came off a set of night shifts. It knocks you around, mate. Shift work knocks you around. Mark, you know more than anyone, mate, about working long hours and how it takes it out of you.
Yeah, when my dad worked as a diesel mechanic, they were on shift work, and because they deliver fuel. My dad was a diesel mechanic. I don't know if you know this, Dean. I'm pretty sure I told you all about it, Buck, but I don't know if I told you. I know some of us might not know this. He used to work on the B train, so they're the double trailer fuel delivery trucks, the tractor trailers. So they deliver at night. They deliver in all weather conditions, 24/7. There's trucks all over the place, and as a mechanic, especially if you're on a service vehicle, you have to be available to go on. Trucks break down, especially in winter. They break down all over the place. You know all about you know all about air brakes and air systems, and that in winter they freeze, and that causes a lot of problems. So he would be on like days and then nights and days and nights and afternoons, and it's hard when your shift is constantly doing this. Because you can't stay constant. It's not just long hours. It's your shift moving, and it really gets into you after a while. You're like, one of the things my dad really doesn't miss since he's retired 28 years ago, whatever it was, is shift work.
Yeah, I'm the same, mate. I don't miss it at all.
No. No, not at all. No. Like I don't work night shift at work. I when I do overtime, which is outside of the hours of what I normally will work for my regular like crews. But I won't work before 5 in the morning, and I won't work past 11 at night. It's one thing for us to be here tonight, and we'll do the live stream late and stuff. But I would never do this like for overtime because I already know that I'll be messed up for a few days now with my sleep schedule. And if I were to do this on a regular basis, where I work till 2 or 3 in the morning, then come home, I'm not going to sleep. I'm going to be awake for a while. It'll be 4 in the morning probably before I fall asleep. Well, how am I going to get to bed at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night because I got to get up at 4 o'clock in 2 days? And so you can't. It's it doesn't affect you as much when you're young. Your 20s, even into your mid 30s, it doesn't really affect you so much. When you get older, and especially once you get into your 40s or 50s, you just can't do those kinds of hours. It's you have to accept that you just can't do everything you used to be able to do.
Yeah. Speaking of time, slacking, I was checking my phone. It's 10:51 in Toronto, 6 degrees outside Celsius. How are you hanging in there, mate? Do you need to go and grab a coffee, or you going all right?
I will go down and grab something in a few minutes, but I'm good for now.
Yeah, no, that's all right. Hey, Dean, before we've only got 10 minutes to go, mate, we probably didn't want to come on and talk about mining. Is there anything else you want to talk to us about? Tell us about yourself, or anything to bring up that we can chat about, mate?
Yeah, I like everyone else, I enjoy camping and getting out in the great outdoors. And I found your channel, Buck, around about 2017, I think it was. I was actually watching videos on Ozpigs. I got a redundancy from one of the companies. I got a redundancy from one of the companies I worked for, and the first thing I went and bought was an Ozpig. And I was researching Ozpigs on YouTube, as you do, and come to your channel. So I've been watching ever since, and I enjoy it. I really enjoy it.
One of my first hookups was coconut curry chicken from memory on the Ozpig, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. Yeah.
It's good. They're a good bit of kit, the Ozpigs. They're a bit heavy, but for backyard cookups, and they're fantastic, I reckon.
No, they're good.
One with a big oven on there, you can do slow cooking in there. Like they've really ramped it up now, Ozpig, haven't they?
Yeah. I've got one of them. I've got all the accessories. I've got a rotisserie and the Ozpig smoker, everything that goes with it. So it's a good bit of kit. And I don't take it camping, and we just do it out in the backyard. So
how's the smoker work? Does it do a good job?
It does, yeah. So I've done sticky chicken wings in there, all sorts of stuff in there, and it's really good for smoking. Yeah, it sits right on top, so all your smoke just goes up through the middle of it. And
have you seen the Ozpig with the big smoker, like in the chimney, Mark, and the heat goes up, and you can slow cook all your meat and that using the chimney of the Ozpig? Fantastic bit of gear, mate.
Yeah.
Sticky chicken wings. Now you're talking. Now I'm bloody hungry now.
Yeah, that's up good too in the Auspig. Yeah, they're really good. Yeah, I don't mind a bit of camp cook up and stuff like that. And recently we've been getting out with Landy and all them, Wixie and Mark Lavelle and camping. So that's been
mate,
good.
I love seeing all you blokes out camping together, and that you have really created a great little community down there and around the Newcastle region. It's just bloody good to see, mate.
Yeah.
And you're running one, and I know Naz and Ed are running a big one down in Victoria in 2026 in the high country somewhere. A lot of people were going, we can't wait that long. We want to do another one. We want to do another one. And you guys have come together now with Landy and, Brad and bloody Mark. And it's just absolutely fantastic. And, it's nearly sold out. People just want to get together with good people and have a camp up, mate. It's what people need, like we live in a really negative world now, mate. And I just think people getting together, Mark, you should see it, mate, at these events. There's not one dickhead turns up. They're just all good people, everyone with a common cause. And if it's a charity event and that, everyone digs deep. But that's not what this one's about. This one's about just getting people together to have a good time and work on these friendships. People meet at these events, mate, and become bloody good mates, which is what's happened to you guys. You know what I mean? It's the way it is. It's fantastic. And I would just wish more YouTube people would. Maybe there's another group out there in YouTube world. But I'll tell you what, if there's a better bunch of people than what's on here today and the Legends Camp and all that type of stuff, I'd love to see it, mate, because it's a really wonderful group of people. It really is.
I don't think there's a better group.
No,
I don't
think so, Mark.
To be
I've
very,
never come
very
across
frank,
another group like this. Yeah,
I've never seen it.
It's just excellent how everyone gets together and everyone, I've made a lot of friends. First started off watching Mr. Buckaroony, but went to Harvey Bay and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
So I didn't get to the Legends at camp, as everyone knows. But
Well,
just the amount of friends that I've met.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic, mate. And I don't know. I honestly don't know of another group of people out there that do this. I know Zone have a muster. Zone RV Caravans have a muster. There's a few others. I know Jared Heen, who used to work for Jawa and had a bit to do with Jawa. He tried to get all the Jawa people together and that, which is fantastic. But this isn't any sort of affiliation to any sort. This is just, you got to be a good person, love sitting around a campfire, having a drink or whatever, and just love camping and just love being outdoors. And everyone's got a different way to camp. You go there at the Legends Camp and just see all the different people in caravans, people in swags, people in rooftop tents, and just seeing how people camp. It's wonderful. I love it. I love going there and chatting with everyone. It's just such a great time, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, and I look forward to every time we go camping now. And like 2-3 years ago, I was camping, but I wasn't camping as often as I do now. And I just love getting out there and meeting new people. And we went to Gresford a few months back, and I met heaps of people there, and that I knew were on, Mr. Buckaroony's channel, and I always talked to him in the live feeds, but never actually met him in person. And actually meeting someone in person and going, oh, I know who you are, is it's a great feeling.
And even if you don't, this is the next step from meeting people in the chat room here, great friendships and that, but when you actually get to meet the people in real life, it just takes it to that next step and that. And so that when you get back and you've met people in real life, it's just incredible. Who we got? But Justin Dillon coming on in a minute. We'll get him on there. He's waiting there. He hasn't, typical Victorian, he can't afford any sleeves in his shirt. He's sitting there trying to flex his guns. Give us a flex, mate. The old fiery. Hey, they don't do any work. They just spend all day in the gym pumping iron, and then he comes on me live feed in a singlet trying to show his guns off. Yeah, please. Yeah, I wouldn't mind. Yeah, Roz has made me a sandwich. She's a good girl. Half up.
Yeah.
Oh, come and say good day again, Rosie. What's on there? Chicken.
I'm eating.
Hey, Roz.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Roz.
How you going?
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Nice.
Hey, bloody nice. Actually, I went to my doctor the other day, and he said, you got to keep your foot elevated for 3 days. He said, you got to get Ros to bring you in peeled grapes and feed them to you. I said, yeah, that'll be the day.
Yeah.
Peels grapes and brings them in. Yeah.
How is your foot?
Bit sore, mate. It's
Yeah.
getting better. I couldn't even hardly walk on it yesterday, but yeah, it's the first 3 days when you get stitches, and that's the worst, but she's right in the top of that. It was just another skin cancer.
Yeah. Ouch.
Yeah. Took her out. I'll tell you what, that bloody needle stung going in, you know, when they squirt the local anaesthetic around it. Oh, geez, that livens you up, that stuff.
Oh, it
Otherwise,
does. Yeah.
it won't be too bad because I've had them in me around me eyes and face, and
Yeah.
they sting like buggery, the local. And I thought,
Yeah.
oh, top of the foot, that'll be right. That's as tough as buggery.
Yeah.
He put it in, it was like, oh, I got squeal like a banshee. I was like, jeez, that stings. I didn't
Yeah,
think
right.
it'd sting down in the top of the foot, but it bloody does.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
And
Yeah, so
I'm glad to hear Rafa's all fine too. So
yeah, well, he's still, yeah, we've got him on antibiotics at the moment, mate. So maybe some sort of like a respiratory infection or something there, but he's
Yeah.
certainly better. You know, I think he's coming good, touch wood, and we get the CT results soon. We're a bit worried. It's always terrible when something happens to your pet.
yeah, it is.
They can't tell you what's wrong with them, mate. You know, you
No,
say,
that's-
what's wrong? I'm sore in the tummy or whatever. Pets can't tell you what's wrong with them. And the vets are up against it. They've got to just process of elimination, and sometimes they're flying blind. I mean, they do a fantastic job. I would like their job, mate. It must be hard when an animal comes in and you've got to try and work out what's wrong with them because they can't tell. So, but it's shit, mate, when your pet gets sick and your children. It's bloody hell. You'd rather something go wrong with yourself than your pet and that. But no, it's all good. But yeah, mate. Well, it's good to have you on, Rach. We'll have you on again, mate. We'll before the event next year, I'd like to get all you guys on together. We'll do a big Brady Bunch thing and do an update of the, have a chat and get you all on. You're doing a fantastic job. Here's Cricket coming. Cricket the cat.
Hey,
How
there's
now,
Cricket.
mate?
It's back on again. Hello. Hi, Dean.
Hey, Cricket.
Sorry?
Oh, I said, how
Yeah,
old's
she's
Cricket?
she's in and out. So she's put, because they don't close the door completely or she'll make a whole pile of noise. So she keeps coming in and opening the door. She comes here and then she snoops and she goes back out, leaves the door open because she doesn't close the door. Yeah, see, there she goes. Pain in the butt cat.
She said, I'm out of here. Dad, jibber jabbers too much.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Anyway, Dean, all the best, mate. Bloody,
Yeah, thanks, mate.
Good seeing
Thank
you,
you for
mate.
coming
Bloody,
on.
thanks for coming on. And
Yeah, no worries
really
at all.
appreciate it. We'll have you on again soon, eh? And get the whole bunch of you blokes on. You're all legends down there. And, buddy, keep up the good work and keep that community spirit going, mate. You're doing a good job.
No, thanks a lot. And it's a great team effort from everyone, and I really enjoyed being a part of it.
Yeah,
And,
mate, it's good.
I just
It's
can't
bloody-
wait for the next
Yeah,
September.
it's great. It's just, as I said, you're just another one of the many, a bloody top bloke and a good person. And, you know, the world needs more people like this, mate, and needs more things like this.
100%.
Instead of,
I agree.
trying to keep everything positive. And, you know, we live in a really negative world at the moment, don't we? And
Yeah, we do.
and I've had a few people go, Buck, I love how all this type of stuff's positive and it's
Yes.
not negative. But people get enough negative shit on the news and all that type of stuff. So,
That's right.
yeah, it's good, mate. Nothing better than getting a heap of mates together for a camping trip. Is there anything better?
No, there's not.
No, it's the best thing, mate. Keep it up. All right, mate. Catch you later, eh?
All right.
Enjoy
No worries.
the rest
Thanks,
of your
mate.
day, Dean. Thanks,
mate.
mate.
And I'll talk
See
to
ya.
you. See ya.
See ya,
Bye.
mate.
Who we got up next?
Hold on,
Justin
Smartass,
Dillon.
give us the flex. Give us the flex.
No,
You just come out of the gym, did you? Bloody fireys.
No,
The
I day
fireys
off today,
are in
mate.
Ennisvale, mate. They don't do any. They just sit at the PCYC gym all day pumping weights.
You sent me that photo.
Like you guys, they don't do any work. Fireys the same all around the world. We're just going on about how 343 of them were killed during 9/11. Now I'm hanging shit on them for doing no work.
Yeah, no, I've been there as well. I've been to New York 4 times, and
Oh, you have, mate. I've seen that.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty. It's a very solemn place, actually. It's quite impressive at the same time with the way they've paid tribute to the police and the fireys and Port Authority and obviously the general public. They've done a great job, but yeah, it's a very, very solemn place. I remember walking in there and Andrea was taking a photo and I couldn't even bring myself to smile there. It just felt wrong. So,
yeah. No,
but they've done a great job.
It is, mate. It must hit home for you being a fiery, seeing that 343 on Brad's hat, mate. Just incredible.
Yeah, it is. It's I do remember one morning in Melbourne going to a high-rise fire, and I remember getting there and the whole side of the part of the side of the building of this high-rise is actually on fire. And I remember looking up, going, "Oh no!" But it was just it wasn't anything sinister. It was a ashtray or something similar left on a balcony with the combustible cladding. So, yeah. So thankfully, no one did. But
there was a big thing about that combustible cladding on buildings there for a while. It was probably in Melbourne you're talking about. But
I think it's all around Australia. It was unregulated cladding, and it was obviously combustible. And they're through the process now of replacing it all. But a lot of the owners of those buildings are having to pay for it. So it's running into the millions for some people.
Wow, Nick No, been a follower for quite a while. Hope I can get to one of the organised camping weekends to meet great people. Absolutely, Nick. Make sure you do it one day because the people that go to them are bloody brilliant. Justin, you got to get to one day too, mate. You haven't been to one of them yet.
I know. Every time they come up, I'm either not on leave or I'm coming home from leave, unfortunately. So I haven't been able to make it to one.
Bloody hell. How's Andrea going, mate?
Yeah, good. She's well. She's just knocked off work, actually. She started at 6 this morning.
She actually works unlike you.
Unlike I'm working tomorrow in overtime, but
they're grabbing a greedy one. He sent me a Buck. He sends me a photo the other day. He goes, "Buck, I'm on overtime." He's on the barbecue, cooking up bacon and eggs for breakfast on the barbecue on overtime. Unbelievable. How's Hugo and Connor going? Rafa's mates, Hugo and Connor?
They're well. I've got Hugo sitting to my right down here on one of the couches, and Connor's upstairs with his mum, I think. But glad to hear Rafa's doing better. It's like you, our dogs are our family, and
yeah, mate, yeah.
It's tough anytime. I mean, I was only walking Hugo the other day, and it was yesterday morning. It was 25, but it was warm, and I thought I'd just take him for a little walk. And I don't think he'd drunk enough water overnight, and he started to wobble on his legs, and I think he's just dehydrated. He's 10 years old now, and we've got to take that into account, I guess. But
well, he's a big dog, and 10's a fair innings for a big dog, mate. He's getting like this. He's 70 years old or whatever in our years.
Old man Hugo, we call him now. Yeah.
Oh, Hugo, he's got a few years. He said, "I've got a few years left in me yet. Don't you worry about that, mate." I'm just looking in the background, and I'm jealous. You've got a bloody wood-fired pizza oven.
The pizza oven there, yes.
How good is that?
It's a ripper.
Is there anything better to have in your backyard than a wood-fired pizza oven?
It's great. During winter's fantastic. I'll stick a bit of meat in there and roast veggies and
yeah. Well, Phil the Maniac did a clip many years ago. I wish he'd do some more. Phil's on here at the moment. I think I've seen Phil on there. Phil did a roast beef in his wood-fired pizza oven and come out absolutely incredible, mate.
It's amazing, the taste. And you know what winter's like down here. So I'm sitting in a gazebo that Andrea and I built. We've got zip-track blinds which surround it. But during winter, you have the wood-fired pizza oven going. It warms the whole thing up. It's just fantastic.
Oh, mate. Absolutely beautiful. Is that wood-fired pizza oven going to your new home?
No, unfortunately, it won't. We're not selling this place, but
righto, yeah,
it's going to be a bit hard to move. I literally built that. It comes in a kit form, but I constructed, or Andrew and I constructed it. But I'm sitting in a gazebo which is elevated off the ground with concrete stumps. Excuse me, but I had to put extra stumps under the pizza oven because it weighs so bloody much.
Yeah, is that one of those kit ones? Not from Bunnings. It's like you can actually. They're about like $1,000 or something for the kit, isn't it?
This one was quite a bit more, but it's a company in Melbourne called the Melbourne Fire Brick Company. So you can buy the kit with individual bricks that you lay yourself, or you can get the precast one. So basically, you've got to construct it yourself, but the dome comes with three precast concrete panels that are all insulated.
Oh,
And you build the base with the bricks down on the base, and then you slide the dome together, and they sort of click in, the concrete panels sort of click into place, and then you put mortar over them, and then you chicken wire and insulate. So you're doing it from scratch. But
how long did it take you to put that together?
How
long did it take you to put that together?
Oh, firstly, Slacker, nice to meet you, mate.
Nice to meet you. So how long did it take you to put all that together?
Oh, I'm thinking from laying the bricks on the base, it was probably 4 days. Not solid days, but over a period of 4 to 5 days.
Just sort of tinkering away.
Yeah, and then once
do a little other stuff.
Yeah, so you put the base down, the fire bricks down on the base, and let that dry off, and then the dome, and you put the mortar over the mortar, I guess, over the joins. Let that dry. Then you can put your insulation and chicken wire on top, and then you can start your render, which obviously you have to let dry. I think it's a couple of coats, and then once that's done, you burn it in. You burn the dome in, or the fire pit in. But you start with a small fire, and each day you build it up to a slightly bigger fire, slightly bigger fire. I think I did that over 7 days. So you start with a small fire, let it cool down completely. The next day, a slightly bigger fire. So you're almost treating the dome so that it doesn't all of a sudden get a super hot fire and then it cracks.
Okay. So you're like, we call it seasoning here. So you're seasoning the oven.
Seasoning the oven, yeah. If I just went with a big fire straight away, and I've seen it, I'm probably pointing the wrong way because it's opposite. No, I'm pointing the right way. The rendered dome on top, you'll get massive cracks come through it.
Yeah. But just if I come in on the tail end,
you have to heat treat it, right? So you're heat treating it, really.
I'm heat treating it essentially. Yeah, okay. Absolutely. Yeah.
So how do you do that, mate? I come in on the arse end of that.
No,
do you have to just put some heat beads in there to start with, or a very small fire?
Literally start the first burn, literally start with some kindling, and then the next day build it up to some kindling with a little bit more, and then slowly, I think I did it over 7 days, I was saying to Mark, slowly lift the intensity of the fire. So by the end of it, you've reached a fire that's big enough that you're going to be cooking with, and you've essentially seasoned the dome. So it's built it up so that you're not all of a sudden going to put a massive fire to cook in it and it cracks.
Yeah. Okay. You're saying it hasn't cracked at all from doing that by just doing the small one up? Yeah.
I think I went above and beyond what they recommended because I didn't want any cracks in it.
Better safe than sorry. It's not if you spend that much money on it, mate. I don't know if you saw my latest. I don't think Mark's seen it yet. Part 2 of my West Aussie trip. There was a place at Yallingup, and it's a wood-fired bakery, and they've got 2 massive wood-fired ovens, and they cook all their bread there, and they sell the bread to all the restaurants and cafes and stuff.
Wow.
Oh, my God. They were massive, massive ovens, and the bread that came out of there was just incredible. There's just no better way. Wood-fired pizzas, just the best pizzas you can get. I love wood-fired pizzas, mate.
Well, we've done bread in this one, so after we've cooked whatever we're cooking, you let the temperature drop a little bit, and then Andrea will make some bread, and she'll bring it down, and I literally get a mop and just dampen the mop down, and then you just run it across the base of the fire pit, the oven, and it steams it up a bit. And then you slide your bread in, close the door off slightly.
Oh wow!
And then you just monitor it. But yeah, the bread comes up amazing.
Oh mate, you must use it. You flog that in winter time. You'd have to, wouldn't you?
Winter, I do. I love it. I've got the TV above me now. I'm watching the cricket. Well, I was watching the cricket prior. I'm talking obviously now, but yeah, I crank the pizza oven, watch the footy. I've got a mate a couple of doors up the road that comes down, and we definitely get some good use out of it. I'd love to move it to the new house, but I'll enjoy it up until we sell here in years to come. So
yeah, mate, it's a great way to entertain too. I know you can have a barbecue to entertain, but having all the stuff done up and everyone makes their own pizza and slides it in, it's a great way to entertain people on a Saturday or Friday night as well, mate. Like have people around for wood-fired pizzas and that. Just a great way.
Well, I only did it a few months ago. I had a friend from New York out in Pelham, and he's an ex-firey. He's just retired only probably 12 months ago.
Yeah.
So he was here, and another mate from Chicago. They were here at the same time, and that's exactly what we did. Andrea made the dough, and we made our own pizzas, and we cooked them.
Oh, man.
We had a great night. We had a sore head the next morning, but
when you're cooking it, do you leave a fire in it, or do you pull the fire out?
When I'm cooking, no. So initially you obviously build the fire up, and what you'll see is that the dome inside the dome will actually go black. So it's all the carbon starts to stain the dome. So what you need to then do is called burning off the dome, which is getting the fire hot enough so the flame, you push the fire back and the flames actually start to roll over the top of the dome, and it burns all that carbon off. So clearing the dome, it's called, sorry, and it clears all that black off, and that's when you know that it's starting to reach a good temperature to cook. I've got a thermometer on the side, you can probably see. So when I was building it, I drilled a hole in, and you can slide a thermometer into it. That's the giveaway that you're ready to cook, obviously via the temperature. But clearing the dome gets the oven to a good temperature to cook at. And then I tend to just let it die down a little bit, maintain a good temperature by sticking in a smaller piece of wood in at a time. And you can cook with some flames, but a lot of it's just super hot coals pushed up to the back, and you move your pizzas around or whatever you're cooking, you just rotate. So when I'm doing roast vegetables, I'm down here most of the time with some trays in there, and I'm constantly rotating and flicking the vegetables around. So
yeah,
it's good. It's entertaining. You keep yourself entertained by doing it. It's great.
Does it take some practice to cook with it? Sorry,
it did. It took me a while to learn.
It?
Yeah, took me a while to learn how to use it or master it, and I still don't consider myself a master either. So, but I'm certainly a lot better than when I started.
It's all good fun, mate. And the only way to learn, Justin, is to have a crack, learn by your mistakes, and go, all right, that didn't quite work, and you know what I mean. It's just bloody, absolutely fantastic. Yeah,
most definitely, and that's it. You learn by stuffing things up.
Yeah, no, it's good. You just hope it's not a bloody $80 cut of meat or something that you stuff up. But yeah,
I haven't done that yet. I haven't been adventurous enough to put one of those in yet.
What else do you cook in there? Roast and veggies, pizzas. I suppose you can cook anything you can do in an oven. You can do in there, can't you?
Absolutely,
lasagnas and all that type of stuff.
I've done a lasagna in there.
Yeah, come out all right. Be bloody beautiful and crispy on the top too, wouldn't it?
Yeah, chicken wings. I've done pork. I'm constantly trying to think what else could I slide in there, and I'll be standing there doing the roast veggies or something. And I get my little cast iron skillet and I'll slide some dim sims in there or something. Something similar.
Mate, when do you?
Mark probably doesn't know what dim sims are.
you get dim sims in Canada, don't you? Surely.
Yeah, would you?
Chinese dim sims
in Canada.
Dim sum.
Dim sum over there. We call them dim sim.
Dim sum.
Oh, okay. It's just like a little pastry thing with cabbage and all that type of stuff in there, and dip them in soy sauce. Bloody beautiful.
Yes.
Yeah.
There's restaurants that are dim sum restaurants. Lots of places here at dim sum. You can buy it, bring it home, heat it up, or you can buy them frozen and heat whatever. You go to a restaurant, they just bring you dim sum. It's good stuff.
Mate, I've got to work out a way to send frozen Chico rolls over to Mark so we can try the old classic Aussie Chico roll. They are my favourite junk food. Perfect. Chico rolls. You can't beat them.
In the air fryer?
Yeah, beautiful.
They're great. Yeah.
Yeah, not too bad at all.
Absolutely.
Mate, when are you moving into your new house, Justin?
Yeah, so that's
I hope you don't mind. Do you live in Victoria, mate, on the Mornington Peninsula, which is a beautiful part of, well, it's out of Melbourne. You're not in Melbourne, mate, but it's still around the Melbourne area. We're really impressed with Mornington Peninsula. Really beautiful place, mate.
It is, yeah. So we're
busy.
Yeah, so we're currently
it was very busy.
Yes, and it seems to have gotten busier since COVID. People have moved down there. and living down there permanently full time now. So where I am now is in Rowville, which is 20 minutes out of Melbourne, I guess. But down there is we're in a place called Capel Sound, which is just before Rye and before Sorrento. And we bought down there in 2008, and most of the houses were holiday houses at that point. And we basically sat on this house that we had. It was an old cottage they moved down from the high country, actually. Old weatherboard cottage, high ceilings inside, the old picture railings on the walls. So we sat on that place for years, and then 3 years ago decided we want to knock it down and rebuild. We were happy where we were living. We've got good neighbours, 800-metre walk from the beach, and long term, my plan is to get a job down at the fire station at Rosebud down there.
Yeah,
well, it's been a plan for a while, but I'm now second on the list, which is good because I was 22nd a while ago on the list.
All you need's a baseball bat, mate. You'll be first in line.
Well, there's a couple of spots coming up soon, and
happy.
People. The only way you get in is if people retire or sadly die. So
yeah,
I'll be in there
mate,
soon.
you'll get there, mate, and that'll be the perfect thing for you. New house.
Yep.
Station's close by. It's going to be absolutely perfect for it. Last time I saw you, mate, we were down at Phillip Island. You and Andrea came out and met us near Phillip Island from memory, didn't you, when we were on our trip?
That was at Woolamai, I think, wasn't it, at the pub there?
Yes, it was. I'll tell you what, mate, Phillip Island took me by surprise. I didn't realise it was going to be such a nice place. It is a bloody beautiful area, Phillip Island. And when you go right down the end near the peninsula, the scenery and that is stunning, mate. Absolutely stunning place, Phillip Island.
There is so many fireys live down that way, and they make the commute because they love where they live. And same on the peninsula, actually. There's a lot of us down there as well. But we're talking, fireys are commuting from Phillip Island into Melbourne to work because they just love where they live.
Gee, that's a long way in, mate, isn't it? Melbourne's a big city. Absolutely.
I mean, I know when I was working in Melbourne, the commute, even from Rowville here, it got to me after a while. And it's not that I live far away. I'm, like I said, 25 minutes away on the freeway, but it was the traffic. You'd sit in the traffic on, after a night shift, after a day shift heading home with all the traffic heading back out to the suburbs. Something goes wrong on that Monash freeway. You're sitting in traffic for hour and a half for what should be a 20-25 minute journey. So,
yeah.
And these guys have still got further.
I think it was you and Andrea that recommended it to us when we were at the pub that day. We were dreading the drive around Port Phillip Bay, all the way through Melbourne, all the way around to Geelong. And you said, just get the ferry across.
Yes.
And we did that. It was absolutely brilliant, mate. It took like an hour to get across.
Yeah.
And it was the best thing we did. And it just avoided, God knows, a day's drive up through Melbourne and through the stress of the traffic and everything. We just got that car ferry across, and it was brilliant. Next thing, we're in Geelong, and we're ready to that was another town, or a city I should say, that I was impressed with, was Geelong. Very, very nice.
It is. And a lot of fireys live out there too.
Yeah. Mate, it's a thing. Roz and I want to come down to Melbourne next year or whatever and do the Lygon Street and do all the restaurants. There's a street in Melbourne, Mark, Lygon Street, I think it's called, Justin, and it's just hundreds of restaurants, every nationality or any type of cuisine you could think of in Lygon Street. So we want to go there and give that a go.
Predominantly Italian restaurants.
Is it? Righto.
Yeah, so it's like the Italian district of Melbourne, I guess you would say. There's restaurants there that have been owned by families for generations, Italian families for generations. It was a lot of them, I guess, migrated over from Italy years ago and then set up restaurants. And a lot of those restaurants are still going. A few have closed, sadly. But there's some institutional restaurants down there. And, a lot of people visit from overseas and interstate. And that's certainly a place they're drawn to.
Yeah. I'll tell you, Mark, if you don't know, mate, I think this is still the case. Justin, correct me if I'm wrong, but Melbourne has the second highest population of Greek people outside Athens. Like, it's a Greek community in Melbourne as well, and Italians as well. Very multicultural city, but outside Athens, it's like the second largest Greek city outside Athens. I've heard that a million times now.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah, me mate Pat Papadopoulos. He's a Dandy boy, mate. Come from Dandenong.
Oh, Dandenong, yeah.
Yeah, Pap's a Dandy boy. He used to work in the factory there before he joined the army, and now he lives in Townsville. But he's pretty proud of the fact he was a Dandy boy.
I was born at the Dandenong Hospital.
Were you really?
I was, yeah.
Wow.
Born in the Dandenong Hospital, and my parents lived in Dandenong North.
Right.
I lived there for the first few years of my life. I mean, obviously don't remember it. Then we moved to Roeville, and I've sort of been in Roeville and Mornington Peninsula my whole life now. But Dandenong's only 15 minutes down the road from here.
Yeah, it's on that side of the peninsula. Andrea's a Melbourne girl originally, mate, is she?
She was. So she was out in a place called Keilor East or East Keilor, which is the other side of town. And but she spent a lot of time in Brunswick and Coburg and Essendon and places like that. Her parents lived there as well.
Yeah,
she lived with her grandmother in Brunswick. I think pretty sure it was. Brunswick's now it's a bit of a it's a fashionable sort of suburb now with the young people. Brunswick and that sort of area is all alternative, I guess you'd say. I don't know, not the sort of people I relate to, but you know, the sort of people you'd see, and I've seen it in town, working in town, the sort of young guys with dreadlock hair, bright green, riding a penny thaling down the street or something. You know, it's that sort of that sort of thing.
Hey, mate, for all the before I ask you the next question, do you drink VB?
No, you know I don't. I wouldn't go near it. I wouldn't serve it to my worst enemy, I don't think, in all honesty.
That's coming from a Victorian, everyone. Even Justin won't drink vomit bombs.
We call it visitor beer, but that's the wrong term, because I wouldn't even give it to visitors I don't like. So.
No, you wouldn't. As I said, I did that clip last year, and I bought one stubby of VB from a thing, and I cleaned the caravan pipes out with it. A few Vics got offside with me over that one, because I was into them about bloody Aussie rules and that. And then I cleaned the caravan drain out with a VB stubby. They weren't happy for up me.
They're probably not the sort of people you want to know anyway. So if they drink VB.
Speaking of Vics that aren't happy, the Vic Coppers aren't happy at the moment, mate. They're about to go on strike.
Yeah, they're in a similar boat to us at the moment, unfortunately. We've got a government that doesn't respect the work that they do and we do. So I was at a car fire the other night talking to a copper actually, and they got some nice slogans on the back of their car now, which we're talking about one of the slogans there. And I asked him when his last pay rise was, and he said, I think about 12 months ago. I said, well, it's been 4 years since I've had one, so hopefully they don't drag it out. Oh,
yeah,
mate,
wow.
Yeah, we've got unfortunately, we've got an emergency services minister that doesn't respect us, and we've now, Daniel Andrews has gone, and you know, love him or loathe him. Daniel Andrews did a lot of good things for us as fireys in our conditions.
Yeah.
But the little tip rat that's taken after him, I got no time for it whatsoever. You know, I've been a long-term. I'm happy to say I'm a trade unionist, obviously, long-term Labor voter, but they won't be getting my vote next election. I'm done with them.
Wow. So do you reckon they'll get chucked out? Well, Labor just got chucked out in Queensland, mate. They'd had 10 years. Yeah. Everyone got sick of them. Do you reckon the same thing will happen in Victoria next election?
Oh, I never thought I'd say this, but I hope so.
Yeah, well, there you go, mate.
Yeah, I really do. I hope so. And as much as I hate to talk about politics because they're all scumbags, it's a burning issue here, mate. People have had a gutful of them, and it's so many fireys that are, again, union members and trade unionists that. There's always been individuals in the Labor Party we don't like, but as a party, they've generally looked after us over other parties. So we've obviously voted that way, and we've always been inclined to vote that way.
Yeah.
But this mob just seem to be doing too much damage to the state, and there seem to be some agendas there. I don't know. There's factions within the party at the moment, and it's just a mess. It's an absolute shit show, to be honest. And
things aren't good when the coppers want to go on strike, mate. They're one mob and fireys. You've got to keep them on side, mate. They're there to protect people, mate. And you know, they've got a hard job. I didn't like the way they acted during COVID. I must admit, the Victorian police, but they were only acting on government orders, mate. They were doing what the government told them to do. I as an ex-cop, I thought some of their actions were a bit how's your father. I didn't agree with a lot of the stuff they were doing. But anyway, that's not what we're here for. Mate, Paulie Martin turned up an hour early. He's finally turned up. He's on time now. He's come back at the right time. And but mate, thanks for joining. Anything else you want to add before we go, mate? Thanks for joining in for the half hour.
Right.
Half hour goes very quickly.
No worries. No, that was good just to say good day and meet Mark and say hello, and for him to put a face to the name, obviously, like he's probably done a lot of people now. So
it's good, mate.
It's been good for me because I mean, I know you guys all kind of know each other and you do stuff together, but I'm not the only one. Steve W., Mike Blakeley, Steve Wilkes and Sonata, he's coming on. You know, we don't have that opportunity. So it's nice to be able to get out here and do this. When you guys come on, even if it wasn't me out here doing this with Buck, it was somebody else, or it was just Buck doing this on his own with other people. It's nice to see the face and the name and go, oh, now I know. And because we're doing this, you know, like Buck's here, you know, I'm here, you're here. So really, we're kind of doing this face to face. We've met. It's nice because I'm like, hey, you know, next time Buck's on a live feed, you're in the chat room. You're like, hey, Justin, how the hell are you? You know, what's going on? And you now give a connection, right? You connected. You're like, yeah, I know who I'm talking to now.
Well, my wife and I got plans to head over your way in the next few years. So I'll give you a yell when we're heading over. We want to do the obviously want to come and see Canada, but we want to do the Rocky Mountaineer and a few other things. So
I've seen the Rockies like from Canada. I didn't. Mike's down in Colorado. Obviously, you know that, but we've done it like from Calgary and Edmonton across through Kamloops to Whistler and Victoria and Vancouver and back. The Colorado, the Rocky Mountains are something pretty impressive. There's actually two mountain ranges. There's the Rocky Mountains, and then there's the coastal range. And as you go further down, you have like the Sierra Nevadas and things like that. But the Rockies there's like I don't want to call it a valley, but that's kind of what it is in the middle. And so there's actually two sets of ranges, which a lot of people think is just the Rockies, but there's actually two sets, and it has different names on the coast as you move up and down. Whereas the middle is it's the Rockies, it's the Continental Divide. You'll be impressed. I wasn't expecting much when I saw the Rockies. We went because Julie wanted to see it. Julie's my wife. I'm pretty sure you know that. But she wanted to go that far. I wanted to go just to the prairies. And and I was pretty impressed with what I saw. I was like, you don't understand how big mountains can be till you can get up high and see the mountains from the ground. Like, it's one thing to fly over them. You don't quite get a feel for them in the same way. But when you're driving over them, it's the same as if you were walking, really. It went a lot quicker. You're driving over them don't miss it. That's all I got to say. Don't miss it. It's worth
I'm looking
seeing.
forward to it. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for coming
Slacken
on.
will shout you Tim Horan's coffee when you get over to Toronto, mate.
Tim Horan. No worries.
Tim Horan was a rugby player.
Sue and Brian did Starbucks, and so you got to do a Timmy's.
Yeah, do a Timmy's. That'll be good. Justin, thanks. Say good day to Andrea for us, mate. Hugo and Connor, thanks for coming on, mate. And it was great talking about your pizza oven. Is there anything better to talk about than a wood-fired pizza oven?
Well, we've got to tee it up so when you're down, we'll crank the thing up if you're down in winter.
Good on you, mate. Thanks again, And we'll see you again soon.
Say good day to Roz for us. See you, mate.
Will do, mate. Thank you. Bye,
Mark.
Hello again, Paulie, Mark.
Hello, how are you?
Good,
or should we say hi again?
I've got it right this time.
Dad said diddly dong.
You don't have a watch on. That's why you got it wrong. You're trying to have past the freckle.
He doesn't know how to tell the time. That's why. He's got a watch. It must have broken. Hey, if anyone's upset about me and Roz owning the Jayco caravan, you can blame the man on screen now, because him and his wife were to blame for us having a Jayco. We went in and checked theirs out and said, this is exactly what we want. And that's exactly what we did when we got home, mate. They're a good
exactly right.
Yeah.
They are fantastic band.
As soon as we saw yours, mate, me and Roz just walked out and we just knew we'd made our mind up, mate. You know, just, hey, Robbie again.
You're sneaking in again.
Well,
Robbie.
Cricket's behind me.
Oh, he's checking up on cricket, is he? Are you staying up till 2 o'clock with Dad, are you, Robbie?
No.
No, he's not. He's going to bed.
No, I'm out.
I thought he would have come in. Hey, Dad, you want a cup of coffee? No.
No, just telling me that he's telling me to shut up.
Oh, dear. Hey, Paulie, tell us a bit about yourself, mate. I learned a bit. I didn't know much about you, mate, I must admit, before the Legends Camp, and got talking to you down there a few nights, and bloody really interesting guy. You've done some good stuff, mate, and jack of all trades, can do a lot of different stuff. Tell us a bit about yourself.
Yeah.
A lot of people probably don't.
So you obviously ripped into me about me being a Manly supporter. Now there's a reason why. I grew up on the northern beaches of Sydney, and obviously was going to be a Manly supporter whether I liked it or not. And the other main thing is my father had played in the 1946 President's Cup team to win the game, and then they went into the competition the next year. So they had to win the game of the President's Cup to come into the competition.
To get into the New South Wales rugby.
Exactly right.
Wow,
that's awesome.
That's my father there.
Oh, good stuff, mate. How good is that?
So so for him to win the President's Cup, they then they were allowed to come into the competition and start playing.
Wow. And 47 was that, or 48?
That was 46. That was 46, and then they came in on 47.
Mate, and behind you is the old original Manly jersey with the old lace-up jersey, mate. The old with the original Manly Warringah logo. That is fantastic.
That's the 73 grand final jersey.
Is it really?
Yeah, all signed by the different players that are in there.
Wow. Oh, Manly, mate, they've had some good players over the years, haven't they? You know, Fatty.
They've had some great players, some great pommies have come over and played for them. So
yeah.
And most of the times we've won grand finals, we've had pommies in the team.
Well, there you go. One of the best fullbacks ever, mate, Graham Eady. How good was Graham Eady?
Speaking of Graham.
Oh, wow. Geez, he's a big lad, isn't he?
He's a big fella.
You're
So
not
the reason
exactly.
I got that photo.
Yeah.
The reason I got that photo is there's me.
Oh, fair dinkum.
Wow. In the 78 grand final.
Well, you're the ball boy there.
Yeah, I was the ball boy.
Oh, mate. How good is that?
That was when they were real footballers.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's back when they all had a job, mate, and they were just tough men. Like,
yeah, exactly right.
And as I said yesterday, mate, I was talking to someone. I said the footballers back in those days probably not as skillful as the ones these days, but I'll tell you what, they were tougher. They were tough.
Yeah, very much.
Boy,
a lot of them were garbos, worked in the cellars at the club and stuff like that.
Yeah, mate, just tough blokes. That was a hard era back in the day when you can't run without a head. It was those types
exactly
of
right. If Mark wants to look up on Google, 1972 grand final was probably one of the roughest grand finals you've ever seen. Players were punching that, out of each other.
Yeah. Mate, I was talking to someone yesterday about Manly and Wests. They just went at each other. Those two teams hated each other with a passion back in the day, didn't they?
Fibros versus Silvertails.
Fuck. Sorry to interrupt you, Paul. Look at your comments.
I can't see them. Are they ripping into me?
No.
Which one?
Rob's on. Rob, Australian camping 4-wheel drives.
Where is he? Oh, my comments were stuck about 80 up, mate. Like, it doesn't move.
Whoops, missed my slot.
Yes, you did, Snorgy. You did. He did. You missed it. What were you doing, Rob? I think I know what you were doing.
Was he before me, wasn't he?
He got a new girlfriend, Snork. I think that's what he was doing. He was preoccupied. Yeah. No, that's all right, Rob. We're waiting for you. We're all very offended you didn't come on. Everyone's off you now. No, that's all right. But you were supposed to come on at 10, mate. You're only 4 hours. There you go, Paulie. Someone else. Snorgy's 4.5 hours late. You are an hour early, so it's making you look good.
Fantastic.
Oh, that was funny. Mate, you got some great memorabilia going on in the background.
Oh, there's some great stuff up here.
Yeah. Mate,
is that your house, Paul?
This is my house, my bar.
Are you doing like a special, we call it like a rec room or anything? Is that what that is, or?
Oh, this is
like
actually supposed to be a formal dining room adjacent to the lounge room, but there was no way we're putting a table and chairs in here, so.
It's the formal dining room's become a man cave, has it?
Yes, because that's my word. So it's a man cave that you built. Oh, very nice.
He's got the keg
Foster's
on
tap.
The beer on tap. That's a home brew, mate. Is that the Cooper's Lager you were doing?
Yes, that's the Cooper's Lager. So I kegged it yesterday. I should leave it another day, but you can drink it within the next day or so.
You're not drinking it green, are you? You know the blokes
They
can't even let it sit for a week in the drum before they tip it out. They drink a green. Looks all right, mate. What's she taste like?
Beautiful.
Wow. What's it cost you to make a keg of that? Like, what do you?
I did some sums yesterday when you asked me about it.
Yeah, all right. We're listening.
All right. So I buy that and those two.
Yeah.
So that's the liquid and that's the sugar, dextrose sugar. So two of those cost you $27, and that makes 19 litres.
Wow.
So 19 litres works out to be about 53 cents a schooner.
Which is a 15-ounce, Mark. A schooner's a 15-ounce. 53 cents. What do you pay for a schooner in a pub now? About $5?
Oh, depends on what it is. Buy a Cooper's, it's probably $11.
Well, VB be worth 12 cents.
They pay you. Yeah, they pay you. They pay you to come and take it away.
I need to drink the shit. Yeah, I know. Oh, dear. Mate, that works out all right, 53 cents a schooner. I used to make home brew back in the 80s, and it was undrinkable. It was like rusty nail. That's got a nice flavour to it, mate.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said to you yesterday, I put a passion fruit extract in it. Yeah, just a little dash in it, and just gives that little fruitiness to it.
Yeah, what's take a bit of the bitterness out of the beer or something, does it? Or
yeah, it just does. Yeah, so it's nice. So it's not very drinkable. Occasionally, I make a alcoholic ginger beer, which the wife loves.
Yeah,
but you can't have too many of them. They go straight to your head.
You have special equipment at home to do that with?
Sorry?
Do you have special equipment at home to do that with, or do you just brew it in like a pot?
No, there's a proper. I've got a proper vat for it.
Okay.
So I heat that all up on the lounge on the stove, and then I put it all in that, and then about a week later, it brews itself with the yeast in it, and then a week later, then that's when I can keg it.
Okay. Wow. Does it have to stay in the keg for a specific amount of time before you can drink it, or once you keg it, you can drink it?
No, you can drink it in 1 or 2 days, because it's then pressurized with H2O, gas. Sorry, H2O is water.
Yes, CO2.
Yeah, CO2. That's it. Yeah.
It could be a trap having a keg of beer in your house 24/7.
Oh, you got to be careful. You got to be careful.
You got to have self-discipline.
Yeah, exactly right. I'll have 1, maybe 2, Depends on the weekend. You have a couple of extras, but yeah, one or two. Depends on what the day's like. Day
Good
of work's
stuff.
like.
Mate, let us know where you live and all that type of stuff. Bit of your background, trade-wise.
I grew up on the Northern Beaches. Obviously, you might know about Northern Beach. Extremely expensive to buy a house. So we moved to the Central Coast of Sydney, just up from Sydney. So between Sydney and Newcastle, halfway between the two of them.
Yeah.
And we're living here with the wife and 2 girls and 2 dogs. Two dogs. We love getting out camping and doing like you do, Buck, too. Just getting out and about whenever you can.
Yeah.
I work at the Big Green Shed, which you probably know what that is.
Yes, I do.
Yes, without saying it.
Discount there?
Oh yeah. It's a very good discount. And you got me the other day when I was in BCF. I was watching you on YouTube and.
Yeah, I remember he said, "Hey, I'm watching you in BCF, which is boating, camping, fishing place here, Mark, like a big, where you buy all your camping gear and that." I said, "Put your bloody credit card away, Paulie." I said, "You walk out of there and have an extra fridge and 30 lures and BCF super cheap and Bunnings. They're my bloody kryptonite, those places."
Well, the good thing is I work at Bunnings, and the daughter's boyfriend works at BCF.
Oh. Bunnings is a massive hardware chain here, Mark. Like massive hardware.
Home Depot.
Yeah, Home Depot type stuff, mate. Just fantastic stores. BCF, you go into there, it's all your camping gear, your fishing gear, your 4-wheel drive gear, and super cheap autos. A bit similar, it's got all your car parts and your car oils, and they do a bit of camping gear as well. So you walk into one of those stores, you're in trouble.
You don't come out empty-handed.
Hey, mate, it's handy having the son-in-law working at BCF, because I know a mate of mine, Russ, used to work there, and he used to get some pretty good discounts for being staff member at BCF.
Especially their Wanderer stuff. That's their home brand stuff, and they get a good discount on that.
Oh, yeah.
You feel a bit bad asking them for it, but
they go to Russ. Russ, this is the 18th angle fridge you've bought this month. What's going on? Oh, I just collect them type thing. All the boys, Russ, get me a discount on an angle, will you? So, yeah, Russ doesn't work there, but yeah, they used to get a very nice little discount there. So, and Bunnings, mate, what a, especially if you're doing a home reno or something like that, that's got to save you a lot of money, hasn't it? I don't
exactly
know
right.
How much discount you get, but it'd be certainly worthwhile, especially if you're doing a home reno or something like that.
Yeah, exactly right. It does help. But we're doing we've just put in a little plunge pool in the backyard, and I'll build a deck around it. So, certainly helps that way.
Yeah, mate. What are you from a trade background at all, or anything? I know you're.
No. When I left school, I wanted to do carpentry, and the only place that were doing any work or anything on the country was Western Australia. And leaving school at 16, 17, I'm not going to Western Australia by myself, sort of thing. So
going to a different country, isn't it, over there?
Yeah. So I just I started doing screen printing. So T-shirts and advertising, stickers, and all that sort of stuff. Yeah. And then that sort of died out because it all went digital. Yeah. And then virtually I started working for Optus as well. Did a bit of work with Optus, putting up the pay TV.
Yeah.
And then virtually came on into Bunnings. I've been there nearly 13 years now.
Mate, I still reckon screen printing was the best way to do T-shirts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. All this new digital stuff, just screen printing was probably can't do as many sort of things on it, like you can with a computer now. But the old screen printing, mate, that was a great way to do T-shirts up. It really was.
Yeah, if you had a T-shirt that was screen printed, it would last you 10, 15 years.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
And I'm probably sure there's people out there.
There used to be kiosks in our malls. In our malls, we used to have a kiosk. You could go and flip through the catalog. You get a T-shirt, and then you'd pick whichever screen printing, and they just do it right there, and they give it to you.
Yeah.
It was great.
It's like in embroidering. They used to do that in the shopping centres too. Embroider anything you wanted embroidered.
Yeah. Bunnings, very hard to get a job at a Bunnings store now. That's because probably the secret's out.
Yeah.
Who doesn't
It's
want to
very
get
hard
a
to.
job at Bunnings?
Yeah, it is hard to get a job. Like everything, they don't want to take on too many people.
Yeah.
But no, it is a fantastic place to work for.
Yeah. Worse than Mega, the WA folks. Mate, cousin of mine, he's passed away now from brain cancer, Paulie Ketter. He was a chippy for many, many years. And when Paulie got a bit old to be on the tools and building houses and that, he got a job at Bunnings, in one of the big Bunnings in Brisbane, in the timber section. So someone, Mark, you might come in and say, can I get 4 1.2 metre lengths of 4x2 or whatever? Paulie would grab it and measure it and cut it for him. And so he had the car, and people had come up and because he's a chippy, he had all the knowledge of what wood should I use for this and all that. And Paul had always great advice. So as soon as he walked in and said I was a chippy for 40 years, you're in the timber section, mate.
Yeah,
You know,
they love having people like that.
Yeah,
absolutely.
People doing home knows, and that's all part of it now. Unfortunately, bloody brain cancer got Paulie, and he's not with us anymore. But is there a certain section you work in, or do you do a bit of jack?
I actually work out the back in the dock, driving the forklift.
Yeah, nice.
Yeah, unloading the trucks, constantly, just
mate,
never stop.
Mate, it'd be a good job where it wouldn't be high stress and high pressure. Just go there, work hard, have fun, get on well with your co-workers, and come home at the end of the day and enjoy a bloody home brew. You're probably in a good spot at the moment, mate.
Yeah, exactly right. But it does get stressful, like every job does. But it's definitely an easier sort of lifestyle.
Yeah, good on you, mate. You're on a good thing there, so stick to it by the sounds of it. So, no, good stuff. And the old plunge pool, I wouldn't mind one of those here, so you can get in and you get a few injuries and that. Get in the plunge pool, do some exercising and all that type of stuff. It's the way to go. Rather than having a massive swimming pool, you don't want to chuck that. Just want a hot day, jump into a plunge pool,
cool down.
That's all you need.
Exactly right.
No, absolutely fantastic. When's your next camping trip, mate? You're so close. That's why I envy about you. You're so close to some beautiful. Where's some really nice places within an hour's drive of you to go on the beach there camping and that, or even inland? But that New South Wales coast is stunning, mate. From the time you get over the border to the time you get into Victoria.
Yeah, well, so Nelson's Bay is probably an hour and a half up the road.
Yeah,
an hour and a half is that's a good little trip up there. So Friday afternoon, if you're doing nothing, you just go, well, let's grab the van, let's go.
Wow, what a beautiful! I've only flown over Nelson's Bay, and Ty Fenwick's coming on later this Arvo. He lives at the Tea Gardens, mate, which you've probably been to there.
Tea Gardens is a beautiful area.
Yeah, Ty said that. We got to get back down there, mate. Buddy, do a bit more. Absolutely fantastic. So, what's your favourite beaches to go to there? Some of the nice places to go camping near the beaches.
Well, see, that's the problem. We don't have a lot of spots on the beaches like you do. Like you've got all those camping spots up there. Okay, you can't go in the water, but yeah, we don't have the camping spots next to the beach, apart from some of the very expensive caravan parks.
That's one thing I did notice about New South Wales is that the prices were right up there, mate, with the caravan parks and that. Probably the most expensive state for camping and that we found on our trip down.
Yeah, exactly
Queensland wasn't too bad, except for the coast, the Sunshine Coast and that. Victoria was very reasonable. Tassie was cheap for caravan parks. New South was up there. Big time.
Yeah, you go out west, you're a lot cheaper, but on the coast it's very dear.
Yeah, I know. Is that because of the draw?
because they can charge a lot more, or is that due to insurance or taxes or?
Yeah, I think it would be that they're so popular that now they can charge whatever they want to charge, and people pay it.
Pay it because that's the only place you've got.
Yeah. So we're going down next weekend to Narrabeen. There's a big fall. Is it better? Yeah, big fall down at Narrabeen. Now that's reasonably expensive, but there's no kids swimming pool, anything like that. But it's right on the beach, so you can walk across to the beach and the Narrabeen Lakes. So you can walk across there. 5 minutes, you'll be in the water.
Bloody hell! No, that's nice, mate. Hey, your caravan, you got a DC charger in it, or an inverter or anything like that?
Yeah, DC charger in it. So like I told you yesterday, but we took it up to Sun Coast Caravan up at Maroochydore and did all and a drive through it. Fantastic.
Yeah, that's what I'd like to do to ours, but it's already got half the system in there, so I've just got to work around it, mate. But yeah, just trying to get a tradie here to do anything, mate. That's just trying to get an auto elect that'll put a bloody inverter in for you. I've got it sitting in the shed there, a kick-ass one, and they don't want to touch it, mate. Auto elects go, no, an inverter, that's 240, and then you ring a Sparky. No, we don't work on caravans, mate. So,
is there any caravan repair places up your way or not?
Oh, there's Jayco up there. I wouldn't get that. Jayco's booked out till next year.
Oh, they just added another $2,000 into it straight away.
Yeah, I know, mate. No, I'll find a Sparky. I'll find someone to get it in there, and I want to get a DC charger in as well. So, whatever. You've got the 3-way fridge running in yours.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah,
and it uses bugger all gas.
Yeah. Well, I remember you saying that to me there, mate. You got a 3-way fridge. A lot of people, Mark, have got to have massive, if they're running a big compressor, one of these big compressor, 150-litre compressor fridges, you've got to have big lithium batteries to support that. The good thing about the 3-way fridges, they run on electricity, gas, and Paul said they're very, very economical on gas, and you've got 2 9-kilo gas bottles. You said you'll get a long time out of that. Or when you're driving, they run off the alternator of the car to maintain the temperature and that. And so people say, oh, Buck, you've only got a 200 amp hours of lithium. Yeah, it'd be nice to have more, but I don't have to worry about the fridge running off those batteries. So that's is probably your biggest consumer of your batteries is your compressor fridge. We don't have to worry about that, mate. As long as we got gas and electricity, we're fine. And it's not like you use a 1-kilo gas bottle every 2 days. You reckon you can get bloody weeks out of it?
Yeah, well, you were saying that your Sirocco was using about 10 amps with your 2 fridges cycling.
Well, yeah, all the time, mate. Just constant 10 amps coming out of the batteries. You got 300 amps. You wake up in the morning, and if you haven't got solar to whack it back in, there was a couple of times there, mate, where we had a week of bad weather. I'd have to hook the BT50 up, plug the Anderson plug in, and use the BT50 like a generator because I just couldn't get any power in out of the solar panels. So I don't have to worry about that.
And you don't enjoy your time away.
And the good thing about gas too, mate, every BCF fills gas bottles now. Every decent-sized town's got a BCF. You can go to any servo and do a 1-for-1 swap on your gas cylinders. So it's not a big deal unless you're in the middle of whoop, you know.
But you would plan your trip. That's the thing. You look and say, well, I'm going to heading out this way. Do they have gas out there? Well, I'll make sure both gas bottles are chock-a-block full before I leave.
Exactly right, mate. How long do you reckon a 9-kilo gas bottle would power your fridge, do you think? Over a week?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, we went away when we came back from Gumbara, so I didn't fill up that gas bottle. I reckon we had 2 weeks away with it.
And we had the heater on.
And we had the gas heater. So we didn't get a diesel heater put in. We got a gas heater put in.
Yeah, right.
We've already got the gas bottles on there. And we were running that at Gumbara a couple of times. And when we're a bit further out, and we still haven't changed it over. So it's still going with that same gas bottle.
Yeah. How good is that, mate? Yeah. I'll tell you one thing I like.
I reckon you'd have to get to minimum 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Out of one 9-kilo.
For
I've got
one
2.
gas bottle or 2?
Oh yeah, so yeah, for 1 gas bottle.
3 weeks out of 1 gas bottle.
For 1 gas bottle.
Okay. That's what I'm asking.
Yeah.
3 weeks for a gas bottle?
And the Jacos carry 2 9-kilo gas bottles. So,
Okay,
you can get close to 3
What's
weeks
out
out
of
of
that?
one.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
I think, and it would depend on how much barbecuing you're doing with your barbecue, and how much you're cooking on the stove and stuff like that. But yeah, just running the fridge, you'd get, I reckon, you'd almost get a month. I reckon, just the fridge.
Wow, that's
good.
impressive, mate. I haven't run my fridge on gas yet. I've only run it on 240, but it's just good to know that that fridge will run. Like, it's just not having your fridge running off your batteries is just a big thing you don't have to worry about, mate. Like, and you only got 200 amps. All I'm running off that is bloody some LED lights, really, at the end of the day.
Yeah. And TV if you got to watch telly or something.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know. It's not too bad at all. So, yeah, no, it's good. Hey, mate, we're happy with our Jayco. We haven't used it much yet. We've got to pull our finger out and go up and do a few days in Cairns or Palm Cove or something. But, mate, they're a nice big roomy caravan. I don't feel claustrophobic in this one. I felt claustrophobic in my 15-foot Sirocco. This one I don't get claustrophobic in. And we've got the single beds. I think the single beds is just brilliant. Just makes so much more room in the van, mate. We're really happy with it so far. So if I can just get the inverter put in and get an auto elect to do the job for me, we're going to be set, mate. Because I think it's a good thing, that Jayco. We were going to go with Jayco from the start, and we kind of got talked. We listened to too many people and got talked out of getting a Junco, if you know what I mean. But then people who own Jaycos, they're all happy with them.
Yeah, exactly. And like I said to you at Goombara, you can find a Jayco dealer in every state of the country.
Yeah, which is good to know. And I had a bloke come out to do some repairs on the Sirocco. He said, mate, I don't work on Chinese caravans, but you know that they all carry parts and can do the work on a Jayco if they need to. Which is
and
good.
if you can't find something, you can get them online. Buy it online.
Yeah, exactly right. They must have, I don't know, how much of the market do you reckon Jayco's got? Over 50%, sure.
Oh, yeah, they reckon they got about 60%.
Yeah. They're a
easy
popular
60%.
caravan. Yeah, very popular.
And the thing
caravan.
is, the reason why you hear more about mistakes is because they got more of them out there.
Well, yeah, exactly right, mate. Exactly right. One thing I don't like about Jayco is a lot of their stuff is add-on. You know what I mean? The basic.
Oh,
caravan,
yeah, when you go to buy one, yeah.
You buy one and then you've got to do this to it and do that to it, and that kind of bumps the price up. But they are a reasonable price, and it leaves a bit of room up your sleeve to put some extra stuff in them, mate. And we got our second at the end of the day. We got a second-hand van in very good condition, which left a bit of money up our sleeve to do a little bit of work with, and if I can ever get an auto elect.
And they're very light.
Yeah, well, this thing's 2.5 foot bigger, it's wider, and it's 300 kilo lighter than what the Sirocco was. Like we've got a bigger van now and a lot lighter and a lot less tow ball weight because it's dual axle. Nowhere near the tow ball weight of the Sirocco. That was over 320 kilo tow ball weight. The bloody, I'll tell you what I did buy for it the other day. I don't know if you've seen it or not, is that because it's so tight down the side of the house, that electric jockey wheel.
Yeah, I watched your video on that.
What a great bit of kit that is. That is a good bit of kit. It really is. And good for me because it's just so tight, trying to get it down the side of the house, trying to reverse it was a nightmare, mate. So I can do it nice and safe now using that electric jockey wheel. Really good bit of kit. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to be a couple minutes. I'll be back.
Righto, Mark. Thanks, mate.
Another P.
Still
Should have brought buckets with you, boys.
No, I'm going to get something. I'll be right back.
What was that, Paulie?
Should have brought a bucket with you.
What was that? Slacking doing a flex stand or something, was it? Or
tripped over my slippers.
Oh. Slippers.
Slipped on his slippers.
I suppose if I lived in Canada in winter, I'd be wearing bloody slippers too. I'd be in Ugg boots if I was there. Yeah,
you'd be wearing Uggs.
Ugg boots for sure. Absolutely. Yeah. No, it's good, mate. It's bloody been good having you on again. And yeah. Well, I forget what you tow. Did you have a Land Cruiser? I can't remember what you tow motor was.
Ranger. Ford Ranger.
Ford Ranger. Tows it well, eh?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. I found, I don't know, I just found my BT50 a little bit gutless uphill. I thought it'd have more tow uphill, but mate, I can't knock it. It's been a good ride. I tell you what, the new Ford Rangers are pretty impressive, mate. 600 Newton meters of torque. Those things are like the one Elvin's got. 600 Newton meters torque out of all the dual cabs on the market at the moment. That is right. That's on the top of the list for torque, for Newton meters of torque, which is your towing power. Those new Rangers have got some tow under them for towing.
Be interesting to see how long they go for, but like they're the bi-turbo engine. They're only aren't they 2 litre?
Oh, that was the old one. No, the new one is a V6, mate.
Oh, V6. Yep.
They did bring out the twin turbo 2 litre, and everyone was going, yeah, right. What's the longevity of these things going to be like? But the new Rangers, I think, have got a V6 6-cylinder. V6.
The brand new one. Yeah.
Yeah, the one Elvin's got's a V6, mate. 3 litre. I think it's a 3 litre V6. So yeah, and they got 600 Newton meters of torque. So
yeah,
they sound pretty impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, I started looking at the 150 F-150.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, they're beautiful. Look at them, and I'm thinking, why do they bring them out in the petrol? They only come out in the petrol engine.
Yeah. Well, the 150s
Not
are all
diesel.
like the Rams.
Yeah.
Well, Brad said that with the Rams, you've got to go to the Ram 2500 to get the diesel engine. But then again, you speak to Brad Howell, who's got the Ram. Brad said he would never go back to a diesel engine. And that's another thing I want to ask Brad when I do the live feed with him, and we're going to talk about mechanical type stuff. Brad said he would never go back to a diesel. And I'm going to get Brad to elaborate on that again.
Yeah, exactly right.
A lot less shit that you've got to worry about with a petrol. And he said anyway, he's very happy with his petrol Ram. I've been in it. She got some get up and go, let me tell you.
Yeah.
So,
you see Mud Duck's Ram?
I haven't seen it yet. He was telling me all about it at the Legends Camp.
Oh,
that's the 3500.
Yeah, big boy. It's a big boy.
B double license to drive it.
Yeah, exactly right.
Yeah. No, he hasn't bloody held back on that one. He's got the 3500 and then a nice big I forget the brand of caravan he's got, but beautiful setup now. But as he said, this is my home now. This is my home.
Yeah, that's his superannuation, and that's it. Yeah.
That's his home, mate. And each to their own, mate. I'm the type of person I like to have a house and have a base camp to come back to. I know a lot of people can do it. They buy a caravan and a vehicle, and that is their home. And I totally get that. And they live on the road. There's a lot of advantages to doing that. I'm a bit old-fashioned, mate. I like to have a roof over my head, and foot just slipped and I hit me stitches, and that's because I haven't got it up. The bloody I just like having a roof over me head, mate. I'm a bit old-fashioned like that. Yeah, I like to go away.
No, and you come back to it.
Oh, Jesus, that hurt. Bloody hell. I hope I haven't split a stitch there. That'd be handy. Yeah.
Yeah. Where'd you get a cancer cut out?
Yeah, out of the top of my right foot, mate. Started off as a little scaly one. I didn't get it frozen off at the time, and then it turned into a lump. Then it got bigger and bigger, and I went and saw the doctor the other day, and he said, yeah, that's coming out with a scalpel, mate. So he cut her out the other day. He'll send her off for testing, and no doubt it'll be like the million other ones I've had cut out, mate. It'll be a basal cell or a squamous cell carcinoma, which can turn bad. They can turn into melanomas, but with my skin, mate, as soon as you get something like that, you got to get it knocked out. Otherwise, it can turn bad on you, and that's the last thing you want. You get a melanoma, you're in deep shit. So
exactly right. Yeah, I got one on my head to get burnt off.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, she'll sting up there, mate. Anywhere where it's tender, that liquid nitrogen, when they put it on, it's not too bad on your arm. Yeah, where you got the toughest skin, but mate, when they hit them, when they do it on your back, it's like someone putting a cattle prod on your back. Sting. And I can imagine the scalp will be very tender when they freeze that one with the liquid nitrogen. But it's got to be done, mate. Like, like you, mate, bloody all them years out in the sun, it all catches up with us as we get older.
Yeah,
mate.
absolutely. Absolutely.
And my doctor said to me one day, he said, wherever your ancestors come from, they should have stayed there. I said, yeah, England and Ireland, mate. He said, you got the first possible skin for North Queensland. I'm just riddled with scaly sunspots and that now, and I've just got to constantly get them frozen off, and sometimes they turn into lumps and I have to get them cut out. I reckon I've had, I don't know, 50 cut out now over the years and thousands frozen off. Like I had 30 something just on one arm once. What did you bring us for dinner? Pizza.
Yeah, we had pizza. We had pizza for supper. I had a veal sandwich. There's pizza and some boneless chicken wings. That's what they ordered.
What kind of pizza? Pepperoni and cheese?
Close. Pepperoni, cheese, pineapple, and mushrooms.
There you go. There's the.
You don't like pineapple on your pizza, but we do.
I don't mind pineapple.
Absolutely.
On
Put pineapple all over it.
Yeah, I don't mind pineapple. Here we go, guys. Get involved. Does pineapple belong on a pizza? I say yes. I love a ham and pineapple, or we call them a Hawaiian pizza down here. If you go in Hawaiian pizza, ham and pineapple and cheese. It's I reckon it's a great on a bloody, even pineapple fried on a barbecue is bloody beautiful. Those chicken wings look all right, Mark. Send one down, mate, through the line, will you? I'll pop out in the bottom of my computer. I'll eat it. Hey, maybe one day, the way technology's going with Elon Musk, we'll be able to do that. Buck, I'll just send you a chicken wing down the line, and Canada, here you go, Canadian chicken wing pops out under your computer. Roachy reckons pineapple. Karen said, yep, absolutely. Pineapple, the food of
Do
God.
a poll, Buck.
And you know where pineapples were invented? Queensland. We invented pineapples, I think.
You might have invented them or grew them. Pineapple on pizza is a Canadian thing. I think putting pineapple on a pizza was actually the first done by a Canadian.
Was it really? Yeah.
There was something really strange, and I think that's what it was. It was a Canadian that put pineapple on a pizza, and I don't know who. Somebody could Google it and comment.
Yeah, someone Google. Snorky's the Google king. We'll take the honor. Rob, snorkel. I was going to say Google. I don't know, snorkel. Rob, Google, not snorkel. Google who was first to put pineapple on a pizza. If Mike Blakeley's still on, I don't know if Mike is. I don't think that peanut. There you go. That sounds nice. To Bilson's pina colada. Now I love pina coladas.
That's what the girls drink.
I don't think the Yanks even think about putting pineapple on their pizzas, do they? I've never heard of the Yanks doing that. It's a big thing down here in Australia as well, Mark.
No, I don't think they do.
That's why the Yanks would hate it, because the Canadians invented it.
What? The Canadians. No. That was Rob Richmond saying, sorry, Buck, I forgot about this morning. That's all right, Rob. We got through, mate. I knew there'd be some diddly donks forgetting. We've had people try to come on early. People come on, well,
an hour early.
4 hours early.
Well, you know why Rob was, Buck, you know why Rob didn't come on? He probably OD'd on Viagra. He's just coming around now.
Oh, he's on the nest.
He just woke up. He just recovered.
He's been checking the workbench out. What? We said this was going to be family friendly. Paulie's into another schooner. Get up it, mate. Get up it. Geez, that looks like that's a nice looking beer. And being, you know, you get a stubby of Coopers, mate. You get all the sediment. You held that up. If it didn't look like there was any sediment in the bottom, give us, how is it? Is it really sedimenty? Like, nah, that looks clear, mate. You know, you get a stubby of Coopers, and it's bloody the floaties. You've got to roll the stubby because of all the floaties in it. That looks a lot clearer than a normal Coopers you get in a stubby. Nothing wrong with that, buddy. Spot on, mate.
Yeah, that's perfectly clear.
Yeah, nothing wrong with that at all. I'll tell you what, when I'm down next year, mate, for the camping with mates thing, I might have to call in and check that keg out, do a safety inspection on it or something.
Yeah,
like
absolutely. You don't want me to get sick from drinking it.
I'll have to. Yeah, I don't want you to drink it all and get sick. That'd be terrible. Yeah. How often do you put a brew down, mate?
Well, so it takes a week to do. Probably takes me about 3 weeks to drink it.
Yeah. That was another way of
so
asking you how much piss you drink.
exactly right. What are you, my doctor now?
Yeah. Just worried about your health, mate. Worried about your health. You know how I am with men's health. We've got to look after ourselves.
Have you seen that skit on Instagram where the bloke goes to the doctor and he says, how many drinks do you have? He says, oh, I'm good for about 16. He says, a week? He says, no, every night.
The old alarm bell's going off. Mate of mine, he's dead now. Flash Kenny, go. Geez, beer's healthy for you. He said it's water, sparkly water in there, all natural stuff, hops and yeast and all that. It's got to be good for you, he goes. But, yeah, it's bloody nice stuff, isn't it, beer? Speaking of which, it's almost
who's
beer.
supposed to be on now?
What's that? No.
Who's supposed to be on now? Nobody.
Cole come on 4.5 hours early.
Cole and the fathead.
Cole and the fathead. Cole and the fathead are asleep. Fathead forgot to wake Cole up. But at 3:30, Ty Fenwick's coming on. So, yeah. Cole appeared for 30 seconds, dropped the F-bomb, and he was gone again. Now he hasn't come on. So, anyway, no, it's all good. Ty Fenwick's our next one up at 3:30. So, hey, Mark, you reckon in between munching your chicken wings, keep Paulie entertained? Have a chat about something? Someone asked Paulie or Slacken a question, guys, and I'm going to slip out. Watching you drinking them beers, mate, made me thirsty. I'm going to slip out to the camping fridge out the back and grab a beer myself, I think.
No.
Oh, you haven't got your chats up there? Comments in the top right-hand corner, mate. Should be able to click on comments.
I got them up here. I can see them. But I have a question for you, though, Paul. Somebody made a comment earlier that you have a pool table in your lounge.
A pool table
in your lounge room. In your lounge room.
No.
Okay.
No, that's where the bar is.
Okay. So how big is the room?
So what are we looking at? About 6 meters by 3 meters.
Okay, yeah, no.
So the TV's down that end, and then the lounge, and then the bar.
You play darts?
Nah.
Just watch TV.
Yeah, just watch TV.
Nice.
Get behind the bar. Swim in the pool.
So
cook
I'm
the
interested
barbecue.
to find out what got you into brewing your own beer.
Well, I used to brew in the bottles, but that used to take weeks and weeks and weeks before you could drink it. And then a bloke taught me about the kegs. How you can do the keg, you can drink it within a couple of days. And I thought, well, that's a lot quicker than sitting there for weeks and weeks and weeks drinking it. And then the ones you do in the bottles, they do taste like rubbish. They're horrible. They're like dirt.
Okay.
And the main reason is because whenever beer goes into the bottle, it's touching oxygen, so it oxidizes, which then makes it taste like wet cardboard. So when I transfer my beer out of the brewer into the keg, it's a closed system.
Okay.
So it all works on pressure, pushing it in, pushing it into the keg. So doesn't touch oxygen until it comes out into that, and then I drink it.
Okay. So
Yeah.
did you take it up as a hobby or to save money?
As a hobby, I think it does save you a lot of money, but it's a bit of fun. Like you muck around with. I've mucked around with different kits. Put this in, it makes it taste like this beer, and you put that in, and it tastes like this. And it's a lot of work, and sometimes you get the result, and you think, "Ooh, yuck! Don't even want to drink this."
Yeah,
you force yourself to drink that even when you mess it up.
Yeah, exactly right. And you think I have had to tip some out. Yeah, when you tip a 19 litres of beer out, you sort of almost want to cry.
Mate, I tried to make a homebrew stout once, and I had to use it to clean me driveway, the oil off the driveway. It was undrinkable. The old stout. I don't mind a stout beer. Guinness is probably my favourite type of stout beer, but Dad always loved the stout. Do you ever make stouts, Paulie, or did you just stick with the Cooper? There you go. That's answered my question.
Well,
stout.
That does answer your question.
Now, what I've done with that is I made a coffee stout.
Wow.
So you put about 300 grams of coffee beans in the top of the brew, and it brews. As it brews, it puts in coffee taste through it.
Oh,
so
wow.
I did one once, and it's really, really strong. It's keep you awake for a week.
Is that right? The coffee flavour. So you don't grind the beans; you just put the beans in.
No,
whole.
you use the whole beans. It was definitely nice, but it's not one you have a drink every single night. You'd have probably one, and you start. Yeah, that's enough.
Yeah,
but that's a bit like stout. You don't want too much stout.
Yeah. Here we go. Cole's come on. I'll whack him up on the screen with us. G'day, Cole. How are you, mate?
Good, mate. How's yourselves?
Yeah, good. Remember, family friendly to Sarve, mate. We got kids watching, eh?
Of course we do.
Yep, absolutely. Now, Paulie's on the central coast there. You're down on the south coast, mate, down around Jarvis Bay, which is another.
There he is.
Area. You've been down there, Paulie, down around Jarvis Bay area? No, didn't hear me.
Oh, he's buffering on my end.
Oh, yeah, Paulie's buffering. He's bloody spilt some beer in his ink. I was just saying, have you ever been down around Jarvis Bay area, Paul? That's where Cole's from.
Oh, yes. Yeah, beautiful Jarvis Bay. We went down about probably 2 years ago. Absolutely beautiful.
Yeah, it is.
We tried to stay in a place called Champagne Bay.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing wrong is you can't have it. You won't be able to take fat in Cole. It's all bloody like National Park in there in Jarvis Bay, mate.
No, mate.
No,
only a couple of sections.
Oh, only. All right. Yeah, spot on. Yeah, but you're not actually in Jarvis Bay. You're just outside Jarvis Bay, aren't you?
I used to live at Huskerson when I moved back from Darwin. When Mum had a stroke, and that was at Husky or Huskerson.
Beautiful little town, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, but I live at Wandandian now.
Wandandian.
Yeah, it's halfway between Nowra and Ulladulla.
Yeah, good part of the way. Yeah, that's beautiful down there.
Beautiful.
That whole coast is absolutely stunning, mate. What's the weather like down there, mate? Starting to warm up a bit?
I've got the aircon on, mate. I'm fucking hot as.
One strike.
No, that's because he did this earlier.
One strike.
When
Yeah,
he
it's
came on
two
earlier,
strikes.
when he came on earlier, Paul, he did the same thing.
Slips through to the keeper. Yeah. No, it's good.
How are you, Slackin'?
I'm excellent. How are you, sir?
I'm very good, mate. I accidentally wiped your email off my account. So
That's
if
all
you
right. I'll
can
send you another one. I'll send one back to
resend
you.
it
You
to
got it
me.
again.
We appreciate it.
Yeah, no problem.
Cold 000
I'll do
or
it now because
something
it's-
from it. How's
it's
Fathead
12:30
going,
in the
Cole?
morning.
Where is he? Is he around?
He's laying on the concrete because it's friggin' hot.
I don't blame him. That's what Rafa does when it's hot. He gets his belly on the tiles and cools down that way. Yeah. Hey, Cole, do you go camping and that, mate? You into your camping and getting out fishing?
Oh,
all
yeah,
that?
mate. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. I don't have a full drive anymore, so I'm restricted now, but
yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm right into it, mate. That's,
Mate, you know, at the end of the day, there's still a lot of beautiful spots you can go if you don't have a four-wheel drive. You know what I mean? Like, you can still get to a lot of the beaches and caravan parks if you want to do that. You don't have to have a four-wheel drive.
Yeah, well, you don't. But I tend to go west, not east, because I'm already east.
Yeah, you go east, you'll need a submarine.
I just wave to all the people coming to the coast, and I'll wave to them, and then I'll wave back again when I'm coming home and they're going home.
Yeah.
They're all coming over here.
So, Cole, do you swag it or tent, or how do you camp?
Oh, I'd sleep under the stars, mate. Yeah, I've got an awning off the car. Always have that, and I'll just sleep under that. And I've got an angle fridge, and that keeps you beer and food.
Yeah,
and stuff like that. Yeah, I'm a camper, definitely.
Yeah. Someone's got some echo on there somewhere.
Not me.
No, there was a bit of echo coming through then at my end, but it's gone now. It's gone now. That's fine. Yeah. What do you do? Just throw a swag on the ground, Cole?
Sorry?
Do you just throw a swag on the ground? Do you when you're camping?
Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm an old bushy. Like
sleep with snakes.
I used to I work in a butcher shop now, but
Oh, that's right.
But I used to drive trucks. I lived in the Northern Territory for a while, over in WA for a bit, and stuff like that. So I'm used to just throwing a swag on the ground, and do what
Mate,
you got to do.
that's how a lot of people camped in the old days. Now we get a bit funny about. Hello, Paulie's gone. We get a bit funny about. Paulie's disappeared. We get a bit funny about throwing a swag on the ground because we're all worried about snakes and all that type of stuff now. But that's how people camp. It's how the swaggies used to do it, Cole. Roll a swag out on the ground and just sleep on the ground. That's how we did it in the army for 20 years, mate. Never got bitten by a snake, but I don't like
how far we come.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Yeah, exactly right. Paulie's back again. He disappeared for a minute.
Everyone says, the snakes and the spiders, and we got scorpions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
No one says nothing about that, but
it's just, No, what happened to you, Paulie? You disappeared there for a while.
I don't know. It just booted me off.
Hit the wrong button there. It wasn't me. I thought you must have been. But anyway, you're back now.
Yep.
Good. So what are you doing there? You're a butcher by trade, Cole, or you just work in the butcher shop?
I started as apprenticeship as a butcher.
Yeah.
But then I got into transport and I've been driving trucks ever since.
Okay. And what, you're back in the butcher shop now, are you? Just helping out?
Yeah. I'm still a bit rusty, but I've still got all my fingers.
I was going to say, if you still got 10 fingers, you're going all right.
Hey, mate, you never trust the butcher with all his fingers.
Yeah, and if you know a chippy with a finger missing, you know he's made an awful mistake. My cousin.
What sausage is that in?
My cousin's a chippy. He's got 9 fingers, and I said, "Did you lose that on a circular saw?" He goes, "No, I lost it when I was a kid." He was holding a bit of wood, and his brother Philip was chopping the wood, and for some reason, Pete thought it'd be a good idea to hold the wood, and Phil hit his finger with the axe and took her off. So I always thought Pete took his finger off with a circular saw because he's a chippy. He said, "No, my brother cut it off with the axe." So when they were bloody kids. Hey, back on the Huskinson, Cole. One of the highlights of my trip down there with Jarvis Bay, Huskinson, from memory, has got the memorial to the HMAS Voyager that had that terrible accident with the HMAS Melbourne aircraft carrier back in the 60s, with the loss of a lot of life. That's a wonderful memorial that at Huskinson. We lost a lot of sailors that day in a bloody peacetime training accident off the coast of Jarvis Bay.
Yeah, they actually spent good 3 years building that up.
Yeah,
with the swimming pool and all that foreshore.
Yeah, they've absolutely fantastic memorial that. Ty, I can see you, mate. Ty's on there, guys. We'll get going soon. I'll do another couple of minutes with Paulie and Cole before Ty comes on. So, Ty, if you can hear me, I can see you in the waiting room, mate. All good. We'll have you on soon. But, yeah, mate, that's a special part of the world you live in, Cole. It really is, mate. It's that Huskinson, if anyone hasn't been down there, Jarvis Bay, Huskinson, Paulie's been down there. Absolutely. That the whole coastline of New South Wales is beautiful, but it's even more special down on the south coast. It's not as populated, and it's some really special places down there, mate.
Yeah, it's like there's a big upgrade happening at the moment on the highway.
Yeah, right.
When you turn off.
Yeah.
They're doing a flyover or whatever they call it.
Yeah.
And a big roundabout underneath it and stuff like that. Just we're so popular down here. Man, I don't know what they saying about this bloody cost of living. Because when the holidays come, half of Sydney's down here. Like, oh man, it's like I work in Nowra. I'm 30 minutes. And then it takes me an hour and a half to get home. Wow. That's crazy.
Yeah.
This place is so popular, man.
I guess everyone wants to get out of the big smoke when they get a long weekend or some holidays. They want to head down south to the beautiful beaches and all that type of stuff. That south coast of New South Wales, Bermagui, Merimbula, Pambula, Jarvis Bay.
Yeah,
Jerry, are up that other way, but stunning part of the country, mate. You live in a good part of the world.
Yeah, come over, Slacken. Have a look. Yeah, you don't get eaten by handbags down here, mate.
We've come up with a thing this morning, Cole. The first person to win the 100 million or the lotto has to have Mark and his family down to Australia for a month-long holiday. So whoever wins the lotto first, the Slacken family is coming down on a holiday, the whole lot of them.
All right. If I do it. You two do. Up there.
Gigi Gorilla saying he lived in Huskinson for about 5 months when he was down there working on the Navy Seahawk helicopters, mate. Out of Nowra, but they put him up at Huskinson for 5 months. Really good.
Really?
Right near the pub there, Cole, at Husky.
Oh, boy, it would have been a rough time too.
Great caravan park there at Husky.
There's no caravan park.
No, it's a great caravan park.
But But the pub was if you wanted to go for a blue, that's the place to go.
I tell you what, Huskisson had some pretty bad bushfires go through there a few years ago too. Do you remember them, Cole?
Mate, I lived through 2019, 2020.
Yeah, Husky was one of those places that, very bad. We saw the scars of the bushfire when we were around Huskisson. It went very, very close to burning that town down. Unbelievable.
Is Husky one of the places where they had people right on the coast?
No, that was Malakuta, mate, just over the border in Victoria, where everyone was jumping in the ocean, mate, to get away from the bushfires. That was horrendous down there at Malakuta. Blue Dog saying his uncle was on the HMAS Melbourne, which was our aircraft carrier. It had a couple of bad incidents to Melbourne. It ran into the HMAS Voyager, which is an Australian ship. It also rammed a bloody Yank ship on exercise once too, and there was a lot of fatality. So it had a couple of bad mishaps, the HMAS Melbourne, from memory.
Yeah, it's like drivers on the road now. More shit drivers on the road now than fucking good ones.
Exactly right. And you see them every day. That's right. Hey, speaking of which, we got Ty Fenwick on, everyone. Cole, you're a bit late getting on, mate, but we got Ty on at the moment, so I don't want to take up his time. Paulie and Cole, thank you both for joining us today. I know it's
thank you.
a long time, but thanks for coming on, mate. Having a chat.
See you, Mark.
Cole,
Thank you.
Good, mate.
You're always
Everything's
entertaining.
good. All right,
See you,
Mark,
Cole.
send me your email again.
I will.
Yeah, he will.
I lost yours.
Mark,
And
send it through. Take care,
thanks,
fellas.
Doc.
Thanks for joining us. Good on you. Enjoy the rest of your day. We've only got an hour and a half to go. See you, Cole. See you, Paulie.
See
you. Cole's still waving.
Is he still there?
He's gone now. Now, here he is. Ty, how are you, mate? Thanks for joining us. We're 5 minutes late, mate. Sorry about
That's
that.
all right. All good. I've planned the whole day out. I've been watching most of the day except for this morning, but
Cole come on 4.5 hours early, and then when he finally come on, he was like 20 minutes late. But he got on there, and he only dropped 3 F-bombs the whole time he was on today. So he did better than last time he was on.
I've been watching Slacken.
He's
Slacken
gonna-
started about here, and he's just getting further and further back as the other goes on.
It's the chair. I can't get it up further.
We just see his feet,
against
dude.
the dresser.
Oh, that's funny. Mate, good. Thanks for joining us, Ty. For those, Ty, give us a quick intro, mate. What you do, where you're from, what you do on YouTube, all this type of stuff. I'm sure a lot of people on here know who you are and follow your YouTube channel, but give us a quick 5-minute spiel on yourself, mate.
Yeah, so probably starting, I grew up in Newcastle, used to live down sort of Belmont way near Tingara Heights when I was younger, and then moved up to Stockrington near Minmai. We had about 125 acres there when I was growing up, and every day just riding dirt bikes was my life. It was just dirt bikes, everything, every single day. So doing that, I've got a younger brother and an older sister and a couple of stepsisters. So yeah, and then probably the last 15 years, moved up a bit further up past Tea Gardens. We've got a coastal property up here that we run like 300 head of cattle on.
Wow.
So, and then leaving school, I did just labouring for my old man. So he's been in demolition for over 40 years now. So, and earth moving. So just demolition with him, carrying fire doors. We pulled down massive hospitals and all sorts of things. So did all that, and then got into the machines when I was kind of pretty young, doing earth moving and that, and that's what I still do now. But got into the machines pretty early, doing that sort of stuff, and often being in the machines when Dad wasn't around, building myself jumps and stuff for my motorbikes and that. And he'd come home on the weekend and say, "Why is there a new set of jumps down the back?" And I wasn't supposed to be in the machine, so he'd give me a foot up the ass for doing that sort of thing. But yeah, pretty much my whole
Building
life.
motorbike jumps with the machinery.
Yeah, pretty much. So yeah, my whole growing up was dirt bikes and stuff like that, and then going away camping, when I turned about 18, I kind of got more into cars and things like that, and going out, and the kind of girls and everything kind of went downhill from that. So I didn't really ride dirt bikes too much. So
Where the girls will do it. I was going to say, I'm sure a lot of people know you. Everyone's saying, "G'day, Ty, g'day, Ty, g'day, Ty." Every second person saying, "G'day, Ty." And Starvin Marvin saying Jarvis Bay is part of the ACT. Yes, we were talking about that last time I did a live feed, or last time we were talking about Jarvis Bay. It's a fascinating place. Mate, what is your fascination with Fords? If you watch your YouTube channel, you love the Fords. How did you, what, everyone's into the Rams or the Chevys and all this type of stuff. I'm a Ford man myself, mate. I must admit, I've always been a Ford fan. I learned to drive an old XY Falcon. I owned an XE Falcon. I owned a bloody Ford Cortina. I'm a Ford man myself. Gidgey's owned a couple of nice V8 Ford, beautiful V8 Ford, which used to be a police highway patrol. The old, that was an XE 351 actually, a Ford that Gidgey used to own. Big blue thing it was. You're obviously into your Ford, your F truck and a Raptor, mate. How do you get into the Fords?
Well, it probably started like my first car was a Holden Rodeo Ute, and that was lowered on 20-inch wheels and all the rest of it, and had me dirt bikes in the back and all that sort of thing. And then I had a Ford Explorer after that. It was I think it was an 04 or something like that, and I had it. It was airbagged front and rear on 24-inch rims, and used to go in things like Auto Salon and all that sort of stuff. But my oldies actually my old man had a lot of old Ford F trucks. And kind of grew up always driving around with him in his old F trucks. So that's kind of where I think the old sort of trucks really got me like the passion into having F trucks. And then I guess the whole dirt bike side of me growing up was I always wanted to have like a black F250. You'd always watch Krusty Demons and all those guys, and they'd always have big black F250s. And that was kind of a goal that I set for myself. So yeah, I kind of, just fell in love with F trucks, and just like I've got a 1978 F250, which I was driving there for a while, but it's done the bottom end, so I've got to save up some money and rebuild that thing. And the Raptor, always loved the Raptors in the US, and was hoping that they would bring them here one day. But I think when Australia kind of went from sort of the street car scene with the XR6s and all that sort of stuff, and that kind of died out.
Yeah.
They didn't have anything. So I think bringing the Raptor here was a good decision for Ford to do. And then, I've always loved Raptors, and we bought the first one. We had the grey one, which was the bi-turbo. And then, probably over 12 months ago, I bought the black one, the new V6, same one Gidgey's got.
Yeah.
And,
mate, how do they compare? As soon as I heard they were putting a 2-litre bi-turbo in a big vehicle like that, I was like, oh, you've got to be kidding. You've owned both. What? Tell us about it.
I've developed a really good relationship with Ford since doing all my Ford videos, and I actually have like direct messages with some of the engineers at Ford, and can message them back and forth and all the rest of it. But I really think back then they were testing the waters with the bi-turbo. They didn't want to go and throw a big motor into a new Raptor and a new platform without sort of. And you got to remember, Australians are just, everyone loves diesels. We're all about diesels here, so they're like, I don't think Ford really had a diesel motor back then, and the 2-litre was the only one they really had across their platform. So I think it was just throw that in there, and then we'll see if it goes well, and it really did go well. But then I did a few videos on it saying that Ford really needs to, the Ford performance side of things, they really need to have a bigger motor. And then they finally put the twin turbo V6, and now it's just that car is everything it should have been on the first generation. But they've done really well with that. But
so the V6 is a twin turbo as well, is it?
Yeah, it's a twin turbo petrol. Yeah.
I didn't realise that. So the one Gidgey got and Nutty, his son, twin turbo.
Yeah, twin turbo petrol. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So
it's a 3-litre V6. It's a 3-litre V6 or 3.7.
Yeah. No, 3-litre.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
but they got some. Did you get the Harrop upgrade to yours?
No, I didn't. I reached out to Harrop because I wanted to sort of. I really like to film everything, and especially when that's kind of the reason why I got into YouTube was that I would often watch videos and they wouldn't really explain how to do things, and it kind of gave me the shits. And I was like, I want someone to go through step by step and show me on like what am I doing to my car and how can I do things myself. And Harrop wouldn't let me film down there to do an install with him.
Yeah.
And some of my Raptor content's the most successful content I've ever made. And so, but Hennessy's actually reached out to me in about the last 6 months. So they're still working on their tune. So I'm probably going to go to South Australia and get the Hennessy tune put on my Raptor and do some videos down there with those guys. So
yeah,
hopefully that'll be something coming. But yeah, a lot of people do have that upgrade from Herod, and it is an awesome upgrade. They take over the warranty at that point. So Ford doesn't have you won't get the warranty through Ford anymore. It will be through Herod. So
they'll take the full warranty on, mate, will they, with everything, or just the engine or whatever.
Yeah.
But Ken's mate Mick, who used to own the Airlie Beach Hotel, had the upgrade, and he said, "My God, it gave it some get up and go." But I drove Nutty's Raptor the other day in Townsville. I gave it a squirt, and I'll tell you what, mate, they got some go. They have got some get up and go. You think you just don't expect that out of a 4-wheel drive vehicle, the power like that. You expect it out of a V8 sedan or something. It's just unbelievable.
Yeah, they are pretty awesome. And like my driveway's like 10 Ks long and it's dirt. So it's kind of why I bought one. So taking my daughter to school, it's about 10 Ks. Like we're out the driveway in about 3 minutes. Like, and she's just like, I said, no one goes to school like you do.
Sideways.
Yeah, pretty much.
Gidgy saw you. I think you gave it a strap on the beach there, getting up it on the beach. And I think that turned Gidgy's mind to get a Raptor after he saw your video, mate. He said, "Oh, I've got to get one of these things." But they're beautiful to drive, mate, aren't they? They really are. They're well laid out in there. They're a beautiful vehicle. Ken just picked up a 2024 model, and they're normally 99. He got his for 93. So they're trying to get rid of the 24 plater. I noticed Innisfail Ford's got one out the front of one of the blue Raptors and that. So yeah, they're good. And I'll tell you what, I've seen them off road on 4-wheel drive action or someone when the 2-litre first come out. And I'll tell you what, they're very, very capable off road too, mate.
Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And with the suspension and the internal bypass stuff that they've got well, they had it on the previous generation, but this generation's now got live valve, which is electronically controlled and stuff.
Yeah.
So it's just a whole nother level above again, but they are phenomenal off-road. They are incredible cars. And I reckon I've probably sold 15 to friends and family of mine that have gotten in mine and gone out the driveway. And we're just like, this is insane. We've never felt like this in a car. You do it in another car, the front diff would fall out of the thing, but it's it's unbelievable what they can do.
Yeah. Afford aware of what you do for them, mate. Like you've got a huge YouTube channel, mate, and you do a lot for a lot of different companies and that. I hope they realise, like you, and you just say it as it is. If they've got problems, you say it. If something's not up to speed, you say it. But I'll tell you what, you do a good job plugging an item for a company. You really do.
No, I appreciate that. But they do. And I think it was kind of I was doing Raptor videos with the bi-turbo that we originally had on the channel. And then it was one of the guys from Ford who's in marketing actually reached out to me and sent me an email, and they invited me to the new next gen Ranger launch. So I did that down in Melbourne with them. So that was pretty awesome. But I think they just I really think they liked my enthusiasm because they did a live video on Ford's website, and I did like a reaction video to it live while it was happening. When they were releasing the new Raptor and stuff like that. So I think they really enjoyed that. But I will always tell it how it is. But I think they appreciate that I'm so passionate about their products. And there's been instances where like the Ford in the UK, and I think it's got to do with a lot of people that are in the industry, like all this woke stuff. like Ford released that video of the Raptor with the rainbows and all the rest of it, and I messaged some of the contacts in Ford and I said, this isn't a good look. And they kind of got trashed there for a little bit, but I think it's people in the wrong positions. Like, and that was a whole UK thing. But yeah, they've invited me to some incredible things in Melbourne. We went on the Raptor launch up in Brisbane, went to New Zealand for a whole trip with them. We went up there to the, I've actually got all these videos on YouTube, but we went to the Southern Hemisphere Proving Ground up in the mountains on the snow, and we're like had a full team of professional drivers up there teaching us how to slide the car around in the snow. And yeah, it's pretty incredible, but they're always expecting something out of it. Like, they're not going to invite you there just to kind of hang out. It's always, there's always a back end deal. It's like, well, we'll give you this, but we definitely want the promotion out of it and the exposure that you're given to all my viewers that are on my channel anyway. So
yeah, but it's good content for you too, mate. People love watching that stuff.
Yeah,
People
for sure.
What's happening with the F truck, mate? That is a one hell of a decked out bloody F truck. It really is. It's got the bells and whistles on it. Mark, back on just before we go on to that, you obviously get F trucks in Canada, mate. Do you get Raptors up there? You got the Raptors. You won't have the Aussie Raptor, but the American equivalent.
Ours have bigger motors than you do. That's why I asked about the three. Ours are 3.7 liters. With the 5 liter, they're all gas. Twin turbo, 3.5 liter twin turbo V6s. The V8s are the 5 liter V8 it's a Coyote motor. It's the same one that goes in the Mustang. And then when you get to the diesels in the F250, 350, 450, 550, then you're getting into the 6.7 liter. I think there's a 6.7 liter. And you're talking over 1,000 pound-feet of torque. I don't know what that is in newton meters.
Yeah.
And it's a lot of juice. So I was curious how yours tows, because I'm not a big fan of twin turbo or even turbo gas motors. Diesels, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
But to me, when you're working it, you have the turbos are always singing, and in a gas motor, it's not like a diesel that has a lot of power down low. The gas doesn't produce it the same way, which I know you guys know all this stuff, but I'm just curious how your twin turbo V6 tows, and when you're towing, especially higher weights, if you do use it for that, you find the turbo, if you've got the gauges on your dash, you see the turbo spooling away while you're towing.
Yeah, you're essentially just wringing its neck out. So I don't, my Raptor's just a daily for me. So that I've set it up for minimalistic camping is what I've kind of set it up for. So basically just going away with a swag. I've got a fridge in the back, and that's about it really. It's very minimalistic. The F250 is the one that I use for traveling heavily. So this is generation 3 of me rebuilding this truck, just because I couldn't justify spending the amount of money that it's going to cost in Australia to build a new one. So I tow a van and stuff, and I've got a big plant trailer that I tow with the F truck as well for work and things like that. So yeah, definitely use the 6.7 for towing and stuff like that. I do here, but I don't really tow with the Raptor. We did do me and Trevor, one of my good mates, we did do a towing test with the new Raptor on my channel, comparing it to the old one and how we thought it would go. And that was just towing, I think his van was like 2.2 ton, the Jayco cross track. So we did do some towing with that. But don't really tow too much with the Raptor.
They're only 2.5 ton towing capacity, aren't they, the Raptors?
Yeah, so the 2.5 ton tow capacity, just because of the rear shocks. So you've got to find that compromise between suspension travel, comfort, and all the rest of it. And a lot of people are disappointed that they wanted up to 3.5 ton, but you can't get that with the weight of the vehicle being so light as it is being a mid-size. That you've just got to find that happy medium. And if you want to tow, then you're just going to have to get a normal Ranger.
Yeah.
But if you got a Raptor and you want to tow and have a trailer and stuff, I'd probably suggest getting something like a Patriot camper or something like that. So that way it's nice and light.
Yeah, or something like mine, that little drifter trailer of mine. Gidgey, if you're watching, buy me trailer off me. Hey, Ty, Mark, what do you pay for Rego in Canada for a V8 a year? That'd be
I don't
over
know
1,000. over $1,000 in Australia a year for a V8. I know it's close to $1,000 for a 6-cylinder.
Ours
No.
doesn't work that way. You basically don't. You just buy the vehicle, pay your taxes, and that's it. We register through the government. I don't know what it is. It's not that much. It's not like $1,000, that's for sure. But I can't tell you what it is. Julie's the one who pays for our vehicle registrations every year. It comes out of our bank accounts, same money. But I couldn't tell you what it is because I don't see the bill.
Yeah. No, that's all right. Ty, what year was your F truck again, mate?
Mine's a 2014.
Yeah,
so
but you've got an old F truck too, a 78 or like a real
1978 F250, the Raptor, and 2014 F250.
Yeah. Which one did you said was it the old one you're rebuilding, not the new one?
No, the 2014 I'm rebuilding. So originally it was black, and this was before the American truck stuff started getting wild here in Australia, like it is now.
You were very early on with the F truck. They've taken off now with the Yank tanks, but you were bloody kind of before
there wasn't anyone in Australia posting American truck content.
No.
And now it's just exploded, and it's cool to see, because as like when I was growing up, I was like, damn, I wish there was more American trucks here, because again, riding dirt bikes, watching Crusty Demons, I just love looking at them. And Dad had a bunch of old ones, but so mine's a 2014. Originally it was black. I lifted it. I put like a camper shell on the back, like a snug top. So I had one of them originally. Pulled that off, and then I got a new setup from Mitz Alloy, put that on the back, paid for that whole setup myself, and that was generation 1. And then I kind of got over that, and then Mitz was coming out with their new tray, their second generation tray, so we ended up putting a second generation tray on it. I wrapped it Sandy Torp just to piss off the Land Cruiser boys, and I was just trying to get under their skin a little bit, showing them what a good truck looks like in that color.
Good stuff, mate. Get up the bloody Toyota theme, boys. I love it. Yeah.
And now I've just spent I've always loved working on my cars, but the F truck this last 9 months has really tested my patience.
Yeah, right.
We pulled it right down to the frame, cab and everything. It's completely stripped, and it's been an absolute mission to put this thing back together. And I've tried to film as much as I can of it, but just the time keeps kind of pushing out, and you've got people that are supplying you products, and you just feel like you've got this pressure on your back to like hurry up and get it done. So I'm almost there. We're just getting the front bars left to go. We're just doing a little bit of modification to that. It showed up last week. I ordered that in May from the US, and we were trying to get a decent shipping price because I had a strict budget I had to stick to, otherwise it's just going to blow out. So we only just got that, but got the shocks have just shown up from the US, so we're going to be running some really big 3.0 Fox shocks in this thing, and hopefully we'll be able to jump it just like a Raptor. So, but so it's been stressful trying to get it all back together, but I'm super happy with it, and the new color looks absolutely awesome. I can't wait to show everyone.
Phil Weber across in New Zealand, across the ditch there. First come across you when you had the F truck, and then the first Raptor. So there you go.
Yeah.
Following you for a while. Good stuff. Yeah. I love it, mate. Like, there's so much stuff on YouTube now. Everyone's got a bloody a cruiser. It's just thing. But it's good to see someone with some Fords and flying the flag for a different mob except Toyota all the time. It's bloody. Ever thought of getting a Ranger, mate? Like what are your thoughts on the new V6 Ranger?
Yeah, I actually really like them. And
the diesel one,
yeah, I actually really like them. I went down there for the launch in Melbourne, and I've driven a few of them and borrowed a few off Ford. They'll let me pretty much go down to Sydney, and I can go and pick up any media Ford vehicles that I want at any time if I want to film one. So that's pretty good. But I really like the new V6s. They did have the oil leak issue there, but that's been resolved, I've been told now. So my mate Trev's actually got a first gen Raptor, and he's looking getting the V6. He doesn't really know what to do yet, but Ford's now got the new Ranger Super Duty coming out in 2026. So that's going to have 4.5 ton GVM, 4.5 ton towing, and a 8 ton GCM. So
Wow,
You know what the
that,
motor's gonna
that
be for
could be a
that?
game changer, mate, eh?
Absolutely. Yeah, it'll be huge.
You know
So
what
you'll
the
just
motor's
have
gonna be
to.
for that?
What's that?
What's that, mate?
You know what the motor's going to be for that? What motor's going in it?
They haven't said yet, but I think they'll probably still run with that diesel V6. I haven't heard of any other motor that they have in the works. That'll be that Lion V6, and they'll either decrease the numbers on it or they'll increase the numbers. So, and then you'll just have to pull your GCM from either direction, from either the payload or the trailer, to get your 8-ton. So, but it'll be pretty awesome. And no one's got that in that lineup right now of a mid-size to have 4.5-ton like GVM and towing. So it's pretty crazy. But I think they're going to hit the nail on the head, especially for retirees, caravanners wanting to tow that weight, and the vehicle actually being designed for it. There's a few sneaky photos out there online at the moment of them in the US testing.
Wow.
So yeah, and it looks like it's got Raptor lower control arms and things like that. So,
mate,
yeah.
how many times do we mention, and I've done it on my channel, the amount of people out there in a dual cab, one of the normal dual cabs with 3.5-ton towing a big van, and they've got the bull bar, the winch, the roof racket, all over GVM, mate. The tow ball weight just throws them over GVM. Ford, that I'll tell you now, mate, I think they're on a winner there. And something else I saw the other day, the Ford Everest, which is basically the Ranger station wagon, they're bringing out an off-road version. It comes out of the factory beefed up for off-road. And there's even rumours, I don't know if you've heard this, mate, an Everest Raptor, the bloke on car, he's one of the popular things. There's rumours that there could be an Everest Raptor coming out.
Yeah, so they did build one. They did build one from me talking to the engineers after I got a couple of wines under their belt. But they did build one, they basically got like the Territory body and everything when they were originally building the Everest, and then smashed it together with a Ranger to see if they could do an SUV. And they did build one. They just don't know if there's a market there for it. I think there's an absolutely huge market for it. And I think I would have bought an Everest Raptor over the Ute. And I think basically Ford say it's just how much demand do they get? How many people walk into the showroom and actually want to buy one? So the more people that walk in and say, is there an Everest Raptor coming? The more Ford will consider actually building something. But it's until the demand's there, until they consider building anything. So, yeah.
Tell your mates at Ford, if they want an Everest Raptor tested out in North Queensland, you know, a diddly donk up in Innisfail that's happy to borrow one for 6 months and take it to Cape York but mate, that honestly, that 4.5-ton Ranger coming out is going to be a game changer. It means people don't have to go to the big yank tanks if they don't need to. And the caravans coming out now are bumping the 3.5, all the dual cabs and that, they're bumping them over GVM, mate. And it's so many people out there driving overweight. It's not funny. This could be a game changer for Ford, I reckon. It really could.
Absolutely. I think so too. Is they're really pushing this for like fleets, heavy industry, mining, farming, to be able to I think it'll come as a cab chassis or possibly with a standard sort of Ford, like Toyota does with their trays, like a standard Ford tray or something on the back. I don't know if it'll come with a tub, and then you'll be able to just drop a service body straight onto the thing. So depending whether it's a tray, canopy, or a mechanical body on the back, or probably the police will probably line up and get them as well, and they'll have one of their paddy wagon bodies on the back and all that sort of stuff.
Oh, mate, fantastic. Tell you what I like the look of. I'm not a Toyota fan, but I like the look of the new Prado 250.
Yeah.
But reading a lot of the comments, people said, nah, the Everest still shits over it in a lot of different areas. So that'll be interesting, the Everest versus the new Prado 250 and all that type of stuff. So, no, exciting times ahead. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Ford have taken over from Toyota. The Ranger's taken over from the Hilux. We didn't think it'd ever happen. They did it, mate. Rangers are a popular vehicle, and I think keep going while the iron's hot, while they've got it over Toyota. Keep it going, because I love sticking it up like you. I love sticking it up the Toyota fanboys, mate. I wish my fish bit like they do. They bite. They really well, the Toyota boys, don't they? They get very defensive. They get very, very defensive. Anyway, hey, Ty, bloody Simon's on from Lockyer Hubs. Half an hour goes really quick. You are one bloke I want to have on for a couple of hours early next year, mate, if you'd like to come on and join me again. And we can go into more depth, mate, because you're a wealth of knowledge. You know your stuff, and you've got a lot more to think. So for anyone who hasn't subscribed to Ty's channel, it's just called Ty Fenwick. And if you want to see all his Raptor and his F-250 and all that, and a lot of the reviews, and thank you, mate. You're the one who put Jackery onto me. And I originally said no, and you kind of talked me into thinking it's a good bit of kit, mate. I know it could be better if it had Anderson plugs and all that, but thank you for putting Jackery onto me. It's a good bit of kit. And I think it's going to, when we have a cyclone hit and I lose power, that thing is going to get me out of a pickle when I work it in conjunction with my generator and that. During the night, that Jackery is going to be a good bit of kit for me. It really is.
Yeah, absolutely. They're awesome, and I knew it would fit you to a T to have that up there.
Mate, I appreciate that. I really do. And mate, thank you for the t-shirts and the hoodie and all the
no
merch.
worries.
So if you want some of Ty's merch, the old F-Tech merch, get onto your website. Give us a plug. What's your website there, mate?
Yeah, it's just f-tech.com.au, but all the links are on my YouTube channel, so you can find everything there. But
so if you haven't subscribed to Ty, everyone, get on Ty Fenwick, follow his YouTube channel, and mate, thank you again for coming on. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Yeah, you too. No worries. If anyone wants to see like more day-to-day sort of stuff with me, Lucky9 Design on Instagram, you'll see all sort of things I do during the day and other parts of my life as well with the earth movement and things like that.
Yeah, good stuff. I'm sure there's a lot of people interested in that. And I know Gidgey's he's keen on what you're doing with your Raptor, mate, because I think he's keen to do some upgrades on his as well.
I'm going to send him broke.
I told him that. I said, well, you follow Ty, you're going to end up broke because he does a lot of stuff this year. All right, mate, take it easy.
Thanks, mate. It's been great having you on and getting a chance to meet you and talk to you.
Yeah, you too.
Always seeing your channels, your stuff. It's been great to getting a chance to actually meet you. Thanks, dude.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
See you, mate. Thank you. Straight out of one. Simon, how are you? From Lockyer Hubs 4-wheel driving. Simon Musty, everyone. Down there in Victoria. How you been, mate? Haven't spoken to you for a little while.
Yeah, it's been a little while, mate. Yeah, not too bad. G'day, Buck, and g'day, Mark. Jeez, I've just been listening to Ty and you guys bagging out Toyotas. you know what's in my driveway, don't you?
Yeah, a Toyota.
Nissan?
Yeah.
That's what
Sorry?
I like.
You have a Nissan in your driveway?
A Nissan?
You said what's in my driveway?
No, that's a swear
Nissan?
word to him.
No. We don't have a Nissan. I do have a Suzuki in Isuzu, but yeah, no, it's a Toyota. I'm actually ex-president of the Toyota Land Cruiser Club of Victoria, so it was really hard listening to that last bit. Let me tell you, I was just,
talking about
what are you doing to me, mate?
Computer, going get off Ty. Stop talking about Fords.
But I was listening to that part about the new Prado. We actually had the Prado up the club property. It was a couple of weekends ago with the Toyota chief engineer just before they did the launch up in Kakadu. That was really interesting. Look, it's a great car, and look, I must say, having driven both the Everest and I didn't actually drive the latest 250, but I went with it up at our property, which is similar sort of terrain to the high country. Yeah, I'd rather the Prado for its four-wheel drivability anyway.
Is that right? Yeah. Well, they got the sway bar disconnect and all that. I love the boxy look of the new Prado, mate. I like it. It's a good-looking vehicle, I reckon.
The only problem, well, I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, right? I think the best thing they can do to the new Prado is put a bull bar on there. But what they've done is they've compromised the rear load space with this 48-volt system, depending on which model as to how big it is.
Yeah.
And I'll tell you what, I think that's going to see a lot of customers out because you can't effectively put a draw system in there, or if it's being used as a shopping trolley. I mean, the good lady wife probably isn't one going to lift the shopping bags or the pram or whatever up onto that extra height on top of the box in the back, which is, I think they've done themselves a bit of mischief for that one.
Well, I've seen a couple of reviews on it already, Simon, and no one is happy with how that 48-volt system, they said it's like an afterthought. Oh, we're going to put a 48-volt system in, and they've just built a, and you're losing space in the back, which to Aussies and that is important because we like to put draw systems in, bloody fridges and all that type of stuff. And they've lost a lot of room in there, mate. But where else could they put it? Try and get it up underneath somehow.
Yeah, well, I'm not sure, but I'm certain that right when you're compromising the load space of what's already a pretty compact car, that's not the place to put it.
Justin Dillon said, here's another one too, mate, and I don't understand a lot about AdBlue. I just thought it was something truckies put in. It has to have AdBlue as well. It's got a smaller fuel tank. It's got a 110-litre fuel tank. The old Prado 150s had a 150-litre from memory.
I do.
What's AdBlue, mate? Can you explain to me? Because I don't really know what it is. I know it makes diesel more bloody environmentally friendly, doesn't it?
So AdBlue is literally demineralized water, so almost like distilled water, and urea, which is a fertilizer, and they mix the two, and that's it. Now, it's actually not actually sprayed into the inlet of the engine, it's sprayed into the exhaust to get rid of the noxious gases and whatnot. The problem is, of course, if you run out of AdBlue, usually your vehicle goes into limp mode.
And wasn't there a big shortage of AdBlue recently because they couldn't get it out of China or something, or was that during COVID?
I think that was part of COVID. There's quite a lot made down here in Melbourne. I'm not sure of the situation up there in Queensland, but there doesn't seem to be a shortage here. But geez, I tell you what, they don't mind charging for it. $2 a litre or thereabouts.
How often is it a separate tank you pour the AdBlue in and then you just top up normal diesel and it mixes? Like, how often do you have to put AdBlue into your vehicle? So
it won't be nearly as often as you put fuel into your vehicle. But the problem is it's dependent on how hard you're running the vehicle as to how much AdBlue the thing actually consumes. So if you're pottering around the suburbs and topping up every 4,000 or 5,000 kilometres when you're filling up your AdBlue, and then you got your caravan on the back and you think you can go 4,000 or 5,000 kilometres without topping up your AdBlue again, not going to happen.
Yeah, righto. Mark, do you run AdBlue up in Canada?
I don't know. I don't have a diesel. I just don't know.
Yeah, okay.
We do have it in the buses, though. But we do have it in our buses.
The AdBlue or just diesel?
No, the blue.
Oh, okay. So
We
you
don't
run it in the
I
buses.
think it's called. We call it DEF. We call it DEF. I don't know, DEF fluid, but it's probably the same shit.
Okay. Yeah. Oh,
Because
well, there you go.
like in the bus, we have, like Simon. I don't know if you know this, but I'm a bus driver. I work for the city of Toronto. I drive a bus, and they're even if they're diesel or diesel hybrid, they're still a diesel, and we call it DEF, and we call it DEF fluid. I don't know if F stands for fluid, and we just like idiots calling it DEF fluid, but we actually gauge. It tells us what the DEF is.
Yeah,
I'm imagining that's blue. That's probably blue, but we call it DEF fluid.
Yeah, it's to do with the environment and all that type of stuff, whatever it is. Simon, why did they put a 48-volt battery system in the new Prado, mate? And is that turned it into like a hybrid, or explain to everyone what that system is designed to do?
Well, I'm not completely across it, to be honest. From what I understand, speaking to the people on the weekend there, it's primarily for compliance with emissions. It's to get the emissions down to a level where acceptable. I think is it Euro 5 or Euro 6 at the moment in Australia. So it's primarily to the hybrid systems to get the emissions down.
Yeah, because diesels are on borrowed time. If they're on borrowed time because of emissions, mate. Yeah. Yeah. No, the Prado, I like the look of it. And I saw some other comments saying, the Everest shits all over. But anyway, it depends if you're a Toyota or a Ford person, I guess. They're both nice vehicles, but time will tell, mate. They're only new into the country, and time will tell if people are happy with them and all that. I know Ronnie Dales just bought one, mate. How much money's Ronnie got? He's just gone out, I'll buy a Prado 250. But I think Ronnie goes out, buys them, tests it, gets his content, and then he sells them and probably doesn't lose a lot of money on it.
He moves them on, and look, it'll be a business expense for him anyway. But not that devalues the vehicle at all. But yeah, look, it is a good car, and look, it was just as capable as the previous models, and we also had a 300 up there, and it was just as capable in the train we were taking it as the 300. So the capability of the vehicle is without question. We actually had the Lexus version up there, and yeah, it's just the compromising of the load space. I don't know. It looks like an afterthought. It really does.
Yeah, a lot of the guys doing the reviews on it said that. I forgot what I was going to bloody say then. It can't have been too important. What's some of your recent experiments you've done, mate? While I go and have a tinkle and grab another beer, run people through. Obviously, lock your hubs, four-wheel driving. You do some great experiments. We had a great chat. Was it earlier this year or late last year?
I think it was, yeah. Yep.
Some of your notable experiments that people might be interested in, mate, while I go and have a quick tinkle.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
Well, you can probably search through the archives. It's been a little while since I put a video up, and look, I've been playing with 3D printing, to be honest. Now, if you want to go and have a look at stuff, what I like to do is try and enable people to utilise the gear that they already have as effectively as possible. The problem, and look, I'm as guilty as this as the rest of them, is the gas or gear acquisition syndrome, where you just keep on buying new stuff when you don't necessarily need to, because you're just not utilising the stuff you might already have as effectively as you could. So what I like to do is get the common stuff and then either modify it or utilise it more effectively so it becomes better for other people. Like travel buddies, for instance. Everyone's saying, oh, you know, the travel buddy's pretty slow. And look, if you run it off a lead acid battery, it is reasonably slow. But because it's a pretty simple device as a travel buddy, just upping the voltage using a step-up converter, it really revolutionises the use of the travel buddy. It turns into a thing where you can take, oh, geez, I'm even going to get those pies done by lunchtime, whereas you can get it, you know, almost as quick as a normal oven, which is great. Other things I like to look at is tyres, for instance. I've done a fair bit of stuff on tyres, whether you should use propellant to re-bead tyres. Initially, I thought to myself, geez, that sounds like a horrendous idea, re-bead, you know, spraying in some propellant, some flammable stuff into a tyre and igniting it to see exactly how quickly it could get back onto the bead. Yeah. So I got a pressure transducer and set up an oscilloscope, and I actually measured the pressures in there. So I thought, oh, it'll be close to where it actually explodes, because I've put enough pressure into tyres using nitrogen to get them to explode. So I knew at what point they would explode. It's about 300 psi or thereabouts usually for an average four-wheel drive type tyre. And to my surprise, I couldn't get up above about 90 psi using propellants. I tried a deodorant, a Start Your Bastard WD-40, which didn't work very well at all. But yeah, things like that. I like to try and help people utilise what they already have.
Mate, I remember when that tyre blew up. Oh, you did it a while ago now. I tell you what, you had to change your underpants after that one.
I sure did.
When that tyre blew up on you, oh my God. Yeah, look on your face.
I think the worst part of it, Buck, was the fact that I knew it was coming, but I just didn't know when.
That makes it even worse, I think, mate.
It did. It did, because I knew it was coming. I knew it was incoming. I just wasn't. I mean, if you're blowing something up deliberately, usually you're ready and you know you're going to press that button and off she goes. But I wasn't sure exactly when. It was within a 10-minute time frame or something, and I didn't know when exactly it'd let go. And geez, I tell you what, it'll let go. You're right. Yeah, the underpants supply went down.
Oh, you got to see that. Go on to Simon's YouTube channel. And what's the way? So, like, when will a four-wheel drive tire explode or something? Wasn't the heading of it?
Something like that, yeah.
Yeah, it's at the end. You did it in slow motion, and the look on your face, mate. And as I said, you know it's going to blow up at some stage. You don't know when. It makes it even worse than if it just blows up and you're not expecting it. Still frightened shit out of you, but you know it's coming. But it's like someone's going to punch you in the arm, but you don't know when they're going to do it. It's
exactly.
It just makes it worse. Yeah. What else have you been up to, mate? Like,
well, you've probably seen the background now. I'm just in the home office at the moment, a bit of 3D printing gear, so I've been playing around with that stuff. Again, just trying to make stuff that helps people for their camping, utilize their camping equipment.
Yeah.
Bits and pieces like that. We've done a few Starlink mounts. Of course, you've been playing with the Starlink. I think the Mini, don't you have at the moment, Buck?
Yeah, I haven't done any mounting stuff with it, but mate, just the way it works, within 2 minutes, I've got comms out of that Starlink Mini that's as good as fibre to the premise, which I recently got at home. It's an incredible bit of kit, mate. It's an incredible piece of equipment. That Elon Musk or whoever came up with that Starlink system and the satellites and that. And here we are. We spent how many billions of dollars on the NBN? And like, who was it? Justin Dillon this morning, Mark? Or who was it? Someone said, why didn't the Australian government try and invest into Starlink or something and provide beautiful satellite communications for the whole country? It probably would have worked out cheaper. I forget who mentioned that.
Yeah, I remember somebody mentioning it, but I don't remember who it was either.
Yeah, just incredible, that Starlink, mate. It's just the technology behind it. Did you see him catch that rocket the other day when it came back down?
No.
The arm that came out, and they actually catch the rocket and reuse it. Just, mate, NASA can't even do that. And here's SpaceX doing it. They're really ramping it up, aren't they?
That's because of who's running it. Because Elon Musk is one of those people that sort of thinks away from government. Like, remember, NASA's a government agency, and so their biggest concern is not upsetting the apple cart. So if they haven't done it before, they're not going to try to do it again or try to do it now, because if you try something new, it doesn't work, then they end up in trouble. Like, as in, like, oh, that was unsuccessful, it's your fault. Whereas Elon Musk doesn't have to worry about that. It's his company. He can't fire himself. It's like, what if we could catch it? Somebody will be like, you know what? Maybe we can. Well, how can we do that? I don't know. Let's see if we can figure that out. NASA won't go down that road because it costs money. And if they end up in a dead end, someone's going to haul them over the carpet and say, you look at how much money you wasted on a stupid idea. But if you don't explore an idea that you don't know where it's going to go, how do you know if it's stupid? You're going to run into dead ends. But if you don't keep trying to find a new idea, where you're going to go, how you're going to get there, then you don't expand, you don't improve. And I think that's why Elon Musk got SpaceX where he did. He said, probably it might not even come from him, it might have come from somebody who works on him, and said, wonder if we could catch these things. And he probably went, how much do you think it'll figure that out? He goes, I don't know. It won't be cheap. You know what? Let's see if we can figure a way to do that. If we can't, we can't. And then off they went and looked at it, and they found a way to do it. Whereas NASA can't do that.
His first few failed, Mark, but he kept persevering with it, and then they've gone to another method. That's
exactly. You're right. They did fail, and that's them going, you know what? We think we know what's wrong, and they try it. Like, no, that didn't. But we're pretty sure we're getting there because of this, Y, Z. In NASA, they can't do that, because if they start down that road and it doesn't resolve itself quickly, then they're just going to get hauled up over like a congressional, budgetary committee or something, and you have to explain yourself. Elon Musk doesn't have to do that.
Yeah.
So because once he's greenlighted it, he's greenlighted it.
His answers to himself. Simon, this one here, I've got a satellite thing on the roof of the house here, and we used to get sports through. I forget, Ozstar or something, was it? Ozstar TV through satellite, and as soon as we got any sort of rain here in Innisfail, it was useless. I've had Starlink in Belton Rain, mate. It still works. Like, I don't know whether they've developed something with Starlink so that it can work through the rain. It might affect it. But, mate, Dicko, I've had my Starlink in some pretty heavy rain, mate, and it still works. Unlike the Ozstar thing that I used to have for TV here, it was useless. As soon as it started drizzling, we'd lose TV. Not so with Starlink.
Yeah. I mean, the great thing about Starlink is the penetration they have, because they have so many satellites in orbit and they're at low Earth orbit. They're not, in comparison with a lot of satellites, they're not very high above the Earth, so that they don't get issues with rain and so on and so forth. But you still get issues with any sort of satellite, any sort of RF communications, sunspot issues, which was prevalent not all that long ago. But ideally, fibre optic is going to be better than a satellite service because it's a physical connection and there's nothing faster than light. But it was the implementation of Australia that didn't help. I mean, lots of other countries, Singapore, for instance, have gigabit internet everywhere. 1,000 up, 1,000 down, and that's just what everyone has. Whereas, well, I'm on, I think it's 100 down and 20 up, which is pretty third world for a first world country like Australia.
Yeah,
And
wow.
it was just the implementation. Initially, it was floated as a full fibre network, and then of course the opposition get in and they go, no, we can save dollars here by putting a hybrid system in. And of course now they're starting to retrofit that hybrid system, which you said you've just been upgraded back to fibre to the premises.
Yes, we had it done about 2 months ago, mate, and it used to take me on the old NBN for a half-hour YouTube clip, 2.5 hours to upload it to YouTube.
Yeah.
I can do it in half an hour now, mate. It's a massive improvement. It really is.
Yeah, and look, there was lots of different systems running simultaneously. I'm still stuck on HFC, which is hybrid fibre coax, which is the last little bit is coaxial cable. So I don't have fibre to the premises, and they're saying, that's pretty much good enough for 100 megabits per second. So we're not really prioritising upgrading that, which is a shame.
Well, this only they sent me a letter and said you're now eligible for fibre to the premise, and it didn't cost me. I think it's cost me an extra $5 a month on the plan or whatever, mate. But it's good. It works well, and I'm happy with it. But that little mini Starlink, when I tested that for the month I had it, I was very, very impressed with it. Just a great bit. That's a game changer.
If you can't get a physical connection through a fibre, Starlink's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, people living way out in Woodford, mate, in country Australia and that haven't got good internet, Starlink is a very, very viable option, and it's fairly affordable. If the RV version that you move around is quite expensive, but if you get the home version, it's still quite reasonably priced, I think.
I think they put up the Roam. I've got the Roam version Gen 2, and it's paused at the moment, of course, because I'm at home. I think they put up that to $195 a month for Roam, but that now included moving as well, which you really don't do with the Gen 2 anyway. But in comparison with the competition, there is none. so
there's no other. There's no Mark Starlink, a big thing in Canada. Like a lot of people running Starlink to go camping.
It is growing. One of the women at work, they live outside of the city, and they don't have very good internet where she moved to, and they had gotten Starlink. I think just 3 weeks ago, she was telling me, and she says he loves it. Works beautifully. And I actually told her about you guys. Say, well, I have a bunch of Aussie friends, and they have it, and they love it.
Yeah, I think just about everyone. Terry G, Snorky, Steve Fuller. This must be one of your cronies here, Simon. Bradley Beecham.
Yeah, Bradley.
He obviously
he's a mate of mine. He only lives about half an hour from me here. He's a fellow club member too. Drives a 200 series.
Nice. You know what surprised me? I was watching Cam Wild recently. He did the Simpson Desert Crossing. Cam's got the 300 series, and one of his mates had the 200 series. The 200 got better fuel consumption than the 300, which surprised me.
Okay, I didn't see that one.
Cam's 300 was the worst out of all of them, mate. A couple of guys had dual cabs. I think there was a couple of 200 series. Cam had a 300, and he did all the fuel averages over the Simpson Desert, and the 300 come out worse, mate, which surprised me. I thought they'd be way better on fuel than the 200.
There's lots of variables. How heavily was it loaded, the driver and the driving style? Driving style is one of the big ones, especially if they don't mind a bit of right foot. I think Cam's like that. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a massive difference. If you drive like me, like an old grandmum, you're going to get a lot better than if you drive like Gidgey, who likes putting the right boot into something. So you're right, mate. There's a lot of variables there. There could have been a lot of he was doing this, and he might have been carrying a lot more stuff in his four-wheel drive than the 200. We don't know, but yeah, it just surprised me a bit there.
And look, it depends on how far you're away. I mean, I've got photographs of my 80 series at reasonably local to me tracks up in the Pyrenees Ranges and Avoca or whatnot, and the 80s on the back wheels, front wheels 3 feet in the air, and that's fine because I'm not that far from home. But when I'm doing a Simpson desert crossing, I drive just like you, Buck, the biggest grandmother you've ever met in your life.
Mate, you're a long way from home when you're out there, right?
You are.
Absolutely. Where's your go-to four-wheel driving spot, mate? Like the high country, or it's a fair way out from where you are. Like,
I'm on the western side of Melbourne, so that's more accessible to people, say, over the eastern side of Melbourne. My local is Wombat State Forest or Lerderderg out there. Now they're talking about turning that into a national park, unfortunately, but we'll see how we've got four-wheel drive Victoria. Sorry?
There goes the four-wheel driving. They'll put a bloody stop on that if it's a national park.
If it gets changed into a national park. We've got four-wheel drive Victoria on which is our peak body here in Victoria on our side, trying to campaign against it, but we'll see how it progresses. Then we've got Cobor, which is out near Lansfield Way, which is another very small but great fun forest. Avoca. We're really spoiled for choice out here in Victoria in comparison to their northern neighbours, especially in New South Wales.
Yeah.
So we've just got to keep fighting the good fight, because four-wheel drive Victoria is only one of the peak bodies which has a MOU, or a memorandum of understanding, with our Parks Victoria. We look after all the local parks, and they can't actually, unless it's an emergency, shut down a track without advising and speaking to four-wheel drive Victoria. So we have that MOU in place, which is great, and we get access through four-wheel drive Vic to things like Mount Skeen, which is traditionally shut by the local council there in the Victorian High Country. A bit of snow driving, but if you're with four-wheel drive Victoria, you can get a permit, and I've done that with 20 cars, two lots of 10 over a couple of years running. We did it this year. It was great fun.
Yeah.
So when they turn something into I got a question for you, Simon. When they turn something into a national park, does that automatically bar people from driving in it, or are they still allowed in, but they need permits?
It doesn't, but they seem to, going by the local places that have been moved from state parks to national parks, you pretty much get a gravel road through, and that's it.
Wow.
So,
is it limited access or controlled access?
I'd say it's more controlled access. There's lots of bollards and gates.
Yeah.
So I definitely prefer my local horn to remain a state forest as opposed to a national park.
Okay.
Cliff from over in Western Australia Cliff's a prospector. I believe Victoria's going to get screw the prospectors over also. I don't know what that's about. Have you heard anything about that for gold prospectors and that, mate?
No, actually, I don't know what that's on about. If you'd like to expand upon it, I'm not sure. I'm not into prospecting myself.
No.
Don't really know anyone who is either. But they definitely align with us with the four-wheel drivers. So if it affects them, it affects us.
Yeah. I'll just bring my brother in there to finish off, Simon. We're not going to chuck you out yet, mate. Gidgey, how are you, mate?
Yeah, going good. Hello, everyone.
How you doing, Gidgey?
Yeah,
nice. Righto, Simon, another question for you. Is the 80 series the best Land Cruiser ever made?
Do I really need to answer that question, Buck?
I've heard a lot of people say it is, and I know you own one, mate. Is it? They're a tough rig, aren't they, when you do them up? Nathan Schilling's Nathan's 80 series. I forget how much. Ken, do you remember how much he's got to do a rebuild on it now? Way over 500,000. It might even be 700,000. I don't know. Nathan, how 80 series is the best ever? How many Ks on yours, Nathan? 6. There we go. 629. 970. There you go. 629,000.
Good going,
And
eh?
Nathan's done some hard work with it, mate. Just a tough four-wheel drive.
I think mine's got about 560 on it.
Yeah. And still going strong, mate.
Oh, fine. No problems.
Wowee. Why
Other
don't
than regular
they?
maintenance.
Yeah. Why don't they bring out, I don't know, the 80 series with an updated engine or something? Everyone loved the shape of the 80 series, how tough it was. It had bloody live axles, didn't it?
It did. Look, you probably couldn't meet the modern crash compliance and bits and pieces like that with an as standard 80 series. I mean, I think they were made in Venezuela, getting up to the turn of the millennium. But probably the closest thing. Yeah, I think they were still produced in Venezuela. Yeah.
Wow.
I think they cut off in '96 in Australia. 96, 97, I think it was 100 series, and they came out with the 105, which is basically an 80 series with a wider body on it. But they produced it in Venezuela, I think, for quite a few more years.
Oh, well, I didn't know that. I thought they were all out of Japan, mate. So Venezuela, of all places.
Yep. But they're a solid, reliable, simple vehicle, and that's a great thing about them. Is you don't. I mean, if you have an electrical issue, Buck, what do you do other than hopefully you got some sort of OBD2 reader?
You hope it's just a fuse. If it's any more than a fuse, I'm gone, mate. Yeah.
And look, the modern cars are fairly reliable, and they need the electronics to be emission compliant. And you don't get emission compliance with mechanical injection like my 80 series has. It's just not possible. No. So you need their modern electronics to do that. But I'll tell you what, twin solid axles, you can get them twin locked from the factory. Coils all around, it's hard to beat. It really is.
Oh, mate, just a tough four-wheel drive, probably up there with the GQ Patrol, mate, like another tough, from that era. Yep. The old GQs and even the GUs, the
GUs as well.
GUs when they come out, bulletproof, mate, just bulletproof vehicles. Tough four-wheel drives. Unfortunately, they're a bit like me, mate, and you and Mark and Gidgy, old dinosaurs now, mate. They're
and they're starting to become collectors' vehicles as well, which is an issue because of the parts. The parts are starting to skyrocket.
Because they're becoming collectors' vehicles, yeah.
Yes, I mean the 40 series and whatnot, 47s, 45s, they're pretty much all collectors' vehicles these days. And like a few people are doing 40, 80 series, so you put a 40 series body on an 80 series chassis to get the best of both worlds. But they're starting to become for the rarer parts. It's hard to get parts for them. The common stuff, no problems. And when you do find parts, people are putting a premium on, of course.
Yeah. Wow. Are you're still tied up with you're not the president of the Toyota four-wheel drive club anymore of Victoria, or you've stood down?
No. Pete's taken over the role there. He's got the reins at the moment. Yeah. and anyone who's been a member of a committee of a larger organisation, I think we've got 800 and something members. So it's quite a job and takes up quite a bit of time. So Pete's having a crack at it at the moment, doing a heck of a job. So well done, Pete.
Good stuff, mate. and you do a lot of stuff for trying to keep the tracks open in Victoria. And I remember Ruthie always used to go on about they're closing tracks.
Yep.
He's obviously trying to encourage people to do the right thing and keep the tracks open.
I'm good, Roachy.
Yeah, so we're just our primary way is through Four-Wheel Drive Victoria and supporting our peak body, which we all support every year through the clubs and trying doing things like clean-up days and timber clearing days. So prior to the tracks, we have an off-season here where they shut up all the tracks to try and preserve them. So just before it all opens up again, we help out with parks, clearing tracks, getting the chainsaws out there, and all those sorts of bits and pieces.
It's good to keep on the right side of them, mate, and let them know that you're keen and doing the cleanups and all that. Most four-wheel drivers love doing the right thing, mate, and want to do the right thing. It's just the minority that go out there and dump their rubbish and tear the tracks up and do the wrong thing, mate, and it spoils it for everyone else. It really does. So that's why drive clubs are important, mate, because they're passionate about keeping keeping that going.
They are. So, like I say, we do a fair bit with parks, and so do the other clubs. We have the big four clubs down here in Victoria, Land Cruiser Club being one of them. And, we try and help out where we can.
Yeah. Oh, good stuff, mate. Good stuff. Hey, mate, I might let you go.
Before you let
on next week.
Buck, before you let Simon go, Simon, I don't know if you realize this or if you know this, but here in North America, because it works the same in the northern states, the snowmobile clubs work the same way as your four-wheel drive clubs.
Oh, okay.
Volunteer. They keep them open. They groom the trails. The guys that I think I've sent you a couple of videos, Buck, where the guys groom the trails at night. They're volunteers. The club buys the equipment, and the guys go out and drive. The specific guys are trained for it. They're licensed. They're insured. Yep. It's not just anybody in the club, but that's what they do. Is you'll go out at night and they'll groom the snowmobile trails at night through their club area.
Yep.
And
it's great because it takes some load off.
All sorts of stuff.
Yeah, it takes the load off the local authority, whoever's in control of it, and it helps them, encourages them to keep it open for everybody else.
Yeah, they take on a part of it. They work with the police for safety. If there's issues with snowmobiles lost, and it gets involved. It's like you guys, they get out there and they help out, and it's a big economic driver here. Same thing in northern part of the states, like Vermont, Maine. You go to Wyoming and Colorado. I mean, Mike Blakeley, I think he's still on here. He came back on, and he'll tell you, it's a big deal, and it's all done. There are some people that are paid. Sometimes the clubs pay them to work for them, but most of it is done by volunteers on their own time and for their own money. Yep. They take the sleds out, and just like you guys, you go out and clear the tracks. Well, this big snowstorm went through, and you got to go through and cut down all the trees that have come across and pull them off, and somebody's got to organize all that stuff and go and do it. It's not always done by people that are being paid.
Yep, exactly. It's exactly the same sort of thing, same principles we use down here, and it works great. It works a treat.
Absolutely.
Helps keep everything open.
When everybody cares and everybody pitches in, it works.
Absolutely. It can make a difference. I just wish everyone would do it. I wish everyone would do it. Simon, love you to join me next year for another one-on-one.
No worries,
mate. And we'll go through some more of the experiments and all that type of stuff and do a catch-up. You're a really interesting guy to talk to. You really are. Keep up the good work, mate. And really appreciate you reaching out, and you're one of the early ones to say, Buck, love to come on and be one of your special guests on your marathon live feed. So really appreciate it, mate. And guys, if you're not subscribed to Simon's channel, Lock Your Hubs 4-wheel driving, I will guarantee you that you will learn a lot of stuff off Simon because he knows his shit. And you test stuff, mate. And you test stuff, and it's I got a King's battery because of you.
Okay, did he? Mine's still going fantastically, by the way.
My shed battery's still going strong, mate. You know what? It's doing the job for me. What else can you ask for? And it was bloody affordable. So you pulled one apart, and it bloody come up with the goods, mate. It come up with the goods. I know I'm a King supporter before that, but you did an honest review. You pulled it apart. You tested it. You maxed it out, and it did everything it said it would do, mate. So what more can you ask for?
And that battery's still going strong in one of the daughter's campers.
Is it? It's good to hear, mate. It's really good to hear. Anyway, thank you, mate. Get on and subscribe. Lock Your Hubs 4-wheel drive. And thanks, Simon. Take care, mate. If I don't speak to you before Christmas, mate, have a great Christmas and all that. And we'll do a live feed next year, mate. We'll get you back on again because it's great with you. Good on you, mate. Thank you.
Thanks, guys. See you later.
See you, mate. Bye now.
Thank you, G.
All right. I'm getting smashed with not smiling. I'm trying to read the comments and I can't multitask.
Oh,
smiling
mate.
And reading just don't go together.
Sorry, guys. I've been too busy today to read a lot of the comments. I'm too busy trying to watch the people on the screen and all that type of stuff. So we're nearly there, Mark. We're nearly there, mate. It's 22 in the morning in Toronto on Sunday morning. It's Sunday in Toronto, Canada.
Steve W's gone to bed, gotten up, and he popped back on. Good morning, guys. I'm like, you prick. I haven't slept yet.
Who did? Mike Blakeley? Who went to bed?
W. CW went off, went to bed, and he's come
He's
back
been-
on. And
he's been-
and he says, "Oh, good morning. What are they?" You
He's
prick, I
had an
haven't slept
8-hour
yet."
nap, and he's had an 8-hour nap, and we're still going.
That's
I tell you what, there's been some good chats today.
Yeah, I like to think so, and I hope everyone's, and that's why, Mark, the whole idea behind it was, no way you and me are sitting down for 12 hours talking between ourselves. No one would want to see that. But the fact today, mate, we've had on how many? I forget how many, 24 special guests today, all with different stories. Everyone's been really interesting to listen to. Absolutely fantastic, mate. I think it's been a good thing, and hopefully everyone out there has enjoyed themselves. We still got 143 people on watching. You know, even
I've loved them all that I've seen. I went out for a little bit, but I'm reckoning my pick was Jennifer G. Like, that was a good chat, mate. That was raw, and I've got a bit emotional. You know, like, she's been through some stuff, and you know what I mean. To see the community getting behind her in the comments and that was bloody brilliant. Really good.
Ken, I agree with you, mate. You've met Jennifer in real life and had a good chat with her. And I don't want to bring up Jennifer's personal life on this channel. She's done it tough, guys. She's had some hard times. But I agree, mate. I really enjoyed talking to Jennifer this morning and seeing the support that Jennifer was getting, knowing some of the grief she gets about Robbie. From the community, from people who don't know her, is really sad to see, and people make judgment and that. But I know everyone in this community here was 100% behind you, and the fact that she's been to Arnhem Land, brought up as a kid in Arnhem Land, and the Kimberley and all that type of stuff, absolutely fantastic. I agree, mate. Jennifer was one of the best chats today. I think it was really, really good.
Yes.
Yeah,
Really
I got a phone call when I was living in Early Beach, and from the girls at reception, and said, "Oh, there's a Jennifer here to see you." I'm thinking, I don't know a Jennifer. I rang you, and I went, "Do you know a Jennifer?" And he's like, "No, not that I can think of." And next minute, Jennifer's there with Robbie, and it was good to meet him. Really good.
Who's got their thing on?
Speaking of Robbie's, here's another one.
Speaking of diddly donks, this bloke is 6 hours 45 minutes late. Good on you, Snork. What were you up to? Better late than never, as they say, mate.
Yeah, exactly right, mate. I've been sitting here watching everybody and enjoying it. It's been good.
Where were you at 10 o'clock when I was sitting there going, Snork's next on? No sign of him. He stood me up.
No, I was actually asleep in bed because I had a big day yesterday. We were actually working, so I've been going for about 6 days in a row.
We knew you were in bed, and it was a big day in bed. Now we know where. You just confirmed it.
No, just by myself.
Slacking's all over it.
Nailed it, Mark.
It was almost family friendly right up until 4:45.
Oh, until everybody started doing route signs.
Oh dear. You're always going to cop that, mate. You're always going to cop that. But Rob, you've been watching a fair bit today, have you?
Yeah, I've been sitting there for the past couple of hours watching everybody. It's been great.
Yeah, mate, it's been good. And Monkey's on. G'day, Monkey. And I've seen all your names coming up, guys, and I don't want to interrupt people to give shout outs and all that. I really appreciate you being on today. And Rob, what have you been up to, mate? Working hard for Kick-Ass, obviously.
Yeah, mate. So it's been going crazy at work at the minute, because you've got all the people getting the stuff ready for Christmas and that as well. So I work on the phones a lot, doing support and that for Kick-Ass, and just the number of telephone calls and support, emails and that coming through is just goes through the roof at this time of year. And so I've been working the weekends as well, trying to give my hand to get everything done. And it's interesting. By the end of the day, I look at the number of jobs that's still got my queue. And I'm pretty much where I started in the morning. So it's just that busy.
Wow, that's good stuff. Tell you what, everyone, if you want something for Christmas, get on, ring up Kick-Ass, ask for Snorky, ask for Rob Richmond on the other end of the phone. He'll give you 50% off for being 6 hours, 45 minutes late. Snork's going to give you 50% off everything at the Kick-Ass store.
Just use the code Rob50 and you're in.
That's right. Yeah, that's the right code, mate.
North
Got that,
50.
got that in one.
I think Clayton might have something to say about that, Rob.
Yeah, I think so, unfortunately.
That's good, mate. Yeah. And otherwise, you've been going all right, Rob?
No, I've been going good, mate. Yeah, been. I was going to have a little chat about some of my survival gear that I like to get into. A lot of people don't know that about me. I like looking at like a lot of survival gear and all that type of stuff, and so I thought I'd bring some of that stuff on and just show you some of the stuff I've got here because it's, I don't know, I find it fascinating. It's a little hobby that I've got, and some people enjoy it. Some people like it.
Well, you're saying the bear repellent's not selling well, Rob, over here.
Bear repellent.
Yeah, can't understand why the bear repellent's not working here in Australia.
So, no, the bear repellent works too well.
Oh, it
just doesn't work on the crocs.
If it works on crocodiles, I'll buy a can off you, mate.
That's right, exactly right.
And pipeline snakes and all the rest of it that we got here. That's a classic, yeah.
I got this the other day. I should show you this. I don't know if you've ever seen these before. Seen this sucker?
No.
It's a water purification system. So, seeing here, it's got these little hoses. And so this one is where the water comes out, the good water, and this one is where the bad water goes out. And around the other side, you've got another hose over here, just in there. And that's where you sucks the water in. Then what happens is it's got up in here. I'll just show you. Just you see up in there, it's got these two little bays inside here. And so they get these filters. I'll show you the filters. This is really cool. So they've got these filters that you can get.
Is this a kick-ass item, mate, or is it a totally separate thing?
No, it's totally separate company. So this company's I'll show you the company name. You haven't seen this before. Oh, hang on. Okay. It's called ITIL. Can you see that?
Yeah.
ITEHIL. So I'm going to be doing a video review on this next week. So we're actually going to go out and testing it and that as well, hey? But it has this has two filters in it. So this one's a hybrid filter. So that one's for filtering out all your, just all the bits in the water, you know what I mean? And then you've got your reverse osmosis filter. So that's the real, it narrows it right down and purifies the water.
Yeah.
So they actually go into it. And this thing runs on batteries. So it runs off USB. So you'll see this little port just up in over here. I'll just see if I can show you. Just in there. Yeah. And it just plugs in and recharges. And it's supposed to be able to get a couple, about 30, 40 litres out of it off a USB charge. So I think it's great. I think it's a good little product. So just thought I'd show you that one. I'm going to be doing a video review on that this week. So
well, I'm looking forward to that because anything to do with survival type stuff, Rob, I love watching. So if you're out camping and you've only got, and you're remote, and I'll give you an example, someone like Campman, Dale O'Brien, the Campman, and he's running low on drinking water. If you had that in there, you can get some dirty river water and convert it into 20 litres of drinking water on a USB charge.
I hope the colour code the two outlets so you're not drinking the tip water.
I think you know, mate.
Drinking water? Oh, hang on. That's the bloody contaminated stuff I've just drunk.
No, you'd see the colour of it. It's actually really interesting. I've watched them do a lot of different reviews on it as well, hey. And the water that comes out of it's just like crystal clear. It looks really good. I saw one guy. I don't know if I'd be ever game to do this, but if you go and look, search on YouTube, you'll find him. He does a review and he does a bottle of urine and does that, and it's filtered it out perfectly fine. I don't know that I'd be game to drink that, but anyway.
Speaking of urine, I've got to go somewhere. Mark, you wouldn't need to worry. You wouldn't need to worry about stuff like that because everything I've seen in Canada, you could just about drink the water out of the creeks. And in wintertime, they just melt the snow. I've got to go and do something.
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, our water is actually pretty clean. You'd be surprised. I got a question. Rob, did you get a chance to check out any of the Les Stroud stuff?
The Les Stroud? No, I haven't. No, not yet, fortunately, mate. No, I haven't.
Did you find a fair bit about him?
Sorry, I had a look at his YouTube channel and all that there, but just so busy at work, just trying to get time to fit it all in, It's awkward. I've got all these other gears, other items as well. I'll show you some of the stuff too.
James is saying, Rob, Patriot have bought out a water purifier as well.
Yeah, that'd be good, eh?
Yeah.
That'd be
Yeah,
awesome.
they don't have, half-baked stuff. They normally have good gear.
Yeah, well, I reckon this thing will go really well. I'm doing that. We're going heading off this coming weekend, and we'll be doing a review on it. So it'll be out pretty soon. We'll do a video on it.
Nice.
And, it'll be good, hey. And I've got other things as well. I don't know if you've seen these things. You've seen one of these things before? Yeah, see if I can get that right.
A jerry can.
No, it's not a jerry can. It's actually a water purification system. So give us a minute, I'll show you. So up inside here, this is your pump. So that pumps the water into it. So you obviously fill it,
Yeah.
And then on the other side, over here, pull this thing apart.
Yeah.
See in here, that's the filter.
Wow.
So that's your filter for it. So it filters all your water. So it's like a jerry can, but it's designed for purifying your water. When you're heading out. So,
This one I've seen this one, Rob, before. Yeah, it's a good bit of kit.
But it's a little bit different. So
That's the first time I've ever seen it.
It's not a reverse osmosis filter. So the reverse osmosis filter will really purify the water right down, whereas this one here is just more like just a filter, like a carbon type filter. So yeah, that's what they are. They're pretty cool, but they're not cheap. Those things. They cost an arm and a leg. I bought that a couple of years back. So that's another little thing that I love to do.
So how long does that take to purify a jerry full of water, Rob?
Well, the dirty water goes straight into it, and as soon as you pump it, the water gets pumped straight out. So it's going through the filter. So you have dirty water in it, and the water that comes out is supposed to be clean. So yeah.
I think one of the main things is if it's got bacteria in it, that's not going to kill the bacteria.
Yeah,
whereas the other one will. Yeah.
Exactly right. Well, I bought some of these. There's little hang on, I'll get to see the light. Little purification tablets.
Yeah, Puri tabs. Yep. We used to have that in the army, Rob, for our water bottles if we had to get water out of we had a canvas. You remember these a canvas bag? It's called a Millbank filter. And you hang it on a tree and you pour dirty river water into it.
Yep.
And it'd strain all the yucky stuff out. And then you put the Puri tab in, which would kill any bacteria and that in there. The water still tasted terrible, but it didn't make you crook. And I've been on an exercise where I've actually had to do that before out in West
How'd they
Queensland.
go? Because I haven't actually used them yet, so I'm just interested to know how they actually go.
Mate, well, they kill any bacteria and that in the water. So we call them Puri tabs in the army.
Yeah.
And I've been on an exercise where I had to use them. And as horrible as the water tastes, it doesn't make you crook. And it's either drink it or get dehydrated, and then you're in trouble, especially when you're out.
They work all right. We did a survival course up north central Queensland when I was in the army, and used a heap of different like filtration systems and purification systems. One, you dig a pit and basically put plastic over it, put a rock in the middle, and you could pee in the pit, and the sun, it'd evaporate